Chapter 368, In the past, he needed many things. The two of them followed Guyan's lead and expressed their thanks to the surrounding staff once more. Although they had already thanked them once before Guyan arrived. Teacher Chinyu, would it be convenient for us to proceed with the rehearsal now? A staff member said softly. Guyan was just about to nod and agree. When he heard Pu Sheng speak up, "Hey! Teacher Chinyu just arrived, at least let him rest for a bit." Hearing this, the staff member turned his head and shot him a look, his expression very strange. He really hadn't expected Pu Sheng to say something like that. Just a moment ago, before Guyan had arrived, this poverty alleviation cadre had clearly been the most anxious one. Yet now, he was saying things like this. It was as if he were the one who didn't understand the situation. However, when he saw the expression on Pu Sheng's face, his eyes became a bit startled. This expression was still one of anxiety. The look he gave Guyan contained a hint of anxiety, a hint of caution, and a hint of embarrassment and fear. It was as if he were actually very anxious inside, but because he was afraid and worried about making Guyan unhappy, he had said it that way. Guyan was naturally not stupid. He could naturally see why Pu Sheng was acting this way. It was just fear of offending him, which might cause him to cause trouble during the upcoming work. One could even say that Pu Sheng was likely acting this way on purpose, putting on such an anxious and fearful appearance. It both let him know that he was indeed very anxious. And at the same time, it wouldn't make him feel dissatisfied. Guyan didn't have any dissatisfaction with these little schemes of his. On the contrary, he felt a bit sympathetic toward him. Often, poverty alleviation cadres were like this. Always trying every possible way to beg for resources. After they finally secured them, they worried about doing something wrong and losing those resources. Over time, they learned this set of little schemes. It's fine, let's go ahead with the rehearsal. I'll post a few messages online in a bit, it can serve as a warm-up. Since Guyan said this, everyone understood that he truly wouldn't be unhappy about such things, and a genuine smile appeared on their faces. Guyan followed them to the venue for tomorrow's event. At this point, it was almost ready. Whether it was the field needed for the drones to take off, the temporarily erected sites to strengthen the network, or other supporting facilities, everything had been prepared under the urgent handling of the staff. Guyan walked forward and took a few photos with his phone. Then, he posted a few messages on the Chinyu account and began the rehearsal. At this very moment, a staff member at the scene was hiding behind the crowd, watching Guyan's movements and then looking at the content on Weibo on their phone. The look in their eyes was complex, yet it carried a flickering brightness, and their expression seemed somewhat excited. What was displayed on the phone was the latest announcement Guyan had posted using the Chinyu account. Have arrived at the event site. The live stream will begin tomorrow. I will do everything in my power to assist the staff from the relevant government authorities in getting the work done well. Attached below were a few photos of the scene. Guyan was very cautious. These photos only captured some drones and a few pieces of equipment being tested on site. He did not capture the surrounding environment or anything else that could reveal information about his current location. However, even so, it had already attracted the attention of many netizens. It's actually going to be live-streamed. He's already at the event site. I thought it was a scam at first. How could it be a scam? When has the great Chinyu ever lied to us? Besides, this time the announcement was first issued by the government authorities, so it must be real. Can you guys tell where these photos were taken? I really want to know where the great Chinyu is right now. It would be great if I could meet him. Who could tell that? They all use the ground as the background. I suspect that the great Chinyu just doesn't want us to go over, fearing it might affect the staff's work, which is why he deliberately took the photos like that. Exactly, it would be strange if anyone could find the location. The area around Taoyuan village is already very remote. Finding this spot is no easy task. Besides, even if you could find it, you shouldn't tell anyone. What if it affects the staff's work? Wouldn't that just bring hate upon Teacher Chinyu? Most netizens were very rational and didn't obsess over the details of these photos, trying to find Guyan's current location. Most were just talking about looking forward to the live stream the next day. The staff member turned off their phone screen, put it in their pocket, and looked up at Gu Yan's profile. They couldn't help but murmur softly. So this is what Teacher Qin Yu looks like. Quite handsome. I've finally seen him in person. Gu Yan spent the entire afternoon rehearsing. Events involving the government authorities need to be very rigorous. The content he was actually responsible for tomorrow was mainly live streaming and hosting. Or rather, serving as a source of traffic. To some extent, what he needed to be most careful about was not saying the wrong thing. After spending the afternoon sorting through all the procedures and key projects, Gu Yan finally returned to the hotel prepared by the relevant department. Just as he returned to his room and sat down, preparing to get up to wash up and go to sleep, his phone rang. Gu Yan picked up his phone and took a look. It was a call from Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan's expression darkened as he answered the phone. Where have you run off to play again? Lin Xiaoran's voice sounded very relaxed, yet Gu Yan seemed to hear a hint of fatigue in it. It was a bit like the exhaustion of playing hide-and-seek with him, getting tired, and not wanting to continue playing anymore. I went out for some business. What kind of business could you possibly have? Lin Xiaoran said subconsciously. Gu Yan's breath hitched in anger. Immediately after, it was as if Lin Xiaoran had remembered something. She spoke up, for that project of yours? Yes. Gu Yan's tone was somewhat cold. Why go through all that trouble? Come back quickly, and I'll have Yi Qing send the things over to you. Gu Yan gritted his teeth, his heart unable to tell if it was anger or helplessness. I've already told you, I don't need it. Lin Xiaoran on the other end of the phone didn't speak. The two of them were silent for a while. Only then did Lin Xiaoran speak up. Then what do you need? Upon hearing this, a cold sneer suddenly tugged at the corner of Gu Yan's mouth. But the look in his eyes was sorrowful. What did he need? In the past, he needed many things. The him in the past didn't need fame or fortune, didn't need any luxurious life. What he needed was a stable relationship, to be able to spend the rest of his life happily with Lin Xiaoran. At that time, he wanted Lin Xiaoran to spend more time with him. He just wanted her to take the time she spent with Ning Chen and return it, to go back and spend it with him. Nothing more than that. Chapter 369. I said, I want you to get lost. Sometimes, when Gu Yan calmed down and thought about it, did he really want that many things in the past? He himself couldn't say for sure. Perhaps Lin Xiaoran's work was too busy, and she had to deal with many things every day. For Lin Xiaoran, time might be a very luxurious thing. Therefore, what he wanted might indeed be a lot, and very difficult. Yet Lin Xiaoran still had time to be together with Ning Chen. He could only stay alone in the villa, sealing himself away. He didn't want to go out. If he went out, he would be besieged by those people around Lin Xiaoran. Those people always viewed him as an enemy. Viewed him as a stinking rat in the sewer. Using all his strength to squeeze into a clean house, leaving behind a mess of mud and filth. To them, this was an insult. So they wished they could throw him out immediately. Even if they couldn't throw him out, they would still trample him under their feet. And what about Lin Xiaoran? She turned a blind eye to all of this. She would always come back to see him when he was most desperate. Look at him, and give him a tiny, flickering hope. Then, she would shatter that tiny bit of hope. She and Ning Chen worked together too perfectly. One gave him a little bit of hope, making him feel as if he could see a ray of sunshine. The other would block out the sky just when that ray of sunshine was about to shine on him, and he was about to feel that long-lost warmth. Kicking him back into the darkness, back to that cold and gloomy underground. This repeated torture, the torment of being hot and cold, was finally about to drive him to a breakdown. Now, he no longer held any extravagant hopes. He didn't need anything anymore. Yet Lin Xiaoran asked him at this moment, what did he need? Gu Yan only found it ironic. He hadn't needed it for a long time. At least, he didn't need Lin Xiaoran anymore. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his expression becoming firm. I need you to leave. What? There was some noise on the other end of the phone. Lin Xiaoran seemed not to have heard clearly what Gu Yan said, and asked subconsciously. Gu Yan clenched his fists, his tone cold, and his voice was slightly louder. I said, I want you to get lost. As his words fell, the noise on the other end of the phone disappeared. Gu Yan only felt that the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Quiet enough to hear Lin Xiaoran's breathing. And it seemed as if he could hear the coldness in her eyes. He didn't give Lin Xiaoran a chance to speak again and hung up the phone directly. Afterwards, he simply turned off his phone and even took out the SIM card. Turned off the lights and went to sleep. Completely disregarding what mood Lin Xiaoran was in on the other side of the phone. Lin Xiaoran looked at the hung-up phone. She dialed back again. The response she got was just that the call could not be connected. Obviously, Gu Yan had turned off his phone. She turned to look at He Cheng. Go and find out where he is right now. He Cheng nodded and was about to leave. Lin Xiaoran's expression was a bit gloomy, but she suddenly smiled, slowly lowering her head so that no one could see her expression at this moment. She couldn't quite understand. The two people who once depended on each other for survival, the two people who once went through hardships together. Why had they become so cold and heartless now that they could enjoy happiness together? Or was it that he had changed a long time ago? Was she just insisting on something she couldn't obtain? She slowly opened her mouth again and said, forget it, no need to check. He Cheng felt some doubt in her heart, but did not ask out loud. Just looking at Lin Xiaoran's gloomy face, she didn't dare to ask. Early the next morning, Gu Yan got up very early. He inserted the SIM card back into the phone and turned it on. He looked up at the weather outside. The weather was very good, and it would not affect the drone's takeoff. After washing up and changing clothes, he sat on the sofa for a while hearing someone knocking at the door. He then got up to open it. The staff took him to have some breakfast, and then they rushed to the site without stopping. Gu Yan went over the process with the staff again. The staff member's expression was a bit complicated. Teacher Qinyu, we just received news that tickets to the vicinity of Taoyuan village are sold out now. Many people are calling to complain, demanding more trips. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, not having reacted yet. The staff member quickly explained, Taoyuan village usually has very few trips here because very few people come this way. Only during the new year when young people return home are there more people buying tickets to come here now. Those who are buying tickets are basically your fans. Hearing this, Gu Yan finally understood. Is it causing you trouble? Gu Yan asked softly. Not at all. We chose this location to be quite remote, and it generally won't be leaked. Besides, it's only for one day today. By the time someone finds the place, we will have already finished the live broadcast. However, someone above wants to invite you to stay here for a few more days. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. Why would they want him to stay for a few more days? The staff member was very good at reading the situation. He leaned his head closer to Gu Yan and whispered in a voice only Gu Yan could hear. Someone wants to rely on you to develop the tourism industry here. This place actually has some quite nice natural scenery. It's just that no one comes here usually. This place is still too poor. Gu Yan knitted his brows. Sometimes, wanting to develop the economy of a place is indeed too difficult. To have come up with such a method, one can only say that some of the leaders above are indeed in a difficult spot. I see, thank you for telling me this. The staff member shook his head repeatedly. It's nothing, just don't tell anyone else, Teacher Qinyu, that I told you this. Gu Yan really didn't expect that this staff member would tell him this news. Since he knew, he could also be prepared. He definitely couldn't stay here any longer. He didn't want to expose his true identity. It wasn't that he was selfish. But he was clear that the economic development of a place could not be driven by him staying here for a few more days. The two didn't talk for long before Pu Shang walked over. Teacher Qinyu, I am really very grateful to you. You don't know what your coming here means to Taoyuan County. After the live broadcast ends, please do me the honor of having a meal with me. Gu Yan shook his head and was about to refuse, but he saw a hint of pleading in Pu Shang's eyes. He didn't know why this poverty alleviation cadre had been fawning over him ever since he arrived here. But since the other party had put on this posture, it was obvious that he wanted his help. He didn't feel that he could do anything to help this place. At most, it would be as he had previously told the leaders, donating some money to help build roads and schools here. And Pu Sheng should be aware of all this. Since he had already agreed to these things, logically there was no need to keep fawning over him like this. Feeling a bit strange in his heart, he nodded and agreed in a moment of impulse. Pu Sheng's face was instantly filled with surprise. That's great, Teacher Chinyu, the live broadcast is about to start. Let's go start the live broadcast first. Let's go start the live broadcast tonight. After going to the village, you will stay at my place. I have a spare room there. I bought you new bedding in the county town yesterday, and it has been washed and dried. Chapter 370, First Live Stream. Gu Yan felt a bit overwhelmed by Pu Sheng's enthusiasm. He had never experienced being fawned over so enthusiastically by anyone. He hadn't experienced it back when he was starving and homeless. Later, when he was with Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran had kept his identity well hidden, so he hadn't experienced it then either. After returning to the Lin family, the powerful figures in the Kyoto social circles all viewed him as an enemy. Even less would anyone fawn over him just to please Lin Xiaoran. To please Lin Xiaoran, those people would only think of ways to curry favor with Ning Chen. It was only online that his fans would support him. But in reality, he hadn't experienced it. And he didn't know how to handle it. Fortunately, the live stream was about to start, so he didn't have to worry about handling this situation for the moment. He took out his phone and logged into the Chinyu account. When the time came, he started the live stream. In an instant, the live stream room started lagging. There were too many people entering the stream. Even though the staff had specifically upgraded the network base station here, the stream still nearly crashed. After a few minutes, thanks to the efforts of the Weibo staff, the surging barrage of comments finally poured in, and the live stream gradually stabilized. Gu Yan pointed the camera at the drone takeoff platform in front of him. Gu Yan did not appear on screen himself. Everyone could only hear his voice. Hello everyone, I am Chinyu. Gu Yan said this sentence a bit awkwardly. He wasn't very used to this method. Unbeknownst to him, Pu Sheng had quietly crept up behind him, watching the live stream page displayed on his phone, his eyes growing increasingly excited. There were so many comments that Gu Yan couldn't even see what the netizens were saying. This was also something Gu Yan hadn't expected. At first, he hadn't thought this livestream would attract so many people to watch. Even though many fans still supported him to this day. Perhaps the fact that so many people came was still beyond his expectations. The number of over 100,000 viewers displayed in the live stream room touched him. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Everyone can see, this is the platform for the drones that will be used to transport supplies shortly. This time, the staff from the government authorities put in a great deal of effort, preparing everything in the shortest possible time. Also, over here are the supplies we are preparing to transport in. Gu Yan turned the camera to the side, where several large trucks were parked. Box after box of supplies were placed in front of the trucks. Besides rice, flour, grain, and oil, there were other basic supplies. Gu Yan walked forward and gave a general introduction to these supplies. It had to be said that the staff from the government authorities had indeed prepared very thoroughly this time. After seeing these supplies, many netizens following this event were also very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. The efficiency of the government authorities this time is really good. Seeing these supplies, one knows the staff put in their best effort with these supplies transported over. The villagers of Taoyuan village won't have to worry about spending a fortune to buy those expensive basic supplies for at least a few months. Come to think of it, Teacher Chinyu's voice is so nice. This is my first time hearing it. Who isn't hearing it for the first time? I also didn't expect Teacher Chinyu's voice to be so nice, but why does it feel like he seems very exhausted? Sigh, no matter how much is organized, it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. It's not like they can transport supplies like this every month, right? The expenses would be quite high, wouldn't they? Can the government authorities really have that much funding to spend on this matter? Some were satisfied, while others were not. Seriously, I hope it's not just that they did a good job this time to make us feel satisfied, and then once the limelight passes, they go back to ignoring it? Exactly last time I watched those people's live streams, the villagers of Taoyuan village were really living a hard life. But this one time really won't solve any big problems. Why do I feel that if they do this once and then ignore it later, it will be even more cruel to the villagers of Taoyuan village? Giving them hope, and then having no hope left. The number of these skeptical comments was not small. Gu Yan also saw some of them. He knew that there would definitely be skeptical voices in this live stream. The people watching his live stream were not just his fans. There were also many people who were already following this matter. Among them, there were many who fell into both categories. The reason he used his own account to live stream was to use the traffic of his account to help clarify some things for leader Liu Changji and help the government authorities rebuild trust. Receiving skepticism was a certainty. This was also part of the deal he made with leader Liu Changji. By the way, did Teacher Qin Yu act a bit too impulsively by agreeing to help with the live stream this time? Impulsive? How is that impulsive? It's obvious that Teacher Qin Yu wants to do something to help the villagers of Taoyuan village. 50 yuan for a bag of salt, 200 yuan for a bag of flour. Those black-hearted merchants really have no conscience. The problem is, if the government authorities really only handle it this one time and ignore it later, won't Teacher Qin Yu get scolded too? His own traffic is so high, for a matter that originally had nothing to do with him, others will definitely blame him first when that time comes. That's true. Teacher Qin Yu was a bit impulsive this time. This kind of thing is always thankless. Seeing these comments, Gu Yan felt a pang of soreness in his nose. These were all fans worried about him. They had spent money to send special comments. They were afraid he wouldn't see them and wanted to persuade him to distance himself from this matter as soon as possible to avoid getting into trouble. Gu Yan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I know everyone is also worried about whether there will be no one to manage the Taoyuan village situation in the future. I have already asked the relevant leaders. This transport of supplies will indeed not continue indefinitely. It will probably only be done a few times. However, the matter of building a road for Taoyuan village has already been included in the plan. This supply transport will continue until the road leading to Taoyuan village is completely repaired in the future. The transportation in Taoyuan village will definitely improve. It will be much more convenient to leave Taoyuan village. The quality of life for the villagers of Taoyuan village will definitely be improved. Gu Yan's voice was very clear, enough for everyone in the live stream room to hear it distinctly. After receiving this answer, the netizens in the live stream room were all stunned. They didn't expect that Gu Yan would bring them such news this time. Building roads is the foundation of local development. Only when the roads are built can this place develop. But building roads costs money. Every cent of the government authorities' funds is planned out well in advance. This incident happened so suddenly. Being able to allocate funds to build roads in such a short time is not just a question of whether they have the courage. It represents a matter where a certain relevant leader is shouldering a great deal of risk. Chapter 371, Setting Off for Taoyuan Village. Whoa, what's going on this time? Which leader is in charge of this? They've got some guts. Aren't the government authorities always short on funds? Where did they pull these funds from? They didn't just take funds from other projects to build this road, did they? Are they just going to ignore those other projects? They'll be held accountable for doing something like this, right? Who is this leader? Isn't he afraid of being held responsible? Regardless of everything else, this leader is a good one. He thinks of ways to solve problems when he encounters them and isn't afraid to take responsibility. This kind of leader is truly excellent. At the very least, the lives of the villagers in Taoyuan village will be improved. The vast majority of netizens were somewhat shocked by what Gu Yan said. Some of them believed this leader was a good one, capable of helping the villagers solve their difficulties. Others felt that doing this was too risky, as it would delay the progress of other projects and might potentially lead to more economic development being restricted, a case of the loss outweighing the gain. However, the number of bullet comments in the live stream had significantly decreased, even though the number of viewers was increasing rapidly. On Weibo's trending list, news about the plan to build a road in Taoyuan village was rapidly climbing the rankings. Soon, the drones were ready for takeoff, and the supplies had all been secured. Over 100 drones took off, with each one carrying about 10 kilograms of supplies underneath. It wasn't that they couldn't carry more supplies, but this weight better ensured stability and prevented any errors. And these 100-plus drones were the maximum number that Gu Yan could bring out at the moment. Being able to rush the production of so many in just a few days was already a very difficult feat. Most importantly, it was also extremely difficult for Wang Hanyu to find so many operators in such a short amount of time. The simultaneous takeoff of over 100 drones left many netizens in the livestream in awe. The skill level of the operators Wang Hanyu had found was also very high. The movements of the 100-plus drones were very uniform. If they weren't dragging supplies, it would have looked even more spectacular. Gu Yan watched these drones, his eyes flickering. It was true that he was doing this to help leader Lu Changji solve his trouble. But at the same time, it was also for his own new project. And these drones were the starting point for his career. Gu Yan took a deep breath. Everyone, pay attention, the drones have taken off and are now preparing to transport the supplies to Taoyuan village. I've heard that this batch of drones was provided free of charge by a certain startup company to help the people of Taoyuan village solve their shortage of supplies. These civilian drones have not yet been officially released to the market. Gu Yan didn't introduce too much. If he said too much, it would seem deliberate. But by saying just that one sentence at this moment, the hundreds of thousands of netizens in the livestream shifted their attention. Whoa, these drones are civilian? I thought they were military and had been temporarily borrowed. Exactly, drones have developed quite well in the last few years, but they've always been military. It seems there are basically no civilian versions. The few that exist aren't very easy to use, and they're ridiculously expensive. I bought a few and they're just gathering dust. But these drones look really good, stable flight and strong load-bearing capacity. If they're really a civilian version and can be bought, I'll definitely get one to try out. This company is also pretty good, though I don't know what it's called. They just started the company not long ago, and this product hasn't even been released yet, but they lent them out for free to help the villagers of Taoyuan village solve their troubles. A company that can do something like this. I imagine the boss of this company must be a good person. Cut the crap, no one gets up early without a profit motive. Free donation? Isn't this just trying to advertise? Look at how many people are in the live stream right now. Lending them for free for a few days can bring back such good advertising effects. That boss is probably already thrilled. Exactly, this Chinyu probably also took money to help advertise. None of them are good people and there are still people praising them for this? Gu Yan looked at these disparaging comments, but he wasn't anxious at all. He had long anticipated that some people would say nasty things, and he had long been prepared for it. The person above, stop spouting nonsense. If you have the ability, go donate yourself. Look, is there any logo on these drones? Is there a company name? Advertising, my foot. Has Teacher Chinyu said a single word about what that company is called? They're kindly donating, and you're still here being sarcastic? Well said. If you have the ability, you go donate too. I dare you to advertise. Go on, do it. A petty person judging a gentleman by their own standards. Even if they wanted to advertise, at least they did something. What about you? Sure enough, those sarcastic people were quickly drowned out by even more bullet comments. Gu Yan intentionally didn't mention the company name, nor did he display any logo on the drones, precisely because he wanted this result. It was, in itself, doing a good deed. Although he had an ulterior motive, it couldn't be too obvious. Otherwise, it would arouse everyone's resentment. Being able to make people remember the appearance of this drone was enough. When the day comes that it can actually be released on the market, people will remember this incident. Gu Yan cleared his throat slightly, watching the drones gradually fly into the mountains and forests. He finally spoke. Alright, the drones have set off. Next, I will take everyone into Taoyuan village to see how the staff will handle this batch of supplies. Transporting supplies doesn't end once they've been shipped out. You also have to see how the supplies are handled after they arrive. Netizens nowadays are very picky. If the ending isn't handled well, it won't satisfy people. Upon hearing Gu Yan's voice, Pu Sheng appeared from out of nowhere and came in front of the camera. Teacher Chinyu, follow me, I'll lead the way. Suddenly, a lot of bullet comments appeared on the screen asking who this person in front of the camera was. Gu Yan quickly explained, "This is Pu Shang, the poverty alleviation cadre for Taoyuan village. Next, we will follow in his footsteps as we head to Taoyuan village." Pu Shang waved at the camera, then lowered his hands and rubbed his palms against his clothes. He seemed a bit nervous and glanced at Gu Yan cautiously. Hello to Teacher Qin Yu's fan teachers. I am Pu Shang, the poverty alleviation cadre for Taoyuan village. Pu Shang's self-introduction garnered a lot of goodwill from the netizens. It was mainly the phrase fan teachers that made people find it somewhat amusing. Hearing this, Gu Yan's originally slightly tense mood relaxed. "Mr. Pu, shall we set off then?" Gu Yan reminded him softly. Pu Shang nodded repeatedly and said, yes, let's go. I can also take this opportunity to introduce the current situation of our Taoyuan village to the fan teachers. Alright, and there's also our Taoyuan village specialties, like honey and such, those are very famous, good things around here. Chapter 372, Pu Shang's. Gu Yan followed behind Pu Shang as they walked into the mountains. There was only one mountain path leading to Taoyuan village. This mountain path was merely a dirt trail worn down by people's footsteps. The path was very difficult to walk on, with many places being uneven. One careless step could result in a twisted ankle or a fall to the ground. Gu Yan walked very slowly, and the camera shook unsteadily. Yet, the number of people watching the live stream did not decrease. Many were still expressing their sentiments. This road is truly difficult to walk on. What should I do? I suddenly feel like I've reached an age where I can understand both sides with a road like this. Those in the village with limited mobility, no, that's not right even for ordinary villagers. It's very hard to go out and buy things. Just the trip back and forth is difficult enough, but for those who put in the effort to transport goods in, if the prices are so low, it's really not cost effective. This road is just too hard to travel. It's not just hard to walk, it's also far. You have to climb 2 mountains, and wanting to build a road in a place like this is exceptionally difficult and would require a huge amount of capital. It's fortunate that kind-hearted enterprises were willing to provide drones, otherwise, the quality of life for the villagers of Taoyuan village would be very worrying. By the way, what's happening with these drones now? We can't see them in the live stream. At this moment, Gu Yan had no heart to look at the comments in the live stream. His body had not yet fully recovered. This stretch of road would be very difficult even for a strong, healthy young man to walk, let alone someone whose body hadn't fully recovered. Pu Shang, considering that Gu Yan's body might not be able to hold up easily, took Gu Yan along, stopping frequently as they walked. From time to time, he would introduce stories about Taoyuan village. The netizens in the live stream became curious as they listened. What exactly is this honey that the poverty alleviation cadre keeps talking about? Is there anyone who knows? Please tell me. It's making me quite curious. My hometown is near Taoyuan village. The beekeeping techniques in Taoyuan village are indeed very impressive. The honey is also excellent. Many elderly people here would specifically climb the mountain to buy it just for that taste of honey, and the price isn't very expensive either. It's just that those elderly people are old now and can't climb the mountain anymore. The young people aren't willing to climb the mountain either. So I haven't tasted Taoyuan village's honey for many years. Really? If there's a chance, I'd really like to taste it. Even if you want to taste it, there's no way. Why don't you go climb 2 mountains to buy it? I reckon by the time you finish climbing, you won't have the energy to climb back out. 1 round trip is 4 mountains. After a full 6 or 7 hours, Gu Yan finally arrived at the entrance of Taoyuan village, following behind Pu Shang. Looking at the stone tablet at the entrance, it was almost impossible to make out what was written on it. Pu Shang noticed Gu Yan's gaze and quickly said with a smile, "Teacher Qinyu, this tablet is actually about our Taoyuan village's honey. Hundreds of years ago, it was a tribute sent to the imperial palace. Every year, special officials would travel over mountains and rivers to deliver it." Hearing this, Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. Then couldn't they build a road back then? He couldn't help but ask. They did try to build one. It's said that an earthquake over 100 years ago, combined with a river changing its course, destroyed the road. Taoyuan village gradually became isolated. However, the reputation of the village's honey remained. In the early years, many people would travel over mountains and rivers to buy honey. The lack of a road couldn't stop everyone from buying the honey. In a while, you must have a good taste of it. The honey here is truly excellent. Gu Yan looked deeply at Pu Shang. Along the way, this poverty alleviation cadre hadn't missed many opportunities to guide the topic toward Taoyuan Village's honey. Whether it was telling stories or illusions, or talking about which masters were in the village and how impressive their beekeeping was. Although the stories were captivating, making many people feel very curious about Taoyuan Village's honey. Even Gu Yan couldn't help but become curious. But Pu Sheng's purpose was too strong. Gu Yan wasn't stupid. How could he not see that he had ulterior motives? It was mostly likely that he wanted to use his livestream to promote Taoyuan Village's honey. Taoyuan Village's honey might indeed be very good. But for Pu Sheng to spend so much effort, it was clearly also facing difficulties. It was likely because of this road problem that it couldn't be sold. But even if the reputation was built up, what then? Could one really expect netizens to drive, travel over mountains and rivers, cross 2 mountains to buy honey, and then carry the honey back over 2 mountains to leave? Nowadays, many people are willing to spend a lot of money on their food and drink. But spending money is one thing. Taking action is another thing entirely. Now, very few people are willing to climb 4 mountains just for a bite to eat. Pu Sheng seemed to notice Gu Yan's gaze, pursed his lips, and quickly said, "Teacher Qinyu, come, let's go taste the honey." Hearing this, Gu Yan waved his hand, shook his head, and said, "No rush, let's first go see how the material transportation is going." Gu Yan's voice was a bit breathless, but his tone was very firm. Pu Sheng also knew that he had been a bit too eager. He laughed awkwardly. Yes, Teacher Qinyu is right, I almost forgot the main business. Come, let's go this way. The location for storing the supplies has been arranged in the village committee's courtyard. Gu Yan followed behind Pu Sheng to the village committee. At this time, the supplies had almost all been transported, and a few villagers and staff members who had set off earlier were arranging them. When they saw these supplies, the netizens in the live stream were all amazed. This speed is quite fast. It's only been a few hours, and all the supplies have been transported? These drones seem quite good, efficiency is high, and stability is also very good. I counted, and not a single drone is missing. I just don't know what brand these drones are, otherwise, I'd really want to buy one to play with. If they can complete such difficult tasks so brilliantly, wouldn't it be a breeze for me to use for aerial photography? Watching the netizens' discussion, a trace of a smile appeared on Gu Yan's face. The live stream ended not long after. The netizens were relatively satisfied with how the government authorities handled this. Leader Lu Qingji had been paying attention to the live stream situation and was also very satisfied with this result. He called Gu Yan immediately to set a time for the subsequent release of information. After hanging up the phone, Pu Sheng found Gu Yan immediately. He dragged him to a beekeeper's house. "Teacher Qinyu, try this honey, it really is quite good." Gu Yan was a bit overwhelmed and had no choice but to taste it. Just after one taste, Gu Yan's eyes lit up. Taoyuan Village's honey was indeed as good as Pu Sheng had said. Looking at the expression on Gu Yan's face, a glimmer also flashed in Pu Sheng's eyes. Rubbing his palms together incessantly, he said cautiously, Teacher Qinyu, I have a favor I'd like to ask of you." Chapter 373, Live Streaming and Selling Goods? You want me to help you sell goods? Gu Yan asked softly. Pu Sheng was taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded, wearing a slightly embarrassed smile. "It's like this, Teacher Qinyu, we can pay. We definitely don't want you to help for free. It's just this village doesn't have much money, so the compensation might not be that much." Pu Sheng's voice grew quieter and quieter, as if he lacked confidence. Gu Yan waved his hand, his brows slightly knitted, lost in thought. Pu Sheng wanting to ask for his help was nothing more than wanting to leverage his traffic to sell goods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been constantly promoting Taoyuan Village's honey during today's livestream. He didn't feel any resentment towards this. Pu Sheng doing this just went to show that he truly wanted to help the villagers of Taoyuan Village with poverty alleviation. "No need for money, I can help you sell the goods for free." Upon hearing this, Pu Sheng's eyes lit up instantly. "Really?" Gu Yan nodded. Pu Sheng quickly said, "Then thank you so much, Teacher Qinyu. However, I have another matter I want to ask for your help with." Before Pu Sheng could finish speaking, Gu Yan waved his hand to interrupt him. "You want to borrow the drones, right?" Gu Yan could figure out that just lending his traffic wouldn't improve the current situation of Taoyuan village much. He could figure it out, so it was impossible for Pu Shang, as the poverty alleviation cadre of Taoyuan village, not to know. Since that was the case, and he still did this, there was no other possibility. Apart from traffic, the only thing he had shown in front of Pu Shang was his drones. This wasn't a complicated matter. Drones could transport supplies, so naturally, they could transport the honey out as well. Pu Sheng doing this was most likely because he wanted to borrow the drones to transport the honey. Otherwise, just getting the name out there wouldn't have much of an effect. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Pu Sheng's face was full of smiles. Yes, Teacher Qinyu, you already guessed it? I can help you, but I can only lend them to you for a maximum of 3 months. When Pu Sheng heard the first half of the sentence, the expression on his face was exceptionally excited. But when he heard that he could only borrow them for 3 months, his face instantly turned pale again. 3 months? This could it be a bit longer? We can pay. Gu Yan shook his head expressionlessly. Director Pu, not to mention whether your village's current honey can be sold out after 3 months, your Taoyuan village cannot afford the rental fees for these drones, nor the operators' salaries. Hearing this, Pu Sheng's face turned deathly pale. How could he not understand this logic? It was just that at the beginning, when he knew Gu Yan was here to help for charity, he had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that the other party could see that the lives of the villagers in Taoyuan village were too difficult and could help as much as possible. But now it seemed he had thought too simply. He took a deep breath, his voice somewhat dejected. That is true. 3 months is fine, it's better than nothing. Gu Yan looked at this expression of Pu Sheng's and sighed softly. Rest assured, besides transporting supplies this time, I also plan to call for donations to help you build a school. Pu Sheng was full of confusion. What does building a school have to do with selling goods? Once the government authorities save the funds for building the school, they can use them to build a road. By then, Taoyuan village will have its own road. However, I also hope you can do me a favor. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Pu Sheng's eyes. Building a road. He, as a poverty alleviation cadre, knew best what this meant for a poor village. With a road, Taoyuan village would have hope. What favor? Tell me, I will definitely help. Gu Yan looked at Pu Sheng's expression, and a decision gradually formed in his heart. Pu Sheng's request for help was an accident for him. But it also gave him more ideas. This time, besides being able to have leader Lu Changji help solve the problems of the new project, it seemed he could do more and gain more. Actually, it's very simple. I hope the Hope Elementary School to be built can be named after the drone manufacturer. Also, for tomorrow's livestream, the drone manufacturer's logo needs to be placed in front of the camera. Today's livestream was charitable in nature and managed by government personnel, so it wasn't very appropriate to include a logo. But for a livestream selling goods, there's no need to worry so much. No one will think there's anything inappropriate about it. That's simple. That's too simple when reporting it up. I just need to sign and agree. Putting a drone in front during the livestream is even less of a problem. I also have to properly introduce to the netizens how this honey is transported out. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. You have the villagers prepare. First send the honey for quality inspection, and ensure all relevant inspection reports and qualifications are complete. I will stay here for a while, and once you have everything ready, we will start the live stream to sell the goods. The inspection reports and qualifications are already complete. They are all sitting in my office. Pu Sheng said hurriedly. Gu Yan opened his mouth, and looked at him with some surprise. He hadn't expected the other party to be so well prepared. Alright, then tomorrow. After speaking, Gu Yan picked up his phone and made calls to Wang Hanyu and leader Lu Changji respectively. After roughly explaining the situation and finalizing the details, he logged into the Qinyu account and posted an announcement. Tomorrow at 12:30 p.m., the livestream will start again. At that time, I will help the villagers of Taoyuan village bring Taoyuan village's specialty honey to everyone. As soon as the message was sent out, many comments appeared below. Among them, some of Qinyu's fans were cheering. Great! Teacher Qinyu is going to live stream again. This time he should finally show his face, right? Finally, it's not like before, appearing occasionally and then disappearing again. Live streaming 2 days in a row, it's not easy. But there were also many netizens mocking Gu Yan. I knew it. The end of an influencer is live streaming to sell goods. This time, making such a big fuss and generating so much traffic, I thought it was really for charity in the end. Isn't it just live streaming to sell goods? Isn't it just wanting to make money? Unfollowed people are all selfish. I can understand if you want a live stream to sell goods to make money, but this behavior is just too ugly. Just finished a live stream to attract traffic, and the next day you're live streaming to sell goods? Isn't that too impatient? Gu Yan looked at these comments, and felt a bit unsure in his heart. He had never done something like live streaming to sell goods before. Moreover, when others live stream to sell goods, they sell many different items in one live stream. And he didn't even know much about this Taoyuan village honey. Whether it could actually be sold, he himself didn't know. But the arrow was on the bowstring and had to be fired. After thinking about it, he commented one more sentence below. Tomorrow I still won't show my face while live streaming to sell goods. I will also have 2 important things to announce to everyone. Chapter 374, It's all learned from Chinyu, shameless. Gu Yan's news attracted the attention of many netizens. Everyone originally thought that this incident had ended just like that. The villagers of Taoyuan village could also be considered to have briefly solved the problem of material scarcity. Netizens are forgetful. After this problem was solved, after a while, perhaps no one would remember this incident. Of course, leader Lu Changji did not dare to gamble. Netizens are forgetful. But his competitors were not that forgetful. If this matter could not be handled thoroughly, then if his competitors seized the opportunity in the future and found evidence that the living standards of the villagers of Taoyuan village had declined again and published it, it would make netizens even more angry. This was a result he could not accept. That was why there was the matter of Gu Yan agreeing to donate. At first, Gu Yan intended to say something in his Weibo fan group to tell his fans about his intention to donate. But now it seemed there was a better opportunity. However, this also aroused dissatisfaction from many people. Especially those netizens who didn't like Chinyu to begin with. They seized this point and began to curse wildly online. And Chinyu's fans also began to fight back. I'm truly speechless. Teacher Chinyu is clearly trying to help the villagers of Taoyuan village make money, which is why he's doing the live stream sales. Can't you haters use your brains? TCH, to put it plainly, isn't it just wanting to rely on live stream sales to make money? Relying on having many fans, wanting to monetize, and by the way, using the villagers of Taoyuan village to build a good reputation for himself. Exactly. If he were just doing live stream sales, I wouldn't say anything. It's nothing more than wanting to make money now, using the situation of the villagers of Taoyuan village to do live stream sales. Isn't this wanting both a good reputation and money? This is just too shameless. Bullshit. If Teacher Chinyu wanted to make money, he could just open a live stream and make money. Didn't you see that when he opened the live stream today, he turned off the gift tipping function? Many fans were anxious and couldn't send him gifts even if they wanted to. Oh, give me a break. Today was a live stream with the government authorities. If he dared to turn on the gift tipping function, would the government authorities have let him off? You fans of Chinyu are just hilarious. He wants to use you to make money, and you're still here helping him count the money. Right. In the end, it's still about wanting to earn money from live stream sales. The villagers of Taoyuan village are already so miserable, and he still wants to use them to make money. This kind of person is the most shameless. For a time, the popularity on Weibo rose again and again. More and more people knew about the fact that Chinyu was about to do live stream sales. Even leader Lu Changji couldn't help but call Gu Yan to ask about the specific situation. But Gu Yan didn't take it too seriously and spent the afternoon strolling around Taoyuan village with Pu Sheng. In the evening, at Pu Sheng's home, he obtained the specific information about the honey from Taoyuan village and carefully memorized all that information. Early the next morning, Gu Yan woke up early. He came to the courtyard and stretched. He took a deep breath, smelling the fresh air, which vaguely contained a hint of the sweet scent of honey. Gu Yan's mood improved a lot. Once, he had also fantasized that one day, he could find such a place with a slower pace of life with Lin Xiaoran, where they could live leisurely. They could carefully experience the beauty of life together with Lin Xiaoran, instead of blindly struggling in the reinforced concrete jungle. But that was just a fantasy of his. Lin Xiaoran would not be willing to live such a life. Even less possible would she accompany him to live such a life. Now, he no longer expected such a life. He no longer had that person he wanted to accompany in this way. Teacher Qinyu, everything is ready, would you like to go and take a look at the setup of the scene? Guyan turned around and looked at Pu Sheng standing at the door. No need, I will memorize the information you gave me again. Guyan was still a bit nervous about this live stream sale. He had never done this kind of work before, and it felt a bit like being forced to do something beyond his capabilities. Pu Sheng rubbed his palms together. Teacher Qinyu, I've really troubled you. I haven't been able to host you well these past 2 days. At this moment, Pu Sheng was like someone hosting an honored guest, wanting to bring out the best things he had, but fearing that the other party might not think much of them. Guyan waved his hands repeatedly. Director Pu, please don't be so polite with me. This is just a cooperation, being able to help the villagers of Taoyuan village. I am also very happy. Hearing this, Pu Sheng's mood relaxed a little. Alright, but regardless, after the live stream ends, you must do me the honor of having a meal. We didn't get to have that drink last night, so we must make up for it. Time quickly arrived at the scheduled live stream time. Guyan sat in front of the arranged seat, with Pu Sheng sitting opposite him, along with a few master craftsmen from Taoyuan village who were considered the best at beekeeping in Taoyuan village. Behind them was the honey from Taoyuan village. Pu Sheng was clearly well prepared for the matter of selling honey. Even though road transportation was so difficult, he had prepared various packaging in advance to hold the honey from Taoyuan village and for sealing the packaging. Guyan turned on the live stream after yesterday's lagging incident. The Weibo staff had long been prepared. This time, the live stream room was very smooth, and there were no more lagging situations. It's here, it's here. The live stream is here. Today I'm going to buy. Support Teacher Qinyu, and also help the villagers of Taoyuan village. The person above is another idiot who gets sold and still helps count the money. Those who are being sarcastic, get lost. If you aren't buying, just leave. Is it fun to come here and act as a troll? What, are you unhappy because you aren't allowed to let the internet celebrity you like make money? TSK, what's the rush? You earn this kind of conscienceless money and still don't let people scold you? Exactly. I don't know how much money the villagers of Taoyuan village had to give him to make him willing to do live stream sales here. From yesterday until now, the war of words on Weibo had extended into the live stream room. For a time, the comments in the live stream room were in chaos. Guyan didn't speak either, until someone suddenly discovered something and started spamming the live stream comments crazily. Teacher Qin, you didn't turn off the gift tipping function today. Friends, don't pay attention to those trolls. Send gifts first. If Teacher Qin you notices later, he might just turn it off again. Right. Teacher Qin Yu hasn't tried to monetize for so many years, so this time we must let him make some money. If he makes some money, maybe he won't think about quitting the internet in the future. Ha. His true colors are revealed, right? In the end, it's still for the sake of making money. The fact that the gift tipping function isn't turned off this time, doesn't it prove that he is doing it to make money? I reckon that if it wasn't for the fact that he was live streaming with the government authorities yesterday, he would have found a way to cash in long ago. Right. Too shameless. I was already annoyed by these fans of Qinyu. Now it seems that this is all learned from Qinyu. They are all just a bunch of shameless people. Chapter 375, Almost Exposed. The war of words was becoming increasingly intense. Guyan looked at the barrage on the livestream and knitted his brows. He said in a deep voice, there is a reason why the gift-giving feature was enabled today. Upon hearing Guyan's voice, the barrage on the livestream suddenly paused for a moment. A reason? What reason could there be? Isn't it just to make money? I really want to see what kind of shameless excuse this person can cook up a reason. Indeed, it's all about the money. And money earned by sucking the marrow from people's bones at that. Disgusting. Hurry up and ban this person. How dare he bully our husband Ningchen, he's truly shameless. Gu Yan didn't pay attention to how these comments were insulting him. He just continued to explain on his own. Since arriving in Taoyuan village yesterday, I've discovered that there are quite a few children here. Their parents have all gone out to work, leaving behind only these children and the elderly. In other words, they are left behind children and left behind elderly, and here, there isn't even a decent school for the children to attend school. They have to cross mountains and ridges to go to other villages to study. At this point, Gu Yan's voice paused. Therefore, I have decided to personally donate 5 million, and Tingfei Drones will also be making a donation to build Tingfei Hope Elementary School, named after Tingfei Drones, in Taoyuan village and some of the surrounding impoverished villages. Furthermore, all income from livestream tips during this livestream shopping event will be donated in addition to those 5 million. This can be considered a public welfare project that my fans and I are doing together. Everyone should not donate blindly. Consider your own financial ability. All specific donations will be handed over to the government authorities for auditing, ensuring that every cent is used where it should be. The moment Gu Yan finished speaking, both the villagers present and the netizens in the livestream were stunned. They hadn't expected Gu Yan to release such news. In an instant, the livestream exploded. Look! Look! I knew Teacher Qin wouldn't let us down. He's not at all like what you said, trying to earn money by sucking the marrow from people's bones. Exactly. Exactly. Teacher Qin wouldn't let us down. Doing public welfare with our idol, this is so meaningful. But I don't believe it. Can someone who bullies brother Ningchen online be a good person? Can this donated money really be transparent? Maybe he just wants to line his own pockets. There were still some netizens being stubborn. But they were immediately scolded into silence. Teacher Qin already said that all funds will be supervised by the government authorities, so why are there still stubborn people here being sarcastic? You and that brother Ningchen of yours should just shut up. Teacher Qin personally donated 5 million. Can you take out that much money for public welfare? Your brother Ningchen might be able to afford it, but has he ever donated money for public welfare? Someone who has never done anything dares to come out and scold someone who is actually doing public welfare? Who is the shameless one here? Well said. I've long found these fans of Ningchen unpleasant. One wanted to steal Teacher Qin account, and the rest, without distinguishing right from wrong, only know how to insult people. They really are birds of a feather. What kind of person you are determines what kind of fans you have. Disgusting. Seeing the shift in the direction of the barrage in the livestream, Gu Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. But soon, some netizens also noticed that something wasn't quite right. Wait, Teacher Qin personally donated 5 million? Was Teacher Qin this rich all along? Isn't it a good thing to be rich? At least Teacher Qin doesn't seem to be struggling like we guessed. This is a good thing. But Teacher Qin is naming the Hope Elementary School after Tingfei Drones. The logo for this Tingfei drone is the same one in the livestream right now, right? Could it be the same drone brand that helped transport supplies to Taoyuan village earlier? Wait, could Teacher Qin be the owner of this drone brand? Really? Teacher Qin is full of surprises. I really didn't expect this. It turns out Teacher Qin doesn't just play the piano well, he also. Gu Yan didn't even finish reading this comment before he hurriedly spoke up. Additionally, the honey sold during this livestream will be transported out of Taoyuan village using drones, and then delivered to everyone via courier. The drone transportation cost is completely free. You don't need to worry about price increases due to transportation issues. Gu Yan didn't want others to know the connection between the Qin account and the drones just yet. After all, not many people knew that he was Qin. It wasn't a good thing to have the drones and the Qin account too deeply intertwined. That was why he was eager to steer the conversation. After saying this, he continued, regarding the 2 pieces of news I mentioned yesterday, besides what I just said, there is another piece of good news I want to share with everyone. It is that the leaders from the government authorities have decided to build roads in villages with difficult transportation. Like Taoyuan village, they will resolve the transportation difficulties as soon as possible and thoroughly. I believe that it won't be long before villages with difficult transportation like Taoyuan village will no longer have these troubles. It won't be so difficult for villagers to leave or return to the village. Upon hearing this news, the vast majority of netizens were very excited. That's great. The leaders of the government authorities are truly amazing. If they can build roads, it won't be so difficult in the future. At the very least, the honey can be sold, income can increase, and in the future, we won't need to pay such high prices to buy things. Now that's a good leader. They really solve problems and get things done. Where are those people who were scolding just now? Why aren't they standing up to speak? Are they too ashamed? Seeing that the netizens' focus had been shifted, Gu Yan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He had almost been exposed. Holding the phone with his hand, he aimed it at the bucket of honey in front of him. Everyone can take a look at the Taoyuan village honey. I tasted it yesterday, and the flavor is truly excellent. As he officially began the livestream shopping, Gu Yan was slightly nervous and could only keep talking about the information and knowledge he had learned from the materials Pu Sheng gave him yesterday. As he kept talking, the nervous feeling in his heart grew even stronger. This was his first time livestreaming for sales. Regardless of how many fans he had. In livestream shopping, if the product isn't good enough, or if the price is too high, it is still very difficult to sell. He was a bit worried. Worried that he might affect the sales of Taoyuan village's honey. It was clearly very good honey, and if it didn't sell because of him, he would really feel sorry for these villagers of Taoyuan village. At this very moment, the few people sitting in front of Gu Yan, and the villagers of Taoyuan village surrounding the courtyard, still had traces of shock and ecstasy on their faces. It seemed as if they still hadn't quite reacted. An old man couldn't help but step forward, grabbing Gu Yan's arm, his voice carrying a slight accent. The livestream camera shook for a moment. Young man, what you just said is true. Are you really going to build a school for our village, and also build a road for our village? Chapter 376, Kneeling in Gratitude. Gu Yan turned his head to look at the old man. At this moment, the netizens in the livestream could not see the old man's appearance. They could only hear his voice. However, just from his trembling voice, one could tell how unsettled he was. Building schools, repairing roads. For a mountain area with poor transportation, these were major events sufficient to change the fate of all the villagers. Gu Yan had not told the people in the village about this matter before. Even Pu Sheng only knew a hint of it and dared not ensure it was true. He also dared not tell the villagers in the village. He was afraid that if this matter turned out to be false, it would bring great harm to the villagers. Giving hope, and then letting that hope be shattered. The villagers of Taoyuan village might not be able to bear such a blow. Now, suddenly receiving this news, the villagers of Taoyuan village were stunned. Following that, was wild joy. Gu Yan took a deep breath. He did not know why, but under the old man's scorching gaze, his throat felt a bit hoarse. Yes, it is true. That's great. It's really great. The children in the village have school to attend, they can study. The road is going to be repaired. The road is going to be repaired. In the future, those children won't have to run so far away to work and not come back for several years. With a road, we won't have to spend so much money to buy things. I can't earn much money in a year. I can't even save up for my coffin. My son can come back. With a road, the honey selling business that little Pooh mentioned will have potential. I can earn money, and my son can come back to accompany me. He won't have to go out to work anymore. The villagers sitting in front of the camera were covered in tears. But the smiles on their faces were exceptionally sincere. The matter of repairing the road was too important. Although the netizens in the livestream could not see the expression on the face of the old man who was grabbing Gu Yan's arm, the phone in Gu Yan's hand was facing the other villagers of Taoyuan village. Originally, when they heard the old man's voice, the netizens felt touched. Now, seeing these villagers crying with joy, their hearts were even more moved. In an instant, the number of comments in the livestream skyrocketed. Sai, it's just repairing a road. Are these villagers too excited? What do you know? Do you know what repairing a road means to people in mountain areas? It means another way of life. It's not an exaggeration no matter how excited they are. My family was originally in a mountain area before the road was repaired. Life was miserable. It was even worse than the villagers of Taoyuan village. At least they can buy things, it's just expensive. Our village couldn't buy anything back then. We could only dig for food on those few slopes in the village, and we couldn't hunt wild game. The chickens we raised wouldn't grow big either. If it weren't for the government authorities occasionally sending relief, people would really have starved to death later. The road was repaired, and life in the village got better, and I had the opportunity to go out to work. Yes, to get rich, you must first build roads. This saying is absolutely correct. Being able to repair the road is truly a major life event for the villagers of Taoyuan village. No matter what, being able to repair the road is a good thing in the school. Letting the children study, these are all good things. I don't care what you think. Anyway, I have some money left this month, I have to donate some. After this comment passed, many gifts suddenly appeared in the live stream. Countless netizens wanted to help the villagers of Taoyuan village do their part. Gu Yan looked at the gifts from the netizens in the livestream, and his heart warmed. But he reached out and waved his hand in front of the camera, hurriedly saying, "Everyone doesn't have to send gifts in a while. I will hang the official donation channel in the livestream. Everyone can also donate directly to the government authorities. That will be more convenient." After speaking, Gu Yan hung an official donation channel in the livestream. The number of gifts in the livestream also decreased a lot. Brushing in the livestream meant giving a portion of the money to the platform. It was far less good than donating directly to the government authorities' donation channel. Seeing the number of gifts decrease, Gu Yan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the old man beside him suddenly kneel down with a thud. Gu Yan was so startled that his whole body trembled. "Sir, what are you doing?" Gu Yan reached out to support the old man. It took a lot of effort to pull him up. Then he saw that the few villagers of Taoyuan village in front of him also knelt down. "Everyone, please get up, don't be like this." Gu Yan was somewhat at a loss. He alone could not pull so many people up. One of the villagers had tears in his eyes. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, our village really might not have had such an opportunity." Before he finished speaking, Gu Yan felt panicked. "Director Pu, please come and help." Gu Yan hurriedly asked Pu Shang, who was on the side, for help. If he really let these villagers of Taoyuan village kneel like this and prepared a kowtow to him, then he would be in big trouble. Pu Shang also understood the importance of the matter and hurriedly stepped forward to help pull everyone up with Gu Yan. The phone Gu Yan used for the livestream was facing down on the table at this time, and the livestream was pitch black. After helping everyone up, Gu Yan spoke. "This is a difficult problem that the leaders of the government authorities helped everyone solve. It has nothing to do with me. Everyone, don't be so polite." Pu Shang also persuaded them with the local dialect on the side. Gu Yan didn't quite understand what was said. But fortunately, these villagers of Taoyuan village listened to the persuasion and did not kneel again. Gu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and held up the phone again. At this time, the comments in the livestream were flooding the screen. What exactly happened? Are the villagers going to kneel and thank Teacher Chinyu? My God, this. Teacher Chin, you really did a good thing. Bullshit. It was clearly the leaders of the government authorities who did it, yet he is receiving thanks here. The leaders of the government authorities did the work, but Teacher Chinyu is also helping. Donating to build schools, free live streaming to bring goods. Aren't these all better than you, who only knows how to bark on the internet? Seeing that the live stream was about to start arguing again, Gu Yan hurriedly said, "Everyone, come and see our Taoyuan village honey. I will put up 1,000 orders for everyone first. This honey is really very good." After speaking, Gu Yan hung the link up. It was a bit hurried and also a bit rash. But he had no choice. He couldn't let the livestream keep arguing like this. He came here today to help the villagers sell honey. This was the real business. But as soon as the link was hung up, he became nervous again. This was his first time doing this kind of thing, and he didn't know if it would be successful, or if the fans and netizens would buy it. But in the next second, the livestream actually lagged again. The link that had just been put up suddenly disappeared. Chapter 377, Even Ningchen couldn't do it. Guyan was stunned for a moment, thinking something had gone wrong with the livestream. The comments in the livestream were still scrolling by. Buy. Buy. Must buy. One for every member of my family. This honey really isn't expensive. The price feels about the same as the good honey sold in the supermarkets around here, maybe even a bit cheaper. It looks really good. I'll buy some to try. I already like making desserts, so this honey will come in handy. Wait, I only sent 2 comments, where's the link? Did it crash? Why is the link gone? Damn, I was just about to buy it. The link is gone. Ah, you guys are still typing comments. Didn't you notice that Teacher Chinyu only put up 1,000 orders? My hands were fast, I got it. You guys are still just sitting there typing comments? Holy crap. It wasn't that the link crashed, nor was there a problem with the livestream. It sold out and the link automatically went offline? Holy crap. What kind of reaction speed do you all have? How long has it even been? 3 seconds? I'm impressed, I'm truly impressed. I really wanted to taste the honey from Taoyuan village. Does anyone have any they don't want? I'll buy it at a high price. The person above, stop dreaming. Do you think I'd give it to you after I managed to buy it? Guyan stared blankly at the comments in the livestream. Beside him, Pu Sheng saw Guyan not speaking and just sitting there blankly, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He gently poked Guyan's arm with his hand and asked in a low voice. Teacher Chinyu, what's wrong? Guyan finally came back to his senses and quickly opened the back end to check. The 1,000 orders that had just been listed were indeed all sold out. In just a few seconds, it had all sold out. Sold out? Guyan murmured in a low voice. Pu Sheng, who was beside him, was also stunned for a moment when he heard these words. Then, his face filled with wild joy, and he couldn't help but shout out loud. It's all sold out? That was 1,000 orders, and it's all sold out? Guyan took a deep breath and nodded heavily. In an instant, the faces of the villagers present also revealed expressions of wild joy. They might not understand what livestream sales were, but they could certainly understand the words sold out. This meant that they could make money. And, they could make a lot of money. More than all the money they had earned in previous years combined. Pu Sheng hurriedly shouted, quick! Tell everyone who is doing beekeeping to get busy. Harvest the honey and bottle it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hearing Pu Sheng's words, the villagers present finally reacted, hurriedly running out of the courtyard with wide grins, unable to stop themselves from giggling foolishly. Guyan finally relaxed at this moment, no longer nervous. He had not let these villagers of Taoyuan village down. His fans were still supporting him. Of course, Guyan also understood that he must not let this support go to waste either. Therefore, when he decided to do the live stream for sales, he had carefully looked into the honey from Taoyuan village. It was indeed good stuff. His fans wouldn't be losing out by buying it, regardless of whether the new project could succeed or not. At the very least, at this moment, he felt a joy called success. After all these years, he had finally taken the first step and tasted the flavor of success. Even if this step of success was very small. It was, after all, an accomplishment. Guyan hadn't spoken for a long time, and the fans in the livestream couldn't help themselves anymore. Why aren't you speaking? Where is Teacher Chinyu? Was the price listed wrong? I can pay the difference. The price of this honey is really quite a bit cheaper than honey of similar quality in the supermarkets around here. Did it freeze? That shouldn't be. I see the camera is still shaking. Guyan took a deep breath and tried to speak in a relatively calm tone. Thank you everyone. I didn't expect to receive this kind of support from everyone this time. I probably won't do live stream sales again in the future. This is just for this one time, but for this one time, I also hope to do it well. This is not just a form of validation for myself, but also I hope to be able to help the villagers of Taoyuan village. Guyan stood up, took his phone, and also walked out of the courtyard. All around were the homes of the villagers. Almost every family had their courtyard doors open, and in the courtyards, one could see the scene of the villagers harvesting and bottling honey. However, Gu Yan didn't stop, but kept walking forward. Years ago, Pu Shang had wanted to rely on Taoyuan Village's specialty honey to help the villagers of Taoyuan Village escape poverty and become prosperous. The scale of beekeeping had been built up. There was a dedicated area used for beekeeping. But it could never be sold. In the end, they could only find ways to transport the honey out using manual labor. Sometimes, it was half sold, half given away. Only in this way could they minimize the waste of honey. But there were too few young people in the village who could traverse the mountains and ridges. Those who were able to climb the mountains had all gone out to work. So they had no choice but to let those who came to the village to sell goods take away some honey at a very low price. In exchange for some money. But even so, it couldn't fully cover the costs of large-scale beekeeping. The villagers didn't have much money to begin with. Pu Shang had always been putting his own salary and savings into the village. If they still couldn't make money this year, Pu Shang wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. Gu Yan walked all the way to that area for beekeeping. He placed his phone aside and put on the protective suit to prevent stings and bites. His voice sounded slightly muffled. He continued speaking to the phone. This is the place for beekeeping in Taoyuan Village. The elderly folks have already started harvesting honey. After harvesting the honey, it will be bottled and sealed. Currently, the bottling and sealing work in the village basically still needs to be done manually. The village doesn't have much money to buy automated equipment, and it can't be transported in for the time being. I originally thought that if I could sell these 1,000 orders of honey in a week, it would be very good. It would be enough for the elderly folks in the village to earn some money, so their hard work wouldn't be in vain, and it would also allow them to continue beekeeping next year. But I didn't expect everyone to support me so much, and to support the elderly folks of Taoyuan Village so much. Gu Yan paused here and took a deep breath. Gu Yan's words instantly made many fans unable to listen any longer. What's wrong with Teacher Qinyu? Is he being a little too unconfident? He is the first blogger to break 10 million followers in the field of musical instruments. Even to this day, he is the only one. Even that Ningchen couldn't do it. That's right. At first, I thought Teacher Qinyu became popular for no reason. It's just playing the piano, and he didn't even show his face. How could he be that popular? But later I saw that Teacher Qinyu really replied to fans in the comments section whenever he had time. No matter what the fans wanted to hear, he would play and update it in the shortest possible time. The most exaggerated day, he posted over 80 works. And he would even specially write pieces to play after hearing fans' stories, although they were all just fragments and not finished. But how could such a person let us down? Exactly. When my family member passed away, I just said one sentence under Teacher Qinyu's comment section, and Teacher Qinyu specially wrote a piece and played it for me. That piece was the only beam of light in the darkest time of my life. Teacher Qinyu was able to attract so many fans precisely because he is sincere. Chapter 378, The Complexity of Human Nature. One comment after another flooded the screen, all from Gu Yan's fans explaining why they had come to like him in the first place. To put it simply, it was just two words: sincerity. This kind of sincerity moved many viewers in the livestream who were not originally fans of Qinyu. There were so many comments that Gu Yan naturally saw them, but he couldn't possibly read them all. Before he could finish reading any single one, it was already pushed away by other comments. Gu Yan let out a long sigh, feeling a wave of relief in his heart, as if he had cast off all his burdens. A smile played on his lips as he picked up a jar of honey that hadn't been sealed or bottled yet, showing it to the viewers in the livestream. Everyone, take a look at this honey. This is what it looks like before it's sealed and bottled. I tasted it yesterday, and the flavor is truly excellent. Under the camera, the jar of honey looked rich and mellow, and under the sunlight, it was enough to make one's mouth water just looking at it. Gu Yan had walked a large circle in his protective suit, and some of the busy beekeepers would stop their work when he passed by, smiling and waving at him. Even though Gu Yan couldn't see the smiles on their faces, and the viewers in the livestream couldn't either, everyone could feel the happiness radiating from them. Gu Yan's mood improved even more when he returned to the courtyard where he started the livestream. Pu Sheng came up to his ear and whispered something. The whole village is moving now. Those 1,000 orders are already packed, and I reckon we can pack another 2,000 today. Gu Yan had already taken off his protective suit by then. He took the tissue Pu Sheng handed him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Afterward, he operated the back end directly and listed another 2,000 orders. This time, before Gu Yan could say anything, those 2,000 orders were sold out in less than half a minute. Gu Yan wasn't stunned this time, the smile on his face simply became more pronounced. Pu Sheng watched from the side, seeing these orders sell out again, his mouth stretching into a grin he couldn't close. I'll go tell them immediately to speed up the harvesting and packaging. Gu Yan turned his head, watching Pu Sheng's departing back faintly. He seemed to hear Pu Sheng muttering something. Must be fast, seize this opportunity to sell the honey from every household in the village. After stepping out of the courtyard, Pu Sheng began to shout, gathering everyone in the village who could still move. The beekeeping in Taoyuan village was done on a large scale. Every household had invested money at the beginning. Dividends were divided based on labor and investment proportions. As long as they could sell this honey, everyone would receive their due compensation. However, not everyone in the village had contributed money or effort. There were a few families who, at the time, were reluctant to part with the money for the investment and thought this whole endeavor was thankless work. They hadn't put in any money or effort at all. Instead, they had tried every possible way to convince others in the village not to listen to Pu Sheng. If it weren't for the fact that Pu Sheng's father had dedicated the rest of his life to Taoyuan village, causing the villagers to remember his father's kindness and choose to support him, Pu Sheng would never have been able to push forward with this large-scale beekeeping. Before, when the beekeeping wasn't making money, these people were very happy. They couldn't help but mock those who had listened to Pu Sheng and taken out their meager remaining savings to invest in beekeeping. They had put in money and effort, yet still couldn't make money, especially those with technical skills who had shared their ancestral techniques and taught so many people, yet gained nothing themselves. There were also those who used to loaf around with them in the village, living day-to-day solely on relief rations, who had started to get busy under Pu Sheng's persuasion, trying to use their remaining strength to earn some money. Seeing them work in vain for so long and gain nothing, these few people had always felt smug inside. But now, seeing them start to make money, they were all anxious. Human nature is complex. Some people cannot stand to see others doing well, especially when they haven't gotten a piece of that success themselves. They feel even more jealous and resentful. Those few villagers who hadn't invested money were now gathered in a small courtyard. A gaunt, thin man among them had a gloomy expression on his face. He tapped the cigarette holder in his hand hard against the wooden table in front of him, put it in his mouth to light it, and took a fierce drag. You've all heard, right? Those honey products in the village have already sold thousands of orders. It's said that they might sell all the honey in the village in just one day. Today this year even the ones with the least will be able to make tens of thousands of yuan. In the past, this honey couldn't be sold. It could only be sold at a very cheap price to those who came to sell supplies at high prices. After working hard for a year, they would only make a few tens of thousands of yuan. And that money had to be used to buy supplies at high prices from those same people. Tens of thousands of yuan sounds like a lot, but when used to buy those overpriced supplies, it wasn't nearly enough. Its purchasing power wasn't even 1/10 of what it was outside the mountains. And that was only the money that the few who kept the most bees in the village could earn. Those who didn't keep many would, at most, make a few thousand yuan in income. But now, this money was the income of those people who used to loaf around with them, doing nothing. They hadn't spent any capital. They had just done some work and earned the same income that the top beekeepers in the village used to make. Furthermore, now that there were supplies sent by the government, and roads would be built in the future, the purchasing power of this money was 10 times or more what it used to be. It was enough for them to live a very good life. And those who had taught the techniques and invested the capital would earn even more. The one who earned the most might even get hundreds of thousands. This figure was a number they had never even dared to imagine before. None of them spoke, they just lit their dry tobacco one after another. Some couldn't even afford dry tobacco and could only light their pipes. Smoke filled the courtyard. Finally, someone couldn't hold back gritting their teeth. They said sourly that Pu Sheng just called, saying we should prepare to join them in beekeeping next year. Is he really inviting us to join in? This is just mocking us. Laughing at me for saying back then that his large-scale beekeeping wouldn't work, that it wouldn't make money, and would only make everyone lose their savings. Hearing this, the person next to them quickly chimed in. Exactly. How much effort does it take for the village chief to go out? We only had a few bees, and the honey couldn't even be sold, yet he wanted to expand the scale. If this road wasn't built, the honey would just rot in the jars. Where would we sell it? It would have been better to sell the secret recipe for beekeeping. Those villages next door offered such a high price to buy it. Who could have imagined that he would find a way now to sell it? Using those flying iron birds, they just zip over and carry the stuff away. Chapter 379, Power Outage. As the voice fell, the courtyard fell into silence once again. Where did that flying bird come from? The thin, gaunt man suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. I heard it was brought by a big internet celebrity. It's because he set up some kind of livestream that all the honey got sold. It seems like it was the person Pooh Shang brought in. If he manages to sell the honey this time and expands the scale later, and since our village has also built roads, then we will truly be lifted out of poverty by then. His achievements will be significant, and he will definitely be promoted. Who knows, he might even become our county magistrate. Lifted out of poverty? They didn't give us any money, so what kind of poverty alleviation is that? If we don't have money, it's not called being lifted out of poverty. The expressions of the few people were exceptionally ugly at this moment. The village was about to be lifted out of poverty. But they hadn't earned any money. The money belonged to others. Now the honey could be sold. But they had nothing to sell. No way. We must get our hands on this money, damn it. Someone couldn't help but curse. Will they share the money with us? There are so many people in the village, the few of us can't fight them. If all else fails, we'll find a way to pull the main power switch. If we can't earn money, they shouldn't think about earning any either. What's the use of that? You pull the switch today, what about tomorrow? Are you going to pull it again? They aren't stupid. Sooner or later they will send people to guard the switch. By then, they will still be able to sell the honey and earn money just the same. The only reason they can sell the honey this time is because of that so-called big internet celebrity. He's only staying here for a few days. If we can just drag things out for these few days, won't they be unable to sell it? Hearing this, the eyes of the few people lit up instantly. One of them lowered his head, thought for a moment, and hurriedly spoke. That live stream thing, I've heard of it. Neighboring villages doing it too, also selling honey, but I heard they haven't been able to sell much. The thin, gaunt man's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom upon hearing this. He had once left the village to work. Later, he got into trouble outside, and couldn't endure the hardships of working, so he returned to the village to rot. After hearing the other's words, he had made up his mind. Pull the switch, we must pull that power switch. Hearing this, the people beside him all turned their gazes toward him. Didn't you say pulling the switch was useless? The thin, gaunt man's voice was a bit hoarse. Go and find out what that big internet celebrity's name is. We'll pull the switch, and then tell neighboring village to use that influencer's name to sell their goods. Then, we'll make them share a portion of the money with us. That way, we can still earn money. Will this work? The honey from neighboring village is far worse than ours. Although they have roads and it's convenient for shipping, their honey isn't good, which is why they haven't been able to earn money these past few years and even wanted to buy our beekeeping secret recipe. Damn! If only we could have sold them the beekeeping secret recipe. The price they offered back then wasn't low. The thin, gaunt man glared at him upon hearing this. What are you thinking? If we really sold it, we wouldn't be able to stay in the village. Besides, the core secret is only known by those few old folks. Furthermore, what does it matter to us if the honey is good or not? Anyway, as long as we use that internet celebrity's name, it will definitely sell. But if we do that, won't our village's honey get a bad reputation? Won't nobody come to buy it in the future? The thin, gaunt man laughed in anger directly upon hearing this. What does that have to do with us? If our village's honey sells, do you get a share of the money or something? Let's just grab some cash first. If the reputation gets ruined later, even better, we'll sell the secret recipe to neighboring village and grab another pile of cash. By the time the reputation is ruined, the people in the village probably won't even care whether we sold the beekeeping secret recipe or not. Hearing this, the people present fell silent again. Someone's face flashed with a trace of reluctance, and they said softly, but isn't it a bit unfair to that kid Pooh Shang? He has put in quite a lot of effort here over these years. What's fair or unfair about it? Was he doing it for our village? He came here to earn achievements. He wants to use us to get promoted. Do you really think he genuinely wants to help us earn money? It's all nonsense. Didn't his father come here back then just because he wanted to get promoted? He's just a bit better than his father, being able to make some noise. As the voice fell, the expressions on the faces of the few were somewhat strange. But no one said anything. The thin, godman took a deep breath. It's settled. Then you guys go and find out what that internet celebrity's name is. You guys go and pull the power switch. It's best to cut the wires too. Without power, they won't be able to use computers, and they won't be able to manage the live stream backend. The goods won't be able to sell. Although the few didn't really understand things like computers or backends. But they all trusted the thin, godman quite a bit. One of the men who usually listened to him the most stood up and walked out without hesitation, preparing to go find out what the internet celebrity's name was. With someone taking the lead, the remaining few looked at each other and also stood up one after another and walked out. These people usually didn't have much of an opinion of their own. They were all just muddling along, living day by day. Now that there was an opportunity to make money without needing to do any work, even if they were a little afraid in their hearts, they didn't hesitate too much. People are very selfish. Letting them watch others earn money with their own eyes, while they themselves don't get a single cent. It is definitely worse than preventing others from earning money and grabbing a pile for themselves. When poor people see the world's richest person, they only feel envy, longing, and even a little bit of fear. But if they see a neighbor or friend they have known for many years, who has been poor with them for many years, suddenly earn money, they will only think that person deserves to die. They will be jealous. They will be resentful. They will find ways to make sure that person can't earn this money. Soon, the power in the courtyard where Gu Yan was located went out. The courtyard was pitch black. The mobile phone and laptop still had some remaining battery, so they didn't shut down. The live stream was also still continuing. But this couldn't last for long. At most, it would all shut down within an hour. 1 hour was definitely not enough compared to the original plan. The netizens in the live stream room were very anxious, sending barrage comments asking what exactly had happened. Pu Shang also rushed over in a hurry at this moment. The power switch tripped. The wires are also broken. I don't know if some animal chewed them. They're broken all over the place. I've already sent people to check. Gu Yan heard this and looked at the remaining battery on his phone. Can it be fixed? My phone won't last too long. Pu Shang gritted his teeth. This was the best opportunity he had encountered in all these years. He also knew that Gu Yan wouldn't stay here for too long. He didn't want this hard-won opportunity to just slip away like this. Yes. It can definitely be fixed. How about this? If it's not working, you tell the people in the live stream room first, and we'll end the stream for now. We'll start again once it's fixed. In a while you can take a rest while you're at it. Gu Yan had already been live streaming for a long time today, and he indeed needed to take a rest. Gu Yan didn't refuse, explained the situation to the netizens in the live stream room, and then ended the stream. Chapter 380, Benefactor. After ending the broadcast, Gu Yan took a deep breath and stretched his body. These few hours of live streaming had truly left him feeling a bit tired. It was his first time live streaming for such a long duration, and his mind had been on edge the entire time. But before he could fully recover, he saw several elderly people walking in through the courtyard gate. These elderly people were the oldest residents of Taoyuan village. They had almost no ability to perform manual labor anymore. Their children were mostly away from home, leaving at most a few grandchildren behind in the village as left-behind children. Usually, they had to rely on other families in the village to help look after these children. Over the past few years, in order to help the village earn some money, they had taken out their own funeral savings to invest in the large-scale beekeeping operation that Pu Shang had mentioned. Among them, one elderly man had even contributed his ancestral beekeeping techniques without asking for anything in return. They were old. There were many things they no longer cared about. The only thing they held most deeply was their affection for the village and their hometown. They placed an extraordinary amount of importance on the belief in heritage. Yet for the past few years, even though the village's honey was famous for hundreds of miles around, it was impossible to make money from it. One reason was that the production volume wasn't high enough. Another was that even if people wanted to buy it, they couldn't. It couldn't be transported out. Now, the production issue had been solved. But because of the transportation problem, they still couldn't make money. They could only watch helplessly as merchants, who traveled over mountains and ridges to sell supplies to the village at high prices, bought up the honey at unconscionably low prices. And even then, they had to beg them to take it. They couldn't sell much of their stock. A year of hard work only resulted in this outcome. The children at home were still not well-fed or warmly clothed. They couldn't even afford the tuition to send their children to school. Yet they had no other choice. The young people in the village didn't have it easy working outside, either. They had little education and could only earn money through manual labor. But their wages were often unpaid for years, and they could only bring some money back before the new year. Many young people left the village and never returned. Taoyuan village was becoming increasingly dilapidated. The very idea of heritage was nowhere to be found. This time, they finally saw hope. The honey had been sold. For them, the price was many times higher than what those unscrupulous merchants had offered in the past. And a large quantity had been sold as well. To them, Gu Yan was the benefactor who had saved Taoyuan village. One of the elderly men walked tremblingly up to Gu Yan. He bent down, actually preparing to kneel. Seeing this, Gu Yan quickly reached out to help him up. What are you doing? Child, you are the benefactor of Taoyuan village, we owe it all to you. The old man's face was already covered in tears. Seeing him like this, Gu Yan felt conflicted. He felt a tiny bit of shame. At the beginning, he had thought about coming here to ensure his new project could be successfully implemented. Just a moment ago, he had received a message on his phone. It was from Wang Hanyu, saying that progress had been made on the new project. It shouldn't take long before it could be launched. The resistance from above had begun to fade. Everything he had done could be considered a success. Leader Liu Changji had also kept his promise well. Even before his own matters were fully resolved, he had already shown his sincerity. His goal was about to be achieved. As for the changes in the villagers of Taoyuan village, he hadn't really paid much attention at the beginning. Although he had thought about whether he could help, he hadn't expected it to make people feel such gratitude toward him. He felt a bit ashamed. Please, you mustn't say that I am just happy to be able to help. If you do this, I am unworthy of it. Gu Yan's expression was serious. The old man, however, remained determined. Seeing that he couldn't kneel, he insisted on bowing to Gu Yan instead. Gu Yan had no choice but to help each of the elderly people up one by one, and it took a long time to persuade them to go back and rest. Meanwhile, Pu Shang was leading people to rush to repair the power lines. But there were no professional electricians in the village. Usually, when there were problems, those few amateurs would just barely manage to handle them. If they really encountered a major problem, they had no choice but to spend a lot of money to hire someone from outside. Or else, Pu Shang would have to go to the county town to invite someone to help. How could the problem this time be solved by Pu Shang and those amateurs in the village? Pu Shang was pacing around in anxiety. It was already too late. It was unrealistic to try to hire someone from outside. People from the county town wouldn't travel over mountains and ridges at this hour to help repair power lines. No matter how much money was offered, it was unlikely anyone would agree. He also didn't have the time to run to the county town to ask for help. Climbing out of the village, finding someone, and then climbing back into the village. It would probably be midnight by then. Plus the time to repair the power lines. It would likely be the next morning before the power could be restored. The other villagers were also full of worry. Suddenly, a villager standing beside Pu Shang's eyes lit up. Can we ask someone from the neighboring village to help? I remember there is a professional electrician in the neighboring village, haven't you? Director Pu invited him over from the neighboring village to help repair the electricity a few times. Hearing this, Pu Shang's eyes also lit up. The transportation in the neighboring village was much better than in Taoyuan village. Many people bought cars after earning money working in the county town, and then returned to the village to build houses. That electrician from the neighboring village used to live in the county town. Several times, Pu Shang had gone to the county town to find this person to help. Last year, this electrician built a house in the neighboring village and moved back there to live. From the neighboring village to Taoyuan village. Although the distance wasn't very close, it was still much better than trying to find someone from the county town. At the very least, he knew the way and could climb the mountains. Moreover, he was quite familiar with Taoyuan village. If he could come, he would likely be able to solve the problem this time very quickly. I will call him. Pu Sheng hurriedly took out his phone and called the man. However, the phone went unanswered. At this moment, inside a 3-story building in the neighboring village, a middle-aged man was frowning, looking at the phone that kept vibrating on the table in front of him. A middle-aged woman beside him was also looking at the phone, poking the middle-aged man with her arm. Are you really not going? Those people in Taoyuan village were pretty good to us in the past. Last time you went to Taoyuan village to repair the power lines, they paid you quite a bit of money, too. This woman was the electrician's wife, and her expression was very conflicted. The man, however, took a deep breath, his eyes dark and gloomy. Good to us? That was all money I earned. To make a trip to Taoyuan village, one has to cross 2 mountains. The round trip is enough to wear a person to death. They just pay a bit more money and give a jar of honey. We have our own beekeeping business here, and he still gives us honey. Their Taoyuan village honey is good, sure, but what's the use if it can't be sold? I wanted to ask them for some techniques, but they wouldn't tell me, and they have the nerve to say they were good to me? His wife fell silent. But the phone continued to vibrate. Chapter 381, we still have to thank him. Pu Shang was burning with anxiety at this moment and had no time to overthink things. The electrician usually kept his phone with him at all times and never turned it off or put it on silent mode. Keeping his phone charged at all times was part of his professional conduct. How could he not answer after I called him several times? Moreover, he usually had a good relationship with the people in the village and the neighboring village. For the moment, it didn't occur to Pu Shang that someone might be deliberately targeting him. After some thought, he called several people he knew who were neighbors of the electrician, one by one. But no one answered, not a single one. Pu Shang felt a bit strange. He looked down at the time on his phone. That shouldn't be right. They shouldn't be asleep yet at this hour. Even if some people sleep early, they can't all be asleep, right? Pu Shang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Someone beside him couldn't help but ask, Director Pu, what's wrong? Pu Shang shook his head repeatedly. It's nothing, it's nothing. He then lowered his head again and muttered to himself. Could it be that those guys got together to drink and all got drunk? Pu Shang took a deep breath, his expression grim. Since they wouldn't answer, there was nothing he could do. He had to call the people in the county again. He begged them to send someone to fix the power lines as soon as possible, but it was impossible to hold a live stream tonight. Even if the people from the county rushed to Taoyuan village first thing tomorrow morning, it would likely be close to noon before the power lines could be repaired. Pu Shang had no choice but to send the villagers around him back home. He returned to the courtyard and found Gu Yan. Teacher Qinyu, I'm really sorry, it looks like the power won't be fixed until later tomorrow morning. You should get some rest tonight. I'm going to tell the villagers so they can get some rest, too. Gu Yan nodded without much thought. He asked Pu Shang to help take the elderly people home, then went into the house to wash up. It was Gu Yan's first time live streaming, so he lacked experience. He didn't use Qinyu's account to post a statement informing netizens that there would be no more live streams tonight. At this moment, the people in Taoyuan village were unaware that after the villagers had gone home to rest, a live stream had suddenly started in the neighboring village. Moreover, they had used the words Qinyu as a tag in the stream's title. They had even hung those 2 words in the background of the live stream. Many netizens and fans of Qinyu were attracted to it. When Gu Yan had gone offline earlier, he had mentioned that he would stream later, but hadn't provided any other information. This led the netizens to assume that Gu Yan had switched to a different account to stream. On camera, there was only honey being sealed into jars. Then, there was the link for the little yellow cart. The links Gu Yan had posted earlier hadn't satisfied the netizens' desire to purchase now. Even though no one was speaking in the livestream and no one even appeared on camera, the honey in the links was completely sold out. At this moment, the people in the neighboring village couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Great! That money was well spent. We sold so much honey just by using that influencer's name. We only spent 10,000 yuan, and in return, we've made at least a few 100,000 tonight. That money was well spent. And this is just the beginning. Quick, put up all the honey we've made over the past few years. Sell it all. Let's make a killing. The group cheered excitedly, though one person expressed some concern. Is this really okay? The stock from the past few years is of very mediocre quality. Before he could even finish speaking, someone snapped at him. Are you sick in the head? Why are you overcomplicating things when there's money to be made? This is just quick cash. We're using the Taoyuan Village honey brand. No matter how much you sell, no one will know it's our village's honey. Even if it sells well, they won't come to us to buy honey in the future. They'll still go to Taoyuan Village. Exactly. Even if we sell bad stuff, they won't come to us to cause trouble. The people of Taoyuan Village are the ones who should be worried. What does that have to do with us? You don't get an opportunity to make money like this every few years, so don't be such a nuisance, kid, or we might just beat you up. The person who had been worried didn't dare to say anything else. He hurriedly found the local courier manager and loaded the honey onto trucks to be shipped out overnight. The nearby villages all used the same courier station. There weren't many young people in these villages, and the frequency of online shopping wasn't very high, so they shared a single courier station. This village had the best transportation in the area, which was why the courier station had always been located there. After all the honey had been shipped out, the men sat down to drink, feeling thoroughly satisfied having taken this opportunity to make a killing. They were all exceptionally excited. As they drank, they couldn't help but jeer. Who knew getting an influencer could sell this much stock? Let's get an influencer to come over next time. Damn, isn't this just like picking up free money? People these days aren't too bright. If some influencer promotes something, they just keep buying it, and those influencers, aren't they just taking money to do a job? Do they care if the product is good or bad? I heard that the influencer Taoyuan Village invited this time didn't charge them. Those people in Taoyuan Village don't have the money to hire anyone. Well, he must have come for the reputation. Taoyuan Village is so poor, they definitely want to build a good name for themselves. It's not like it's anything good. Anyway, let him take the heat and get scolded this time. Come to think of it, we should thank him. That batch of honey from the year before last was really not great, and we hadn't been able to sell much of it. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Ning Chen was on the phone in his bedroom. Is he still in that dump of a village? The higher-ups can't stop that new project? Hey, he really found an opportunity. Weibo? A newly opened livestream? The person on the other end of the line said something, and Ning Chen frowned before hanging up. He couldn't quite figure out how Gu Yan had come up with such a method to counter Elder Lin's tactics. Using people from the higher-ups to counter pressure from the higher-ups was indeed the most effective strategy. It was also the method least likely to implicate him or get him into trouble. After all, the pressure would remain on the power struggles between those at the top. However, he hadn't expected Gu Yan to find Qinyu to help. How did he know Qinyu? Could it be that Gu Yan was Qinyu? Ning Chen couldn't help but recall a comment he had seen online earlier, but he quickly dismissed that possibility from his mind. He suddenly remembered that Gu Yan's good friend knew Qinyu. In all likelihood, that person had helped Gu Yan get Qinyu to assist him. Thinking of this, Ning Chen snorted coldly. He picked up his phone to check Weibo, muttering to himself with a cold expression as he scrolled. Lucky you, however. I hope your luck holds out. While this squabble between bottom-feeding trash isn't exactly elegant, it is quite effective. I'd like to see how you get out of this one. It would be best if you just died in that mountain village. After a moment of thought, Ning Chen picked up his phone again and sent a message. Let me add some fuel to the fire for you. Chapter 382, It Will Ruin the Reputation. Early the next morning, before the sky had even brightened, Pu Sheng called the people at the county office again. Although the people at the county office were a bit unhappy, they knew a little bit about what was going on in Taoyuan Village. They also understood why Pu Sheng was so anxious. Even though they felt slightly annoyed, they still did their best to help contact an electrician. However, after making several calls in a row, no one answered. With no other choice, they had to call Pu Sheng back to explain the situation. The county staff had initially wanted to find a few people from the neighboring village to go to Taoyuan village. But none of the electricians in the neighboring village answered their phones. They had no choice but to find someone from the county to go and repair the power lines. Finding someone from the county meant the timing was uncertain. At the earliest, there would only be a chance to get the power lines fixed by noon. But that was in the best-case scenario. Few people were willing to take the road to Taoyuan village. The people at the county office were basically all unwilling to go. One after another, they were all making excuses. Either they claimed their workload for the day was too heavy and they couldn't get away, or they said their legs were bad and they couldn't climb the mountain. After much effort, they finally found one person, but he wouldn't be able to leave until noon and would reach Taoyuan village by the afternoon at the earliest. Upon receiving this news, Pu Sheng felt even more anxious and restless. Gu Yan had originally planned to leave yesterday. He had only stayed a few extra days to help out. But he couldn't keep him stuck here forever. He surely had his own things to attend to. Being able to stay here for a few extra days was already asking a lot. After thinking about it, he asked the county staff for the contact information of a few electricians from the neighboring village. Pu Sheng first called the person he knew. Still no answer. He had no choice but to call the others. At first, someone did answer the phone. But as soon as they heard it was to repair the power lines in Taoyuan village, those people immediately made excuses to decline and hung up the phone. They didn't even leave Pu Sheng the chance to say another word. By the time he reached the last few people, they simply stopped answering their phones altogether. Although Pu Sheng was anxious, he wasn't stupid. He could sense that something didn't seem right. Pu Sheng felt a bit uneasy. He had no choice but to call someone in the neighboring village with whom he had a very good relationship. The person answered the phone, seemingly aware of the purpose behind Pu Sheng's call. Before Pu Sheng could even ask, he spoke directly. "Director Pu, I know about your village's power lines being cut, however I reckon we won't be able to find anyone in our village to go over and help you fix the wires." Upon hearing this, Pu Sheng was stunned for a moment. "Did you watch our live stream yesterday?" "Yeah, otherwise, how would I know you needed to fix the power lines?" "Then what's this about not being able to find anyone?" Pu Sheng asked, his brows tightly locked. "The people in our village are all busy packing goods right now. Everyone is busy trying to earn money. Who has the spare time to run off elsewhere?" Hearing this, Pu Sheng was even more bewildered. He knew the situation in the neighboring village quite well. Although it was a bit better than Taoyuan village and had more accessible transportation, it was still relatively poor. The people in the village with any capability had all gone out to work. Especially the young people, most of whom went to the county. It was just that the transportation was decent, which is why many people still chose to live in the village. Yet, he had never heard of any recent projects in the neighboring village that would allow the villagers to earn money. "What do you mean? Earning what money?" The person on the other end of the line sighed softly. "Earning it from selling honey. Of course everyone is there loading trucks and shipping goods." "Honey?" Pu Sheng frowned and couldn't help but exclaim. Back when the neighboring village saw that Taoyuan village's honey was good, quite a few people started researching beekeeping themselves. The scale of investment wasn't small, and they spent quite a bit of money. However, the honey they produced was far inferior compared to Taoyuan villages. Because the quality wasn't good enough, it naturally wouldn't sell. Many people, having invested money, were reluctant to give up, so they had to keep pouring money into it every year to try various things. But it still wouldn't sell, so they could only keep selling at a loss. He had never heard that the neighboring village's honey was suddenly selling so well. "Yeah, just like you guys, I heard they are also doing some kind of live stream to sell it." Pu Sheng's expression turned ugly. It wasn't like the neighboring village hadn't tried live stream selling before. Back then, it hadn't made any waves at all. How did they suddenly start making money this time? Alright, Director Pooh, I can't say much more to you anyway. Looking at their momentum, they seem to have sold off all their stock from the past few years. I reckon they made quite a bit. There are even people paying to hire others for packaging. Now you tell me, in this village, whose family doesn't have a relative involved in beekeeping? Surely no one will be able to run off to your Taoyuan village to fix the power lines. After saying this, the call was abruptly hung up, leaving Pooh Sheng alone, staring blankly at his phone screen. They even sold the honey from a few years ago? He had tasted the neighboring village's honey a few years ago. The quality was very poor, and it had been stored for several years. Selling that kind of honey would definitely ruin their reputation. He couldn't understand what the neighboring village was trying to do. Just as he was racking his brain in worry, his phone vibrated. It was a message from an unfamiliar number. The village paid people yesterday to cut Taoyuan village's power lines. Then they started a live stream overnight and sold the honey using the name of that internet celebrity from your village. Seeing this message, Pooh Sheng roughly understood, it was likely the same friend from earlier, having switched to a different phone number to send him the message. He had a very good relationship with that person. But he was, after all, a person from the neighboring village. If others found out that he was the one who revealed the news to him, he would definitely be in big trouble in the neighboring village. It was even possible he wouldn't be able to stay there anymore. Pooh Sheng took a deep breath, his expression extremely grim. Such sordid matters were actually more common in poorer places. Over the years, Pooh Sheng had seen no shortage of similar incidents. The reason poverty alleviation was difficult wasn't just because of poverty. The complexity of human nature was also a huge factor in it. In earlier years, it wasn't as if there weren't people who had made money outside and built a career, wanting to return to the village to help their fellow villagers earn some money and give back to their hometown. But what did they get in return in the end? Most people felt that since these individuals had made it big outside, it was only right for them to come back and share the money. And if they didn't give, it wouldn't do. Asking them to work together to earn the money was seen as trying to exploit them. There were even quite a few people who, out of jealousy, would go and pick fights or report them. They were eager to ruin the other person's business. So later on, those who had left the village, made some money, and established their own careers never mentioned wanting to come back to help the village again. Instead, one after another, they avoided the village like the plague. If they could avoid coming back, they would absolutely never return. Pooh Sheng gritted his teeth, clenching his hands into fists until his fingertips turned white, his expression dark and terrifying. He turned and ran toward the courtyard where Gu Yan was located. Chapter 383, Director Pooh is in trouble. Just as he reached the doorway, Pooh Sheng stopped in his tracks again. He didn't know how to bring this up with Gu Yan. The earlier text message had already explained it quite clearly. The neighboring village had been using Teacher Qin Yu's name to host their live streams. The quality of the honey they were selling was very poor. This would ruin their reputation. It wouldn't just ruin the reputation of Taoyuan village's honey. It would also ruin Teacher Qin Yu's reputation. The only reason Taoyuan village was able to sell so much honey this time was because Teacher Qin Yu had come to help promote it via livestream, wasn't it? If it weren't for him, would so many netizens have bought it? Pooh Sheng thought for a moment, then turned and left. He walked out of Taoyuan village and headed in the direction of the neighboring village. Anxious the entire way, it took him about an hour to reach the neighboring village. He was panting heavily, his feet still covered in fresh mud. Yet he didn't stop, running all the way to the courier station. Sure enough, he saw those few major beekeepers from the neighboring village there. They were all directing people to load the honey onto trucks. Judging by the look of it, they seemed to have already shipped out several truckloads of honey. What are you all doing? Pooh Sheng demanded angrily, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. After seeing Pooh Sheng, a middle-aged man walked over with a sinister smile on his face. What's wrong with us? We're selling honey to make money. Do you have a problem? Me? Do I have a problem? How are you selling this honey? Don't you know what kind of honey you're sending out? Pu Sheng really wanted to suppress the anger in his heart. But looking at the clearly low-quality honey packed in those jars, he couldn't control his temper anymore. Oh, isn't this Director Pu from Taoyuan village? Why did you run over to our village? Are you here to hold us accountable? We don't know what kind of crimes you're here to charge us with. A man on the side sneered. The middle-aged man from earlier continued, Director Pu, your Taoyuan village is poor and needs poverty alleviation. Isn't our village poor too? Our village needs poverty alleviation as well. Can only you sell honey, while we can't? Hearing this, Pu Sheng's expression turned extremely ugly. But he also knew that falling out with these people now would be useless. He had to grit his teeth and say in a deep voice, everyone, listen to me, stop what you're doing for a moment. This is not how livestream sales work. What you are doing is illegal. Illegal, my ass. How come it's right when you sell goods via livestream, but illegal when we do it? Are you upset because we didn't use that influencer you hired to sell our goods? Can't you stand to see the people in our village live a good life? Do you have to make sure the people in your Taoyuan village make money first? As soon as these words fell, many of the villagers who had come to work cast unfriendly glares at Pu Sheng. It was always better for people in their own village to make money than for people in other villages to do so. Besides, if the people in their own village didn't make money, how could they have this opportunity to work and earn money themselves? Moreover, the kinship ties in the village were very complex. These few major beekeepers were all more or less related to them. Compared to Pu Sheng, a poverty alleviation cadre from a neighboring village, they would naturally choose to support their own relatives. Seeing this, cold sweat instantly broke out on Pu Sheng's back. He hurriedly said, don't be impatient. I know you all want to make money, but this isn't the way to earn it. Believe me. As long as Taoyuan village can achieve results this year, the demand for honey will definitely be even greater next year. When that time comes, I'll have the people in our village teach you all the beekeeping techniques, and we'll make big money together next year. Even without teacher Chinyu's help, we'll all be able to sell our honey by then. It won't just be Taoyuan village's brand that's famous, all the villages in our vicinity will be able to establish a resounding brand that is the long-term solution. However, these words from Pu Sheng failed to convince the people present. Instead, it only made them even angrier. They could see that they were about to make money this year. Yet Pu Sheng wanted them to throw away the money that was already within their grasp. He wanted them to work hard for another year and wait until next year to earn money. Were they just supposed to watch Taoyuan village make money this year? Why on earth should they? Just because you, Pu Sheng, are a poverty alleviation cadre for Taoyuan village? In an instant, the eyes of the villagers present were filled with anger and hatred as they looked at Pu Sheng. The middle-aged man sneered even more. Pu Sheng, I'm giving you face by calling you Director Pu. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. Our village is going to make this money this year. You want us to sit by and watch you eat and drink well while we starve at home? In your dreams. As soon as he finished speaking, some villager in the crowd picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Pu Sheng. Pu Sheng was instantly struck on the forehead, and blood began to flow, leaving a swollen, red patch. Several surrounding villagers seemed to be incited by this stone, and they rushed toward Pu Sheng. Gu Yan had been wandering around the village all morning, occasionally helping to seal and can the honey under the guidance of the villagers. He only stopped when his stomach started growling from hunger. He prepared to go back and look for Pu Sheng to see if he could get something to eat and ask when the livestream would start. But after searching the courtyard for a long time, he couldn't find any sign of Pu Sheng. He asked a few villagers, and they all said that he had gone out a long time ago and they didn't know where he had gone. Gu Yan didn't think much of it, found some leftovers from last night in the courtyard, heated them up, and ate them. Then, he took out his phone and posted a message on his Weibo account. The content of the message was actually a repost of a donation link issued by the government authorities. It was a donation link specifically for building a Hope Elementary School for Taoyuan village and the surrounding villages. At the same time, Gu Yan also posted a screenshot of his new company's donation. Of course, he didn't say that it was his own money he donated. Instead, he used Qin Yu's name to express gratitude for the drone company's donation. Then he donated all the gift income from yesterday's livestream and posted the screenshot in the comments section as well. While replying to some fans' comments, just as he was about to head out to continue helping the villagers, he saw a staff member from the government authorities suddenly run over in a hurry. Teacher Qin Yu, Director Pu is in trouble. Hearing this, Gu Yan's body jolted. In trouble? I don't know the specifics, but he has already been sent to the county hospital. He is still in a coma, and we don't know when he will wake up. Hearing this, Gu Yan's brows furrowed tightly. Do the people in the village know what happened? No, however, several elders in the village discussed it and said that since they don't understand livestream sales, they would like to trouble you to take over these matters for the next few days. Gu Yan frowned, feeling that Pu Shang's sudden coma and hospitalization weren't so simple. Alright, I understand. He gave a simple response, essentially agreeing to the matter. Just as Gu Yan was about to walk out of the courtyard, he saw that the staff member was still standing there with an ugly expression, not saying a word. Is there some other trouble? Chapter 384, Because They Are Too Poor. Hearing Gu Yan's question, the staff member gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "It's about the livestream sales. It's possible that someone deliberately cut our power lines yesterday not long after we finished our livestream. The neighboring village started their own, using your name, Teacher Qin Yu, to sell honey." Gu Yan was stunned upon hearing this. The neighboring village is also selling honey? Yes, before, seeing how good the honey from our Taoyuan village was, some people were willing to travel over mountains and ridges just to enter the village to buy some. Moreover, those who came to purchase it at low prices could sell it for a high price once they took it out. The people in the neighboring village got jealous and also rushed into beekeeping. Hearing this, Gu Yan understood a little more. So, the honey from the neighboring village is problematic, right? The staff member nodded after hearing Gu Yan's words. The people in the neighboring village have poor beekeeping skills, and the honey they produce is simply no good. The quality is very poor, so not many people buy their honey, and they have accumulated an unknown amount of unsold honey over the past few years. This time, they used your name to sell honey and even shipped out inventory from years ago. This will definitely ruin the reputation. Hearing this, Gu Yan understood the cause and effect of the matter. Such methods were not clever, they could even be called despicable. But the people in these villages were mostly like this in their daily lives. Poor and remote places produce unruly people doesn't mean that people in impoverished areas have poor character. It's just that they lack the intelligence to use more sophisticated methods. It is simply because they are too poor. Therefore, they will try any method to make money at any cost. Gu Yan took a deep breath. Can't your government authorities handle this matter? For example, intercepting these packages, or sealing the orders they sold through the livestream and directly processing returns and refunds. This was the simplest and most efficient method. Even if the people in the neighboring village were also very poor, Gu Yan would not allow them to use his reputation to earn such unscrupulous money. He was not that selfless. Nor could he tolerate his fans receiving bad honey because of their affection for him and their sympathy for the villagers of Taoyuan village. The staff member's expression looked a bit ugly upon hearing this. It is possible, yes, but this matter doesn't fall under our department. If we want to handle it, we need to coordinate across departments. By the time the procedures and processes are completed, I estimate they will have already finished shipping their orders. The fans who placed orders will likely have already received that honey. There just isn't enough time. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's expression sank. He also understood that this kind of matter was not easy for the government authorities to handle. With an entire village involved, there were always some concerns. They would definitely handle it. But they certainly couldn't handle it immediately. It would take some time. Just as Gu Yan wanted to say something, he heard shouting and cursing coming from outside the courtyard. Such things couldn't be kept hidden. Some villagers of Taoyuan village were very angry after hearing this news. They had finally seen hope with great difficulty, and finally managed to earn some money. Yet, this opportunity was ruined by someone else. Or rather, this money-making opportunity had been snatched away by someone. Moreover, it would ruin the reputation of Taoyuan village. Once those who bought the honey tasted the honey from the neighboring village, The ones who would be scolded would definitely not be the people from the neighboring village. It would be them, Taoyuan village. From then on, the reputation of Taoyuan village's honey would be completely ruined. No one would ever come to buy honey from their Taoyuan village again. Even if these villagers of Taoyuan village hadn't had much schooling, they still understood this simple logic. This was cutting off someone's livelihood, and even destroying their foundation. Even sworn enemies might not necessarily do such a thing. It would destroy the future of Taoyuan village. How could they not be angry? At this moment, all the able-bodied adults in the village, along with a few elderly people walking with a limp, had gathered together, preparing to leave the village and go to the neighboring village to seek justice. Gu Yan heard their shouting and cursing. He hurriedly ran out of the courtyard, came in front of the crowd, and stopped the villagers. What are you all doing? The villagers of Taoyuan village knew Gu Yan. They all knew that the reason Taoyuan village's honey could be sold was entirely because of the man in front of them. Seeing him standing in front of them and blocking their path, the anger in their hearts was momentarily restrained. Brother Qin, we're going to the neighboring village to settle the score with them. Right. Let's settle the score. They ruined our business and even hit little Pooh. The score must be settled clearly with them. It can't just end like this. We need justice. The people in the village had always liked to use their fists to reason. Gu Yan didn't bother with the fact that these people mistakenly thought his surname was Qin. He just stood in front of the crowd, blocking them and not letting them leave. Brother Qin, don't stop us, we still have to go avenge little Pooh. A man said through gritted teeth. Gu Yan shook his head, you cannot go. Why? The people in front of him were all filled with anger at this moment. If they were really allowed to go to the neighboring village, a fight would definitely break out. The people in the village usually didn't know how to hold back when they hit someone. If things went wrong, they might actually kill someone. In this matter, we currently have the moral high ground. If you go and start a fight, that will be troublesome. Don't be impulsive. I will find a way to handle this matter, and I definitely won't let everyone suffer a loss. Hearing Gu Yan's words, the expressions on the faces of these villagers hesitated. They didn't doubt whether what Gu Yan said was true or false. Being able to help them sell the honey. These villagers of Taoyuan village recognized in their hearts that Gu Yan was a capable person. Not to mention, the supplies delivered by the drone back then were all brought by Gu Yan. In the hearts of the villagers of Taoyuan village, Gu Yan was their benefactor. Now hearing their benefactor say this, they were also a bit at a loss. Then what about little Pooh's revenge? One villager asked, still unwilling to give up. The staff member standing next to Gu Yan hurriedly spoke up. We have already contacted the police. When the police arrive, everyone who hit someone will be arrested. Everyone, rest assured, the bad people who hit others will receive the punishment they deserve. Hearing this, the people present finally lowered their hands holding various weapons. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Gu Yan finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Everyone, don't worry, I will help you find a way. The most important thing for us now is to find a way to stop the people from the neighboring village from continuing to ship goods. Otherwise, it will be our Taoyuan village's reputation that gets ruined in the future. No one will believe that our Taoyuan village's honey is good honey anymore. Chapter 385, Conflict. Upon hearing this, the mood of everyone present instantly plummeted. This was an opportunity they had worked so hard to secure. Yet, it had been ruined by someone. It might even mean they would never see any hope for the future. Taoyuan village had no special local products. The only thing that could be considered a specialty was honey. If even the honey couldn't make life in Taoyuan village better, then in the future, as the elderly in the village passed away one after another, the young people wouldn't stay in the village either. They would all find ways to run off and work in the cities. Without much education, they wouldn't earn much money. But it would still be better than seeing absolutely no hope in the village. 10 or 20 years from now, Taoyuan village might cease to exist, with no one left living there. The people in the village were all related to one another in some way. No one was willing to be scattered like this. And who would be willing to leave the hometown where they grew up? Then what should we do? A villager couldn't help but ask. Guyan wouldn't let them go to the neighboring village to settle scores. But the courier drop-off point was in the neighboring village. What could they do to stop them from continuing to ship orders? Guyan looked at them and took a deep breath. Everyone, find someone who knows the way and is physically fit to take me to the neighboring village. I will find a way to handle this. You all go back to what you were doing and seal and bottle the honey. Once I've taken care of things, we'll continue selling the honey. This time, it wasn't just about the villagers of Taoyuan village. It was also about Gu Yan himself. He couldn't just let his followers get hurt, nor could he let his reputation be ruined like this. The villagers of Taoyuan village quickly selected a middle-aged man. He looked like an honest person and was quite sturdy. Brother Qin, let old Su go with you, he's in good shape. Except for Gu Yan and the staff from the government authorities, everyone present basically knew the way from Taoyuan village to the neighboring village. Gu Yan nodded, took the staff member, and followed behind old Su toward the neighboring village. This time, the three of them moved quickly. It took them just over an hour to reach the neighboring village. Old Su led them to the courier station. Even from a few hundred meters away, they could see quite a few people busy at work. The staff member rushed forward first and shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop! Everyone, stop!" He shouted a few times, but no one paid him any attention. Seeing this, old Su also stepped forward and shouted, "Who was it that hit little Pooh just now?" Hearing this familiar accent, the people present finally raised their heads. One of the men sneered after seeing old Su. "What? Why have the people from Taoyuan village run over to our village? Was hitting one not enough, and you want to come back and get beaten again?" These people had never realized that hitting someone required paying a price and facing legal punishment. Because such fights and brawls were too common in their daily lives. Basically, no one would call the police. No one thought that a fight was any kind of important matter. Naturally, this allowed many people to escape punishment. Hearing this, old Su was instantly filled with rage and glared at the man. "Wang Zhensheng. Was it you who did it? I'm telling you, we've already called the police, so just wait to be arrested." Hearing old Su's words, the people present burst into laughter. No one took what he said seriously. A middle-aged man suddenly put down the box in his hand and walked up to old Su. "Who told you that we were the ones who hit someone? I could just as easily say that I was hit by you people from Taoyuan village." Old Su was an honest and simple-minded man. Hearing this, he frowned. "What do you mean? When did we people from Taoyuan village hit you?" The middle-aged man picked up a rock from the ground and placed it in old Su's hand. Under old Su's bewildered expression, he grabbed old Su's wrist and violently swung it toward his own head. A stream of blood slowly trickled down from his head. The middle-aged man clutched his head, his expression struggling a bit. Clearly, that impact hurt him a lot. It made everyone around them grit their teeth. Gu Yan's heart sank as well. This person was quite calculating. Most importantly, he was ruthless. He was ruthless even to himself. With someone like this standing at the front, these people from the neighboring village would surely follow him and obey his commands. He realized in his heart that this trouble would be very difficult to deal with. The middle-aged man finally recovered after a while. He raised his head, clutched his head, and looked at the bewildered old Su with a sinister expression. Suddenly, he sneered. "You've broken my head. I'm going to the hospital to have my injuries verified. Hurry up, someone help me call the police right. I want to sue you and I want to sue that so-called internet celebrity. It's all because of him that so much trouble has arisen. That's why you people from Taoyuan village dared to come to our village to pick a fight and you even hit someone. None of you from Taoyuan village, or that so-called internet celebrity, will get off easily." Hearing this, old Su couldn't help but step back twice. He looked at the man in front of him with eyes full of horror, disbelief, and confusion. He couldn't fathom how anyone could be so insidious. It was clearly these people who wanted to harm Taoyuan village. Yet they were actually doing such despicable things to Taoyuan village. Right. It's that so-called internet celebrity who made you people from Taoyuan village dare to come over and cause trouble. It's all his fault. Anyway, we've already fallen out with you people from Taoyuan village, so we might as well go all the way. If we're going to offend you, we'll offend you to the end. Do you really think we're afraid of your Taoyuan village? Exactly. Why can your Taoyuan village make money, but we can't? Are you the only ones allowed to get rich in Taoyuan village? Old Su looked at the people who were almost going crazy in front of him, his expression so dark it looked like it could drip water. He lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. He clenched his fists, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing this, Gu Yan had no choice but to step forward and come to Old Su's side. Do you all realize that what you're doing is breaking the law? You're going to jail. He hadn't expected these people to be so sinister and vicious. Using such underhanded tactics truly opened his eyes. A younger man saw Gu Yan and the staff member beside him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You must be that so-called internet celebrity. Speaking standard Mandarin, it's definitely you. Quick, quick, quick. Where's the phone? I'm going to start a live stream and let everyone see the true face of this so-called internet celebrity. Just someone here to rake in money. What poverty alleviation? Alleviating Taoyuan village but not our village? It's just that Taoyuan village gave you money. What a shameless thing. Quick. Where's my phone? Phone. The internet celebrity has brought people from Taoyuan village to our door to beat people up. This must be exposed. Hearing this, Gu Yan's expression became incredibly dark. Beside him, Old Su suddenly raised his head violently, his eyes bloodshot, filled with endless rage, staring fixedly at the man who was fumbling with his phone, preparing to livestream. Screw your grandmother. Chapter 386, Conflict, Part 2. Old Su rushed toward the young man in front of him, filled with rage. He raised his fist, ready to strike. But his earlier roar had already put the young man on alert. He sidestepped, dodging Old Su's punch. The missed punch only fueled the anger of the crowd surrounding Gu Yan. How dare you hit someone? You dare come into our village and hit people? Are you crazy? Beat them up. Don't let them be so arrogant. Beat them all. Beat them to death. A group of people charged toward Gu Yan and the three from Old Su's side. Gu Yan looked at the 20+ people in front of him, his heart sinking. With just the three of them, it was impossible to fight off more than 20 people. Old Su was the first to be beaten to the ground. He was just an honest rural man. He had only tried to fight back earlier because he was so angry. Facing the fists of 5 or 6 people, he could only lie on the ground, protecting his vital areas as best he could. Seeing there was no room left to hit Old Su, the other villagers turned their focus toward Gu Yan and the staff member. Damn it, and that so-called influencer. Hit him. The group charged forward. Gu Yan gritted his teeth, and just as he was calculating what to do, the staff member suddenly rushed in front of him. He reached out and grabbed the arm of the villager in the front. Turning, dropping his shoulder, and throwing with force. With a shoulder throw, he slammed the man to the ground, creating a dull thud. He then quickly rose, facing the fists of the other villagers, taking them down almost one punch at a time. He struck their stomachs, shoulders, necks, and wrists. Every second, a villager instantly lost the ability to fight back. In just a few seconds, 5 or 6 villagers had fallen. The villagers who were about to charge were stunned. They wanted to beat Gu Yan to vent their anger. But they had never seen someone with such fighting skills before. The anger they felt at the beginning was completely dispelled by this person's punches. If these 20+ people had swarmed him together, then the staff members certainly wouldn't have been able to win. But against these few villagers who had no technique and only knew how to swing their fists, he could handle them. After knocking down a few people, the rest became wary and gathered around, not daring to step forward. A few others were scared and even took a few steps back. The staff member raised his fists, watching the surrounding villagers vigilantly, and said to Gu Yan behind him, "Don't worry, Teacher Chinyu, the leaders sent me here specifically to protect you." Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had previously told leader Lu Changji to arrange some bodyguards for him. He had been busy with live streaming sales in Taoyuan village for the past few days. The bodyguards originally responsible for protecting him were also helping out. He had almost forgotten about this. Who are you? Who told you to hit people?" A villager pointed at the staff member, a hint of fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Gu Yan stepped forward and gently patted the bodyguard on the shoulder. "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for him, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave this village in one piece today." Subsequently, Gu Yan said loudly to the people around him, "Everyone, I know you have grievances. You feel that your village is just as poor as Taoyuan village. Why can Taoyuan village make money from honey and live streaming sales? You want to do live streaming sales too, but we came to stop you in your hearts. You think we can't stand to see you make money, and you think we are bad people." Hearing Gu Yan's words, the anger on the villagers' faces flared up again. The staff member's vigilance also increased. The reason he had acted so sharply earlier was to intimidate the people in front of him. If these people were to all rush up at once now, he really wouldn't have been able to win. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Especially when there are over 40 hands here. You know it yourself. Why can Taoyuan village make money, but we can't? Right. You know it yourself, yet you still dare to bring people to our village and start a fight. A few villagers couldn't help shouting. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. I am not stopping you from making money, but I don't want you to make this kind of unscrupulous money. I want you to be able to make money every year just like Taoyuan village, instead of making money for just 1 year and never being able to make money again." Hearing this, the villagers present looked at each other. No one said anything else, they just looked at Gu Yan with cold faces, wanting to see what he really wanted to say. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Gu Yan felt a little more relaxed. As long as these people could calm down and listen to him, and communicate, this situation could still be controlled. However, someone didn't want him to continue. The gloomy-looking middle-aged man from before stood up at this moment, pointed at Gu Yan, and shouted, "Everyone, don't listen to this person's nonsense. He is someone paid by Taoyuan village. He is educated, he must be trying to trick us. Beat him. Beat him. How many times have you been tricked by those educated people over the years? There are only 2 of them, no matter how good they are at fighting, they can't beat our whole village." After this sentence, the way everyone present looked at Gu Yan changed again. Gu Yan looked at the middle-aged man with cold eyes. He was not stupid, he could naturally see that this middle-aged man was the key person organizing this incident. Under his call, the surrounding villagers began to stir again and gathered around Gu Yan and the others. At this moment, Old Su had already been beaten to the ground, lying there and groaning in pain. The people who had beaten him earlier were led by this middle-aged man, along with those few people who had decided with him to carry out this fake live streaming sales scheme. Now that Old Su had been beaten down, and seeing that the rest of the villagers were about to be swayed by Gu Yan, he naturally couldn't sit still. They had given those people from Taoyuan village quite a bit of money. If they stopped now, not only would they not make money, but the money they had already thrown in would also go down the drain. With someone leading, the villagers who had previously been intimidated by the bodyguard seemed to gain some confidence, and they followed him to surround the group. The bodyguard, facing a formidable enemy, stood next to Gu Yan and whispered, "Teacher Chinyu, in a moment I will try to create an opening for you, and you must run. Call my comrades. They will arrive quickly. You just need to hide for a while, and once they arrive, you will be safe." Gu Yan gritted his teeth. He didn't want to abandon Old Su and run away by himself. Although he couldn't fight so many people either, staying here would at least help share some of the pressure. But before he could refuse, several cars with hazard lights flashing and sirens blaring drove over quickly. Stopping nearby, several police officers got out of the cars and ran over. "Stop! Everyone stop!" Chapter 387, If you break the law, leave it to the police. The scene was instantly brought under control. Although these villagers were very emotional, they were still able to calm down when they saw the police. What is going on? A middle-aged police officer walked to the center, looking at old Sue, who had been beaten to the ground on the side. Comrade police, it's all them. They came to our village to beat people. The middle-aged man from before immediately tried to shift the blame. The middle-aged police officer looked at Gu Yan, who was being pointed at, and then glanced at old Sue lying on the ground. Did you hit him? Gu Yan shook his head. They hit him. Old Sue came with us. Then why do they say you were the one who hit him? When the middle-aged police officer said this, his gaze swept across the surrounding crowd. The hint of scrutiny in his eyes made some of the villagers subconsciously step back half a pace. Just from this subconscious action, the middle-aged police officer had a rough guess in his mind. Before Gu Yan could speak, the middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "First, it's them who wanted to come over and beat people. We were just fighting back normally, just that one called. Self-defense." The young man who was holding a phone to live stream earlier reminded him. Hearing this, the middle-aged police officer glanced at the middle-aged man, and then at the young man. Finally, he shifted his gaze to Gu Yan. Is that what happened? The middle-aged man took advantage of the middle-aged police officer not paying attention and glared viciously at Gu Yan. He seemed to think that he could scare Gu Yan like this. Gu Yan sneered and glanced at him. That's not true. It was the people from their village who injured the poverty alleviation cadre from Taoyuan village. I called the police. We came here for this matter as well. He was injured after being surrounded and beaten by them. Seeing that he failed to scare Gu Yan, the middle-aged man's face sank, and he hurriedly said, "That's because he wanted to make a move first, so we hit him. If you hadn't come to cause trouble, how could we have made a move? The person lying here is like this, and Director Pooh is the same. You just want to bully us common folk." In the eyes of the middle-aged man and the villagers on the side, Pooh Shang was an official. And Gu Yan was a rich person. By comparison, they were poor people and should be more protected. The middle-aged police officer didn't speak, just looked at Gu Yan, wanting him to provide an answer. Gu Yan nodded. There were so many people watching here, and there were cameras at the delivery station next door. It couldn't be denied. It was better to just tell the truth. Compared to these villagers, Gu Yan understood more, and he never thought about lying from the beginning. This kind of lie was the easiest to be exposed. Since that's the case, you all come back to the police station with me. It just so happens there is surveillance footage here. If any of you lied, that would be an additional crime. The middle-aged police officer had dealt with people in the village a lot, and he knew how to scare these people. Sure enough, after hearing the middle-aged police officer's words, the expressions of these villagers changed. As for old Sue lying on the ground, they could say that he wanted to make a move first. Although he didn't actually hit anyone and was beaten by them instead. But it could at least be justified to some extent. But in the morning, it wasn't the case for Pooh Shang. The surveillance footage must have captured that they were the ones who made the first move. The middle-aged police officer had also been observing the expressions of these villagers, and he had a rough guess in his mind. Just as he was preparing to take everyone back and arrange for someone to take old Sue to the hospital for a checkup, the staff member who had been standing behind Gu Yan walked up and handed over his credentials. Gu Yan didn't know what the two of them were saying. However, after the two walked to the side and talked for a few sentences, the staff member walked to his side and said to him, "Teacher Chinyu, let's go back first. They will take old Sue to the hospital in a while." Gu Yan glanced at him. He didn't feel surprised in his heart. This bodyguard was originally a person arranged by leader Lu Changji. Having an official position and some status was very normal. He might even be the leader of the police officers in front of him. But he didn't intend to leave just like that. He shook his head and walked to the middle-aged police officer. "Hello, the reason I called the police is not just because they hit people." Hearing this, the middle-aged police officer instantly frowned. From the moment he saw that person's credentials just now, he knew in his heart that today's case was not that simple. "Tell me specifically." He knew clearly that someone who could have that person by his side must have a very different status and position. Such a person running to this kind of poor village would definitely not be the type who wanted to come and cause trouble. Wouldn't it be happier to enjoy life in a prosperous place than to come to this backwater to cause trouble? These people are suspected of economic fraud. They infringed on my personal reputation rights and used my name to conduct fraudulent marketing on others. Gu Yan pointed his finger at the leading villagers from before. After hearing these words from Gu Yan, those few leading villagers instantly widened their eyes. What crime? What are you talking nonsense about? We didn't commit any crime. Comrade Police, this person is spouting nonsense. They really didn't understand the charges Gu Yan was talking about. But they could understand that what Gu Yan was saying now was definitely unfavorable to them. The surrounding villagers who came to take money and work heard Gu Yan's words at this moment, and their eyes looking at these people also became a bit strange. After all, Gu Yan wouldn't spout nonsense to the police, would he? If it were these people, they definitely wouldn't dare to do so. They didn't think Gu Yan would dare to say anything to deceive the police. What Gu Yan said was naturally the truth. The staff member on the side hurriedly took out the evidence that had been collected and handed it to the middle-aged police officer. The middle-aged police officer looked at it for a while and roughly understood the sequence of events in his mind. Xiao Wang, take these people back to the station, and also take away the surveillance footage. Several police officers heard this and hurriedly stepped forward to detain those few leading villagers. The leading middle-aged man finally panicked when he saw this. He hurriedly shouted, "Why are you arresting us? Why are you arresting us? They also made a move, why aren't you arresting them?" Hearing this noise, Gu Yan's face was full of coldness. When you hit Director Pu, did you not think you would be arrested? When you hit Old Su, did you not think you would be arrested? When you used my name yesterday to deceive netizens in the livestream room to buy your inferior honey, did you not think you would be arrested? Gu Yan couldn't be bothered to think of any way to deal with these people. If you break the law, leave it to the police. Why should he waste so much effort? He wasn't from here, and he didn't need to consider whether he would offend anyone. The person who did the bad thing first wasn't him. Gu Yan stopped looking at the middle-aged man. He turned his head and set his gaze on the nearly 20 villagers nearby. Everyone, listen to me for a moment. Chapter 388. He is lying. Hearing Gu Yan's voice, everyone present turned their gaze toward him. Everyone, I know you all want to make money, and I know you have all been living in poverty for these years, but money should not be made this way. This is illegal. Hearing this sentence from Gu Yan, a look of confusion flashed across the faces of the villagers present. They didn't quite understand. As for the honey sold in the village this time, they weren't actually very clear on how exactly it had been sold. Everyone, these few people colluded with someone from Taoyuan village, cut the power lines of Taoyuan village, and then impersonated Taoyuan village, misappropriating my name to sell this honey. This is an illegal act. Upon hearing this, there was no change in expression on the villagers' faces. There was even a sense of indifference. To them, this was not a big deal. So what if they impersonated them? Isn't it enough that they can make money? As for whether it was illegal or not, these people didn't really understand. Only the young people in the village understood a little more. The older people didn't understand, nor did they want to understand. Deep down, they still held the view that the law wouldn't punish the masses. They believed that as long as many people did it, nothing would happen. After seeing the reaction of this group, Gu Yan understood their inner thoughts. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Sometimes, there is a reason why people are poor. It also brings about a mentality of disregarding the rules in these people. At the same time, it makes these people willing to take risks. Everyone, according to the law, these people will be sentenced. They will have to spend at least a few years inside. I know you might think this is nothing, but think about your children in the future, when they want to go to school, join the army, or take civil service exams. Because you broke the law and went to prison, they won't be able to succeed even if they put in countless efforts. Do you think it's worth it? Not only that, the money you earned using these methods will all be confiscated, and you will also be fined. It is completely a losing proposition. Gu Yan knew very well that he had to explain the pros and cons clearly to these villagers. Otherwise, these people would never understand. Sure enough, after hearing these words from Gu Yan, the expressions on the villagers' faces changed slightly. "No, it shouldn't be that serious," a villager couldn't help but mutter. The middle-aged police officer from before also stepped forward at this moment. "This young man is right. If you break the law, the money you earned will be confiscated, and you will have to pay additional fines." Hearing the police officer say the same thing, their expressions finally changed drastically. They finally understood the seriousness of the matter. Seeing this, Gu Yan felt relieved. If they can listen, there is still hope. "Everyone, I know you are anxious seeing Taoyuan village about to make money, but have you ever calculated this account? Taoyuan village's beekeeping techniques are very good, much better than yours. That is why Taoyuan village's honey has high quality, and people are willing to pay for it. Why don't you try to find a way to learn beekeeping from Taoyuan village and improve the quality of your honey? What you are doing now will ruin Taoyuan village's reputation. It will completely offend the villagers of Taoyuan village. Would they still be willing to let you learn beekeeping techniques from them? But before, when we wanted to learn, they weren't willing to teach us," a villager couldn't help but shout. They weren't stupid. They naturally understood that if they sent all this honey out by courier today, it would ruin the reputation of Taoyuan village's honey. This was something that would create a deadly grudge with Taoyuan village. Taoyuan village had finally managed to make money through honey. They were cutting off Taoyuan village's source of wealth. In the future, it would definitely be an irreconcilable feud. In the past, they also wanted to learn beekeeping from Taoyuan village. But Taoyuan village wouldn't teach them. In order to make money, they had no choice but to sell this poor quality honey against their conscience. Although these people were all paid to come and work. But these people themselves or their relatives were involved in beekeeping. Coming here to work this time, they also had the intention of seeing how those few people sold the honey, so they could also make a quick buck themselves. Right, they didn't teach before, but yesterday, Director Pooh had already discussed it with the people in the village. After they sell the honey this year, they will send people to teach you how to do beekeeping. Not just your village, but also the other 2 villages nearby. They will teach them all. How is that possible? After Gu Yan finished speaking, a villager couldn't help but retort. Yeah. How is that possible? How could they be willing to teach us? If they were willing to teach, they would have taught us long ago. Besides, now that they have made money, instead of trying to find ways to keep more bees themselves and make more money tomorrow, how could they possibly be willing to teach us? The thoughts of these villagers could not be said to be wrong. Normal people would indeed think this way. While you can make money, you try to find ways to earn more yourself. How could you possibly teach your own specialized skills to others? Teaching the apprentice starves the master. But these people underestimated Pu Shang. This poverty alleviation cadre was not just thinking about removing the label of poverty from Taoyuan village. What he wanted was to completely eliminate poverty in this mountainous area. It was to make Taoyuan village's honey completely big and strong. Everyone, how many people are there in our country? How many people are in Taoyuan village? And how many bees can they keep? Can the bees kept by just one Taoyuan village meet the honey demand of the whole country? This sentence from Gu Yan made the villagers stare intently at him. They didn't know what Gu Yan wanted to say, but vaguely felt that what Gu Yan was about to say would change their future. Director Pu Sheng is not just thinking about letting Taoyuan village remove the label of poverty. He wants Taoyuan village's honey to completely establish its own brand. He wants this whole mountainous area to become prosperous. Only by pooling the strength of your few villages together and doing beekeeping together can you make more money and let Taoyuan village's good honey become the good honey of this mountainous area. When Gu Yan said this, his emotions were slightly excited, and he couldn't help but cough twice. He could still remember the vision that Pu Shang had told him about after the live stream ended that day. At that time, Pu Shang had endless expectation in his eyes, and his body seemed to be bursting with endless strength. For his dream, he could give all his strength. By then, not only Taoyuan village, but the people in your few villages will also be able to make money. You can make clean money. You can make long-term money. You can make money every year. It will be much better than what you are doing now, grabbing this bit of dirty money and then sitting idle and exhausting your resources with guilt in your hearts. Hearing these words from Gu Yan, everyone present was moved. Even the police officers couldn't help but get excited. Among them, many also had their hometowns in these few nearby villages. Who wouldn't want to see their hometown become better and better? You're full of crap. You're lying to us. That's impossible. You are lying. Chapter 389, Is Chinyu a gangster? A shout drew everyone's gaze. It was the middle-aged villager who had been detained in the police car. At this very moment, he was struggling to poke his head out, shouting loudly. He had heard everything Gu Yan just said. And precisely because what Gu Yan said was true, he was now in such a panic. He was afraid. He was afraid that everyone in the village would be swayed by Gu Yan. If that happened, he would be completely finished. And the few people around him would be finished too. These villagers were his relatives and friends. But when it came to their own interests, no one would stand by his side anymore. Now, after hearing Gu Yan's words, if they cooperated honestly, not only would these villagers avoid punishment, but they could also earn money in the future. Earn even more money than they did today. But he and the few people around him would not be so lucky. Not only would they have to pay back the money earned today, but they might even end up in jail. He was terrified. However, the police did not give him another chance to speak. They pushed him directly into the police car and locked it. Gu Yan stopped looking at him, and the villagers ignored him as well. Young man, we were all just paid by them to come here and work. We don't know anything about the rest. A villager spoke up first. He was quick-witted and knew that this was the time to make his stance clear. With one person taking the lead, the rest realized what to do. Right. It's all those people's fault. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have made this mistake. Exactly. We didn't even know how they were selling the honey. We were just paid to work, we aren't the ringleaders. Oh. These people really deserve to die. Director Pu was such a good person, he wanted to bring us along to make money. And they beat Director Pu. They even beat Brother Lao Su so badly. That's right. Young man, don't worry, if you need us to testify against them, we will definitely cooperate. One after another, the villagers expressed their stance. Gu Yan had achieved his goal. Regardless of whether these people truly didn't know what methods were used to sell the honey, or whether they actually regretted watching those people beat others, their attitude at this moment was very clear. No one would cause trouble anymore. Everyone, I believe you have heard that we will be building Hope Schools in Taoyuan Village. This won't just be in Taoyuan Village, we will build Hope Schools in the nearby villages as well, including yours. Things will definitely get better in the future. Please have some patience. Let's focus on damage control first, don't ruin the path to everyone's future earnings. Even those with some remaining conscience felt genuine regret after hearing this. They were clearly working hard to earn money and even planned to help the surrounding villages earn money once they succeeded. Yet, someone had cut their power lines. And they were impersonated, with bad honey being sold in their name. If this couldn't be remedied in time, it would truly harm everyone's interests. It would not only hurt the hearts of the people in Taoyuan Village but also harm themselves. That's right. Hurry. Everyone, quickly go and unload the honey from the trucks. It can't be shipped out anymore. This young man is right, we must fix this. But what about the ones that have already been shipped out? The staff member who had been staying by Gu Yan's side spoke up at this moment. Everyone, rest assured, I have already made arrangements. The honey that has already been shipped has been intercepted, there is still time. Hearing this, Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it had been intercepted. Right. The power lines. Where are our village electricians? Hurry. Go to Taoyuan Village and fix the power lines. The villagers might not be educated, and they might lack technical skills. But they were not stupid. When Gu Yan said they needed to fix the damage, they understood immediately. Pu Sheng's purpose for coming today was to find electricians to help fix the power lines. Only by fixing the power lines in Taoyuan village could they resume the live stream sales as soon as possible and sell all the honey currently in Taoyuan village. The sooner they sold it, the sooner they could send people over to teach them about beekeeping. Only then would they have a chance to earn money next year. When it came to their own interests, this group of people became extremely proactive. Without Gu Yan needing to say anything, several electricians grabbed their tools and ran toward Taoyuan village immediately. Gu Yan turned to look at the staff member and said softly, "I have to trouble you to speak to the leaders above and have the orders from those people's live stream rooms refunded while you're at it. Explain the situation briefly to the people who placed the orders. Rest assured, Teacher Chinyu, it has all been arranged. The police will also help when my colleague arrives in a while. I will have him take you back to Taoyuan village, and I will go with the police to give a statement." The villagers present had already run off to help unload the goods and intercept the trucks. Gu Yan also needed to return to Taoyuan village as soon as possible to prepare for the live stream. If he went to give a statement, it would take up too much time. Naturally, there were no objections to this arrangement. The police had no objections either. In this kind of situation, with the suspects caught red-handed, as long as someone went to give a statement and a couple of villagers were found to testify, that would be enough. In any case, in order to earn money next year, not a single villager present would refuse to cooperate. However, while Gu Yan was on his way back to Taoyuan village, a new wave of commotion had erupted on Weibo. Those young people from earlier had managed to take some videos and photos. Although Gu Yan's face was not revealed, the footage of the moment when the tension between the two sides was at its peak, nearly leading to a fight, had leaked out. Moreover, someone specifically pointed out that the conflict had occurred between Taoyuan village and the neighboring village. Taoyuan village had been very popular recently. Coupled with the fact that Gu Yan was currently doing live stream sales in Taoyuan village, as long as the terms Taoyuan village and Chinyu were included, it immediately attracted countless amounts of traffic. Many haters also seized this opportunity and were eager to stir up trouble. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Did the people from Taoyuan village get into a fight with someone? It seems like Chinyu took the people from Taoyuan village to the neighboring village to beat people up. Really? Isn't he there to help with poverty alleviation? Why is he taking people to beat others up? Is this an internet celebrity or a gangster? From the moment he got involved in Taoyuan village's affairs, I didn't think well of it. What does helping transport supplies have to do with him? And now live stream sales. This is not a simple matter. I suspect it's mostly about other interests, or perhaps it involves other things we don't know about. See it now? Taking people to the neighboring village to beat others up. What kind of behavior is this? What exactly is he trying to do? What is he trying to do? Isn't it just to do something in Taoyuan village so the people there will be grateful to him and follow his every word? Aren't his fans all like that? A while ago, they were saying he was responsive to every request, so warm and gentle, giving them a few small favors and they become his lackeys. They are all brainless idiots. Is he planning to set himself up as a king in Taoyuan village? Which young master is playing around like this, doing whatever comes to mind? How shameless. It's just pitiful for these villagers. They are being used like this and don't even realize it. Chapter 390, The Counterattack of Ning Chen's Fans. The mockery of Gu Yan on the internet was growing louder and louder. Many of Chinyu's fans also wanted to stand up and speak out. But in those few blurry photos and video clips, although Gu Yan's face could not be seen, his clothes were the exact same ones he wore during the live stream yesterday. His voice could also be vaguely heard. It was exactly the same as his voice during the live stream yesterday. No one could stubbornly deny that the person was Chinyu. Furthermore, in that video clip, it was undeniably Gu Yan who led a villager to take the initiative to hit someone. This was solid evidence. For a moment, Chinyu's fans didn't know what to say. They could only keep saying that they trusted Chinyu and hoped others could have more patience, insisting that the truth of the matter was definitely not what it appeared to be in the video. However, the internet bystanders didn't care about that. Right now, the anti-fans were the loudest, and the ordinary bystanders naturally followed the loudest group. Consequently, many of Ning Chen's fans were finally able to counterattack. Previously, Ning Chen's fans had been suppressed on the internet. This time, they had finally endured through it, and there was no way they would let such a good opportunity slip by. A clown who isn't fit for the stage, what kind of character can an internet celebrity have? He's far inferior to our brother Chen. That's right, Brother Chen is the young master of the Beijing Ning family. The education he received from childhood is not something ordinary people can compare to. This person called Qin Yu clearly crawled out from the bottom. He got lucky and gained some fans, then got carried away, thinking he's someone important. Does he really think he can act lawlessly just because he has a few fans? People like this have the dirtiest hearts, and they're probably ugly too. Otherwise, why would he never dare to show his face? Unlike our brother Chen, who never hides. Well said. If this Qin Yu were really handsome, why would he never show his face? Isn't it just because he's ugly and insecure? He doesn't even show his face during livestream sales, just pointing his fingers around. I didn't expect that people nowadays don't even care about looks. Just looking at a back view and hands, they can praise him so much. I feel like it's not even as good as the era when people cared about looks. Live streaming for sales, helping with poverty alleviation. Isn't this just trying to chase clout? Isn't it just wanting those villagers to be grateful to him? His reputation has collapsed this time. And there are still fans here defending him, leading people to hit others. This is harming the villagers of Taoyuan village. Their lives are already hard enough, yet he deceives and uses them like this. Does he have a conscience at all? Just wait, in a while, when these villagers realize what's good for them, they won't let him off. By then, he should be banned from the entire internet. At the Beijing Ning family, Ning Chen looked at these comments on Weibo, the smile on his face not concealed in the slightest. His phone rang, and he picked it up. President Ning, do you need to add more fuel to the fire? If you need it, it shouldn't take more than a few days to get this Qin Yu banned. Ning Chen frowned and thought about it after hearing this. No need after all, this time it involves the leaders above. If we go too far, there will be pressure from above. What he wanted was just to vent his anger first. If he really wanted to get Qin Yu completely banned, he certainly wouldn't choose this opportunity. He had asked someone to inquire about it. The leaders above attached great importance to the matter of Taoyuan village this time. Doing some small tricks and messing with Qin Yu was no problem. But if it escalated, and Qin Yu was banned at this time, that would also mean that new problems would arise regarding Taoyuan village. The leaders above would definitely not sit idly by. In his view, Qin Yu was just someone Gu Yan found to help. The purpose was so that his new project could be successfully implemented. Offending the leaders above just to get rid of Qin Yu. It wasn't worth it. If he could bring down Gu Yan, he might consider it more. On the other side, Gu Yan had already returned to Taoyuan village. His phone had long since run out of battery. Taoyuan village was currently without power, so there was no way to charge it. They could only wait for those electricians from the neighboring village to help fix the power lines. At first, when the villagers of Taoyuan village saw those electricians, the emotions in their eyes were very complex. They already knew about the things the neighboring village had done. They were very dissatisfied with the neighboring village in their hearts. It could even be said that they felt some hatred. But now, the neighboring village had sent people over to fix the power lines. After arriving, they kept apologizing. They couldn't say anything more. After all, only after the power lines were repaired could they have a chance to earn money and change their destiny. However, the matter regarding Pu Sheng still made them feel as uncomfortable as if a thorn had been stuck in their hearts. Both Pu Sheng and his father had dedicated their youth to Taoyuan village. Many people in the village were especially close to Pu Sheng. The few people who didn't feel any gratitude towards Pu Sheng, who were also the ones who took money to cut the power lines, had already been controlled by the others in the village, just waiting for the police to come and take them away. When Gu Yan returned to Taoyuan village, the villagers even wanted to beat these people to death. Fortunately, Gu Yan returned in time and stopped the people in the village. After waiting for about an hour, the power lines were finally fixed. Gu Yan charged his phone as soon as possible. He also plugged in his computer to charge. Having no time to worry about anything else, he first turned on the livestream. The livestream room instantly flooded with over 100,000 people, and it was still increasing rapidly at a speed of thousands per second. The number of comments in the livestream was also scrolling rapidly at a speed of several thousand per second. There were too many comments, and Gu Yan couldn't keep up at all. He could see at most a few words of each comment before it was scrolled past. With no other choice, he had to give up on the idea of reading the comments and focused on the livestream sales. In over 3 hours, Gu Yan sold tens of thousands more orders. He had almost sold out all of Taoyuan Village's current honey inventory. Gu Yan clearly breathed a sigh of relief and chose to end the stream. After over 3 hours, his throat was hoarse. After ending the stream, he still had to go help seal and can the honey, and negotiate with the courier company to try to ship the honey out as soon as possible, while also trying to see if he could negotiate the shipping fees down to save some costs. Pu Sheng was recuperating in the hospital, and there were too many things that needed him to handle. Naturally, he had no mind to care about what was being said in the comments. So he didn't know that many viewers in the livestream were sarcastically cursing him. The whole village was busy. Gu Yan packed up his equipment and, without resting, went directly with a few villagers to pack the canned honey. "Young man, do you want to go and rest? You can leave this to us." A villager couldn't help but speak up as he looked at Gu Yan, whose complexion didn't look very good. He had seen Gu Yan during the livestream earlier. For over 3 hours, he hadn't stopped for a single second, constantly introducing their Taoyuan village honey. Just watching him, he felt his own throat go dry and felt exhausted for him. Chapter 391. All he wanted to let go of was Lin Xiaoran. "It's okay, uncle, I'm not tired," Gu Yan said with a smile, then lowered his head and continued working. The whole village stayed busy until 3 a.m., finally managing to pack up all the honey that needed to be sent out. Everyone in the entire village was about to collapse from exhaustion. Tens of thousands of packages were piled up there, like a small mountain. Although the villagers were tired, looking at these packages piled like a small mountain, the smiles on their faces were exceptionally sincere. To them, this meant money, opportunity, and the future. Their good days were about to arrive. Gu Yan also slumped to the side looking at the smiles on the faces of the villagers around him. His heart finally relaxed completely. In doing this, he could be considered to have lived up to Pu Sheng's request. Gradually, light snoring sounds began to rise. The people present couldn't help but look around. They soon saw that Gu Yan was lying there, fast asleep. "Oh my, this young man has really been busy all day. How did he just fall asleep like this? He must be exhausted. These kids from the city have weak bodies climbing up and down the mountain today, talking into that phone for over 3 hours, and then helping with the work. He must be worn out. Oh, someone give a hand, help carry him inside. He'll catch a cold if he stays here. Hey, you, his auntie, go get some hot food. This young man hasn't eaten a single bite today. We have to let him eat something before he sleeps." Several staff members standing nearby watched Gu Yan, their emotions somewhat complex. They had never imagined at the beginning that Gu Yan would go this far. They even thought he was just here to put on a show. And that he was likely a high-maintenance, arrogant influencer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on telling the higher-ups to find him a few bodyguards. But by now, they had completely discarded that idea. If Gu Yan were truly that arrogant, high-maintenance kind of person, he wouldn't have done all this. When Gu Yan woke up, he realized he was already lying in bed. He sat up, wanting to find some water to drink. But he saw a bowl of hot porridge warming on the stove in the room. When Gu Yan saw that bowl of hot porridge, it was the first time he felt hungry all day. He sat down, ate the hot porridge, and felt a wave of warmth flowing through his body. Only then did he finally have some energy. "Teacher Qinyu, are you awake?" The staff member who had accompanied Gu Yan to the neighboring village in the morning pushed the door open and walked in. Gu Yan nodded, his voice still hoarse. "Have I been asleep for a long time?" The staff member shook his head. "Not very long. The people in the village only just got up not long ago." Hearing this, Gu Yan looked out the window. The sky was just barely brightening, he indeed hadn't slept for too long. Teacher Chinyu, you still need to pay more attention to your health and get some good rest, the staff member couldn't help but say. From the first time he met Gu Yan, he knew that Gu Yan must be hiding a lot of things in his heart. His heavy thoughts were almost written all over his face. An expression of gloom. Even though he was still exceptionally kind to people, anyone could tell that he was hiding something. Gu Yan just nodded upon hearing this. Thank you. It wasn't that he was being intentionally cold. It was just that he really didn't want to talk much. In these past 2 days, yesterday and the day before, he had spoken more than he had in the last few years combined. Fortunately, he had talked a lot. When he talked a lot, he wouldn't overthink. Thinking about those things in Kyoto or abroad. Keeping himself busy seemed to allow him to temporarily forget the things that troubled him. Here, there were none of the people he disliked. Nor were there those who wished him dead. As long as he kept himself busy and didn't let his mind wander, he actually felt a bit relaxed. Just working and feeling physically exhausted. It was far better than the mental torment he had suffered over these years. Teacher Chinyu, rest a while longer, the drones won't be able to start working for another hour. After saying this, the staff member stood up and left. Gu Yan tidied up a bit and went back to lie on the bed. Once he sent the honey out via drones today, his work here would be finished. Lying on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep. He simply took out his phone and checked WeChat. He hadn't checked WeChat for a few days, and his phone was on silent. He didn't know when, but there were suddenly dozens of messages. Among them, Lin Xiaoran had sent the most. Where are you? Why aren't you answering the phone? What does it mean that your phone is off? You're not in Kyoto? Where exactly did you go? You know that as long as I want to check, I can definitely find out where you are. I'm going to visit Professor Gu tonight, you'd better wait for me at home. This message was sent yesterday. Lin Xiaoran had probably already been to Professor Gu's place. Sure enough, there was a message from Professor Gu below. It told him that Lin Xiaoran had visited him and had vaguely tried to ask for his location. Unfortunately, Professor Gu didn't know either. So Lin Xiaoran couldn't get the answer she wanted. Gu Yan felt a headache coming on as he read it. If he could, he would rather be as exhausted as he was yesterday than see these messages. He tossed the phone aside and closed his eyes, wanting to rest for a while. He knew that Lin Xiaoran must be unhappy. When he returned to Kyoto, there was no telling what she might do. But he didn't want to think about these things right now. The phone suddenly vibrated again. Gu Yan picked up the phone and took a look. It was still a message from Lin Xiaoran. Are you not doing that new project anymore? The press conference is about to be held, and you're still not back? Gu Yan let out a long sigh. The biggest difficulty of the new project had already been solved. He didn't want to deal with the press conference, so he had left it all for Wang Hanyu to handle. If he appeared, it might not be a good thing. There were still many people in Kyoto who wished him dead. It was fine to stand in the background, but if he appeared in the public eye, it would definitely invite many dirty tricks. Furthermore, Wang Hanyu was much more experienced in handling these matters than he was. For this first project, it was better to play it safe. He planned to follow along and learn more first. He didn't want to go back. Communicating with Lin Xiaoran was too mentally exhausting. With this time, he might as well get more rest in an hour. He still had to deal with the drone delivery. Besides, he also needed to visit Pu Sheng and tell him about the follow-up to yesterday's events. But Lin Xiaoran's next message came through. Are you just planning to live in seclusion in the mountains and ignore the affairs of the world like this? Congratulations to you. Are you planning to completely let go of the past and everything around you as well? Gu Yan furrowed his brows, looking at this message, unsure if he should reply. He had told Lin Xiaoran many times already. He did indeed want to let go of the past. But not let go of everything around him. What he wanted to let go of, to put it plainly, was just Lin Xiaoran. But she never believed it, or perhaps, refused to accept it. Chapter 392, Nightmare. Gu Yan stopped looking at his phone, climbed out of bed, and walked out of the courtyard. Instead of dwelling on these things, it was better to focus on sending out more honey. By the time everything was handled, it was already noon. The people in the village were cheering and celebrating. After all the honey had been sent out via drones, the people sent by the county leaders arrived. They brought an engineering team into the village to begin surveying. This was in preparation for building a road for Taoyuan village. The villagers had earned money, and soon they would have a new road. This double blessing filled everyone's faces with joy. Only Gu Yan's face showed no emotion. He returned to the room alone and lay down. Once the busyness subsided, the troubles he had been fleeing from all came rushing back. Frowning, he didn't know when he had fallen asleep. In his sleep, he seemed to recall things from the past. When the incident with Ning Meng first happened, Gu Yan was locked inside the villa. Lin Xiaoran would not let him go out. He also knew that the outside world was in an uproar. Too many people thought he had harmed Ning Meng and wanted him dead. He had always thought that Lin Xiaoran locked him up to protect him. But he didn't want to stay in the villa alone and act like a coward. He hadn't done it, and he wanted to explain. He wanted to tell everyone that he hadn't done it. He didn't want this misunderstanding to exist in everyone's minds. Or rather, he was afraid that Lin Xiaoran would misunderstand him. But he couldn't get out. Lin Xiaoran hadn't returned either. She had been outside accompanying Ningchen. It was said that Ningchen had broken down in tears and had even cried until he fainted. It was only because Lin Xiaoran stayed with him that he was able to calm down a little. Gu Yan could only wait alone in the villa, locking himself in his room without even turning on the lights. He waited until he couldn't remember the time, not knowing how many days had passed, not knowing if it was day or night, until Lin Xiaoran finally returned. The moment Gu Yan saw her walk into the room, travel-worn and exhausted, he subconsciously squeezed his eyes shut. Having not seen any light for several days, the sudden illumination was too blinding. Gu Yan struggled to open his eyes, wanting to take a look at Lin Xiaoran. To see this woman he had once loved deeply and had always longed for. At that time, Lin Xiaoran seemed to radiate light from head to toe. But the first words she spoke made Gu Yan feel not a shred of warmth. It was as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cellar. The cold penetrated to his bones. Go to the Ning family tomorrow and apologize. I didn't do it. Before Gu Yan could finish his sentence, he saw a look of irritation on Lin Xiaoran's face. This is the result after I discussed it with the Ning family and the family. Gu Yan, I don't want to say anything more. Have a better attitude tomorrow. Do whatever they tell you to do. Kneel if they ask you to kneel. Kowtow if they ask you to kowtow. Gu Yan's face turned pale as he heard these words. He knew that if he really did this, he would forever carry the title of a murderer. His innocence might never return. Gu Yan had been waiting and hoping all these days. But he hadn't expected to be met with such annoyance and coldness. And the fact that she vaguely revealed she believed he was the culprit. Gu Yan stood there, looking at Lin Xiaoran, feeling his legs go weak, almost unable to stand. He watched helplessly as Lin Xiaoran walked to the sofa, sat down, closed her eyes, and gently rubbed her brow. I won't be back soon. Stay here obediently and don't go out looking for trouble. I will be back before the wedding day. Lin Xiaoran wasn't even willing to look at him again. The words she spoke were something Gu Yan had once longed for immensely. Since the engagement banquet, he had been hoping to hear from Lin Xiaoran whether the two of them could still get married. That time, Lin Xiaoran had told him. But Gu Yan's heart didn't feel much joy. After the incident with Ning Meng happened, he was very afraid. He was afraid that this misunderstanding would be confirmed by others, and he would be even more detested by Lin Xiaoran and those around her in the future. There would be no possibility between him and Lin Xiaoran anymore. But now, he was going to marry Lin Xiaoran. The price, however, was that he had to admit to this crime he had not committed. He felt a little sad, as if a wound was aching. Xiaoran. I said, that's how it is. These 6 simple words made Gu Yan unable to say anything else. At that time, Gu Yan still thought that Lin Xiaoran wanted to protect him. That was why she chose to marry him. Even though Lin Xiaoran had Ning Chen by her side at that time. But the feelings and the past between them still held a significant place in her heart. It was just that because the matter had blown up too much, she had been busy outside for many days and was too tired, which was why she was so cold. Gu Yan didn't say anything else. He turned around and returned to the room. Lin Xiaoran didn't go upstairs, she went out again. The next morning, she came to the villa to pick him up. Then he went to the Ning family. Amidst the gazes of everyone in the Ning family who wanted to kill him, he knelt there. He knelt for 2 days. Without a drop of water, he fainted. During those 2 days, the Ning family had originally wanted to close their doors to guests. But later, for some reason, during those 2 days, many families in the capital sent people to the Ning family to offer condolences. Then they would mock and ridicule him, or curse at him. There were also some who were emotionally agitated and simply beat him up. 2 days later, he was sent to the hospital. After recuperating for a few days, he was discharged from the hospital and went back to the Ning family to kneel for another 2 days. After being sent to the hospital again, he was finally sent back to the villa to stay. At that time, he still hadn't given up. He felt that even if he had paid these prices, at the very least, he was still with Lin Xiaoran. He could still accept such a price. He didn't care what others said about him, he was only afraid that Lin Xiaoran would misunderstand him. But on the night he and Lin Xiaoran registered their marriage, Lin Xiaoran went abroad. The destination was exactly where Ning Chen had gone a week earlier. She had followed his silhouette. Upon learning this news, it was as if Gu Yan had been slapped hard across the face. It finally slapped him awake. He had always thought she still loved him. But he hadn't expected. She did it to humiliate him. In order to vent for Ning Chen. Gu Yan woke up with a start. His back was already soaked with sweat. He didn't know why he had such a dream. He took a few deep breaths, trying hard to calm his emotions. He also didn't look at the messages Lin Xiaoran had sent him. He simply blocked her directly. He sat on the bed without a word until a phone number called him. It was Wang Hanyu calling. What's wrong? Have you finished handling things over there? There's a press conference today, are you really not planning to come? I won't go for now. He actually hadn't decided what he wanted to do next. During these few days in Taoyuan village, he felt unexpectedly relaxed. Even though his body was tired, his mind had received rest. He even felt a bit greedy, wanting to stay here for a few more days. However, on the other end of the phone, a chaotic sound came through. Chapter 393, just waiting for a word from someone. After a while, Gu Yan seemed to hear the voices of 2 people talking on the other end of the phone. Give me the phone. Sorry, I can't. I just want to say a word to him. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Forget it, tell him that once he's done playing, he should come back, I don't have that much patience. Gu Yan could naturally tell whose voice it was. Today was the press conference for the new project. Wang Hanyu was already at the venue. The new project was related to drones. It wasn't strange for Lin Xiaoran to be there. Gu Yan didn't speak, just waited for a while. About a minute later, Wang Hanyu finally spoke, you must have heard it. Yeah. You should come back sooner rather than later, there are some things in the new project that need your signature before they can proceed. Got it. Lin Xiaoran did not stay at the press conference venue for very long. She had even left before the press conference had started. Everyone else at the scene didn't know what had happened. They only knew that Lin Xiaoran had left after saying a few words to Wang Hanyu. By the looks of it, it seemed like the 2 of them had had some sort of argument. Such information was considered very important to those present. Many families in the capital were secretly speculating whether Lin Xiaoran was dissatisfied with Wang Hanyu entering the drone field. That was why the 2 of them had argued. Therefore, some people from the wealthy families in the capital were calculating at that very moment whether they should find a way to cause trouble for Wang Hanyu's project. Doing so could be considered catering to the Lin family's intentions. Perhaps they could build a connection with the Lin family and cooperate with Lin Software in the future. However, only Wang Hanyu roughly understood the purpose of Lin Xiaoran's visit today. She most likely came to look for Gu Yan. Gu Yan wasn't there. Naturally, there was no need for her to stay there any longer. After leaving the press conference venue, Lin Xiaoran returned directly to the Lin family old residence. Elder Lin was sitting there drinking tea. Have you had enough of making a scene outside? Elder Lin's voice was somewhat deep. Lin Xiaoran could tell that he was in a bad mood at this moment. But she was also in a very bad mood at this moment. She sat opposite Elder Lin and picked up a teacup to take a sip. Where is Lin Xiaoye? Hearing this, Elder Lin glanced at her. It has nothing to do with you. Your sister said she wanted to be with Gu Yan, and Gu Yan agreed to it himself. You also signed the divorce agreement. The matter is already settled. You need to have a limit to your nonsense. Lin Xiaoran's face was cold. Don't you know why I signed it? The expression on Elder Lin's face did not change in the slightest. Regardless of the reason, I cannot let it be rumored outside that two sisters from our Lin family are fighting over the same man, especially this man. Elder Lin didn't finish his sentence. But anyone present could tell that he still looked down on Gu Yan. Even though he was now Professor Gu's grandson. His status and position were completely different from before. He doesn't love you anymore. What is the point of you persisting? Lin Xiaoran didn't speak again, lowering her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. Elder Lin sighed softly, turned his head to look at the housekeeper, and said, Go check where he is now. Why are you checking this? Lin Xiaoran raised her head abruptly. Elder Lin snorted coldly. Send him to your sister. The Lin family has already let your sister down enough. This can be considered fulfilling her wish. Lin Xiaoran stood up, her face icy cold, and said through gritted teeth, Did you call me back just to tell me this? Elder Lin looked at her and didn't say anything more. It wasn't until Lin Xiaoran left that he looked at the housekeeper again. Do it cleanly and efficiently. Don't let Professor Gu find any clues. Sir, doing this wouldn't the risk be too high? The housekeeper was clearly very worried. Elder Lin sighed heavily. I don't have much time left. No matter what, I cannot let him and Xiaoran be together again, otherwise, I will not be able to rest in peace even in death. Understood, sir. I will go make the arrangements right away. The housekeeper left. Elder Lin lowered his head, looking at the teacup in front of him with a solemn expression. He picked up his phone and called Ning Chen. He was initially quite satisfied with Ning Chen. Filial and sensible. Most importantly, Ning Chen was the only heir to the Ning family. Furthermore, his feelings for Lin Xiaoran were very sincere. In the future, he would become Lin Xiaoran's, and the Lin family's, greatest support. Moreover, given Lin Xiaoran's personality, he wouldn't worry about whether the Lin family would gradually be swallowed up by other families because the person in power was a woman. And now, although he understood that this child, Ning Chen, didn't have such simple intentions and also had some schemes of his own, he didn't think this was a problem. In a large family, those without any schemes or means could only be useless. If he really didn't have any schemes, Elder Lin would instead look down on him. Less than an hour later, Ning Chen arrived at the Lin family old residence. After entering, he greeted Elder Lin, and then couldn't help but cast his gaze around, wanting to find the figure he had always longed for. Stop looking. Xiaoran just left. Hearing this, Ning Chen didn't feel embarrassed, he just smiled and nodded at Elder Lin. Then I'll make you some tea. Elder Lin didn't refuse, just watched him make tea, then suddenly said, Your mother has contacted me many times. As long as Xiaoran nods, the wedding for the two of you can be arranged immediately. You decide the scale, and pick a date that is sooner. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up instantly. His body trembled slightly with excitement, but he was trying his best to suppress this excitement. I know. Please rest assured I will help Xiaoran move on from her previous relationship. I won't let her be burdened by those unnecessary things in the future. Ning Chen presented himself as very humble. A wealthy young master, and the most outstanding heir of a large family, who himself enjoyed many honors. Yet at this moment, he was so humble for the sake of love. Anyone who saw this would be unable to help but soften their heart. Elder Lin was no exception. After you get married, as soon as possible, have a child. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression became slightly ugly. Grandpa Lin, you know that because of what happened before, Xiaoran has some opinions about me. Elder Lin waved his hand. That's not important for a woman. Once she has a child, things are different. At the very least, the relationship between the two of you can be stabilized. Hearing this, Ning Chen was very moved. I understand. I will try to persuade Xiaoran. The two didn't chat for long before Ning Chen left. When he walked out of the Lin family old residence and got into his car, the smile on his face could finally no longer be concealed. He had worked hard for so many years, and finally, he could see the final dawn. He took out his phone and posted a status on his moments. Just waiting for a word from someone. Chapter 394, Such a playful man who doesn't like to go home. Several comments instantly appeared under this social media post. Most of them were congratulating Ning Chen. Everyone could see what she meant by posting this at this time. Clearly, he and Lin Xiaoran were about to reach a happy ending. When Gu Yan had just acknowledged his kinship with Professor Gu, many people in the circle were actually quite afraid. Professor Gu's actions at the recognition ceremony had indeed caused many Kyoto families to collapse, forcing them to leave Kyoto and find other cities to survive in. At that time, many people were worried about whether Gu Yan would continue to settle scores with them. But later, Gu Yan didn't make any moves. Instead, he went off to dabble in drones, looking like he wanted to accomplish something. This immediately made everyone in the circle feel much more at ease. In the drone industry, who didn't know that the person doing the best was Lin Xiaoran? Wasn't Gu Yan entering this industry just to compete with Lin Xiaoran? But who was Lin Xiaoran? Describing her as a proud daughter of heaven wasn't even enough. Competing against her, even if Gu Yan was Professor Gu's grandson, he had no chance of winning. As for the Shanghai Wang family, they didn't care much either. The Shanghai Wang family was very powerful, but that was in Shanghai. This was Kyoto, their home turf. Since Gu Yan wanted to compete with Lin Xiaoran, he naturally had no intention of doing anything to them. These wealthy Kyoto families began to quickly harvest the assets left behind by the families Professor Gu had defeated. Each of them ate their fill. They never saw Gu Yan say anything or do anything. From that moment on, the wariness of the powerful circles in Kyoto toward Gu Yan diminished significantly. Especially later, after hearing that Elder Lin had intervened and caused Gu Yan and Wan Hanyu's new project to be blocked, these people in Kyoto's powerful circles feared Gu Yan even less. And during this period, news kept spreading that Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran were about to officially be together, or even hold a wedding. These people in Kyoto's powerful circles valued Ning Chen even more. Gu Yan and Professor Gu combined might not even be able to defeat Lin Xiaoran. If you added the Ning family to that, they would be even less of a match. Moreover, from the fact that the Lin family attacked Gu Yan's new project, it was clear that Lin Xiaoran definitely didn't care about Gu Yan. Since that was the case, what did they have to worry about? Ning Chen looked at the comments under the social media post, and the smile on his lips couldn't be restrained. From the moment he first saw Lin Xiaoran, he knew he had fallen in love with her. No matter what the price, no matter how much effort it took, he had to be with this woman. As for Gu Yan, he had never even kept him in his eyes. He was just a piece of bottom-tier trash who was lucky enough to meet Lin Xiaoran earlier. The only worldly experience he had in his entire life must have been after he was with Lin Xiaoran. In those years after returning to the Lin family, he wasn't even allowed to go out. Calling him a kept pet would be a compliment. Now that he had Professor Gu as a relative, it could at most allow him to survive. He wouldn't die inexplicably in some desolate place. However, that was also fine. Letting him live on, watching him and Lin Xiaoran be loving for a lifetime, seemed to make Ning Chen feel even happier. The driver saw Ning Chen put his phone away and then asked, "President Ning, where are we going next?" Lin Group. When Ning Chen arrived at Lin Group, went up to the top floor, and reached the door of Lin Xiaoran's office, he tried hard to adjust his mood. He knocked gently on the door. There was no response. He pushed the door open and walked in. Xiaoran. Ning Chen's voice was very soft, afraid of disturbing Lin Xiaoran. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran was looking down at her phone, her fingers tapping continuously on the screen, as if she were sending a message to someone. She didn't hear Ning Chen's voice. Her attention was entirely on the phone in front of her. After sending several messages in a row without getting any response, her expression was a bit ugly. Gritting her teeth, she sent a few more messages, looking quite unconvinced. Finally, she couldn't help it anymore. She looked up, picked up her phone, and called He Qing. Hello? President Lin? Lin Xiaoran didn't speak. She finally saw Ning Chen's figure. Frowning, she asked, "What are you here for?" Xiaoran. Ning Chen's expression was also a bit ugly. It was completely different from the happy mood he had to forcibly suppress outside the office earlier. There was even a trace of grievance on his face. He hadn't expected that Lin Xiaoran wouldn't notice his presence at all. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more. She waved her hand at him and then said to Yi Qing on the other end of the line, "Come to my office in a while." Afterward, she hung up the phone and looked at Ning Chen with an impatient expression. "Do you have something to find me for?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chen suddenly didn't know what to say. He had just received a promise from Elder Lin and was too excited, so he thought of coming to find Lin Xiaoran. He also had a thought in his mind, wanting to have her nod and agree to their marriage right then and there. But when he saw the expression on Lin Xiaoran's face, he realized that he didn't seem to be able to guarantee that Lin Xiaoran would agree to the marriage. He forcibly suppressed that impulse in his heart again. "I heard from Grandpa Lin that you haven't been feeling well lately, yet you refuse to rest and keep working overtime at the company, so I wanted to come and see you." Ning Chen wanted to say something more, but Yi Qing pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Xiaoran shifted her gaze directly to Yi Qing. "Give me your phone." Yi Qing reacted quickly and hurriedly took out her phone and handed it over. Lin Xiaoran's movements were even faster. She reached out and snatched the phone directly. Her expression was very ugly. She seemed very impatient and irritable. She picked up the phone and began to tap on the screen rapidly with her fingers again. "Have you not played enough after being out for a few days? Why haven't I heard you say before that you were such a playful man who doesn't like to go home? You don't go home, and you don't care about work either? Your project has just started, and you already want to be a hands-off manager? Do you really think the Wang family has a say in Kyoto? Could it be that, a grown man like you, you can still get lost? Give me an address, and I'll send someone to pick you up. How did I not notice before that you were this kind of person? Staying out all night, not caring about anything? Do you have any sense of responsibility at all? Are you really planning to be with Lin Xiaoye? What is good about her? Why is your taste so poor now? You can take a liking to anything? Could it be that you are counting on Lin Xiaoye to help you with your new project? Do you believe that I can make your new project go completely bankrupt with a single sentence, and make all of Lin Xiaoye's projects go bankrupt too? Guyan, you left me here alone, and you're having a great time playing hide and seek, aren't you? Chapter 395, throw this away along with it. After Lin Xiaoran sent these messages, she suddenly took a few deep breaths. She placed her phone on the desk in front of her and slowly closed her eyes, lost in thought. However, it was easy to tell from her furrowed brows that she was far from calm at this moment. In fact, it seemed as if she felt a sense of worry and panic. It was as if something very important was about to be lost. Ning Chen and Yi Qing stood there watching her, neither of them speaking. Yi Qing didn't know if she should take the phone back, so she just stood there. She couldn't help but cast her gaze toward Ning Chen, who was standing to the side. Ning Chen's face was a bit pale at this moment. It was clear that he was also quite unsettled. Yi Qing subconsciously took half a step back. She suddenly wanted to leave this office. But since Lin Xiaoran hadn't said anything, she couldn't just leave. She had no choice but to step back a few paces and go to the side to pour 2 cups of warm water. She gave 1 cup to Lin Xiaoran and the other to Ning Chen. Hearing a sound like a vibration coming from in front of her, Lin Xiaoran snapped her eyes open. Just as she was about to pick up her phone to check, she realized the sound was just Yi Ching setting the water glass down on the table. In reality, this sound didn't really resemble a phone vibrating. It was only because the sound came from nearby that Lin Xiaoran had such a strong reaction. Ning Chen gritted his teeth, almost hard enough to break them. He wasn't stupid. He could naturally see that the Lin Xiaoran before him was completely different from the calm, unflappable person she usually was, whom nothing seemed to be able to disturb. He had never seen Lin Xiaoran lose her composure like this. It seemed every time he had seen Lin Xiaoran unsettled in the past, it hadn't been because of him. He seemed to lack the qualification to tug at Lin Xiaoran's heartstrings. He didn't know who Lin Xiaoran was messaging. And he didn't dare to ask. He could only grit his teeth and try his best to calm himself down. Xiaoran, I know you've been very busy with work lately, but you still need to make sure you get enough rest, Grandpa Lin, and we are all very worried about you. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone vibrated. Lin Xiaoran hurriedly picked up the phone to take a look. Ning Chen caught a faint glimpse of the contact name displayed on the phone screen. Although he couldn't see who it was. But it was a 3-character name, so it probably wasn't Gu Yan. Ning Chen felt a slight sense of relief, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. He said softly, "Is it a work-related message? Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Xiaoran was already in a state of turmoil at this moment. Hearing Ning Chen chattering away beside her, she furrowed her delicate brows and shot him an annoyed look. Her tone was filled with impatience. "Can you be quiet for a moment?" The hint of a smile that had returned to Ning Chen's face instantly froze. A moment later, it vanished. Ning Chen felt his legs go weak. In front of Lin Xiaoran, he felt as if he didn't even have a place to stand. Forcing a smile, he said, "Then you should get some rest. I won't disturb your work anymore." Ning Chen laughed. Lin Xiaoran opened her eyes the moment he stepped out of the office. Yi Ching brewed a fresh cup of tea and brought it over. "President Lin, I brewed you a cup of herbal tea. It won't affect the efficacy of your medication." Lin Xiaoran nodded, picked it up, and took a small sip. Yi Ching continued from the side, "Sir should still be in the country if you want to find him, I." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lin Xiaoran. "Xiaoran. No need to find him." She had already looked for him so many times. Yet time and time again, he would disappear without saying a word. Why should she always be the one to take the initiative to find him? However, she was still holding Yi Ching's phone, her eyes fixed on the 2 phones in front of her, unable to hide the expectant look on her face as she waited for a reply. Yi Ching didn't say anything more. She wasn't foolish enough to expose Lin Xiaoran's lie at a time like this. Lin Xiaoran suddenly stood up, feeling annoyed by everything in the office. "President Lin, where are you going?" "Back to the villa. There is a meeting this afternoon." "Cancel it." Yi Ching didn't say anything more and followed behind Lin Xiaoran as she walked out. Actually, she quite agreed with what Ning Chen had said earlier. Lin Xiaoran had been putting all her energy into work lately. Yet her body was still very weak. Just watching her made Yi Ching feel worried. Those tasks weren't actually that urgent. They just happened to be related to the drone industry. That was why Lin Xiaoran insisted on handling every single work-related matter herself, no matter what kind of information it was. Even if it was just a technical manager at some company in the industry resigning, she had to get all the information to analyze it. In the past, Lin Xiaoran had never paid so much attention to the drone industry. The drone businesses of Lin Group and Zhuguan Group were actually very stable. Most of the R&D work had already been handed over to the government authorities. All Lin Xiaoran needed to be responsible for was testing, production, large-scale mass production, and related training work. It was very stable and wouldn't have any issues. Under normal circumstances, there was no need to pay special attention to it. Lin Xiaoran got into the car, and Yi Ching sat in the driver's seat. She looked back at the 2 phones in Lin Xiaoran's hand. She wanted to say something, but held back. Lin Xiaoran looked at the 2 phones in her hand. They were still so quiet. She felt increasingly agitated. Her chest felt tight, and she had some trouble breathing. Lin Xiaoran opened the car window, wanting to breathe some fresher air. But the car was still in the underground parking garage. She had no choice but to frown and say, "Drive faster, let's get out of here first." The moment the car drove out of the underground parking garage, a gust of slightly chilly wind blew onto Lin Xiaoran's face. This fresh air didn't seem to alleviate her chest tightness. Instead, it made her feel like there was a faint scent in the air. An unfamiliar scent. It wasn't until she returned to the villa that she relaxed her brows slightly. Here, there seemed to be a little bit of that familiar scent. However, when she went upstairs, walked into the master bedroom, and looked at the room that was clearly missing many things, that unfamiliar feeling of coldness welled up in her heart again. She stayed in the master bedroom all day without coming out. Even dinner was brought up to the master bedroom by He Qing. However, it seemed she didn't eat it either. She just kept picking up the two phones to check them from time to time. Unable to help herself, Lin Xiaoran threw the phones aside, her face full of resentment. "What on earth are you so busy with out there? You don't even have time to reply to a message?" He Qing stood downstairs, looking at the master bedroom that had been quiet all this time, and let out a long sigh. She took out her spare phone and sent a message home. She was afraid she would have to work overtime again tonight and stay the night in the villa's guest room. She walked upstairs and knocked on the door of the master bedroom. "President Lin, the old master asked you to find some time to visit the Ning family. The gifts have all been prepared and are already placed at the door. Throw them away." He Qing sighed softly and was just about to turn and leave. The master bedroom door suddenly opened. A scarf with a few small wine stains was thrown out. "Throw this away along with it." Chapter 396, The Scarf. He Qing looked at the scarf in front of her. There were obvious wine stains on it, but there were also traces of it having been meticulously washed many times. It was clear that the stains couldn't be washed out. Such a scarf. Why would Lin Xiaoran keep it until now? Moreover, it clearly had no brand. It looked more like it had been woven by hand. Given Lin Xiaoran's status, position, and wealth, why would she keep such a scarf? The only explanation was that the person who wove this scarf was someone extraordinary. Seeing that He Qing didn't react, Lin Xiaoran simply threw the scarf over. He Qing took the scarf and sighed softly. She turned and walked out. Lin Xiaoran returned to the master bedroom and lay down on the bed. She didn't know why, but a feeling of panic kept spreading in her heart. Tossing and turning on the bed, she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Her heart grew increasingly restless. Every time she closed her eyes, that scarf would appear before her. Lin Xiaoran suddenly opened her eyes, sat up from the bed, and turned on the master bedroom lights. She frowned, looking toward the balcony window. She felt a bit breathless, her chest tight. She got up, wrapped herself in her pajamas, and walked to the balcony. She opened the door and walked out. A cool breeze blew up. The air was fresh. But it couldn't blow away the gloom in Lin Xiaoran's heart at all. She picked up a cigarette, wanting to light it, but couldn't find her lighter. She would smoke when she was very troubled. There was usually a lighter and an ashtray on the balcony. She found the lighter in a drawer, but just as she was about to take it out, she froze. Beside the lighter was a box of candy. She stiffened instantly. She hadn't seen this box of candy in a long time. The first time she saw it, Gu Yan had smelled the smoke on her and wasn't very happy. But seeing how troubled she was, he didn't try to stop her. Instead, he went out and bought a box of candy. When he returned home, he gave her the candy and told her that if she felt troubled in the future, she could try eating a piece of candy. Eating a piece of candy could make a person feel a little happier. Lin Xiaoran had a deep memory of that brand of candy. It was one time when she and Gu Yan went shopping and saw it. The price was very cheap. But Gu Yan had been very envious. He hadn't eaten much candy growing up. Lin Xiaoran simply bought 2 pieces. They each had one. She still remembered the light flickering in Gu Yan's eyes when he ate that piece of candy. He told her that it was the sweetest moment of his life. Later, they could afford a lot of big-name candies. But both of them felt that none tasted as good as that brand. That was why Gu Yan would buy that brand of candy for her. Later, that brand wasn't very profitable, and its market share became smaller and smaller. Although it hadn't gone out of business, it became increasingly difficult to buy that brand of candy. But no matter how hard it was to buy, Gu Yan would find a way to run all over Kyoto to buy that brand of candy for her. He would stock it for her so that she could have a piece of candy when she was feeling troubled. In every place in the house where she often kept lighters, this candy could be found. Lin Xiaoran reached out subconsciously. She didn't take the lighter, but picked up a piece of candy instead. Looking at the candy in her hand, she was still stunned. Unknowingly, she opened the candy wrapper and put the candy in her mouth. A familiar, slightly cheap sweet taste bloomed in her mouth. But suddenly, she felt a little bit of bitterness. This candy, maybe it wasn't delicious from the beginning. But why did she and Gu Yan think it was the best tasting thing before? Lin Xiaoran's heart grew more restless. Even though this candy, which was called a memory, was already stuffed in her mouth, she was still very troubled. The image of that scarf couldn't help but appear in her mind again. Clenching her fists, she turned and walked out of the master bedroom, arriving in the living room, intending to find He Qing. But she saw that the scarf was still there. He Qing hadn't thrown it away. She had just folded it and placed it in the corner of the living room. Logically speaking, she should have thrown this scarf away long ago. She was never short of such things. Especially something that was already dirty and couldn't be cleaned. It had no use for her at all. But now, she was rejoicing. Rejoicing that this scarf hadn't been thrown away. Taking a deep breath, she picked up the scarf and returned to the master bedroom. Holding the scarf, she lay on the bed. Her heart felt much more at ease. The restless feeling had also dissipated a lot. Just as she was finally drowsy and about to fall asleep, her phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Xiaoran opened her eyes abruptly and picked up the phone to take a look. It was a date reminder. It wasn't a message from Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran looked at the content of the reminder, and her heart felt a little more troubled. In a few days, it would be her and Gu Yan's wedding anniversary. In the past, no matter how busy she was every year, she would find a way to take time to go home and see him. Although it might just be a glance. But these years, she had been too busy. It was already not easy to squeeze out this little bit of time to come back. Every time, she would also find a way to send him some gifts. They were all worth a lot. If it were Lin Xiaoya, would she send them? How could that be? She was just trying to use him. It was a pity that Gu Yan couldn't see clearly. He would rather choose such a woman who wanted to use him. He had been with her for so long, and he couldn't even see through such a little scheme. He was still so foolish. At this very moment, the internet was already in an uproar because of Qin Yu selling goods. The most critical point was that netizens went to the live stream room to question him, but didn't receive any response. Leaving comments under Qin Yu's Weibo account also resulted in no replies. It was as if Qin Yu had disappeared. Seeing this, Ning Chen's fans couldn't help but start cursing wildly. Why aren't you saying anything? Playing dead after your true colors were revealed? Those fans of Qin Yu are truly pitiful. They actually like such scum, and they bought those honey products. It's possible that more than half of the money for that honey fell into Qin Yu's pocket. It couldn't possibly reach the villagers of Taoyuan village. Exactly to be able to do such a disgusting thing, and there are actually people saying he would be Lin Xiaoran's husband. Stop talking nonsense. The son-in-law of the Lin group wouldn't do such a disgusting thing, right? To put it bluntly, he only got famous back then for some inexplicable reason. Being sold out and still counting money for others, and even taking the initiative to stuff their own money into other people's pockets. These fans of Qin Yu are truly stupid to a terrifying degree. Sure enough, people cannot master wealth that doesn't match their intelligence. These fans of Qin Yu are a true portrayal of that. You guys say, has Chinyu been doing these disgusting things in the background because he hasn't had any movement all these years? I guess I don't know how much dirty money he has made. This time, it's just that the news about Taoyuan village was relatively hot, so it couldn't be hidden anymore. A person like this, and he has the nerve to talk about our brother Ning Chen. He is truly shameless. Our brother Chen is a real wealthy noble, and he would absolutely never do such a disgusting thing. Exactly, and he pretends to be someone who is seen through the secular world, aloof and elegant all day long. It's truly disgusting. Chapter 397, Gu Yan and Chinyu are the same person. Ning Chen's fans became increasingly excited and agitated during this war of words. It was as if they had achieved a major victory. Previously, the news that Ning Chen might be Chinyu had filled them with affection for the Chinyu account and the person behind it. They truly hoped that Ning Chen could gain more love and recognition from others. So, when an influencer identity with a massive following and extremely high fan loyalty could be attributed to Ning Chen, they were genuinely very happy. But the happier they had been, the more disappointed they felt the moment they learned that Ning Chen was not Chinyu. And at that time, any remark made by Chinyu's fans toward Ning Chen that they perceived as offensive made them start to hate Chinyu. The happier they had been at the beginning, the more they hated him later. Not to mention the later news that leaked about Ning Chen wanting to buy the Chinyu account, and the subsequent mockery and sarcasm Ning Chen faced from Chinyu's fans. And there was also the news that Chinyu might be the husband that Lin Xiaoran had kept hidden all this time. Who is Lin Xiaoran? A true daughter of heaven. She is also the person Ning Chen has always loved. To many fans who like Ning Chen, Lin Xiaoran is the only person worthy of him. Only she would not make them feel it was unacceptable. All these incidents have made Ning Chen's fans and Chinyu's fans almost mortal enemies now. Enemies to the death. Now that they had finally encountered such an opportunity, they wished they could push Chinyu directly into the abyss, never to recover. At first, Chinyu's fans didn't really want to bother with these Ning Chen fans. Both sides were actually a bit tired of the war of words between them. It was just that Chinyu's fans had always held the upper hand. This time, they didn't really care much. Moreover, they were very clear that Chinyu was busy with important matters. This was the time when he needed their help. In the past, Chinyu had never accepted any tips or used them to earn a single cent. This meant that many people, even if they liked Chinyu very much, had no way to express it other than leaving comments on Weibo. This time, they finally had a chance. And as Chinyu said, it was for charity and public welfare. They had even more motivation. They could both express their love for Chinyu and help others. Therefore, they ignored the provocations from Ning Chen's fans. Instead, they busied themselves with snatching up the honey and making donations through the channels provided by the government authorities. Once all the links in the livestream room were taken down, and the donation channels were closed because the fundraising was complete, only then could they spare the time to deal with the provocations from Ning Chen's fans. A noble son from a wealthy family? Has the matter of stealing the piano piece been explained clearly yet? Still calling yourself a noble son from a wealthy family? Are noble sons from wealthy families this noble? You're just a thief. You shout every day about how much you love Lin Xiaoran, but Lin Xiaoran doesn't even acknowledge you, right? Do you have no shame? A grown man who doesn't even have the courage to confess in public? Confess? He has to have the guts to do it. Knowing someone is taken and still trying to be the third wheel, and he's still not acknowledged. Maybe Lin Xiaoran never even liked him, and it's just because of the Ning family that she doesn't want to say anything too harsh. All day long, you try to cloak yourself in our teacher Chinyu's identity, pretending you're so popular. In reality, apart from these fans who aren't very bright, nobody cares about you at all. Well said. You wanted to buy the account to scam us fans of teacher Chinyu? And now you have the nerve to say teacher Chinyu wanted to scam us? Who exactly is the scammer? You really have no shame. Exactly. Do you really think we're idiots? Do you think we can't tell who the real scammer is? Why don't you explain Ning Chen's attempt to buy the account first? Don't treat us like the same fools as you Ning Chen fans. Weibo was in an uproar. However, neither Gu Yan nor Ning Chen was paying attention to any of this. At this moment, Gu Yan was still resting in Taoyuan village. Meanwhile, Ning Chen had locked himself at home, drinking in sullen silence. His phone rang, and Ning Chen answered it casually. On the other end of the line was the voice of a girl in the industry who had a good relationship with him. "Brother Chen, I'm sending you a video." Ning Chen frowned. "What video?" The person on the other end of the line was silent for a moment. Then, she said in a cautious tone, "Brother Chen, watch this video first. Listen to the voice of the person in the video, and see if it sounds familiar." Ning Chen frowned and set his wine glass aside. He clicked on the video he had just received. No one appeared in the video, there were just some jars of honey placed there, and a hand pointing at them, introducing the production and taste of the honey. When Ning Chen saw the video, he roughly guessed that this must be a screen recording from when Qinyu was live streaming to sell goods. It wasn't that he hadn't watched that live stream room before. It was just that he had only watched it for a few minutes before he stopped paying attention. At that time, Gu Yan, who was in the live stream room, had been speaking for a long time, so his voice was a bit hoarse. And the content of this video was clearly a recording from an earlier time. At that time, Gu Yan's throat was not yet hoarse. Combined with the reminder, just a few sentences were enough to make Ning Chen's brow knit tightly in deep concern. This voice was too familiar. It was the voice of the person he had been wishing to kill for all these years. At first, Ning Chen felt some resistance in his heart. Resistance to the idea that the guess might be true. But the more he listened, the less he could deceive himself. He stood up abruptly. His head was still spinning due to the alcohol. But his eyes were already bloodshot, and his body was trembling slightly. "Oh, how is that possible? How could this be possible? How could it be him? How could it possibly be him?" A sudden, intense panic rose in Ning Chen's heart. His face was twisted, and he gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. No wonder when he had tried to buy the account earlier, when Chang had cursed him out and publicly exposed his attempt to buy the account on the internet. At that time on Weibo, this news had caused quite a commotion. He had been forced to find a way to divert the netizens' attention. No wonder Gu Yan had suddenly disappeared. And Qinyu would run off to that godforsaken place, Taoyuan village, for Gu Yan's new project to do some public welfare project. So, Gu Yan is Qinyu. He didn't go to Taoyuan village to help Gu Yan because of Wen Chang. It was because Gu Yan and Qinyu are the same person. Why? Why on earth? Why is Gu Yan Qinyu? For so many years, no one in the entire industry knew this news. Chapter 398, Brother-in-law, I want you to help me kill Gu Yan. Gu Yan had never played the piano in front of others. Ning Chen had previously thought that when he tried several times to make Gu Yan play the piano in public, it would serve as a comparison to show off his own superior piano skills. He originally thought that Gu Yan had self-awareness, knew his own level wasn't up to par, and didn't want to embarrass himself. No wonder Gu Yan was able to write such good piano music back then. And back during the school anniversary celebration, he had thought that Qinyu was really a graduate from Jingda. He even had people investigate back then to see if he could contact Qinyu himself and find a way to buy that account. However, no matter how he investigated, he couldn't find anyone who fit the identity, nor could he find out who Qinyu actually was. So it was Gu Yan. In the past, no one had ever associated these two people as being the same person. If it hadn't been for Gu Yan using Qinyu's account for livestream shopping this time, it's likely no one would have discovered this information. Even Ning Chen himself hadn't realized this information. It was someone in the circle who liked reading gossip online, who accidentally scrolled across a screen recording of Gu Yan when he first started livestream shopping. That person happened to have met Gu Yan a few times and remembered his voice. They took the voice messages Gu Yan had once sent in a chat group and compared them several times. Only after having to admit that this might be true in their heart, did they tell Ning Chen this news. At this very moment, Ning Chen was completely panicked. If the account he had tried to buy multiple times was really Qin Yu's. Then, when Gu Yan revealed this identity to the public one day in the future, things would be very unfavorable for him. Qin Yu already possessed so many fans. Ning Chen was well aware of the fighting power of these fans. At that time, as long as Gu Yan told his fans how he had been bullied by him, and even said it was because of him that he and Lin Xiaoran got divorced, the public opinion pressure he would have to bear would be absolutely unimaginable. Things were different now compared to decades ago. In this era of information explosion, wealthy and powerful circles everywhere attached great importance to the power of the internet. Some people would try every possible way to hide their family's name, to prevent the public from knowing it. In this way, even if something happened to them, they wouldn't suffer too much public opinion pressure. In this era where public pressure could kill, hiding oneself and making a fortune in silence was a very good choice. There were also people who chose to put their reputation out there, just like what Ning Chen did, using this public opinion to transform it into his own strength. Many business leaders did this, turning netizens into their own fans to help their careers take off. Doing this had great benefits, but it also carried great risks. Once one's reputation on the internet was damaged, forming great public pressure, that would be a huge blow to the enterprises under their name and the family behind them. If Gu Yan were just a nobody, even if he was Lin Xiaoran's husband and Professor Gu's grandson, he wouldn't care. Those messages wouldn't be able to get out at all. He wouldn't allow such public opinion to spread in the outside world. However, if Gu Yan possessed the Qin Yu account, plus Professor Gu supporting him from behind, he would find it very difficult to control such public opinion. This would cause a great blow to him, and even to the Beijing Ning family. Even if Gu Yan didn't say those things, it would be very difficult for him to deal with Gu Yan. If he really killed him, his fans would not let it go. This would evolve into a very serious incident. The leaders above, in order to appease public opinion and give Qin Yu's fans an explanation, would definitely solve the case in the fastest time, pursue it to the end, and definitely impose severe punishment. Ning Chen gritted his teeth, gripped his phone tightly, and stared at the video content on it. No. Absolutely cannot let this news leak out. Absolutely cannot let Gu Yan appear as Qin Yu. Ning Chen tried hard to take a deep breath, wanting to stabilize his emotions. He looked at the wine glass beside him. He picked it up and smashed it hard on the floor. The servant outside the door was startled, then carefully glanced at Ning Chen's room and took a few steps back. Ning Chen walked into the bathroom and took a shower for a few minutes. The cold water allowed him to temporarily regain some sanity, and his emotions were also brought under control. Without time to dry himself, he picked up his phone and called Elder Lin. Grandpa Lin, I know where Gu Yan is now. He is in Taoyuan village. Elder Lin was currently looking for Gu Yan's location. He wanted to get rid of Gu Yan completely. In his view, Gu Yan should either honestly leave with Lin Xiaoye, or completely disappear within the country. Because of Professor Gu, he couldn't directly kill Gu Yan. If Professor Gu found out that the relative he had finally acknowledged was dead, the retaliation against the Lin family would definitely be unprecedented. Even if he couldn't find out that it was his handiwork, he would also take action against the Ning family, who had always held hostility towards Gu Yan. In Elder Lin's eyes, the Ning family would become the Lin family's greatest support in the future. Therefore, the Ning family absolutely could not have anything happen to it. His time was running out. While he was still alive, he could still handle Professor Gu's retaliation. But what if he died? Even if it didn't cause the Lin family to completely collapse, the price to pay would definitely not be small. However, even if he couldn't directly kill Gu Yan, taking him abroad and putting him under house arrest, and occasionally reporting to Professor Gu that he was safe, would make the problem not that big. Although this would also offend Professor Gu, and might even cause Professor Gu's retaliation, bringing some turmoil to the Lin family. The risk was somewhat high, and the price was not small either. But everything was controllable. He could still find a way to let Lin Xiaoye and Gu Yan stay together. As long as the two developed feelings over time, there wouldn't be so many hidden dangers in the future. At worst, he could drug them. Make the two have a child. Everything would then be settled. But the foundation for all this was that he must first control Gu Yan. After getting Gu Yan's location, Elder Lin immediately had the housekeeper send people over. After knowing Elder Lin's methods, Ning Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. What he wanted was not just for Gu Yan to be under house arrest. What he wanted was for Gu Yan to die. Only a dead person would have no chance to affect his and Lin Xiaoran's future relationship. As long as Gu Yan was still alive, he would never feel at ease in his heart. Ning Chen didn't care about offending or not offending Professor Gu. Or whether it would bring about Professor Gu's retaliation. Anyway, he wouldn't do this personally. After thinking for a while, he picked up his phone again and called Yan Shang. Brother-in-law. Just 2 words made Yan Shang raise his eyebrows. What is it? Yan Shang knew very well that Ning Chen using these 2 words to address him obviously had impure motives. He was not someone who could be easily emotionally swayed by others. But Ning Chen calling him brother-in-law still made him involuntarily think of Ning Meng. His heart couldn't help but soften a little. Brother-in-law, I want you to help me kill Gu Yan. Chapter 399. Can you stop bothering me? Teacher Qingyu, please go and rest for a while. We can keep an eye on things here. That's right, Teacher Qingyu, you really should rest for a while. How about I have someone take you to the neighboring village to look around and maybe buy some things? Gu Yan heard the thick accented Mandarin from the few villagers in front of him, and a bright smile appeared on his face. It's fine, I'm not tired. I just wanted to see if I could help with anything. Over these past few days, without having to think about the people and matters back in Kyoto, he felt very relaxed. It was a relaxation he hadn't felt in a long time, or perhaps, had never felt before. He didn't need to think about how to make Lin Xiaoran change her mind. He didn't need to think about how to please the people around Lin Xiaoran. He didn't need to think about how to solve the basic needs for himself and Lin Zhe. He didn't need to think about how to make Lin Xiaoran let go so he could truly have his freedom. The things that had once troubled him no longer caused him any distress at this moment. Director Pu is back. A shout came from afar. Everyone present turned their gaze in that direction. On a hillside not far away, a villager was supporting Pu Shang as they walked toward them. The moment they saw Pu Shang, everyone present except for the few staff members who had just arrived to conduct measurement work had a look of joy on their faces. Gu Yan was no exception. He walked over quickly. Director Pu, why aren't you resting and recovering in the hospital? When he reached Pu Shang, Gu Yan saw that he was still wrapped in bandages. Clearly, his injuries had not fully healed. Yet, Pu Shang didn't care about his injuries at all and shook his head with an excited expression. It's nothing, the village has sold all its honey now, and we're about to build roads and schools. How could I not be here? Pu Shang was truly very excited. This was his and his father's dream for 2 generations. Now, there was finally hope that it could be realized. How could he possibly stay lying down in the hospital? Teacher Qingyu, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I don't know how difficult the road ahead for Taoyuan village would have been. Pu Shang gripped Gu Yan's hand tightly with his one free hand. Gu Yan shook his head repeatedly. Director Pu, please don't be so polite. This is what I should have done. That was what Gu Yan said, but Pu Shang wouldn't truly take it to heart. That Gu Yan could do this much was already beyond his expectations. For Gu Yan, this might not have been a very difficult task. But for him, and for the villagers of Taoyuan village, it had truly changed the path of their future lives. Teacher Qingyu, please don't be so modest. I've already brought in a few chefs from the county. Tonight we'll have a proper meal in the village. And for the staff members who came from the county as well, I, Pu Shang, am truly grateful that everyone could come to help Taoyuan village tonight. On behalf of our village, I will properly host a banquet to welcome everyone and thank you for your help. Especially Teacher Qingyu, thank you so much. With Pu Shang's words, the villagers of Taoyuan village present also echoed in agreement. Gu Yan did not refuse. Over these past few days, in order to help the village sell all the honey, he hadn't actually eaten well. It wasn't that the people in the village were unwilling to make him good food. It was just because they were too busy. Too busy for anyone to calm down and cook a proper meal. Every meal was just something simple, slapped together to fill their stomachs. Gu Yan was the same. Now that he could have a proper meal, he naturally wouldn't refuse. That night, Gu Yan got dead drunk. Pu Shang and every villager in Taoyuan village wanted to toast him. With so many people, Gu Yan naturally couldn't handle it. By the time he woke up, it was already the next morning. His head felt like it was going to explode. He rubbed his forehead, sat up from the bed, and fumbled to find his phone. There were no messages. Gu Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. No news is good news. This meant the press conference for the new project had gone very smoothly. Just as he was about to put the phone aside and get out of bed to find some water to drink, the phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and took a look. It was an unknown number. But the content of the message instantly made him realize who had sent it. I'm sick. With just those 4 words, Gu Yan knew clearly that this must be a message from Lin Xiaoran. He didn't plan to reply. If Lin Xiaoran were really sick, the people of the Lin family would definitely be even more anxious. They would also do everything in their power to help her get treated. Why would they need his concern? It wasn't as if Lin Xiaoran had never been sick before. He had wanted to show concern. But he had been shut out by everyone. They wouldn't let him near. Now, he didn't want to show concern. Even if someone begged him, he wouldn't go. Just as he was about to put the phone aside, it vibrated again. He took a look, and his fingers instantly started tapping quickly on the phone screen. That friend of yours is in trouble. What happened? Did you do it? How is Wen Chang? Gu Yan didn't have many friends. The only one who could be referred to like that by Lin Xiaoran should be Wen Chang. If it were Lin Zhe, she wouldn't call him his friend. Lin Xiaoran replied instantly. You don't care that I'm sick, but you reply instantly when your friend has a little trouble, right? Gu Yan. You're just pretending you didn't see the message I sent you earlier, aren't you? Gu Yan saw this message, and his expression darkened. Tell me first what exactly happened to Wen Chang. If you want to know, come back to Kyoto and see for yourself. From this reply, it wasn't hard to see that Lin Xiaoran was somewhat dissatisfied and resentful. But the next message was sent over very quickly. Are you arriving at the airport or the train station? I'll come pick you up. Seeing this message, Gu Yan instantly stopped panicking. He had just been too anxious a moment ago. He hadn't been able to react in time. Lin Zhe was currently with Wen Chang. If something had really happened to Wen Chang, Lin Zhe would have contacted him long ago. There would be no need for Lin Xiaoran to tell him. She was lying to him. She just wanted him to hurry back to Kyoto. Anyway, even if he found out she was lying, she could still make excuses. Saying she didn't specify which friend, nor did she specify what happened. Just finding some mocking comments online or having people scold him could count as trouble. Changing it to someone he once knew could also count as his friend. This kind of behavior was something Lin Xiaoran was capable of. Gu Yan didn't reply again, threw the phone to the side, and ignored the constant vibrations. The person who kept sending messages seemed to be getting impatient. They simply called him directly. Gu Yan was also feeling somewhat irritated. He was worried about whether there would be any accidents with the new project, and also worried that he wouldn't see it if Professor Gu tried to reach him. So he hadn't muted the phone. Lin Xiaoran's bombardment of messages and calls was becoming unbearable for him. He simply answered the call. Can you stop bothering me? Chapter 400, here, these are worthless. The person on the other end of the phone had originally wanted to say something. After hearing that sentence, they instantly fell silent. Only a somewhat heavy sound of breathing remained. Just as Guyan noticed the other person wasn't speaking and was about to hang up, he heard a hint of chill in Lin Xiaoran's voice. Don't pretend you can't see my messages in the future, and don't think about blocking me, otherwise, your friend might really be in trouble. A threat, an undisguised threat. Lin Xiaoran was still as overbearing as ever. Whenever something didn't go her way, she would use her assertiveness to strike back. Guyan gritted his teeth, looked at the phone that had already been hung up, and took a deep breath. Just at that moment, the door was knocked on from the outside. A staff member pushed the door open. Teacher Qinyu, people from the neighboring village have arrived and are currently with Director Pu. Director Pu asked me to invite you over. Guyan put away his phone and hurriedly stood up. Let's go. I'll go with you. They didn't walk far before arriving at a small courtyard. 7 or 8 villagers from the neighboring village were standing in the courtyard, sweating profusely, with apologetic smiles on their faces, saying something to Pu Shang. It was only after Guyan entered the courtyard that he heard some of it. Director Pu, it's all the fault of those few people acting on their own. We had no idea they would do such beastly things. Exactly. Using your Taoyuan village's name to sell honey is just too shameless. And to think they actually dared to hit people. Director Pu, everyone in our village has discussed it this time. We must let the police educate them properly. We absolutely cannot let them off easily. Director Pu, I was also deceived by them that day. I really didn't know they were the ones who did wrong and then slandered you. They told us that you were the one bullying people from our village. Regardless, this matter is my fault. I'll kneel and apologize to you. As the villager spoke, he prepared to kneel and apologize. Pu Shang hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my, what are you trying to do? Looking at these villagers, the resentment in Pu Shang's heart had indeed dissipated quite a bit. Did these people really not know what those few had done in the beginning? Were they truly deceived by those few people? Not necessarily. There might be many who were truly unaware. However, there were a few who definitely knew. They didn't refuse, they even tacitly consented. What was it for? It was just to make money. It wasn't just Taoyuan village that was poor. The several nearby villages were all too poor. They wanted to make money, and they had no other way. Having finally managed to see a chance, they would spare no cost to try and seize it. Pu Shang could understand this in his heart. But he was also very angry. He knew the people here were poor. He also wanted to help the people here become wealthy. But there had to be an order to it. He could only lead one village to prosperity first, and only then could he help the people of other villages become prosperous. It was impossible to get rich together all at once. People didn't have that much energy, nor did they have that many resources. He had originally wanted to help the people of the other villages make money together. But that would have to wait until he succeeded here in Taoyuan village. This time, it had almost caused all of his hard work over the years to fall short of success. It even almost cost Taoyuan village the chance to get rich and escape poverty forever. How could he not be angry? However, seeing the way these villagers apologized to him, his heart softened. It wasn't because of their attitude or actions of kneeling or slapping themselves. These, if it were in a big city, among people who lived in abundance, these were things that would be very hard to do. Because they valued their face and dignity. But here, these are worthless. They didn't have money. Naturally, there was no face or dignity to speak of. If they could make money by just losing their face, then not a single villager present would say no. However, when Pu Shang saw the expectant yet fearful look in these people's eyes, his heart truly softened. These people were also terrified of poverty. They had finally found an opportunity. They were truly afraid that Pu Shang wouldn't forgive them, causing them to lose this opportunity that was right before their eyes. Taoyuan village was already able to make money. The honey from this period had all been sold, and many families had received a good amount of money. Not to mention that many internet users online had already received their goods. The reviews were overwhelmingly positive. And almost all of them came with photos or videos. The credibility was extremely high. On Weibo, Taoyuan Village's honey had already formed an excellent reputation. Selling the next batch of honey shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, as long as the quality of the next batch of honey passed inspection, Taoyuan Village's honey would never lack customers in the future. As far as the neighboring village was concerned, Taoyuan Village had already succeeded. As long as Taoyuan Village was willing to help, they could also make money. Therefore, they were afraid. Pu Sheng knew that these people had been poor for generations. It was very rare to encounter such an opportunity. Moreover, he also understood the people here. If he didn't give them this chance, they would most likely develop hatred from love. They would think of ways to destroy Taoyuan Village. The people here were very simple. Because of poverty, this simplicity was extreme. Alright, you don't need to be like this. I know what you mean. The words that Teacher Qin said to you earlier are still valid with me. Pu Sheng's voice was slightly hoarse. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of those present varied. The people from the neighboring village all had looks of joy on their faces, while the villagers of Taoyuan Village all wore expressions of indignation and displeasure. They couldn't understand why Pu Shan was still willing to help people from the neighboring village. They had clearly sent him to the hospital and almost caused the people in the village to not make money. But now, it was because of the large-scale farming Pu Shang had organized, and because he had invited that internet celebrity, that the people in the village were able to make money. Currently, Pu Sheng's image and influence in the hearts of the Taoyuan Village villagers were extremely high. Therefore, no one stood up to question him. Hey! Brother Qin is here! A villager suddenly shouted out. The people in the courtyard all turned their gazes toward Gu Yan. The few people crowding the courtyard entrance also made a path for him. Gu Yan walked in. Looking at the indignant expressions on the faces of the Taoyuan Village villagers, he understood what they were thinking. He coughed lightly and said loudly, I know everyone isn't too happy about teaching technology to the people from the several neighboring villages. Hearing this, everyone present pricked up their ears. Even those few people from the neighboring village felt nervous, although Gu Yan had guaranteed it to them when he was at the neighboring village earlier. However, who could guarantee that they wouldn't change their minds now? Last time it was on their turf, and they had more people. This time, they were in Taoyuan Village. It was possible that even before they could protest, the villagers of Taoyuan Village would beat them up first. Chapter 401 Persuasion. Gu Yan looked at the people around him and took a deep breath. Everyone, I know you are not too happy about this matter, but think about it. Everyone, at the end of the day, what you all want is to earn some money and be able to give your families a good life, right? Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, the people present did not speak, only looking at him quietly. Regarding Gu Yan, a person who came from a big city, the people of Taoyuan Village had been quite trusting of him from the very beginning. If it were someone else who came up and said they wanted to help them earn money and make their lives better, they certainly wouldn't have believed it. They had been poor for so many years. How could it be possible to just start earning money like that? Unless this person was here to scam them. Those heartless merchants who came to sell things back then said the same thing at first. And what was the result? They scammed a lot of money from them. Items that only cost a few yuan outside were sold to them in Taoyuan Village for tens of yuan. The price difference of several dozen times was all pocketed by those heartless merchants. And the lives of these poor people, which were already difficult, became even worse. Therefore, even when Pu Sheng first came to Taoyuan Village, the villagers' attitude toward him was not very warm. If it weren't for Pu Sheng's father, they wouldn't have given him a pleasant look either. It took many years of effort from Pu Sheng for the villagers of Taoyuan Village to gradually trust him and be willing to follow his arrangements. But Gu Yan was different. From the very beginning, the villagers of Taoyuan Village were willing to trust him. It wasn't because he came from a big city, nor was it because he was some so-called internet celebrity, a status they didn't understand at all. Rather, it was because he arrived with the staff from the government authorities. As soon as he arrived, he brought drones to help them transport many supplies. The prices were very low. This was already considered bringing them a better life. And later, Gu Yan did indeed manage to help them earn money. If someone else were standing here trying to persuade them now, the villagers of Taoyuan village wouldn't even pay them any mind. Not cursing them out would be considered them being in a good mood. How would they be listening to him quietly like this? Everyone, I said back then that I would work with Director Pu to help you all earn money, and today, I can say I have kept my word. As soon as these words fell, many villagers of Taoyuan village chimed in one after another. Right. Qin Yu is right. We have to thank Qin Yu for this. My family earned more this year than the previous 3 or 4 years combined. Exactly. And buying things in the village is cheaper this year. We don't have to live such a tight-fisted life anymore. Hearing the villagers' voices, Gu Yan couldn't hide the look of joy at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, listen to me, we earned money this year, and we can earn it next year, and even for the next 10 or 20 years, everyone can rely on beekeeping to make a living. The more Gu Yan spoke, the more excited the villagers of Taoyuan village became. And the faces of the few people from the neighboring village grew more envious. Do you think that by teaching others, it will hinder your ability to earn money? After saying this, Gu Yan scanned the crowd, looking at the expressions on the faces of the villagers of Taoyuan village. Sure enough, most of them had that worry. This time, the reputation of our Taoyuan village honey has spread, and quite a lot of people want to buy it but can't. Only a small portion of people managed to buy honey this time. But even if our Taoyuan village tried our absolute best, even if the toddlers just learning to walk went to help with beekeeping, could we meet the demand for honey from so many people? That's impossible. In other words, our honey is in short supply. The money people from just Taoyuan village alone cannot earn at all. After Gu Yan finished, Pu Sheng hurriedly chimed in, right. Teacher Qin Yu is telling the truth. The account our village set up has over 100,000 comments from people wanting to buy honey. 100,000 people, our village alone can't supply that much. Really? Pu, you're not lying to us, are you? Why would I lie to you? What good would it do me to lie to you? Pu Sheng spread his hands. In this matter, it was impossible for Pu Sheng to be lying. These people from the neighboring village had physically attacked him. If you count it up, he should be the person with the most animosity toward the neighboring village. How could he possibly lie to deceive them for the sake of the people from the neighboring village? Everyone, teaching others is also for the sake of our mountain region, so our neighbors can earn money together. If everyone can earn money, then there won't be any incidents of people being jealous of others or doing bad things. On the contrary, everyone will work together to protect our honey in order to earn more money. Gu Yan's words were very clear. Although these villagers were not highly educated, they were not stupid. They could naturally understand what Gu Yan wanted to tell them. They couldn't earn all this money by themselves as one village. Even if they helped the other few villages earn money, it wouldn't affect their own ability to earn money. On the contrary, if they helped others, incidents similar to what happened these past few days wouldn't happen again. No one would cause trouble for them. Instead, they would help them work together to earn money. Turning enemies into friends. When there are no conflicts of interest, it is not something difficult to accept. As for the incident where the neighboring village physically attacked them, since Gu Yan and Pu Sheng, the two victims, didn't intend to pursue it further, the villagers naturally had no need to pursue it either. But what Gu Yan wanted was not just this. In business, eventually you have to achieve scale. It's the same principle as Director Pu asking everyone to scale up beekeeping once the surrounding villages also raise bees well, and we all use the name of Taoyuan village to sell high-quality honey. Couldn't we also pool our money together to build a larger beekeeping base? No longer stuck here in the mountain hollows like now, we could go out, buy land, and build a big factory. At that point, we could earn even more money together. Hearing these words, everyone present, including Pu Sheng, had eyes full of brightness. They all understood why Taoyuan village was able to earn more money this year. Besides Gu Yan's help, scaling up beekeeping was also a reason. Without more honey, how can you earn money? They also understood a little about things like buying land and opening factories. It was just that the cost was too high. It was very difficult for just one village to do it. Not everyone could bring themselves to invest all the money they had earned. Even if they did invest it all, it likely wouldn't be enough. However, if several villages combined, it wouldn't be a problem. By then, with a larger scale, they would be able to earn even more money. Oh my! Old Wang, if you wanted to learn beekeeping, you should have told me. Come, let's go home, I'll teach you. Little Sue, you could have just called the village about such a small matter. Come, let's go to my place for Team Honey Tea. Chapter 402, It had never carried the scent of Guyan. After Guyan's persuasion, the villagers of Taoyuan village had completely let go of the misgivings in their hearts. They began to greet the villagers who had come from the neighboring village one after another. They left the courtyard in twos and threes, agreeing to go have tea or learn the techniques directly. Seeing this scene, Pu Shang also breathed a sigh of relief. He came before Guyan and reached out with both hands to shake Guyan's right hand. Teacher Qinyu, thank you so much. This time if it weren't for you, our Taoyuan village probably wouldn't have been able to truly shake off poverty and become prosperous for decades. As Pu Shang spoke, a glimmer of tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Guyan gently shook his head. Director Pu, there's no need to be so polite. I'm really not being polite. Before I was discharged from the hospital, the county leaders also said they wanted to come and see you, and by the way, arrange the future planning for Taoyuan village and several nearby villages. Since Pu Shang said it this way, Guyan naturally wouldn't just believe it like that. Previously, he had come with the arrangements of higher-level leaders. He had already met the county leaders long ago. He also knew that his relationship with the higher-level leaders was not as close as they had initially expected. Moreover, the gap between the county leaders and the higher-level leaders was too great. The gap was too wide, so there wasn't much opportunity to build a good relationship. Rather than building a good relationship with Guyan in the hope of gaining the attention and favor of higher-level leaders, it would be better to find ways to develop Taoyuan village and the nearby village as well, making them their concrete political achievements. At most, they would just come for a visit for the sake of developing Taoyuan village and the nearby villages. After coming, they would just see him by the way. Pu Sheng said this just to say something nice. Director Pu, I won't be staying in Taoyuan village for long in the future. For this live streaming for sales, you can find ways to let the young people in the village come back and give it a try. Don't be afraid to spend money. Find some professionals to learn from. Once the economic level in the village develops and the young people can earn money, their living standards will improve, and then there won't be any young people single-mindedly wanting to leave. Hearing this, Pu Shang nodded heavily. That was what he thought in his heart as well. Why did the young people in the village single-mindedly want to leave? Wasn't it just because it was poor here? If they could earn money at home and live more comfortably, who would still be willing to leave their hometown? The few Taoyuan village villagers who had not yet left heard this and felt somewhat excited. They all had young people in their families who were staying outside. They didn't come home all year round to earn money. They also wanted to reunite with their children. Teacher Qinyu, don't worry, when you come to Taoyuan village next time, you will definitely see that Taoyuan village has been reborn. No matter when you want to come, you will always be the most distinguished guest of our Taoyuan village. Pu Sheng's words made the remaining Taoyuan villagers echo in agreement. These people usually spoke very casually, and it was common for them to include a few dirty words. When addressing people, they always used terms from their dialect. But at this moment, they all began to follow Pu Shang and started calling Guyan teacher. Yes, Teacher Qin, don't worry, you are our Taoyuan village's most distinguished guest. No. Teacher Qin should be one of our own people in Taoyuan village. Yes. That's right. Teacher Qin is one of our own. In the future, when Teacher Qin comes, it will be equivalent to coming home. Stay wherever you want, and if you want to eat anything, just tell your aunt, and your aunt will make it for you. Guyan smiled and nodded, and his mobile phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and took a look. It was a message from Lin Xiaoran. When are you coming back to get your things? Guyan instantly frowned. Get what things? He was very sure that when he left the villa, he had already packed up all his things and taken them with him. Now in the villa, there were no things belonging to him anymore. Even the pajamas from the few times he had been forced to stay in the villa for 2 days by Lin Xiaoran were already considered trash to be discarded. He didn't need them. Just like Lin Xiaoran. They were all to be discarded by him. He didn't need them. Gu Yan took a deep breath, really couldn't bear it, and sent a message back. I have already taken all my things. Seeing Gu Yan's reply, Lin Xiaoran's reply was even faster. It was as if she was even having some sort of stress reaction. What do you mean there are no things of yours? What about these clothes in the wardrobe? What about those watches in the watch collection room? I asked the previous servants, you never wore a single watch, never wore the clothes, and didn't even take off the tags. What exactly are you thinking? Didn't you like these things very much before? Did you not think of this as your home from the beginning? Do you think the things here are not yours, is that it? Did you decide from the beginning that you were going to leave here? Seeing this message, Gu Yan was so angry he almost fainted. Gritting his teeth, he replied with a few words. Are you sick? When did he ever like those things? Those clothes, those watches. It was once when he had just accompanied Lin Xiaoran back to the Lin family. Lin Xiaoran's mother once said that his attire was too cheap. If he followed Lin Xiaoran around and others saw him when they went out, it would make people laugh at Lin Xiaoran. For this reason, he had mentioned it to Lin Xiaoran once. He said he wanted to buy a better set of clothes and have a decent watch. He didn't like these things. He just didn't want to embarrass Lin Xiaoran. But he didn't think at the time. He wouldn't be able to use these things at all. And he didn't have the chance to embarrass Lin Xiaoran. Because the person by Lin Xiaoran's side was not him. The face he lost was not because of his attire, but because of the ridicule and sarcasm of the people around Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan just wanted to put away his phone. But Lin Xiaoran called him. At this moment, she was sitting in the bedroom. The villa was very big. It was so big that the master bedroom was fully several hundred square meters. There were 2 bathrooms and 3 walk-in closets. A separate watch collection room, a compartment for storing jewelry, everything was there. In the past, she had almost never gone into these small rooms that belonged to Gu Yan. But the feeling of panic in her heart now was too intense. She vaguely remembered that when Gu Yan left the villa, he didn't seem to have taken much luggage. Over these years, just from what she remembered, the clothes she had bought for Gu Yan could not be contained in just one small suitcase. Most likely, he had not taken away many things. When she walked into the walk-in closet, she found that not only had the tags on the clothes here not been removed, but even the packaging had not been touched. And those luxury watches seemed to have been sitting there all along, never having been favored by anyone. Here, it seemed it had never been tainted with the scent belonging to Gu Yan. This made Lin Xiaoran, who had originally hoped to find a bit of comforting solace here, suddenly become even more flustered. At this moment, seeing Gu Yan pick up the phone, she was suddenly stunned for a moment, somewhat unexpected. After a few seconds, just as she was about to speak, she heard Gu Yan's voice ring out first. Chapter 403, If you're sick, go get treated. Are you sick? Gu Yan's voice rang out, instantly making Lin Xiaoran's expression turn cold. She never imagined that Gu Yan hadn't taken the initiative to contact her once in such a long time. This time, when he finally initiated a phone call to her, he would actually say something like that. Both of them fell silent. Just when Lin Xiaoran thought Gu Yan was merely annoyed and complaining, she heard Gu Yan's voice again, filled with rage. Have you forgotten what you said to me? You said I was greedy for the Lin family's wealth, wanting to live a good life, which was why I tried every possible way to marry into the Lin family. You forbade me from touching any of the clothes, watches, or cars in the villa and that shoe wall. You said that letting me look at those things without ever having the chance to touch them was the best punishment for me. Did you or did you not say those things? Now you're saying they were bought for me? Weren't those bought just to humiliate me? Saying this, Gu Yan took a deep breath. Lin Xiaoran, if you're sick, go get treated early. First, you use these things I don't care about at all to humiliate me. Now that you feel you can't humiliate me anymore, you tell me those things were bought for me? Let me tell you, from the beginning until now, I have never cared about these so-called luxury goods, these so-called brand names. I don't need them, and I don't want them even more. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran was so angry that her whole body began to tremble. Her left hand tightly gripped a suit jacket in front of her, leaving a crease. The brand new garment had marks on it for the first time. That was just angry talk. It was just a moment of anger, and you've held a grudge until now? Gu Yan, is it that you can only remember the angry things I said, and can't remember anything else I've ever done for you? Lin Xiaoran gritted her teeth and sneered. What else do you want me to remember? Remember you telling Ning Chen that being with me was tiring and painful? Or remember you saying you married me just to torture me? Or perhaps, let me remember every time you dumped me to go find Ning Chen? Alright, what I remember most should be you bringing Ning Chen, along with your so-called friends in those circles, to endlessly mock and ridicule me in front of my face. Compared to those so-called angry words of yours are not impressive at all. Lin Xiaoran's breath hitched, and her brain instantly went into chaos. That mind, which was extremely shrewd in the business world, was surprisingly dull at this moment. But Gu Yan's emotions had not been completely vented yet. In all these years, have you ever given me a kind look? Have you ever spoken a single sentence to me properly? In these past few years, how many times have we actually met? Which meeting wasn't you looking down on me, or even showing disdain? Now you tell me those were just angry words? Do you take me for a fool? Or are you saying that just because you say they were angry words now, I should be grateful and forgive you? Lin Xiaoran, I beg you, use your brain. I don't want these so-called charities of yours, and I can't afford them. We are already divorced. We have no relationship whatsoever. You can throw those things away if you want, or give them to whoever you want. Don't say they are things for me anymore. I'm not worthy of your attention. After Gu Yan finished saying all this, he seemed to have finally calmed down a little. Only some heavy breathing could still be faintly heard over the phone. Lin Xiaoran also fell silent. The two of them just remained silent like this. After I don't know how many minutes had passed, Lin Xiaoran suddenly asked, how come you suddenly have so much energy? What did you eat tonight? Gu Yan was so angry he laughed. Lin Xiaoran was always able to trigger his emotions again with a very flat and bizarre sentence after his emotions had been surging. Gu Yan simply hung up the phone. He really didn't want to say anything more to Lin Xiaoran. If he said too much, the person who would end up getting angry was still him. He turned around and walked 2 steps outward. But he saw 2 figures standing not far away. The expressions on both their faces were somewhat strange. Seeing Gu Yan suddenly turn around, they were both a little flustered. Pu Sheng waved his hands repeatedly and said, Teacher Qinyu, dinner is ready, come eat first. After saying this, Pu Sheng turned and left in a hurry. He was here for poverty alleviation work. But Taoyuan village was not isolated from the world. Although many elderly villagers didn't know much about the outside world. But Pu Sheng was in his prime and often traveled outside for village matters. He had, of course, heard of Lin Xiaoran's name. The argument he had just heard made him realize that staying here at this moment was definitely not a good choice. But compared to him, the expression on the face of the staff member serving as Gu Yan's bodyguard next to him was even stranger. He knew a little more about Lin Xiaoran than Pu Sheng did. Before coming here, he had already seen many trending searches about Qinyu on the internet. But he never imagined that Qinyu was actually, just as some netizens had guessed, deeply involved with Lin Xiaoran. Perhaps, it was highly likely that he was Lin Xiaoran's mysterious husband. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. He knew that the name Qinyu had been making a huge stir on the internet recently. He had seen almost every trending search. But precisely because of that, he now had even less idea what to do. Seeing the two of them like this, Gu Yan knew that they must have heard his previous phone call with Lin Xiaoran. These two people must have heard it. Gu Yan slowly walked forward, and when he reached the staff member, he saw him grit his teeth and force out a sentence. I won't say anything about what I just heard to the outside. We all signed confidentiality agreements, don't worry, Teacher Chinyu. Gu Yan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He nodded and walked outside. He went all the way to the dining table where Pu Shang was sitting and sat down looking at the exceptionally rich meal on the table, and the way those Taoyuan villagers stood up one after another upon seeing him, holding cups ready to toast him. His mood improved a lot. With Lin Xiaoran, he was not cared for. But here, these people were exceptionally grateful to him. This feeling of being recognized and needed made his mood slowly improve. Let's toast Teacher Chinyu. Pu Shang took the lead, and with the Taoyuan villagers, raised their cups towards Gu Yan. Gu Yan also hurriedly picked up his cup and drank it all in one gulp. What was in his cup was tea. The people in the village knew he didn't like to drink alcohol, and they didn't intend to urge him to drink. Even the people sitting at the same table as Gu Yan were not drinking alcohol. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Even the smiles on the faces of the villagers from the neighboring village sitting at the next table were exceptionally sincere. As for the phone that was still vibrating, Gu Yan had already stuffed it into his pocket. He would no longer look at what kind of infuriating messages Lin Xiaoran had sent him again. Chapter 404, Some People Are Truly Shameless. For several days, Gu Yan had been staying in Taoyuan village. In all of Taoyuan village, he could be considered the most idle person. Originally, after the villagers of Taoyuan village had packed and shipped all the honey, they didn't have much to do either. However, in the past few days, staff sent by the county had arrived to take measurements, preparing for the upcoming road construction. Quite a few people in the village had gone to help. Even if they might not be able to help much. But for something that would make the village's future more hopeful, anyone in the village who could still move didn't want to be absent. What if they were needed to help? Besides that, many people were invited to the neighboring village to teach. Teaching the techniques just within Taoyuan village was far less effective than going to the neighboring village to check on the spot exactly where they were doing things wrong. And other nearby villages, hearing that Taoyuan village was willing to share their beekeeping techniques, couldn't help but send some people to the neighboring village. If it hadn't been for Pu Shang being there at the time, promising and persuading them repeatedly, I'm afraid the people from the other nearby villages would have caused an uproar. If Taoyuan village hadn't taught anyone before, that would be one thing. But now that they were willing to teach people from the neighboring village, the other nearby villages were naturally a bit displeased. If we're going to learn, we learn together. If we're going to make money, we make it together. But even though Pu Shang persuaded many people to leave, there were still a few who stayed in the neighboring village to listen in. In all of Taoyuan village, only he was left with nothing to do. He was quite happy to be idle. Fortunately, the road to Taoyuan village hadn't been repaired yet. According to Pu Shang, recently many of his fans had run to the county seat, and some had even reached the neighboring village. Just wanting to see him. If it wasn't because the road to Taoyuan village was really too difficult to travel. And no one was willing to lead the way. I'm afraid fans would have already found him by now. This rare peace and relaxation now made him somewhat reluctant to let go. He simply didn't even look at his phone every day. After waking up, he would stroll around the village, chat with the elderly who had limited mobility, and sit down to drink some tea. He would find a higher vantage point, lie on a lounge chair, smell the fresh fragrance of the mountains and fields, and let his mind go blank. But Gu Yan's tranquility only made the noise on Weibo even more intense. The more he disappeared, the louder the arguments on the internet became. Just as Gu Yan was napping on the lounge chair, a staff member walked over. Teacher Chinyu. Hearing this, Gu Yan looked up at her. This person looked somewhat familiar. It seemed she was on the scene when supplies were first delivered to Taoyuan village. This time, she must have come with the staff sent by the county for measurements. Is there something the matter? Is there anything you need my help with? The staff member looked at Gu Yan, her expression a bit hesitant. She had always been a fan of Chinyu. Last time she was able to see Gu Yan, she was very excited. Originally, she wanted to apply to stay in Taoyuan village so she could have more contact with her idol. But the leader's intention was to only leave a few staff members. She hadn't seen those few staff members much. They seemed to have been transferred from other places. After careful consideration, she gave up the idea of applying. She didn't want to disturb Guyan. When the leaders said they were sending people to Taoyuan village for measurement work, she signed up immediately. Most people in the county were not willing to come to Taoyuan village. After all, it required traveling over mountains and ridges, which was tiring. Naturally, no one competed with her for this opportunity. Originally, she wanted to tell Qinyu about what was happening on the internet. She could probably guess that Gu Yan hadn't seen those messages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained without any response. Although Gu Yan had never responded to such messages before. But this time, it was related to the villagers of Taoyuan village and the surrounding villages. According to Qinyu's character, he shouldn't stand idly by. The lack of response was probably because he hadn't seen it. However, after seeing the relaxed expression on Guyan's face at this moment, she hesitated again. For these past few years, Gu Yan had not appeared on the internet. Most of Qinyu's fans thought he had encountered some difficulties in his life. From the last time she saw Gu Yan, she could clearly see his constantly furrowed brows. She felt those guesses might be true. But now, Gu Yan's mood was clearly much better. Clearly, in these days in Taoyuan village, he had been living very easily and happily. She didn't want to talk to Gu Yan about the things on the internet now. She was afraid that after Gu Yan knew, he would be unhappy again. Thinking of this, she shook her head. "It's nothing, Teacher Qinyu, I just wanted to ask you." Gu Yan listened to her stammering, stood up, walked in front of her, and said in a gentle tone, "Just tell me whatever it is." Hearing this, the staff member's cheeks flushed. "That Teacher Qinyu, could you give me an autograph?" Hearing this, Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected that the staff member in front of him was actually his own fan. Sure, he naturally had no reason to refuse. The staff member left after getting the autograph. Gu Yan didn't think too much about it and continued to lie back down on the lounge chair. After the staff member left, she looked at the autograph on the notebook, her eyes gradually becoming much firmer. She opened her phone and looked at those discussions on Weibo. Why hasn't Qinyu appeared yet? Could it be that he was beaten by those villagers? He must have been beaten. The people in Taoyuan village probably aren't stupid either, and they can tell what kind of person he is. I guess the people in Taoyuan village won't let him off either. Maybe he's been beaten half to death and definitely can't stand up to speak. Do you think when he disappeared back then, it was also because he was causing trouble outside, making money with a guilty conscience, and got beaten into the hospital? This person, no matter how good he is at pretending, will sooner or later be exposed. Unlike my brother Ningchen, he just donated 20 million to the Hope Project in Shandong. It's expected that 15 Hope elementary schools will be built within half a year. He truly is a wealthy heir. He shells out tens of millions right away. Ha ha ha. I guess Ningchen couldn't stand watching Gu Yan pretending here to make unconscionable money, so he just donated some money himself, helping out as much as he could, right? Why aren't those fans of Qinyu speaking up anymore? Look at what a real good person is. Open your eyes wider in the future. Don't support just any trash. Saying so much is useless. Those fans of Qinyu don't have brains. They've long been brainwashed by Qinyu. No matter what you say, they won't listen. But it doesn't matter if they don't believe it. Brother Ningchen has proven this time with actual actions that he is the one who truly wants to help others, unlike Gu Yan, who made such a big commotion, only for the result to be him making unconscionable money, and still delusional about earning himself a good reputation. Our brother Ningchen doesn't need these, and he has never gone around proclaiming it like him. Some people are truly shameless. Chapter 405, Is it because of the piano piece I wrote? The staff member looked at the abusive comments online, and her face instantly flushed red with anger. Her 10 fingers tapped incessantly on the phone screen. I am currently in Taoyuan village. Teacher Qinyu was absolutely not beaten. The truth of the matter is not what you all say it is. This staff member's account name on Weibo was Qingchen, and it also had a suffix exclusive to Qinyu's fans. Anyone who saw her name would understand that she was a fan of Qinyu. At this moment, Weibo was basically filled with abuse directed at Gu Yan. Many of Gu Yan's fans had quieted down on Weibo. Now, someone who was clearly a fan of Qinyu had suddenly emerged to speak out, instantly making many of Ning Chen's fans excited, as if they had found a vent for their frustration. They swarmed under her post, hurling abuse. However, Qingchen had absolutely no intention of backing down. Instead, she posted another comment under her own post. You Ning Chen fans are truly shameless. Every day you spread rumors and insult people. Are you not afraid of retribution one day? Qinyu has never deceived us, nor has he bullied the local villagers. And that Ning Chen, when has our teacher Qinyu ever provoked him? Why does he have nothing better to do than come over and cling to us? Or is it because he is a third party, jealous that teacher Qinyu is married? Besides, whether teacher Qinyu is actually married to Lin Xiaoran or not, no one knows. That Ning Chen himself cannot even get in touch with Lin Xiaoran, so is it fun for him to come and harass others? Furthermore, a woman who is married and still looks for a third party, a woman who does not keep to her wifely duties, our teacher Qinyu wouldn't even look at her. Hurry up and go mess around with that Ning Chen, and stop coming out to disgust people. Let me be clear, anyone who can like Ning Chen is either brain damaged or has twisted values. Disgusting. After this comment was posted, many of Gu Yan's fans could no longer sit still. They left comments one after another to persuade her. Sister, you are way too brave, hurry up and delete it, or those Ning Chen fans will come swarming over in a bit. No need to wait a bit, they are already swarming over now, hurry up and delete it, these people have all gone crazy and have absolutely no brains, you need to be careful. I guess teacher Qinyu is going to be insulted like crazy again. The trending searches have been full of news about him lately this time, I reckon things are going to blow up again. There were also some Qinyu fans whose focus was not on these matters. Sister, are you really from Taoyuan village? Have you met teacher Qinyu in person? What does he actually look like? Qingchen did not reply to any messages from Qinyu's fans. She kept arguing with those Ning Chen fans. Only to this one message did she reply. I am not from Taoyuan village, but I am currently in Taoyuan village. I have met teacher Qinyu. I have met him a few times. He is very handsome, really similar to how I once imagined him. He has top-tier looks, even in the entertainment industry. Believe me, when he is willing to show his face in the future, he definitely won't disappoint everyone. Moreover, teacher Qinyu is a very good person, so much better than some people who only know how to put on an act. This war of words blew up to a huge scale. In just over 10 minutes, the name Qingchen had already climbed onto the trending search list. More and more people gathered under her Weibo account. Besides Qinyu and Ning Chen's fans, many netizens who just wanted to watch the drama also crowded over. Really? Is Qinyu actually very handsome? Then why has he never shown his face? I don't understand either. Actually, one can tell from Qinyu's previous works that he shouldn't look bad, but why not show his face? If he showed his face, he would definitely have more fans, and making money shouldn't be that difficult. Could Qinyu really be Lin Xiaoran's husband? Someone like Lin Xiaoran probably wouldn't allow her husband to be some internet celebrity. She is a big boss, a top-tier second-generation wealthy heir. The number of comments under Qingchen's Weibo was rapidly increasing at a rate of several hundred per second. She herself could not keep up with so many messages at all. However, there were too many people curious about Qinyu's appearance. There were also so many people asking related questions that it was difficult for Qingchen not to see them. She simply posted another comment under her own post. Teacher Qinyu definitely has no relationship with Lin Xiaoran right now. Even if there is some relationship in the future, it definitely won't be teacher Qinyu seeking out Lin Xiaoran. Who exactly is Lin Xiaoran's husband, whether she loves Ning Chen, and why she won't marry Ning Chen? These questions should be asked to Lin Xiaoran. Those brain-dead fans of Ning Chen should stop coming out to seek attention instead of wasting time on that. Why not think of a way for Ning Chen to figure out how he, as a third party, can take the main spot? After posting this message, Qingchen logged out of Weibo. She had already caused too much of a commotion. The impulse and hot-headedness in her heart were gradually fading away. Faced with the clamor on Weibo, she now actually felt a bit panicked. She could only choose to escape for the time being. However, the last message she posted still made many netizens even more curious about the relationship between Qinyu and Lin Xiaoran. Why did she say that the two of them have no relationship right now? If there is no relationship now, why might there be a relationship in the future? More and more netizens became increasingly curious. It was as if their hearts were being scratched, and they were incredibly anxious. However, they could not find Qinyu, and they could find Lin Xiaoran even less. The only person who could provide specific information was Ning Chen. Therefore, a day later, quite a few people specifically took the opportunity when Ning Chen went to the school to give a public lecture, came to the school gate, and blocked Ning Chen's car. Ning Chen, what exactly is the relationship between Qinyu and Lin Xiaoran? Are the two of them really a married couple? Have you ever met Lin Xiaoran's husband? Is he really that Qinyu on Weibo? Many reporters surrounded him, trying hard to thrust the microphones in their hands toward Ning Chen's mouth. Hearing these questions that were all much the same, a flash of displeasure crossed Ning Chen's eyes. Furrowing his brows, he said in a deep voice, "I have never seen Lin Xiaoran's husband play the piano." Although the words were not too blunt. But in fact, he also wanted to indicate that Lin Xiaoran's husband was not Qinyu. But these reporters would not let him off so easily. The opportunity to catch a sensational news story was something rare and hard to come by for these reporters. How could they possibly let him leave so easily? So, you have met Lin Xiaoran's husband. In other words, are you admitting that you appeared in Lin Xiaoran's emotional life in the role of a third party? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly fell into silence. Everyone was staring intently at Ning Chen, waiting for his answer. They were afraid that even the slightest other sound would affect their ability to hear Ning Chen's answer clearly. Ning Chen furrowed his brows tightly, then suddenly relaxed them again. A trace of loneliness and desolation flashed across his face. Why would you ask me that? Could it be because of the piano piece I wrote? Chapter 406, Just Loving Someone That Doesn't Seem to Be Wrong. Hearing this sentence from Ning Chen, the reporters present were all stunned for a moment. After a while, they finally reacted. It seemed that Ning Chen had never said that there was any emotional entanglement between himself and Lin Xiaoran now. It was just that he had written a piano piece for Lin Xiaoran. That piano piece was truly filled with emotion. One could hear the sincerity of one person loving another to the extreme. However, such a piano piece could be called a confession, or it could be called a memento. Ning Chen had never said whether there was still any emotional entanglement between him and Lin Xiaoran now. The two of them had always publicly claimed to be friends. Just being friends didn't seem excessive. Moreover, the Beijing Lin family and the Beijing Ning family have been friends for generations. It's impossible to break off the relationship just because one person got married. Furthermore, there are many business collaborations between the Beijing Lin family and the Beijing Ning family. One is the most outstanding younger generation of the Beijing Lin family, who will most likely inherit the Beijing Lin family in the future. The other is the future successor officially announced by the Beijing Ning family. These two people must become friends in the future. This is an inevitable matter. Of course, many people think that if Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen were really together, it would be a happy ending for both the Beijing Lin family and the Beijing Ning family. But if it's just because of that one piano piece, to say that Ning Chen is a homewrecker seems a bit inappropriate. At least from the surface, there is no evidence to prove that Ning Chen has really intervened in someone else's married life. Every time he accepts an interview, what Ning Chen says is that he still loves that person, but also wishes her happiness. Just loving someone that doesn't seem to be wrong. Moreover, everyone who says he is a homewrecker seems unable to produce any substantive evidence. These onlookers seem to have been a bit prejudiced. The idea of victim blaming is not correct. Furthermore, as the young master of the Beijing Ning family and the future successor of a wealthy family, Ning Chen has been scolded for being a homewrecker for so long without standing up to say anything. This seems to have been very restrained of his emotions. If it were someone else, they might not even have the chance to ask such a question. For a moment, the eyes of the reporters present looking at Ning Chen became much more complicated. It was completely different from the previous look of extreme desire for hot news. Ning Chen didn't give these people a chance to continue being stunned or to ask the next question. He stood steadily, looked at these reporters, and swept his gaze over the crowd watching the excitement around him. Xiaoran does not like to show her private life to outsiders. Perhaps what I said before caused everyone to have a misunderstanding. I don't want my good friend's life to be affected because of me. Xiaoran and I are just friends regarding her marriage. I only have blessings. She is a person who was very focused on her career and has never paid much attention to things on the internet. She also won't care about what kind of voices there are on the internet. This will not affect her career, however. There will always be people around her who can see it, so, in order not to affect her, I will not mention anything about her in the future. I will not answer related questions either. I hope everyone can understand. Thank you. After speaking, Ning Chen left without looking back. The surrounding reporters did not stop him again. Judging from Ning Chen's attitude just now, they suddenly had a feeling that if they continued to stop him and ask questions, it would be a bit aggressive. This interview was quickly posted on Weibo. The heat about the matter between Ning Chen and Qin Yu was already very high. This interview rushed to the hot search list in a short time. The first account to post the interview video gained over 100,000 followers within half an hour. Ning Chen's fans were now immersed in a carnival that belonged only to them. Look! Look! This is the demeanor of a great family. Talents from big families are just different. This vision, this spirit, is it something some inexplicably popular little internet celebrity can compare to? Brother Chen just likes someone. He likes a woman that everyone who meets her can't help but fall for. Can this be considered wrong? Exactly. He has never destroyed anyone's marriage or family. He just likes someone, silently likes someone even if he bears so much infamy. He has never said a bad word about others. Let me be blunt. Who is Lin Xiaoran? The most top-tier proud daughter of heaven in this world. Is that an existence that ordinary people can come into contact with? If it weren't for Ning Chen's not insignificant achievements in the field of music, which allowed people the opportunity to interview him, would ordinary people like us be able to come into contact with a descendant of such a top wealthy family? If it weren't for Ning Chen, how many of us would know the news that Lin Xiaoran is married? This news was told to everyone by Ning Chen himself. If he were really a homewrecker, would he say this? That's right. If Ning Chen really destroyed someone's marriage or family, how could he take the initiative to reveal that Lin Xiaoran is married? This is all just the fans of some unscrupulous internet celebrity groaning without cause. They even want to try to claim that Qin Yu is Lin Xiaoran's husband? They should look in the mirror and see if he is worthy. A lousy internet celebrity dares to try to latch onto a proud daughter of heaven like Lin Xiaoran? Exactly. Ning Chen already said that Qin Yu is not Lin Xiaoran's husband. Could it be that you are better informed than a Beijing young master like Ning Chen? Ning Chen is the most pitiful one. He clearly didn't do anything, yet he was slandered and scolded like this, and even so, he didn't say anything nasty. This vision and quality are really not something just anyone can compare to. Weibo almost crashed again. The war between the two sides' fans became even more intense. But at this moment, Ning Chen was far away from these disputes. He didn't go home, but found a coffee shop and sat down. He ordered a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. He didn't move, nor did he do anything. He just sat there. This coffee shop had private rooms. But for some reason, Ning Chen did not choose to sit in a private room, but sat in the lobby. He just sat there. It wasn't until a waiter seemed to recognize his identity. Standing not far away, they whispered, "That is that Ning Chen? It seems to be him. Is he waiting for someone? Could it be is he waiting for Lin Xiaoran? No way. If he were really waiting for Lin Xiaoran, why would he sit in the lobby? Forget it, you help me watch, I'll go get my phone. I have to take a picture. No, I'll start a live stream. Maybe this time I can dig up some more explosive news." The coffee shop was very quiet. The whispers of these two people were actually heard by Ning Chen. Hearing their voices, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Afterwards, when the waiter brought the phone and found a place that looked very hidden to raise the phone and aim it at him, after Ning Chen confirmed it with the corner of his eye, he finally made a move and took out his own phone. Chapter 407, from the very beginning, he wasn't saying this for Lin Xiaoran to hear. Ning Chen had no intention of hiding his actions from the start. The reason he chose this cafe, and specifically the main seating area, was for this exact purpose. He knew that given his recent popularity, as long as he appeared in a public space, he would inevitably be noticed. There would certainly be people who couldn't resist recording videos with their phones and posting his every move online. Therefore, he had no intention of hiding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find a cafe that wasn't very crowded and had a relatively small space. His goal was to ensure the environment would be quiet enough. This way, those secretly filming him could capture clear footage and record his voice distinctly. This was all part of his plan. However, he hadn't expected one thing. The waitress wasn't just recording with her phone, she had chosen to livestream, intending to capitalize on his popularity. At this very moment, a significant number of people had already gathered in the livestream. Ning Chen's face was quite recognizable. After all, he was quite handsome, and paired with his attire, which looked luxurious yet not overly flashy, many netizens quickly took notice. Is that Ning Chen? He looks so much like him. That is Ning Chen. This is the exact same outfit he wore in his recent interview. You have to admit, Ning Chen really is handsome. Of course. Our brother Chen isn't just talented, he's also good-looking. He's incomparable to those little influencers who don't even dare to show their faces. But isn't this kind of secret live streaming illegal? Aren't they afraid of being held accountable? Ning Chen isn't someone to be trifled with. The future heir of a Kyoto tycoon family with that status, a single word from him could crush an ordinary person, right? Don't be afraid, streamer. Keep broadcasting. Whatever you do, don't end the stream. Yeah, exactly. Just say you're live streaming the cafe environment. What are you afraid of? Don't be scared. The world is never short of people who love to watch the drama. At this moment, Ning Chen was holding his phone, waiting. He appeared to be hesitating. But in reality, Ning Chen was simply trying to confirm whether the waitress had actually started recording. Frowning, he waited until he confirmed that the other party had kept her phone raised without putting it down, and only then did he make a call. After a moment, Lin Xiaoran answered. Her tone seemed somewhat irritable. What is it? Ning Chen didn't put the call on speakerphone, he simply spoke in a normal, moderate volume that was loud enough to be picked up by the waitress's phone. Xiaoran, are you feeling any better? As soon as that name was mentioned, the entire live stream erupted. The number of viewers began to surge even more frantically. The volume of comments exploded. Xiaoran? Is he talking about Lin Xiaoran? Is he calling Lin Xiaoran? Wait, didn't they say they had no relationship and were just friends? Why are they addressing each other so intimately? Is the person above sick? Can't friends address each other intimately? Do they have to use their full names? Exactly, I even call my friends daddy. No, wait, I call them son. Are you guys stupid? Can you focus on the point? Ning Chen just finished an interview and then found a place to call Lin Xiaoran. There's definitely going to be some explosive news. Streamer, move closer. See if you can hear Lin Xiaoran's voice. The waitress, who was hiding to the side live streaming, saw this comment. A glimmer of temptation flashed in her eyes. She really did want to move closer. If she could capture Lin Xiaoran's voice as well, this attempt to ride his coattails would be even more successful. However, just as she subconsciously shuffled a small step forward, Ning Chen glanced in the direction where she was standing. He quickly averted his gaze afterward. That one look was enough to make the waitress abandon her previous thought. She could find an excuse for secretly live streaming, but if she were caught moving closer, it would be hard to explain. If Ning Chen really decided to pursue the matter, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Ning Chen, meanwhile, let out a long sigh. His brows were knitted, and his expression seemed filled with endless worry and concern. I asked Grandpa Lin. He told me that the divorce agreement was something that person insisted on signing. I wanted to help you, but Grandpa Lin's stance is very firm. The pressure from my family is also very great, and I have no choice. Ning Chen's words were very tactful. He revealed quite a bit of information. However, he hit all the key points. What was Grandpa Lin's stance? What was the pressure from his family? And what was this about a divorce agreement? The viewers in the livestream were all full of excitement, eager to hear more information. They had already guessed a little. Lin Xiaoran's marriage seemed to be in deep trouble. It had already reached the point of divorce. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Lin Xiaoran felt even more irritable. Is there anything else? Lin Xiaoran held the scarf stained with wine, the feeling of panic welling up in her heart once again. Ning Chen sighed again. To the netizens in the livestream, the dejection on his face was written clearly. He showed none of the carefree attitude one would expect from a wealthy scion born at the finish line who had everything. Instead, there was an indescribable, heavy sorrow. This seemed somewhat mismatched with his status. Xiaoran, I know you've been very tired, very miserable, and very wronged all these years. Before Ning Chen could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone. She truly had no mood to listen to Ning Chen's irrelevant nonsense. Hearing the sound of the call being disconnected, a flash of ferocity crossed Ning Chen's eyes. But his mouth continued to murmur in a moderate volume. He was murmuring for the netizens in the livestream to hear. These words, from the very beginning, were not meant for Lin Xiaoran to hear. All these years, you've been more than fair to him. It is he who has done so many things to wrong you. You don't owe him anything. You don't need to wrong yourself like this time. It was also he who wanted the divorce. It's time for there to be a conclusion between you two. Don't worry about the voices on the internet. It doesn't matter if I take a few insults. I'm not afraid of others misunderstanding me. Either the relationship between our two families won't be affected. Just do what you have to do, make the decision you want to make. You don't need to worry about whether he will use your past relationship to play the victim or spread rumors online in the future with me here. Others won't misunderstand you. Just focus on doing what you want to do and fulfilling your dreams. The clamor on the internet won't affect you. After finishing, Ning Chen took the phone away from his ear, turned off the screen, and placed it face down. And at this moment, the live stream had completely exploded. Chapter 408, The Results of Acting in Public. Oh my God! It really was a call to Lin Xiaoran. Who on earth said that Ning Chen was just engaging in wishful thinking? Who on earth said that Lin Xiaoran wasn't willing to pay any attention to Ning Chen at all? Exactly. She just didn't want to expose her privacy. Ning Chen also wanted to help her, which is why he didn't proactively contact Lin Xiaoran just because he was being scolded. Look at what real class is. Look at what kind of feelings Ning Chen has for Lin Xiaoran. This is what you call love. Seriously, I'm crying to death. Brother Chen, please don't love her so much, okay? Although I'm very jealous and very sad, the moment I think that this woman is Lin Xiaoran, I actually can't bring myself to hate her anymore. That is Lin Xiaoran, after all. Is that the point? The point is what Ning Chen just said to Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran is getting a divorce. The divorce agreement has already been signed. It's possible they're already divorced. And listening to the implication, the elders of the Ning family and the Lin family are somewhat unable to tolerate it anymore. Right. Ning Chen has really done everything he could, hasn't he? Even if the two of them are already divorced, he has never made this news public. Even though he has been getting scolded the whole time, he hasn't said a single bad word about that person, and instead, he's even wishing them well. This is the first time I've seen someone with such cultivation. I didn't have much of an opinion about this rich kid before, but this time, I really think he's a good person. Even though Lin Xiaoran has returned to being single, he didn't take this opportunity to swoop in. Instead, he kept his own feelings in check. That man must have really known Lin Xiaoran for many years. People change over time. Lin Xiaoran might still have some feelings for that person, so she must be hurting inside too. But for Ning Chen to be able to suppress the love in his heart to this extent, while also bearing the pressure from both families and cyberbullying, and yet there are people who actually call him a homewrecker. That's too much. The fans of certain people should restrain themselves. A noble son of a wealthy family is not something your so-called minor internet celebrity can compare to. The livestream footage continued. Ning Chen sat there for a while longer. He didn't say a word, and his melancholic expression made many netizens in the livestream feel a bit heartbroken. Suddenly, Ning Chen raised his head and looked around. It looked as if he had suddenly discovered something. His expression changed. He quickly stood up and walked up to the waiter. The waiter was caught in the act, panicked, and hurriedly put the phone behind her back with both hands. Hello, is there something you need? The waiter was very nervous, her voice trembling slightly. Ning Chen frowned. Were you recording a video just now? If you could, would you mind deleting it? Upon hearing this, the waiter's face turned deathly pale. Many netizens in the livestream were also somewhat surprised and gloating. From the moment this waiter started live streaming, many people had been saying that her behavior was inappropriate. If Ning Chen were to hold her accountable, she would pay a heavy price. Because she was flustered, the waiter didn't exit the livestream, so everything Ning Chen said at this moment was heard by the netizens in the chat. It was even clearer than when she was live streaming secretly before. I am sorry, the waiter anxiously tried to apologize. She was as panicked now as she had been excited earlier when she wanted to ride the trending wave. With Ning Chen's status and position, if he really wanted to hold her accountable, she would definitely be in big trouble. Don't be afraid, I won't hold you accountable, I just want to ask you to delete the video, that's all I'm begging you. After saying this, Ning Chen left. He didn't give the waiter any chance to say anything else. Delete the video? Although he was highly certain in his heart that the waiter had just been live streaming. However, what if she really was recording a video? He was currently desperate for what he had just done and said to be posted out there for more people to see. How could he possibly let this waiter actually delete the so-called video? Therefore, he said those few sentences in the gentlest voice possible, and then hurried away. Seeing Ning Chen leave, the waiter finally let out a long sigh of relief and turned off the livestream. She didn't dare to chase after him to say that she wasn't recording a video, but was live streaming. Nor did she dare to continue the livestream. However, the words Ning Chen had spoken to her earlier had all been heard by the netizens in the livestream. Everyone look! What kind of class and moral character is this? Someone else did something wrong, yet he didn't hold it against them at all, and even asked them to delete the video. Some unscrupulous minor internet celebrities, please stop trying to latch onto clout, thanks especially the fans of those unscrupulous minor internet celebrities. How do you have the face to try to latch onto clout and even scold Ning Chen? Does your face hurt now? Ning Chen didn't want to blow things out of proportion and cause trouble for Lin Xiaoran whether in public or in private. His upbringing is on full display here. He does good deeds without leaving his name, and he doesn't go around bragging about his donations nowhere like a certain internet celebrity who has to pin a good reputation for helping villagers on themselves while live streaming to sell goods for money. Truly disgusting. The direction of public opinion on the internet gradually began to tilt to one side. Back at home, Ning Chen took it all in. His goal had been achieved. He was too good at utilizing things like public opinion. Whether it was public opinion on the internet or the voices of public opinion in the circles of the powerful and influential in the capital back in the day. He was very good at utilizing both. And Gu Yan was not very clear about all of this. While Ning Chen was busy acting in public, Gu Yan was still wandering around the village. The staff member came up to him several times, looking hesitant as if wanting to say something to him. But every time she saw the obviously very relaxed expression on his face, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Is something the matter? Gu Yan looked at the staff member who had appeared in front of him no less than 5 times in one day, and finally couldn't help but ask. The staff member thought for a moment, frowned and thought for a long time, and finally said, Teacher Qinyu, recently, quite a few outsiders have gone to the neighboring village. Many of these people are your fans. I'm afraid they will come to Taoyuan village in the next 2 days. Would you like to hide away for a bit? She knew that Gu Yan didn't want to be disturbed by others, which is why he had been staying in Taoyuan village all along, not even looking at his phone much. He also didn't pay much attention to those things on the internet. Qinyu's fan base was too large. Even though most people were willing to let him be undisturbed, there would always be some who would come looking for him. The most critical and dangerous part was that there were also many reporters and internet celebrities who wanted to chase clout. Gu Yan was stunned upon hearing this. How about I wear a mask? The staff member thought about it and shook her head. It would be best for you to stay in the courtyard and go out as little as possible if too many outsiders come into the village. It might not be safe. I've already spoken with the bodyguards sent by the leadership, and they've agreed to keep watch in the courtyard for you these next few days so that those unscrupulous reporters won't come to disturb you. Chapter 409, Night Attack. Gu Yan thought carefully after hearing what the staff member said. He had indeed been in Taoyuan village for a while. At first, because the road to Taoyuan village was difficult, no one really disturbed him. But now, as time passed, many people who wanted to see him could find the time to rush over. Although the road was difficult, it wasn't impassable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach Taoyuan village himself. He didn't want to expose his personal information just yet. If it were just fans, he had some confidence in preventing them from leaking his personal information. But with reporters, it was hard to say. Those people were desperate for clicks and would stop at nothing. Even if he gave them red envelopes, it might not be enough to keep them from revealing his personal information. Therefore, hiding was indeed a very necessary thing. As for taking this opportunity to leave Taoyuan village, Gu Yan had had this thought in his mind. But he quickly dismissed it. The reason was simple. At this moment, everything in Taoyuan village was being watched. In normal times, perhaps no one would pay attention. But now, everyone was staring intently at Taoyuan village. They wanted to see what he looked like and get first-hand interview material from him. These people would be monitoring all information about Taoyuan village at all times. If he wanted to leave Taoyuan village at this time, he would definitely be noticed. That wouldn't just fail to avoid these people, it would be like walking straight into a trap. I understand. I'll leave the road repairs in the village to you these days. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. Gu Yan nodded. The staff member breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Gu Yan agree. After sending the staff member away, Gu Yan turned and returned to the courtyard. The small courtyard arranged for him by Pu Shan was quite large. Even if he just stayed in the courtyard, he wouldn't feel stifled. It didn't take long for the bodyguard responsible for his safety to arrive. Gu Yan treated it as a vacation and sat in the courtyard for a long time. Dinner was sent over by people arranged by Pu Shang. After eating, Gu Yan went back to his room to rest. The bodyguard responsible for his safety also set up a folding bed in the outer room. As night fell, Taoyuan village gradually fell into silence. In this village with no entertainment, everyone returned to their homes once it got dark, and unless there was something urgent, no one wanted to stay outside. However, outside the courtyard where Gu Yan was staying, a series of footsteps gradually sounded. Gu Yan didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a villager passing by on their way home. The bodyguard responsible for protecting him, however, suddenly sat up, his expression tense. The footsteps gradually disappeared. The bodyguard's expression became even more vigilant. He could tell. The footsteps didn't stop because the person had left. Rather, they had stopped at the door. These people weren't just passing by, they had come specifically for him. Click. A crisp sound. The door lock was pried open, and the door shook slightly. The bodyguard stood up instantly, ready for battle, staring fixedly at the door. When the door was opened, the few people standing at the entrance were stunned to see the bodyguard already prepared for a fight. But quickly, a hint of ferocity flashed in their eyes, and they rushed toward him. The bodyguard's expression changed drastically as he watched the movements of these few people. He could tell that these people were all experts with extraordinary skills. He could handle one or two, but these 3 or 5 people were very difficult to deal with. Night attack. With a shout, several people rushed in from outside the courtyard. They were the bodyguards previously arranged to protect Gu Yan. Their rooms were next to Gu Yan's courtyard. They had already become alert when they heard the commotion just now. Now, upon hearing the call for help, they rushed over immediately. The intruders' expressions darkened when they saw more people coming from outside. The leader shouted in a low voice, "Retreat." The few people didn't hesitate, they immediately turned around and tried to break out in one direction. This decisiveness was something the bodyguards protecting Gu Yan hadn't expected. Someone wanted to rush out immediately to stop them. Don't chase. The bodyguard staying in Gu Yan's courtyard stopped that person. These people weren't stupid, naturally knowing that it wasn't appropriate to chase them out at this time. They didn't know how many opponents there were. Chasing them out might lead to an ambush or a diversionary tactic. The person who wanted to chase out earlier was anxious because these people had escaped from the direction he was responsible for. Now that he had been stopped, he immediately calmed down. From tonight on, we will take turns on night watch. We have recognized the faces of everyone in the village these past few days. For those outsiders, we must be careful and cautious. Understood, Captain. The others nodded in agreement. After arranging the subsequent security work, the bodyguard turned and knocked on Gu Yan's door. He knocked twice. Gu Yan opened the door and walked out. Gu Yan and these bodyguards were very clear about who these people were targeting. Gu Yan looked at these people with a heavy expression. I've troubled you all these past few days. He didn't know yet who had sent these people. However, there were only a few possibilities. Either they were Elder Lin's people, Ning Chen's people, or Yan Shang's subordinates. These people definitely couldn't be his fans or reporters looking for hot topics. Coming to find him was definitely not a good thing. You're too polite, Teacher Qinyu. This is our duty. Gu Yan didn't say anything more. His good mood had completely dissipated at this moment. Returning to the room, he lay on the bed. Suddenly, a wave of sleepiness struck him. As a strong drowsiness flooded his heart, Gu Yan didn't think too much about it. He found a position and prepared to fall asleep right there. But the door was suddenly pushed open. The bodyguard covered his mouth and nose and opened the window. While using his hand to push him, he tried to find a way to fan the air inside the room out. Gu Yan was shaken slightly awake. But his expression was still somewhat dazed. Teacher Qinyu, wake up quickly, someone has drugged the place. The bodyguard's voice was muffled because he was covering his mouth and nose. Hearing his words, Gu Yan immediately became a bit clearer. No wonder, he had been feeling depressed earlier because of the attack, with no sleepiness at all. But suddenly, a strong drowsiness had surged into his heart. It was impossible to block. Even though someone was calling him right now, he still couldn't hide the drowsiness. Someone had drugged the place. Gu Yan bit his tongue hard. A sense of pain made him instantly much clearer. His face was a bit pale as he went to the window, fanning the air in the room out as much as possible. Although he didn't know where the drug mist had been blown in from, opening the window for ventilation was naturally the most effective method. Seeing that Gu Yan had sobered up a bit, the bodyguard hurried outside, preparing to check on the condition of the other bodyguards. Chapter 410, Kidnapping. Two of the bodyguards outside had already fallen into a coma. Another one, although still conscious, had basically lost all ability to act. He lay there limply, struggling to get up, but had no strength left in his body. That bodyguard rushed forward, wanting to help. But these bodyguards outside were the first to be exposed to the drugged smoke. The effects had fully set in, and there was no way for them to regain their ability to move in the short term. The other two who had already fallen into a deep sleep also could not wake up anytime soon. Just as this bodyguard was feeling anxious, a cry of surprise came from inside the room. Who's there? Gu Yan looked at the strangers in front of him with a solemn expression. These people were here for him. Seeing that Gu Yan had not fallen asleep, a flash of surprise crossed the eyes of these people. But no one spoke. They just charged straight at Gu Yan. Their movements were agile, and their goal was clear. One person held a hood, preparing to put it over Gu Yan's head. The others stepped forward, intending to restrain Gu Yan's body immediately. Gu Yan, whose consciousness was already hazy, had no ability to resist at this moment. Just as he was about to be restrained by these people, the bodyguard who had rushed out earlier hurried back. Bang! With a kick, he sent the person standing on the perimeter flying, then rushed toward where Gu Yan was. It's just one person, altogether now, one of the men said coldly. Except for the man pinning Gu Yan to the bed, the others rushed toward the bodyguard simultaneously. After exchanging blows for only a few moments, they all understood the other's strength. Take the target and go, the rest of you help me hold him off. The leader had already gauged the bodyguard's strength. He was strong. He could not beat him alone. The people he brought could indeed win if they all attacked together. But it would waste too much time. Their goal was to take Gu Yan away. They did not have much time to waste here. Rather than defeating this bodyguard, it was better to have someone take the target away first, while they just needed to be responsible for holding the bodyguard off. The bodyguard's expression was also very grim at this moment. If it were one-on-one. If it were one-on-one. Or even one-on-two, he could ensure he could take these people down in a short time. However, facing a siege of 3 or 4 people at the same time, he was struggling to cope. Not to mention, these people also had knives and clubs in their hands. He could not take these people down, let alone stop the person restraining Gu Yan from taking him away. Gu Yan had already been tied up with ropes. He was thrown over someone's shoulder and carried out. Everything before his eyes was pitch black. He struggled hard but could not break free from the restraints at all. He did not know how long he had been carried. Finally, he shook off the hood on his head and regained his vision. Behave. The thug carrying Gu Yan said in a low voice, clearly annoyed by Gu Yan's prolonged struggling. Gu Yan ignored him and tried hard to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Director Pooh. Save me. Gu Yan shouted with almost all his strength. The thug carrying him immediately looked grim. He had not expected that Gu Yan had not fallen asleep, and the bodyguard's reaction had been too fast. He had only had time to tie Gu Yan up with ropes and had forgotten to gag him. Since Gu Yan had not spoken the whole time earlier, he had been a bit negligent. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to help but cry out for help when being tied up and taken away. If that were the case, this thug would have found a way to gag Gu Yan first. But Gu Yan had not. From a young age, his upbringing had taught him one principle. Before there is a clear opportunity to defeat an opponent, do not make any futile struggles. Only when you are sure you can deliver a fatal blow at the very end is it a wise choice to act. This point was also Lin Xiaoran's code of conduct all along. From this perspective, he was quite similar to Lin Xiaoran. Just now, after he struggled to shake off the hood and determined his location, Gu Yan knew the opportunity had come. The thug happened to carry him near the courtyard where Pu Shang lived. The lights were still on in the room. Clearly, Pu Shang had not slept yet. Sure enough, after hearing Gu Yan's voice, Pu Shang rushed out of the room. Standing in the courtyard, he saw a figure carrying someone and running outward. Pu Shang was a bit confused. Who is that? Did I just hear Teacher Qin Yu's voice? Director Pu. They are kidnapping. Gu Yan did not get to finish his sentence this time before the thug punched him in the stomach. A sharp pain surged, causing his face to turn pale instantly. However, Pu Shang had heard clearly what he had just said. It really is Teacher Qin Yu. Come here. Hurry, someone. Someone has come to the village to snatch people. Pu Shang shouted loudly in the local dialect of Taoyuan village. This time, the villagers of Taoyuan village who had not slept yet, or who had been woken up by Gu Yan's shout, all heard it clearly. One after another, they ran out of nearby houses. They were holding various tools in their hands. The poorer the village, the more united the villagers were. When encountering external enemies, they would all band together to deal with it. Director Pu, what's going on? What do you mean snatching people? Who is this? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he from our village? Hey! Why is he carrying Teacher Qin? Is he here to snatch Teacher Qin? Quick! Stop him! Before Pu Shang could say anything, several Taoyuan village villagers realized something was wrong and rushed forward to stop the thug. Seeing several villagers appear in front of him, blocking his path, and more villagers surrounding him, the thug's expression became increasingly grim. The thug's expression became increasingly grim. He had originally thought it would be a very simple task. Drugging the person and taking them away without anyone knowing would be enough. But he had not expected Gu Yan to actually have bodyguards. Not only were they not all drugged, but they were also very strong. He had managed to hold off the bodyguard and wanted to leave with the target first, but was discovered by the villagers here. Just when he did not know how to handle it, the previous bodyguards also rushed over. "Drop the target, retreat first," the leading thug shouted. The thug carrying Gu Yan hurriedly threw Gu Yan aside and then rushed toward the villagers in front of him. He kicked one away and, taking advantage of the fact that the other villagers had not reacted, charged straight out. The nearby villagers wanted to stop them, but they could not stop these thugs. A few more people wanted to chase after them, but they heard the bodyguard who had also chased out shout from not far away. "Don't chase them, take Teacher Qin Yu back first." The strength of those thugs was not weak, the villagers of Taoyuan village might not necessarily be able to handle them. Chasing after them might actually be dangerous. Chapter 411, it seemed that those people wanted more than just his departure. By the time Gu Yan fully recovered, it was already midnight. In the room, aside from Gu Yan and a few bodyguards, only Pu Sheng was present. The expressions of the few people present were exceptionally grim. "Teacher Qin Yu, for these next few days, we will protect you without leaving your side. Please do not step out of this courtyard. All your meals will also need to be monitored. I will check them in advance along with Director Pu Sheng during this period. Whether it is because of the road construction or your fans, many strangers will be coming to Taoyuan village. The village's security will not be as guaranteed as it was before." Yes, Teacher Qin Yu, you must still be careful. Those people seem to be targeting you specifically. I have already spoken to the people in the village as well. If any strangers approach your place these days, I will have them keep a close eye on things, Pu Sheng chimed in from the side. Gu Yan lowered his head and said nothing. His eyes were somewhat dim, and no expression could be seen on his face. Yet, such an expressionless look only made people realize how dejected he was feeling at this very moment. The room fell into a deep silence. "Thank you all for the trouble," Gu Yan said in a very low voice. The group walked out of the room, leaving one bodyguard behind to lie down on a folding bed inside. Gu Yan lay on the other bed, his eyes closed, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He had finally managed to feel a moment of peace here with such difficulty. Yet, even this few days of peace was about to be shattered for him. He had clearly already escaped from the capital temporarily. Wasn't this the result those people wanted to see? Once, he had even thought about whether he should just stay in Taoyuan village like this. Occasionally help with live stream sales, and occasionally go back to visit his grandfather and friends. Living in Taoyuan village on ordinary days, learning how to engage in beekeeping, and living a life without too many desires. But it seemed that those people wanted more than just his departure. What those people might want is his complete disappearance. A disappearance in the physical sense. Just as Gu Yan was tossing and turning, unable to sleep, the public opinion on the internet also gradually began to shift overwhelmingly. Is Qin Yu really beaten by those villagers? He hasn't stood up to say a word for such a long time. Definitely a relative of my friend lives in that nearby mountainous area. It is said that Qin Yu deceived the villagers of Taoyuan village, and then people from the neighboring village found out and told Taoyuan village. People from both villages cornered him to demand an explanation. Qin Yu wouldn't give one and even arrogantly cursed at them, so the villagers beat him up, sending him straight to the hospital. I really didn't expect him to be this kind of person at first. I thought he was genuinely kind-hearted to help the people of Taoyuan village. It turns out he only went there to scam money. The villagers of Taoyuan village are so poor and miserable, how could he have the heart to scam them? Aren't all these internet celebrities like this? Each one looks glamorous on the surface, but in reality, they are all earning dirty money. None of them can be taken seriously. Compared to the young master of the Ning family, he is not just a little bit worse. Just looking at his character and quality, there is really no comparison. Those fans of Qin Yu are still being stubborn and putting up a front. If it's really fake, then why hasn't Qin Yu stood up to refute it? Could it be that he is in a coma in the hospital after being beaten? Public opinion became increasingly one-sided. Under such a one-sided trend, Chinyu's fans were finally starting to be unable to resist. These fans were not like Ning Chen's fans, who were mostly students. In their daily lives, just living consumes a large amount of their energy and physical strength. Although their fighting power on the internet is very strong, it is not that persistent. Unlike Gu Yan, Ning Chen had been constantly monitoring the trend of public opinion on the internet. After realizing that public opinion was consistently leaning in his favor, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He just didn't believe it. This time, Gu Yan could still have a chance to turn the tables. Moreover, this time he had made foolproof preparations. It would definitely make it impossible for Gu Yan to ever appear in the capital again. Public opinion on the internet favoring him, coupled with Gu Yan's disappearance in the physical sense. His biggest future hidden threat was about to be eliminated. Watching one comment after another criticizing or mocking Chinyu, Ning Chen was in a great mood. Most of the people in Taoyuan village were not young anymore. The young people had all gone out to work. Those who remained in the village did not understand the internet very well. When they had previously tried live streaming to sell products, it was also done when the young people in the village returned home for the new year. After not achieving any results, these people cared even less about these things. They were not very clear about this news on the internet. They only knew two things now. One is that all the honey in the village had been sold. They were able to earn money. It was even more than the money the young people and their families earned working outside for a year. In the future, they would earn even more money. It would far exceed the money the young people and their families earned by working hard outside for a year, carrying big bags for a year. The second thing was also because they had earned money. Those children who had been struggling to earn money in other places were willing to come home. When the honey was sold a few days ago, many elderly people had already called their children. News about Taoyuan village had been very popular on the internet recently. These young people also knew that their hometown had earned money. Under the narration of their elders at home, they also understood that the village could earn more money in the future. This was far easier and earned more than them working outside. Many people chose to resign and spent a few days rushing back home. "Son, you have finally returned." An auntie in her 50s, who looked like she was in her 60s, looked at her son with red eyes. "Mom, did that Chinyu really help us earn money?" A young man with an honest appearance had eyes shining with light. "We earned it. We really earned it. It's more than the money you sent back to Mom last year. Little Pooh said that we can earn even more next year. At least double. Son, you don't leave this time, okay?" "I won't leave. I won't leave. Who would leave if they can earn money here? Our village is also going to build roads, and life is getting better and better." The young man's face was flushed, and his breathing was a bit rapid. If they could earn money at home, who would be willing to leave their hometown? Yes, life is getting better and better. This is all thanks to that Chin boy Sayuse, such a good person. Why do people still look for trouble with him? Looking for trouble with him? Those people from the neighboring village? Mom, I saw online that some people said Chinyu was beaten, and it was the people from the neighboring village who did it? The young man paid close attention to things on the internet. After all, it was related to his hometown. No, the neighboring village has already reached an agreement with our village starting next year. We will earn money together. They are now dying to kneel down and kowtow to the Chin boy. It was tonight. Some people from out of town wanted to drug the Chin boy and kidnap him anyway. They are definitely not good people. What? A flash of anger flickered in the young man's eyes. Chapter 412, If you don't believe me, you can check my ID. Early the next morning, the young people who had just rushed home from other places gathered together. These 5 or 6 people had all heard similar stories from their elders the night before, and their expressions were quite grim. A few of them had dark circles under their eyes, clearly having not slept well all night. There was obvious anger in their eyes. You all know about it, right? A flash of keen insight crossed the eyes of the honest-looking young man. We know these people are too wicked. Exactly. What do they know? Teacher Chin, you really helped us. They only know how to curse online, but I haven't seen them do anything to help our village. What right do they have to curse? And those fans of someone named Ning Chan are the most hateful. They claim Ning Chan donated money, but we haven't seen a dime of it. Chin, you actually spent real money to help us, the school and the road repairs. He paid for them all. He never took a single cent from us for livestream sales either. I've confirmed this with Director Pooh. Right. I don't care how much money he donated. I only recognize Chin Yu, he really helped us. The honest-looking man was named Wang Hao, and he nodded heavily as he listened to the voices of his fellow villagers around him. These people were close in daily life and had all gone to work in other places together. He was in the same city as three of them, and the others were not too far away either. They often arranged to go home together for the new year. Because of this, the relationships between their families had become closer as well. Wang Hao looked at the people in front of him, his expression darkening. We can't just sit by and watch Chin Yu get abused online by those people who can't tell right from wrong. He put in so much effort to help us, and someone even tried to kidnap him last night. We have to do something. Hearing this, the others agreed repeatedly. You're right, we can't just watch. What would be the difference between us and animals if we did? Brother Hao, tell us what to do, we'll listen to you. Right, Brother Hao, give the word, we'll all listen to you. My mother is old, and I didn't know what to do. If I didn't go out to earn money, the family couldn't afford to eat, but if I went to work elsewhere, I couldn't rest easy. If it weren't for Chin Yu's help, I wouldn't have known what to do. Now I can stay at home to take care of my parents and still earn money. He is my great benefactor, and we must repay him. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao stopped wasting words, took out his phone, and turned on the screen. I applied for real name verification last night, and this account can live stream now. Aren't those people cursing online? Well, we'll start a live stream too and speak up for Chin Yu. It seems Chin Yu doesn't want to show his face, so we'll help explain things for him. We absolutely cannot just watch others slander him like this. The group immediately agreed. A dozen minutes later, a live stream with only a few followers began. However, the title of the live stream read, a detailed explanation of the true inside story of Chin Yu and Taoyuan village. Right now, the popularity represented by the names Chin Yu and Taoyuan village was immense. Even though this live stream had very few followers, almost none, one could say. But with that title, it quickly attracted the attention of many netizens. In just a few minutes, it had attracted hundreds of people into the live stream. This rate was still increasing rapidly. 5 minutes later, there were already nearly 10,000 viewers in the live stream. Just arrived, what's going on? Does this streamer have inside information? I'm not late, right? Can someone tell me, am I late? Don't drag it out, hurry up and tell us what the inside story is. Was Chin Yu really beaten? How bad is it? Was he beaten into the hospital? Why hasn't he come out to say a word until now? Watching the scrolling comments in the live stream, Wang Hao took a deep breath, turned the camera around, and faced himself. He was a bit nervous. Even though it wasn't face to face. But for so many years, he had never once had such an opportunity to speak to so many people. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. I am live streaming for the first time. I just want to tell everyone about teacher Chin Yu. I am from Taoyuan village. Wang Hao was rambling a bit, and he felt his heart beating extremely fast. But the comments in the live stream didn't care whether he was nervous or not. Instead, his way of addressing Chin Yu caused a lot of skepticism. Teacher Chin Yu? Is this guy a fan of Chin Yu? Here to whitewash for Chin Yu? That's funny, things are like this and there are still people here to whitewash for Chin Yu? How filial. I'm leaving. What kind of good person would be here to whitewash for Chin Yu? At first, I thought you looked pretty honest, like a decent guy, but it turns out you're here to whitewash for Chin Yu. How disgusting. Chin Yu couldn't find anyone else to speak for him, so he paid someone like you, who doesn't even have many followers, to do it, right? Looking at these comments, a wave of anger surged in Wang Hao's heart. This anger instantly made him forget his nervousness. Frowning tightly, he said in a deep voice, Teacher Chin Yu is a good person. If it weren't for him, we in Taoyuan village wouldn't know when we would have been able to build a road, and we wouldn't know when we could have sold all our honey. I started this livestream today just to clarify to everyone that Teacher Chin Yu was not beaten. We in Taoyuan village are all very grateful to him, he is our benefactor. Wang Hao's angry voice did not change the opinions of the netizens in the livestream. Instead, the number of comments became even greater. Still whitewashing? Still calling him a benefactor? Can you represent Taoyuan village? Just because you say you're from Taoyuan village, does that make it true? I could say I'm the President of the United States. Exactly, just because you say he really helped the people of Taoyuan village, does that mean he really did? Show us evidence that Chin Yu didn't take money, show us evidence that Chin Yu wasn't beaten. Chin Yu isn't saying anything himself, and he let a nobody like you come out to speak. Who would believe that? You're a fan of Chin Yu, right? I heard quite a few of Chin Yu's fans have run off to the vicinity of Taoyuan village recently. You're just a fan of Chin Yu who came out to whitewash for him, aren't you? Looking at these skeptical voices, Wang Hao frowned even tighter. Taking a deep breath, he aimed his phone camera at the other people who had been standing not far from him. These are all people from our Taoyuan village. We are all young people who left Taoyuan village to earn money these past few years. We couldn't even bear to go home for the new year. It costs money, and the road is difficult to travel. If it weren't for Teacher Chin Yu's help, letting our village's honey be sold and allowing us to earn money, we wouldn't have this opportunity to return to our hometown. Only now can we have the chance to earn money in the village and still be able to take care of our parents and elders. If you don't believe I'm from Taoyuan village, I can show you my ID card. The people in the camera shot heard this and quickly chimed in. Right. I can also show you my ID card so you can see whether or not we are really from Taoyuan village. That's right, we all brought our ID cards, we can all show them to you. Chapter 413, Livestream Clarification. As the words fell, several of them took out their ID cards. Having just rushed home from out of town, they all carried their ID cards with them for travel. Several ID cards were placed under the phone camera, allowing the hundreds of thousands of netizens in the livestream to see the addresses on them. Without a doubt, these people were all from Taoyuan village. The live stream room went quiet for a moment. Then, more comments flooded in. They really are from Taoyuan village. Damn, I thought they were here to chase clout. Chasing clout might be true, but since they are indeed from Taoyuan village, what they say should be the truth. They don't seem like those people who maliciously chase clout and make things up. That's right, what these people are saying should be believable. If they really are from Taoyuan village, there's no need for them to lie. Seeing this comment, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, that's right, we have no need to lie to everyone. The livestream comments were still pouring in, and many expressed their agreement with what Wang Hao had just said. Since Wang Hao and the others were really from Taoyuan village, they had no need to lie. If Chin Yu had really deceived the people of Taoyuan village as claimed online, they certainly wouldn't be speaking well of him. Even if someone gave them money, it would be impossible. These were all elders and relatives who had watched them grow up since they were children. If they did such a thing for a bit of money, not to mention whether the villagers could forgive them, even their own consciences wouldn't allow it. And if Chin Yu had truly helped Taoyuan village, they would absolutely never return evil for good against their benefactor. That would also be something that would cause them to be pointed at behind their backs in the village and be unable to hold their heads up for the rest of their lives. Sometimes, the poorer people are, the more they value integrity. Since you really are from Taoyuan village, hurry up and tell us if Chin Yu was actually beaten or not. Yeah, and so many people are saying you were deceived by Chin Yu. What exactly is going on? Tell us, tell us. For the past few days, we've only been listening to Ning Chen's fans, and now it seems like there's going to be a plot twist. A large portion of the netizens watching the commotion were not anyone's fans. They just wanted to watch the drama because the recent incident had become such a big deal. Looking at these comments, Wang Hao felt like he couldn't keep up. However, he could tell that most people wanted to get the truth about the matter from him. That was the purpose of him starting this livestream. He simply stopped looking at the livestream and began to recount what had recently happened in Taoyuan village. Teacher Chin Yu came to our Taoyuan village to genuinely help. He didn't ask for any benefits, nor did he take any money. Even when he ate here, he paid us, saying he didn't want to add a burden to our village. Just this one sentence instantly made many netizens in the live stream room understand. The previous rumors online that Chinyu came here to livestream and sell goods for money were most likely not true. The fact that our village can build roads and sell honey this time is all thanks to teacher Chinyu's help. Yet so many people online are scolding him, and I really couldn't stand it anymore, so I thought about starting a livestream to tell everyone the truth. I don't want such a good person to be slandered. Hearing this, quite a few of Ning Chen's fans in the livestream room couldn't sit still anymore. Slandering Chinyu. Wasn't that talking about them? Regardless of whether these Ning Chen fans were clear in their hearts about whether Chinyu was slandered, or if they were just following the crowd because others said so, they had accepted this as fact. At this moment, hearing someone say they were slandering Chinyu, they were all very unhappy. TCH, how much did Chinyu pay you to stand up and speak for him? That guy Chinyu has quite a few fans. It's not strange for a few of them to be locals from Taoyuan village, right? He was probably brainwashed by that Chinyu, which is why he's blatantly making up lies. Waited for so many days, just to pull this stunt to whitewash himself? This method is a bit crude, isn't it? This Chinyu doesn't have much of a brain. Our brother Chen is still the best. He never thinks about explaining anything, just using his actions to carry out his beliefs. If he says he'll donate, he donates, even if he's misunderstood or scolded. He never cares, unlike someone who even hires actors to whitewash himself. Some of the more extreme fans were already having a mental battle at this very moment, completely forgetting that Chinyu hadn't stepped forward to explain anything during this period either. To be precise, except for when Guyan's friend was misunderstood, insulted, and targeted, Guyan had never once stepped forward to explain anything. In comparison, Ning Chen had instead cleared his name multiple times in front of reporters. Many netizens who had been watching the drama from start to finish felt a trace of doubt arise in their hearts after seeing these comments from Ning Chen's extreme fans. It seemed like there was quite a big difference from what they had seen on the internet before. Wang Hao was no longer paying attention to what the comments were saying. Instead, he took his friends around the village. Look, these are the staff sent by the county. They are all here to take measurements for our Taoyuan village. Once the data is measured, we will start preparing to build the road. And these, they are all from the neighboring village, here to learn beekeeping techniques at our village. Our village's poverty alleviation cadre said that in the future, we will let the nearby villages earn money together with our Taoyuan village. Although those nearby villages are a bit better off than our Taoyuan village, they are actually quite poor too. Come to think of it, this is also thanks to teacher Chinyu's help. As they were talking, an auntie saw Wang Hao and the others and couldn't help but ask, "Haozi, what are you doing?" "Auntie, I'm telling the netizens online how much teacher Chinyu has helped us." Hearing this, that auntie instantly perked up. She leaned over and put her head in front of the camera. In an instant, nearly half of the screen in the livestream was filled with the auntie's face. That Chin lad is a good young man, really nice, and handsome too. He has truly helped us a lot ever since the young man arrived. He has been busy, helping everywhere, and even helping us sell honey. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have a daughter, I would really want to. Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled away by someone behind Wang Hao. Wang Hao took over the live stream again. Everyone heard that, right? Teacher Chinyu is truly a good person, a great benefactor to our whole village. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to slander him online. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to disparage him online. The number of comments in the live stream had dropped significantly. Many of Ning Chen's fans didn't know what to say at this moment. But that auntie seemed to have suddenly remembered something. She suddenly blurted out, "By the way, how is that young brother Chin's health? I heard the village doctor went to see him last night. I haven't seen him today either." Chapter 414, they're even putting aside the hatred of having their wives stolen. These words were naturally heard by the netizens in the live stream room. Originally, after Wang Hao's explanation, these people had all thought that the facts were not as they had been described online. Those fans of Ning Chen were also finding it hard to hold their ground. But after this sentence was spoken, many of Ning Chen's fans became agitated. Listen. Everyone listen. Chinyu is injured, the village doctor has already been to see him, and you're still saying he wasn't beaten? Exactly. If you want to whitewash this, at least learn how to do it properly. The truth is out, isn't it? And you have the nerve to say that nothing happened to Chinyu. If nothing happened, why is he injured? If nothing happened, why would he need a doctor to go see him? In my opinion, these people either took money from Chinyu, or they sold his honey and actually made some money for themselves, which is why they're helping Chinyu quibble here. Chinyu must have offended a lot of people and scammed money from other families in the village, which is why he got beaten. Everyone, open your eyes and take a good look. This kind of backstabbing is very common in villages. Don't listen to just these few people and actually believe Chinyu is a good person. Ning Chen's fans suddenly erupted with intense fighting power. The number of comments from Ning Chen's fans in the live stream room surged. Bullshit. A roar of anger. A warning notification flashed in the live stream room. But Wang Hao acted as if he hadn't seen the notification at all. Teacher Chinyu was not beaten by us people from Taoyuan village. He is our benefactor. How could we possibly return kindness with ingratitude? These questions and insults from Ning Chen's fans were undoubtedly an insult to Wang Hao and the people of Taoyuan village. Even if these people said that they only started the livestream because they were paid, it wouldn't have made Wang Hao and the others this angry. But to say that they had laid a hand on their own benefactor, that was an act devoid of conscience. They couldn't endure it. Wang Hao's roar was heard by many villagers from Taoyuan village who were nearby. Thinking that someone had come to the village to cause trouble, they all gathered around. Haozi, when did you get back? Haozi, what happened? Did someone come to the village to cause trouble? What happened to Brother Qin? Why did I hear someone say he was beaten? Who has the guts of a bear and a leopard to dare hit Brother Qin? A dozen or so villagers gathered around, each of them looking angry. They were already filled with gratitude toward Chinyu. Last night, someone coming to the village to try and kidnap Chinyu had already made them feel very guilty and angry. They felt they hadn't protected their benefactor well enough. Now, having vaguely heard the news that Chinyu seemed to have been beaten, the guilt in their hearts instantly turned into an even stronger rage. A few people even brought out the kitchen knives from their homes. Wang Hao looked at the fellow villagers around him and quickly said, "It's not like that. It's not like that. No one hit Teacher Chinyu. It's just that someone in the livestream room said that we people of Taoyuan village hit Teacher Chinyu, which is why the village doctor went to see Teacher Chinyu last night." Hearing this, many villagers rushed to the front of the phone camera, pushing Wang Hao aside. Who is talking nonsense? Which bastard is spreading rumors here? Brother Qin helped us so much, would we lay a hand on him? We people of Taoyuan village don't have any heartless scum like that. That's right, Brother Qin is such a good person. He helped us sell all our honey and brought us so many cheap things. How many years has it been since we've met such a good person in our Taoyuan village? People who came to Taoyuan village in the past all wanted to steal our money. With such a good person like Brother Qin, how could we possibly lay a hand on him? Are you all just unable to stand seeing good people? Brother Qin helped us so much in the past. We never had so many strangers come to Taoyuan village ever since Brother Qin came to help us. So many strangers have come. I thought these people were all here to help us. Turns out there were quite a few bad people last night. It was outsiders who wanted to harm Brother Qin, which is why Brother Qin got injured. This is all because we didn't do well enough. We didn't protect Brother Qin properly. He is a capable person who was willing to run to this godforsaken place of ours to help, and we couldn't even protect him. This is all our fault. As some spoke, they couldn't help but cry. Wang Hao and these few young people, plus a dozen or so uncles and aunts in their 40s and 50s. More than 20 people were speaking one after another. The scene was a bit chaotic. But the people in the live stream room all understood. These were all people from Taoyuan village. They would absolutely never lay a hand on Chinyu. If it were just Wang Hao and these few young people, it would indeed be possible for them to take money to say something against their conscience. But these 20-plus people included many elderly folks who were quite old and barely literate. No matter what, Chinyu couldn't possibly have paid the entire village, right? If that were really the case, then the point previously made by Ning Chen's fans, that Chinyu had deceived the people of Taoyuan village, would also not be in accordance with the facts. Furthermore, these people had only rushed over after hearing the news that Chinyu had been beaten. This alone was enough to prove that in the eyes of these Taoyuan village people, Chinyu was truly a great benefactor. And not some swindler. Seeing this, many of Ning Chen's fans simply exited the live stream room directly. They were also very clear. The situation had changed, there was no way to keep being stubborn anymore. No one would believe what they said. The comments in the live stream room instantly became much cleaner. The name Qin Yu once again rushed onto the hot search list. Besides Wang Hao and those who had already returned to Taoyuan village, there were still many young people from Taoyuan village who hadn't returned to the village immediately. However, they were still paying close attention to matters in their hometown. Under the hot search, many young people from Taoyuan village who were working elsewhere were commenting. I am from Taoyuan village. Over the past few days, when I called home, my family members were all praising teacher Qin Yu. I am also very grateful to teacher Qin Yu in my heart. It's been many years, and I haven't heard my parents this happy. Yeah, my parents are the same. They keep urging me to go home, saying that now I can earn money at home and eat cheap rice and flour, so I don't need to work alone away from home. Honestly, if I hadn't been waiting for my salary, I would have gone back yesterday. I've been working away from home for 3 years and haven't been back. I miss home. My dad told me that teacher Qin Yu was very handsome and insisted that I go back quickly, wanting me to meet teacher Qin Yu. I really suspect my dad wants to set me up on a blind date with teacher Qin Yu, but I don't know how to explain it to my dad. I really don't deserve teacher Qin Yu. I'm just someone working in a factory. I watched the live stream, and I swear those are definitely people from Taoyuan village. Don't ask me why. If you do, it's because I saw my aunt and my third aunt in there. For a moment there, I didn't know how to explain to everyone how absurd this whole thing is. In the live stream, there were two old men, one is my second uncle, and the other is his neighbor for over 20 years. The two families haven't had any contact. It's all because my second uncle stole the blind date partner of the old man next door. The two of them can be said to be mortal enemies now. Back then, they really drew knives, wanting to kill each other, and yet, I actually saw these two people in the same camera shot, holding kitchen knives and saying they wanted to work together to hack the people spreading rumors to death. My God, they're even putting aside the hatred of having their wives stolen. Chapter 4:15, The authorities step in. Faced with ironclad evidence in the live stream, Ning Chen's fans dared not be stubborn anymore. However, beneath the trending topics, they were still inciting public opinion. The number of people who watched that live stream and the subsequent clips was at most a few 100,000. But the number of people seeing the trending topics was well over several million. Many netizens did not have a thorough understanding of the truth. Some people, misled by others, even thought that the live stream they hadn't seen was just a play Qin Yu had paid people to perform. However, all this chaos vanished once the official account stepped in. The official account of the city to which Taoyuan village belongs specifically posted an article thanking Qin Yu for the contributions he made to the poverty alleviation work in Taoyuan village. The content was not very long, but it contained a lot of crucial information, especially regarding issues that many of Ning Chen's fans were using to stir up controversy online. For instance, whether Qin Yu had actually accepted money, whether he had truly promoted the development of Taoyuan village, and what role and contributions Qin Yu had made during the previous transportation of supplies. This instantly shattered all the sophistry and slanderous viewpoints of those Ning Chen fans. Most of Ning Chen's fans chose to shut up, but a small minority, who were not very old, still wanted to struggle a bit more. In order to muddy the waters, they even directly attacked the official account. This time, the netizens watching the drama could no longer sit still. I really can't take it anymore from beginning to end. It's these Ning Chen fans slandering others. I've been watching for several days, and I've finally figured it out. Do you have any evidence at all? Just relying on your mouths, you determined that he cheated people out of money and deceived the villagers of Taoyuan village? Exactly. Constantly cursing people online is just uncultured. I've been watching it every day, and I'm sick of it now that the authorities have stepped in to testify. Are you still going to go on endlessly? Do Ning Chen's fans really have such low standards? Cursing people every day. How did Qin Yu offend you? If I recall correctly, there were reports earlier that Ning Chen wanted to buy Qin Yu's account, but Qin Yu wouldn't sell, right? Just because of such a small matter, you won't let him go and curse him whenever you get a chance? I'm truly disgusted. You're even going after the official account? Are these people brainless? If Qin Yu had really done something wrong, would the authorities dare to stand up and speak for him? Who would dare to commit perjury in a matter like this, under such a huge wave of public opinion? Can you use your brains? I get so annoyed whenever I see these Ningchen fans. Can't you just ban them all already? The public opinion online instantly became one-sided. Even Ningchen couldn't sit still anymore and hurriedly posted on Weibo. Mr. Chinyu's actions are worthy of everyone's emulation, and I will also learn deeply from them. I hereby express my respect for Mr. Chinyu. I also hope that some netizens will not be too impulsive, and do not use my name to do inappropriate things. With the main person speaking out, those extreme fans of Ningchen all chose to shut up. This public opinion war ended. However, Ningchen was so angry that he smashed a room full of things at home. Damn it, what's going on with this Guyan? Why did the authorities step in to speak for him? Ningchen's eyes were red, his hands tightly clenched into fists, and he slammed them hard onto the armrest of the sofa beneath him. A dull thud gave Mother Ning, who was standing at the door, a fright. Xiao Chen, what's the matter? Did you encounter something troubling? Hearing the voice, Ningchen hurriedly stood up. It's nothing, by the way, Mom. Do you know leader Lu Changji? Hearing this name, Mother Ning thought carefully. I have heard your grandfather mention him. This person seems to have a rather arrogant temper. Several families originally wanted to establish a connection with him, but none succeeded. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's expression tightened. As the future heir of the Ning family, he had long ago found out who Gu Yan had reached a cooperation agreement with before going to Taoyuan village. Although such matters were not very easy to investigate within the Beijing circle, it was still possible to find out with some extra effort. For the official account of a fourth-tier city to dare to speak out at this time, under such great pressure of public opinion, it was certainly not just because Gu Yan had truly helped Taoyuan village. If there had been no instruction from leaders above, these people would not have dared to do so. They were the people who least wanted to get involved in trouble. Ning Chen's expression was grave. He did not want Gu Yan to have any support. Professor Gu was one thing, after all, he was family, and he couldn't stop that. Moreover, the Ning family was not incapable of dealing with Professor Gu. Furthermore, besides the Ning family, the Lin family and the Yen family also wanted to deal with Gu Yan. One Professor Gu could not contend with three top families. Although the Shanghai Wang family was very powerful, they were not that effective in Beijing. But the addition of a leader from above made him feel suddenly flustered. He kept feeling that things seemed to be slipping out of his control again. The power behind Gu Yan seemed to be growing larger and larger. At least from what he could see now, relying solely on public opinion online was not enough to force Gu Yan to bow down. Why did you suddenly ask about him? Is something the matter? Mother Ning asked with concern. It's nothing, Mom, I just suddenly thought of this leader. Mom, I'm fine here, you go rest, don't worry about me. Mother Ning hesitated upon hearing this, but still walked out of Ning Chen's room. Closing the door, Ning Chen took out his phone and called Elder Lin. Grandpa Lin, is there any news from Gu Yan's side? Elder Lin's expression was not very good at this moment. He had just made up his mind to do things thoroughly, but he didn't expect his subordinates to suffer an initial setback. Not only did they fail to get the job done, but they were also almost left behind there by the other party. That kid doesn't know where he found people to protect him personally. Hearing this, Ning Chen's brow furrowed even tighter. The people under Elder Lin were of high caliber. They were even more ruthless than the people under Yan Shang. The people Elder Lin sent had not succeeded. It was likely difficult for Yan Shang's side to succeed either. However, where did Gu Yan find these bodyguards? Being able to make Elder Lin's subordinates fail was not something ordinary bodyguards could do. Could it be Lin Xiaoran? In an instant, Ning Chen's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths. Grandpa Lin, don't worry, Xiaoran should not know where Gu Yan is right now. I will keep an eye on her, we still have a chance. Elder Lin didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. Whether it was Ning Chen or Elder Lin, they could now feel that Gu Yan no longer seemed like the person who could be easily manipulated as before. By his side, there were now some forces they could not foresee. At this moment, Gu Yan was still in Taoyuan village, undergoing an interview. Several bodyguards were also in the room. Even though Gu Yan had clearly stated that the reporter who came for the interview was sent by the leaders above, the men did not feel at ease leaving and instead stood guard in the room. It was only after the reporter finished the interview and left that the bodyguards relaxed a little. Chapter 416. We are already divorced. I am not your husband anymore. This interview was not recorded on video, it was just a print interview. The content was published in the official newspaper, and the official account also reposted it. The content of the interview was not complex, one could even say it was very routine. It simply asked Gu Yan how he thought of coming to Taoyuan village to help, and what he had done since arriving here. In fact, many netizens were not very interested in this content. Influencers doing poverty alleviation, accepting interviews, the content is basically all very similar. There is nothing new, and netizens have long since seen enough of it. The only difference is that Gu Yan's trip to Taoyuan village this time was not as ostentatious as other influencers. They would get several trucks, hang banners on the outside of the trucks with names like So-and-so's poverty alleviation team written on them, and then dump money into promoting dozens of videos online. However, the attitude of the authorities in conducting this interview already conveyed a lot of information. The authorities and the leaders above were determined to stand with Gu Yan and help explain things for him. This also made many netizens even more convinced that the rumors previously spread online by those extreme fans of Ningchen were false. Even though Ningchen had already made a statement on his own Weibo account. Still, quite a few netizens were now looking down on him because of this. Public opinion, once a sharp weapon in Ningchen's hands, was gradually losing its edge at this moment. Furthermore, many of Qin Yu's fans were now even more disgusted with Ningchen. After so long, everyone could see some clues. Whenever there was something related to Qin Yu, Ningchen would definitely get involved. And it was always his fans charging at the front. Once they had the advantage, Ningchen would step out and say some ambiguous words. And once they were at a disadvantage, Ningchen would immediately step out to clear his name and shift the blame onto his extreme fans. If they could not see the problem after this, then these fans of Qin Yu probably had issues with their intelligence. After seeing off the reporters, Gu Yan remained in the small courtyard. If possible, he still wanted to indulge a little longer in the time spent here. For him, this was too hard one. Moreover, he felt in his heart that after the kidnapping incident, the person behind it should be clear that there were people protecting him. And he would definitely have more precautions. It would be very difficult to succeed in trying to take action against him again. He should have a bit more time to escape reality here. Teacher Qin Yu, should we? Gu Yan waved his hand, he knew what the other person wanted to say. They felt that Taoyuan village might not be that safe right now. So they wanted to take him away from Taoyuan village first. But he did not want to leave just yet. It was not just because he wanted to escape reality here. He also wanted to see if he could still help the villagers of Taoyuan village with anything. The bodyguard wanted to say something more, but Gu Yan's phone rang. Gu Yan picked up his phone and took a look. Although it was an unfamiliar number, he knew very well in his heart who was calling. Looking at this unfamiliar number, Gu Yan frowned. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. After the last call, Lin Xiaoran would still call him at this time. This puzzled him. Husband. The voice was still that same voice. Only the tone seemed a bit familiar. Gu Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. He was very familiar with this tone. Only behind this familiarity, there was a trace of strangeness mixed in. How long had it been since Lin Xiaoran had spoken to him in this tone? He could not quite remember. The last time it was probably back when the two of them were still huddled in a rented apartment. Lin Xiaoran, we are already divorced. I am not your husband anymore. Hearing this, the bodyguard's eyes widened instantly. He seemed to have heard something that he should not have heard. He hurriedly turned around, walked out of the room, and then gently closed the door. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaoran's cheeks were flushed red at this moment. In her left hand, she held a glass of red wine, and in her right, she clutched that scarf stained with wine. On the table in front of her were several empty red wine bottles. Clearly, she had drunk a bit too much. Lin Xiaoran was silent for a while, as if she had not heard what Gu Yan had just said clearly. Or perhaps she did not know how to respond to that sentence. Husband, where are you? Gu Yan let out a long sigh. Lin Xiaoran, what exactly do you want to say? He was here precisely to escape these realities. More accurately, to escape Lin Xiaoran. Having this phone call with Lin Xiaoran was even a burden to him. I just want to know where you are. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan could not help but scoff. If Lin Xiaoran wanted to know where he was, did she need to ask him? If she wanted to investigate, how could she not find out? Moreover, the people who came to the village to kidnap him last night were most likely Elder Lin's or Ning Chen's people. Since these two knew his location, would it be that difficult for Lin Xiaoran to find out? Hearing that scoff, Lin Xiaoran furrowed her brows, and between them, there seemed to be a trace of grievance. If outsiders saw this expression, their jaws would definitely drop. How could that icy, beautiful CEO who always meant what she said have such an emotional display? Gu Yan, are you trying to laugh at me? Gu Yan did not speak. It must be you look down on me now, don't you? You think that I, Lin Xiaoran, can be this lowly? Lin Xiaoran's voice was slightly slurred, but Gu Yan still heard it clearly. Lowly? Lin Xiaoran and the word lowly had never had any connection. If one really had to talk about being lowly, it was actually the days he spent with Lin Xiaoran over the years that were more lowly. Or was it that Lin Xiaoran felt that speaking to him in this tone now was already a very lowly thing to do? Gu Yan's expression gradually turned cold. Did she think that the sweetness they once shared when they were together was already considered lowly and base? Lin Xiaoran, do you feel very aggrieved? Then let me tell you, all these years with you, I felt aggrieved every single moment, and I felt very lowly. I don't want to live this kind of life anymore. I want to get away from you. Can you stay further away from me and stop bothering me? Can you stay further away from me? These words instantly pierced Lin Xiaoran's heart. Her fingers holding the wine glass could not help but tighten, causing the glass to make a creaking sound. She gritted her teeth, her emotions churning. You are aggrieved, am I not? All these years, every single minute and second I spent with you, I felt aggrieved. Gu Yan, do you know how I lived these years? Do you know how painful it was for me because of you? Chapter 417. It seemed, did he really have a chance to escape? Painful? Then isn't it better now? We are divorced. I don't have to suffer anymore, and you don't have to suffer either. We are both free, isn't that great? Gu Yan's tone was very cold, but his heart ached terribly. Lin Xiaoran had said more than once that being with him was very painful. But every time he heard her say such things, he couldn't help but feel upset. This had nothing to do with whether he still loved Lin Xiaoran or not. After so many years of feelings, even if he didn't love Lin Xiaoran anymore, he would still feel sad. Both of them fell into silence. After a few minutes, Gu Yan seemed to hear another person's voice coming from the other end of the line. President Lin, why have you drunk so much? Did you stop taking your medicine again? It was He Qing's voice. Gu Yan thought for a moment and prepared to hang up the phone, but he heard Lin Xiaoran on the other end chase He Qing out. Only then did she speak to him, husband. He seemed to hear a hint of a sob mixed into that voice. It was very faint. But he kept feeling as if he had heard it. Yet, in his heart, he denied this possibility. Lin Xiaoran would cry? He might as well believe he was the first emperor of Qin. Did you not realize if we really separate, it will be even more painful? Husband, every time you run away from me and leave me alone, I hate it so much I think I might as well just commit suicide with you. There can only be widowhood, but every time I just can't bear it even though you betrayed me. I didn't. What? I have never betrayed you. You did. You and more than once. Hearing this, Gu Yan sneered. I said, I didn't believe it or not. You really did. Maybe you just don't remember. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran looked exactly like someone acting spoiled while arguing with her boyfriend. It was as if she was waiting for the other person to coax her. Gu Yan even felt like he hadn't woken up yet. To have such a hallucination. It would be hard to even dream of such a hallucination. Husband, just tell me where you are, okay? I want to come find you. Lin Xiaoran finished the red wine in her glass in one gulp. The alcohol surged up, making her head feel a bit dizzier. Gu Yan suddenly felt that Lin Xiaoran's head didn't seem quite right. Clearly, she could find his location at will, and clearly, she could have appeared in front of him suddenly, just like last time abroad, and then taken him away and locked him up. Yet she didn't do that. Instead, she was asking for his consent here. It was as if he didn't agree, she wouldn't intrude into his sight. It was as if the two of them hadn't completely broken apart yet. As long as she could get his consent, then they would still have a future together. He didn't understand this way of thinking. And he couldn't understand even more how Lin Xiaoran could have such a strange idea. He suddenly felt, did he not understand Lin Xiaoran that well? Or perhaps, after they got married, the change in Lin Xiaoran compared to before was just too great. That was why he felt she had become so unfamiliar now. Lin Xiaoran, my stance is already very clear, we are finished, can you stop torturing me like this? I don't want to play this kind of game with you anymore, it's really not fun, just consider, for the sake of the sliver of sincerity that once existed between us, just consider our acquaintance of over 10 years, please stop torturing me, okay? He had actually said similar things to Lin Xiaoran more than once. It was just that she had never agreed. After hearing Gu Yan's words, a mocking smile flashed across Lin Xiaoran's face. For the sake of our acquaintance of over 10 years, let me let you go? All these years, are you the only one who has been suffering? Lin Xiaoran's voice became increasingly icy. It gradually began to make Gu Yan feel that the Lin Xiaoran he knew seemed to have returned. Such an icy her was the Lin Xiaoran he knew. Fine then, for the sake of that little bit of sincerity, for the sake of those 10+ years of feelings, I won't torture you anymore, you don't need to tell me where you are, and I won't go looking for you, you had better never appear in front of me again. Gu Yan, I will never demean myself so humbly again. Then thank you. Gu Yan hung up the phone. He let out a long sigh, and to his surprise, he felt a hint of relief in his heart. It seemed this was probably the first time Lin Xiaoran had agreed to him, right? It seemed, did he really have a chance to escape? In an instant, the pressure in his heart was suddenly released. Although the process was a bit strange, and the result came about inexplicably. But in the end, it was what he had hoped to see. He put the phone aside and got up to walk out of the room. Teacher Qinyu? The bodyguard looked at Gu Yan about to walk out of the courtyard and couldn't help but speak up. It's fine, in the future there shouldn't be any trouble anymore. Based on his understanding of Lin Xiaoran, she at least wouldn't do anything to him in the short term. And most likely, she wouldn't let the people around her do anything to him either. He should be safe now. He couldn't help but want to go out for a walk now. He wanted to breathe some fresh air. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoran had already smashed the wineglass in her hand onto the floor. Upon hearing the noise, He Qing rushed over. Pushing open the door and seeing Lin Xiaoran's extremely icy expression, she immediately shuddered. Subconsciously, she wanted to back out. Have someone cook me some hangover soup. Hearing this, He Qing hurriedly agreed, then turned and walked out of the room. Lin Xiaoran lay down on the bed, picked up the scarf with her right hand, her eyes somewhat deep. She kept staring at the scarf until her arm felt sore. For a moment, she wanted to throw the scarf away. But just as it was about to leave her hand, she stopped her action. She placed the scarf on the bedside. She stopped looking at the scarf until someone brought the hangover soup over. Lin Xiaoran sat up, glanced at the person who came, and instantly frowned. Why are you here? Xiaoran, there's still no news from your aunt's side. Do you want to go abroad and check again? Or ask if there is any news over there now? Wang Lin carefully placed the hangover soup aside, but her eyes kept watching Lin Xiaoran. There is already news from there. There are no major issues for now. The rest is for the people above to negotiate. I can't help much. There shouldn't be any problems. Hearing this, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes still held worry. She wanted to say something, but looking at Lin Xiaoran's not-so-good expression, she found it hard to open her mouth again. After taking a deep breath, she stood up. Remember to drink the hangover soup, and also your grandfather wants you to give him a call. Chapter 4:18, I don't want the Lin group anymore, let her return him to me. Wang Lin left, but Lin Xiaoran remained sitting on the bed. She did not call Elder Lin. She had a premonition that making that call probably wouldn't lead to anything good. Glancing at the hangover soup on the bedside table, Lin Xiaoran felt inexplicably annoyed. She did not look at that bowl of hangover soup again, but instead poured herself another glass of red wine. Normally, even if she drank, she wouldn't indulge herself like this, but today, she didn't want to control it anymore. Downing another half glass of red wine, Lin Xiaoran's eyes became a bit more unfocused. More than half an hour later, the phone rang. Answering the call, Elder Lin's voice sounded, Xiaoran, what are you doing? Elder Lin's voice was unexpectedly gentle. If it were the usual Lin Xiaoran, she would definitely have been able to detect the anomaly at this time. Such gentleness could only be felt when she had achieved some results, but Elder Lin's gentleness at this moment seemed more like it was brought about by a faint sense of guilt. But Lin Xiaoran did not notice this abnormality. Grandfather, do you need something? Lin Xiaoran's voice still sounded very cold. But Elder Lin still couldn't help but frown tightly. How much have you had to drink? From the moment Wang Lin left the villa, she had already told him about Lin Xiaoran drinking alone. He just didn't expect that Lin Xiaoran, who had always had extremely strong self-control, would be in such a state right now. Apparently, she had drunk a lot and was in a state of drunkenness. What is it? Hearing this, Elder Lin didn't dwell on the drinking matter anymore. I heard that you haven't been to the company these past few days? Are you not feeling well? No. Lin Xiaoran answered every sentence with only a few words. Such an attitude made Elder Lin's expression look unpleasant. Since you aren't unwell, why haven't you gone to the company? I handed the Lin group over to you. Is this how you take responsibility? Lin Xiaoran suddenly laughed upon hearing this. Since you think it's inappropriate, then I won't take responsibility. What did you say? Elder Lin's eyes widened instantly. He felt as if he were hallucinating. I said, if you think it's inappropriate, then I won't take responsibility. Let Lin Xiaoya come back. From now on, the Lin group will belong to her. Xiaoran, what nonsense are you spouting? Elder Lin was truly angry this time, so angry that his brows were almost standing up. Aren't you dissatisfied with me? Isn't there another one who was obedient? You told her to elope and she eloped. You told her to give up the idea of fighting for the family property and she gave it up. Isn't such an obedient person more in line with your requirements? A cold sneer curled the corner of Lin Xiaoran's mouth. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin's imposing aura dissipated for a moment. He had indeed done something unfair to Lin Xiaoran regarding this matter. However, this aura only dissipated for an instant. In Elder Lin's view, everything he did was for the future of the Lin family. It was not wrong. Lin Xiaoran might not understand it now, or might even resent him, but it didn't matter. After a while, when she completely let go of this mistaken relationship, she would understand his actions. Elder Lin was the person who least favored the marriage between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran from the beginning. He had never favored Gu Yan. If not for those accidents, he would never have allowed Gu Yan to enter the Lin family's door under any circumstances. From the very beginning, he had looked down on Gu Yan. But as the previous head of the Lin family, he wouldn't do anything sordid that didn't befit his status. He believed that sooner or later, Lin Xiaoran would be able to figure it out and make the right choice. That boy from the Ning family would also be able to resolve this trouble. There was no need for him to take action at all. He just didn't expect that Gu Yan could be so persistent in this matter. He hadn't given up even after being tormented and humiliated for several years, and later, Gu Yan and Professor Gu acknowledging each other as family did indeed surprise him somewhat. He also thought about trying to accept this relationship. After all, Lin Xiaoran's feelings for Gu Yan were too deep. But soon, he gave up this idea. So what if they acknowledged their kinship? He still looked down on Gu Yan. Even if Gu Yan inherited Professor Gu's assets in the future and tried to target the Lin group or the Lin family, it didn't matter. He believed that in the future, Lin Xiaoran would be able to develop the Lin group into a top-tier conglomerate that no one would dare to easily provoke. Moreover, he would not allow such a hidden danger to threaten the future of the Lin family while he was still alive. Gu Yan had simply grown to the point where it was worth him taking action personally. However, he didn't expect that even now, even though the two of them had already signed the divorce agreement, Lin Xiaoran still couldn't let go of this relationship. She, even because of Gu Yan, said out of spite that she wanted to give up inheriting the Lin group. Elder Lin took a deep breath, the look in his eyes exceptionally gloomy. He tried his best to calm his emotions. Xiaoran, get some sleep first. we can talk about anything after you sober up. Don't make decisions on a whim. You and your sister will still need to support each other in the future. If outsiders hear that you two have fallen out over a man, then our Lin family will lose all face. Elder Lin's tone was gentle, but every word he said was still about the Lin family's interests. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled a breath of alcohol. Her eyes, however, no longer had the previous haziness and looked very clear. Grandfather, I am not acting on impulse. This is my sincere wish. As it happens, I don't want the Lin group anymore. Let her return him to me. On the other side, Gu Yan was climbing a mountain under the guidance of a Taoyuan villager. It was said that there was a natural reservoir behind this mountain with quite a few fish in it. Some young people in the village, when they were idle, would take their fishing gear and run over early in the morning to fish. Although the fishing gear wasn't very good, there were many fish in the reservoir, and they could often bring back some catch. Although Gu Yan felt that he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being, there were too many outsiders in Taoyuan village recently, and he didn't want his personal information to be exposed. He also wanted to find a place with few people, a quieter place, where he could quietly feel this sudden sense of freedom. Therefore, coming here to fish was a very good choice. In addition to the person from the village helping to lead the way, two of those bodyguards also split off to follow behind him. The other few people continued to stay in the courtyard, saying it was to prevent outsiders from entering the courtyard, stealing things, or exposing personal information or something like that. Gu Yan didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he didn't understand these things, so he let the bodyguards decide for themselves. At this moment, he was leisurely climbing the mountain. In the past, after climbing for so long, he would have been so tired he could barely breathe. Today, he actually felt like he still had energy to spare. Brother Qin, we'll reach that reservoir in another few hundred meters. Just cross that small hill in front and it's right there. As they were talking, they stopped at the same time. Bang! A loud noise suddenly exploded. Chapter 419, Another Attack. Wood chips exploded from a tree in front of Gu Yan, and a pit smelling strongly of gunpowder appeared on the trunk. The bodyguards reacted the fastest, immediately pinning Gu Yan and the villager to the ground. Enemy attack. 3 o'clock direction. It was beyond everyone's expectations. In China, someone could actually use a gun. This was enough to show just how much power the attacker, or rather, the people behind them, possessed. At this moment, Gu Yan lay on the ground, his mind completely blank. He had seen gunfire before, he just hadn't seen it aimed at himself. If they hadn't stopped walking suddenly just now, that shot would likely have hit him. It was obvious the person who came was out for his life. But he couldn't understand why. Why had he already run all the way here, to such a remote and desolate mountain area? Why had he already agreed with Lin Xiaoran? They were finished. She wouldn't come looking for him again. Even so, someone still wanted his life. Gu Yan couldn't figure it out. Who hated him so much? Or was this Lin Xiaoran's doing? She had just told him she wouldn't come looking for him again, and now she turned around and sent someone to kill him. Was this her way of fulfilling the promise she once made, that there would only be widowhood, never divorce? Gu Yan couldn't think it through. His mind was almost completely blank. The other villager was so scared at this moment that his pants were already wet. The bodyguards, meanwhile, were cautiously observing their surroundings. The mountain terrain was complex. When they had pinned Gu Yan and the villager to the ground earlier, they had specifically chosen a relatively deep pit. Judging by the line of fire from earlier, the shooter shouldn't be able to hit them from their current position. However, they couldn't be careless. Change position, one of the bodyguards said in a low voice. They helped Gu Yan up. 2 bodyguards used their bodies to shield Gu Yan, then quickly ran into the depths of the forest. As long as they ran a little further away, it would be very difficult for the killer to succeed. The forest near Taoyuan village hadn't been developed. The vegetation was dense. They could easily avoid the line of fire by using the woods. Using a gun here was actually less effective than close-quarters combat. That previous spot was relatively open because it was near the reservoir. The opponent had chosen a fairly good spot. But after missing the first shot, Gu Yan and the others were on guard. Once they escaped into the forest, there wouldn't be such great danger anymore. Oh my god, how could there be a gun? The villager's face was deathly pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even now, he couldn't believe that someone would actually dare to use a gun in China. The bodyguards' expressions were also grim. Previously, it was only about kidnapping they had raised their vigilance, but they didn't think it would be difficult to handle. But now, the other party had used a gun. The significance of this was completely different. We can't stay here long. We don't know how many people they have or what kind of weapon equipment they have. Let's find a way to take a detour back to the village. Once we're in the village, they won't dare to use guns near the village, one bodyguard said with a serious expression. Gu Yan nodded and trotted behind the bodyguard. The fact that this killer could fire from this position meant they probably didn't just arrive in Taoyuan village today. They had at least observed the area around Taoyuan village for a few days and were familiar with the terrain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find a good firing position ahead of them just when he suddenly decided to go for a stroll in the mountains. For the past few days, he had been staying in the courtyard. If the other party wanted to shoot, they would have had plenty of opportunities, but since they didn't, it meant they had some reservations about firing near the village. Since the other party had reservations, returning to the village was the safer choice now. They ran back to the village without stopping and returned to the courtyard. The villager had followed them as well. Only then did Gu Yan finally heave a sigh of relief. He slumped on the ground, panting heavily, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. The bodyguard left behind made a phone call, and after returning, he found Gu Yan. Teacher Qinyu, I have already contacted the higher-ups. They take this shooting incident very seriously. Rest assured, they have already sent people to investigate, and they have also specifically dispatched a squad of armed police to protect your safety. Gu Yan nodded upon hearing this, then turned his gaze to the villager standing to the side. Another bodyguard was currently talking to him, soothing his emotions and ensuring he wouldn't speak about this shooting incident. Gu Yan suddenly felt very guilty. If it weren't for him, the other person would certainly not have been subjected to such a fright. If he hadn't come to Taoyuan village, these villagers might have remained poor for a while, but at the very least, they wouldn't have lost their lives. And now, because of him, these people had to endure dangers they shouldn't have had to face. Gu Yan's guilt grew even stronger. The higher-ups acted quickly. More than an hour later, a squad of armed police arrived in Taoyuan village to be stationed there. The official reason given was to ensure the road construction project in Taoyuan village. Although some villagers found it a bit strange, they didn't think too much about it. Matters like road construction could potentially lead to many conflicts in poor areas. Even violent incidents often occurred. Although the villagers of Taoyuan village felt that such a situation wouldn't happen in Taoyuan village. After all, every villager in Taoyuan village was extremely eager to have this road to the outside world built. No one would deliberately look for trouble, but since the higher-ups were worried, there was no harm in them sending a squad of armed police. They didn't need to worry about their food and drink anyway, so they could just treat them as some tourists. Gu Yan stayed in his room until the next morning. Someone unexpected also arrived in Taoyuan village. Standing outside the courtyard, they knocked on the courtyard gate. Gu Yan didn't go out. A bodyguard stepped forward to inquire, then returned to the room. Mr. Qinyu, there is someone here claiming to be your sister looking for you. Gu Yan was stunned upon hearing this. Rest assured, the safety in the village is absolutely guaranteed now. The people dispatched by the higher-ups yesterday have already searched the nearby forests. There are no suspicious traces. The killer should have already withdrawn. Hearing this, Gu Yan slowly stood up and walked out of the room. Arriving in the courtyard and seeing that figure, Gu Yan was very surprised. He walked up and opened the courtyard gate. Sister Xiaoye? Why are you here? Lin Xiaoye still had a gentle expression on her face. I came to see you. Have you been living happily here recently? Hearing this, Gu Yan slowly lowered his head. He didn't answer, but he had already given Lin Xiaoye the answer. Chapter 420, Basking in Someone's Reflected Glory. He was not living very well here. At least for these past few days, there had been no sense of happiness. On the contrary, he felt as if he had become a burden and a source of danger to Taoyuan village. Watching Gu Yan's reaction, Lin Xiaoye gently placed her right hand on his cheek, cupping his face. I heard that life here is quite difficult, so I brought you some things. They aren't anything valuable, but you should be able to use them. She said this as if she were afraid that Gu Yan would not accept them. Gu Yan sighed softly, just about to refuse. Regardless of whether they were valuable or not, he had already made up his mind to completely sever ties with the Lin family. Even though Lin Xiaoye had been quite good to him over the past few years. But he did not want to have any more entanglements with the Lin family. At worst, he could find a way to repay the favor in the future. But for now, he did not want to have any connection with the Lin family. Don't refuse, it's just a small gesture from me. Lin Xiaoye spoke first, not wanting to give Gu Yan a chance to refuse. But Gu Yan still shook his head. Sister Xiaoye, I'm planning to leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye was stunned for a moment. Where to? Abroad? Last time, Gu Yan had run off abroad, only to be brought back by Lin Xiaoran in the end. Things here in Taoyuan village are mostly settled. I can't stay here forever, it's time to go back and keep grandfather company. Hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed in Lin Xiaoye's eyes. She wanted more time alone with Gu Yan. Only then would she have a chance to keep Gu Yan by her side. If Gu Yan intended to go abroad, she could follow him. If Gu Yan returned to Professor Gu, she would not have such an opportunity. The bodyguards behind Gu Yan, as well as a few villagers near the courtyard, were all looking at Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoye with curious expressions. At first, some people thought Lin Xiaoye was Gu Yan's girlfriend. But later, when they heard Gu Yan call her sister, they assumed they were siblings. Your young brother Qin's sister, right? A villager walked over holding a small jar of honey. This is honey from our own home, you should try it, it's very sweet. As he spoke, he shoved the small jar of honey into Lin Xiaoye's hand. Before Lin Xiaoye could refuse, the villager hurriedly ran away. For these past few days, they had been wanting to thank Gu Yan. Almost every family had brought out their most precious belongings. But Gu Yan had never accepted any of them. Even when they secretly placed them in the corner of the courtyard. They would still be discovered by the bodyguards the next day, who would then take them to Pu Sheng's house to have him return them. These villagers of Taoyuan village did not know how to express their gratitude to Gu Yan anymore. Now that they had seen Gu Yan's sister, the quick-witted villagers felt as if they had found a new opportunity. Once one person took action, the rest of them reacted as well. It didn't take long before the courtyard was crowded with villagers. Young brother Qin's sister, you must also be surnamed Qin, right? Miss Qin, this is some cured meat we made ourselves, it's delicious, please take it. Miss Qin, young brother Qin really helped us a lot. These things aren't expensive, but they're all homemade and clean, please take them back to try. Oh my, I knew young brother Qin came from a good family. This Miss Qin looks like she has quite the refined air about her, too. Miss Qin, have you eaten yet? If you don't mind, come to my house for a meal. Just as everyone was chattering away and Lin Xiaoye was wondering how to handle the situation, Pu Sheng rushed over. Make way, everyone make way, this is young brother Qin's sister, right? Come, it's just time for dinner, let's go to the village committee office to eat. Halfway through, Pu Sheng turned to look at the surrounding villagers and shouted loudly. Everyone come along, all of you. We must show our village's hospitality and treat young brother Qin's sister well. Lin Xiaoye was practically pushed by the crowd all the way to the courtyard where the village committee office was located. These villagers of Taoyuan village were projecting all their gratitude for Gu Yan onto Lin Xiaoye. It was as if by treating Lin Xiaoye well, they could express just how deep their gratitude towards Gu Yan was. Seeing this, Gu Yan had no choice but to follow them to the village committee courtyard. The courtyard was not large, and tables were set up all around the outside of the village committee office. Every household had brought out their ingredients, holding a banquet that was exceptionally grand for the villagers of Taoyuan village. Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoye were both invited to sit at the main table. Sitting on the other side of Gu Yan were the bodyguards responsible for protecting him. Miss Qin, I'd like to propose a toast to you. You don't know this, but if it weren't for young brother Qin, who knows how many more years we would have had to wait to get our road repaired. Pu Sheng stood up, holding his drink, and bowed slightly. Lin Xiaoye had no choice but to pick up her glass and take a sip. The banquet became increasingly lively, and many villagers wanted to come over and offer a toast. But they were shooed away by Pu Sheng. Go away, go away. If you all come to offer toasts, how could young brother Qin and Miss Qin possibly drink that much? Lin Xiaoye looked at Gu Yan beside her, seeing that he was focused on eating and showed no change in expression. She took out her phone and snapped a photo of the meal on the table in front of her. Then, after a few taps on her phone, she posted a moment. Lin Xiaoye almost never posted on moments. Basking in someone's reflected glory, hitching a free meal. Posting one suddenly this time immediately attracted a lot of attention. Sister Xiaoye actually posted on moments, that's rare. Is this some kind of farmhouse resort? The food looks pretty good. It doesn't feel like a farmhouse resort. Farmhouse resorts nowadays have pretty decent renovations. This looks like some poor little village. Did Sister Xiaoye go to help with poverty alleviation? Why have you been so into charity lately? I should learn from you, Sister Xiaoye. I'll go do some poverty alleviation work too. Who is Sister Xiaoye with? This caption, it doesn't feel like something Sister Xiaoye would say. Lin Xiaoye didn't reply to a single one of these comments. Gu Yan didn't look at his phone either. Even when his phone rang, he just silenced it and focused intently on his meal. He knew that for him, every meal here in Taoyuan village was one less meal he would have. Once he left this place, it was highly likely he would never return. After the meal was over, Pu Sheng arranged for Lin Xiaoye to stay in a courtyard next to Gu Yan's. Not long after, Lin Xiaoye walked over carrying a box. She knocked gently on the door, and a bodyguard opened it. Lin Xiaoye walked in carrying the box, her gaze sweeping casually over the few bodyguards. Xiaoyan, I heard it's cold in the mountains, so I brought you some bedding. Change into it so you don't catch a cold at night. Gu Yan took a look and took a deep breath. Sister Xiaoye, thank you. However, I plan to leave tomorrow, so I probably won't need them. Leaving tomorrow? Going back to Kyoto? Then we can just go together. Chapter 421, Both of these people are crazy. Gu Yan did not answer Lin Xiaoye directly. Sister Xiaoye, if you have things to do, you should go back first. He did not say whether he would go back or not. He just didn't want to go back with Lin Xiaoye. He knew very well that if he went back with Lin Xiaoye, there would definitely be more trouble. Lin Xiaoye seemed to want to say something else, but Gu Yan's phone kept vibrating. Avoiding Lin Xiaoye's gaze, Gu Yan picked up his phone. Picking up the phone was just an excuse. But after picking it up, he saw missed calls and messages from Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan frowned. They had just agreed not to contact each other anymore. How could this person go back on her word? Glancing at the messages, Gu Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. You said before that you wanted to change where you live, and it turns out to be this kind of godforsaken place? How is this any different from when you were little? Haven't you suffered enough all these years? Do you have a special fondness for this kind of place? Or is it because she is here that you are still willing to live like this? Gu Yan, I've booked a doctor for you. Can you go get your head checked? Or can you tell me what you are actually thinking, choosing to live in a place like this? Is the food there good? Does it suit your taste? Are you cold? I heard it's very cold in the mountains. Gu Yan took a deep breath as he looked at the messages one after another. Anyway, what Lin Xiaoye wanted to say just now had already been interrupted by his actions, and he wasn't prepared to keep reading these messages that annoyed him. As a result, Lin Xiaoran's call came through. It was as if she had completely forgotten what she had said to him earlier. Gu Yan clenched his left hand and answered the phone with his right. Lin Xiaoran, you only said yesterday that you wouldn't come and disturb me again, and today you've already forgotten it all? As his voice fell, Lin Xiaoye, who was by his side, took the opportunity to pick up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks and put it in Gu Yan's bowl. Xiaoyan, try this, it tastes pretty good. Lin Xiaoran naturally heard this voice. The two of them were sitting together, so how could she not hear it? Lin Xiaoran's expression turned cold instantly. If I don't look for you, are you happy because no one is disturbing your good time? Gu Yan furrowed his brows. I don't want to argue with you, Lin Xiaoran. It was you who promised me you wouldn't come and disturb me again. Can you stop going back on your word all the time? Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, and both of them fell into silence. A moment later, Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone. Only then did Gu Yan turn his head to look at Lin Xiaoye. Xiaoye. Thank you, Sister Xiaoye. Afterward, he picked up his chopsticks and lowered his head to continue eating. He ate very slowly and carefully. It seemed he didn't want anything to disturb his meal. Or rather, he didn't want to talk to anyone, he just wanted to be alone. Lin Xiaoran looked at the phone that had already been hung up and said nothing, just quietly staring at the phone screen. It dimmed, then she lit it up again. She repeated this many times. She took a deep breath and opened Lin Xiaoye's moments. She looked at them many times, zooming in on every detail, fearing she might miss something. The environment in the photos was very rudimentary. It wasn't hard to see that this place was very poor. The courtyard was all dirt roads, and the houses in the background were clearly built decades ago. Having not been rebuilt or repaired for decades, they were naturally dilapidated. This environment was even much worse than the village in their hometown she had accompanied Gu Yan to back then. Although the village where Gu Yan's mother was trafficked to back then was also very poor. At least there were a few new houses in that village. The roads had at least been paved. Every household had tiles in their courtyards. But here, it was so poor that even the windows could only be covered with newspaper. Those yellowed and even somewhat blackened newspapers, who knew what year they were from? Lin Xiaoran naturally wouldn't think this was the worst courtyard in the village. On the contrary, with Lin Xiaoye there, this would only be the best courtyard in the vicinity. Even if Lin Xiaoye had fallen on hard times, she wouldn't deliberately go look for a place with such a poor environment. She couldn't understand why Lin Xiaoye would take Gu Yan to a place like this. She was even more furious. Furious that Gu Yan would be willing to follow Lin Xiaoye to a place like this. Both of these people are crazy. Even someone who had lost the future inheritance rights of the Lin group wouldn't end up living so miserably, no matter what. Yet she had to run off to a place like this. To do what? Wanting to garner sympathy? Elder Lin is not someone who softens his heart so easily. And what about Gu Yan? For so many years, even during the most difficult times, she and Gu Yan had never lived in a place like this. She would never allow Gu Yan to suffer this kind of hardship. But now, he was willing to run off to a place like this. To accompany another crazy person to suffer and put on an act? The more Lin Xiaoran thought about it, the angrier she got, so angry that her whole body trembled. Looking at the photo, it seemed there were many other people eating and drinking at other tables. It looked exceptionally lively. Lin Xiaoye was very good at handling interpersonal relationships. No matter where she went, she could quickly build good relationships with the people around her. Even in such a destitute place, she could quickly integrate into it. Even if, in her heart, the other party looked down on these things. But her ability in this aspect was unquestionable. Lin Xiaoran never doubted this point. Suddenly, she froze. She seemed to recall that the Gu Yan of the past seemed to quite like lively places. He always wanted to take her for a stroll on the pedestrian street, buy some snacks at the roadside stalls, and chat a few words with the vendors along the way. Then he would pull her to find a place to sit down, eating while watching the pedestrians passing by on the road. Telling her which couple looked very loving. Where there was an elderly couple holding hands and walking slowly. Saying he hoped that when the two of them were old, they could also go shopping like that. Holding hands, neither letting go. Back then, Lin Xiaoran would always nod silently. She felt a bit tired. But Gu Yan liked this time alone with her. So she followed along. But ever since he accompanied her back to the Lin family, it seemed she never saw Gu Yan appear in such lively places again. Could it be? Was he clinging to that place because it was relatively lively? Even if the living conditions there were extremely poor. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and put down her phone. Looking around this vast room. Empty and silent. There was no liveliness to speak of. She stood up and walked out of the room. In the villa, apart from a few servants, there was no one else. And those servants, upon seeing her, would all greet her reservedly, then quickly leave to attend to their own work. This home had it always been this bleak? Lin Xiaoran's delicate brows furrowed tightly as she picked up her phone and called He Qing. Organize a party for me. He Qing was a bit bewildered upon receiving the call. She asked subconsciously. President Lin, do you need to invite any heads of partner companies? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran was stunned for a moment. Forget it, no need, I'll arrange it myself. Chapter 422, aren't you usually uncomfortable with such lively gatherings? Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone and lowered her head, scrolling back and forth on her phone. Then, she simply found a group chat and sent a message. Afterward, she changed her clothes and went out. Arriving at a club, she found that a few people were already chatting in the private room she frequented. She pushed open the door, walked in, and sat down. The eyes of the few young people lit up the moment they saw Lin Xiaoran. Xiaoran, what made you decide to have a gathering today? Yeah, Sister Xiaoran, didn't Brother Chen usually organize these activities before? By the way, where is Brother Chen? I thought he would come with you. Sister Xiaoran, the wine we opened today is the kind you like. The group chatted back and forth, while Lin Xiaoran just sat there. She kept a slight distance from them, yet wasn't overly distant. Hearing their words, her thoughts felt slightly strange. Ning Chen? She hadn't thought about notifying him beforehand. I didn't call him. Ah. Sister Xiaoran, did you and Brother Chen have a fight? Did Brother Chen make you angry? How is that possible? How could Brother Chen make Sister Xiaoran angry? Did you forget, Sister Xiaoran? Do you want me to help you call Brother Chen? Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, she said, no need, he seems to have something to do today. She wasn't wrong about that. If she remembered correctly, Ning Chen needed to go to the school today to give a symbolic lecture. She wasn't aware that if she had told Ning Chen, he would have definitely given up the lecture to come find her. However, even if she knew this, she wouldn't care. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, the group didn't insist. Then we'll just drink, Sister Xiaoran, here is your wine. A glass of wine was pushed in front of Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran picked it up and took a light sip. Everyone present was in their 20s or 30s. At a gathering of young people, the atmosphere was naturally lively. Sister Xiaoran, have you checked Weibo recently? A pretty young woman couldn't help but ask. No. Lin Xiaoran shook her head. She didn't know why, but she knew the atmosphere here could be considered lively. However, she always felt as if she were somewhat out of place. Or rather, it felt like she didn't belong here. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall the lively atmosphere over at Guyan's side. She pursed her lips and spoke again, what happened? The young girl who asked the question was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. In the past, Lin Xiaoran wouldn't have cared about such things. It wasn't as if there hadn't been similar news linking Lin Xiaoran before. There were people in the industry who would ask Lin Xiaoran about them. But Lin Xiaoran would only reply with I don't know or I can't be bothered, and that would be the end of it. If she hadn't been unable to help herself and asked just now, no one would have likely asked Lin Xiaoran about this. From the moment she asked, she had already felt a bit of regret. She never expected that Lin Xiaoran would actually follow up. This had never happened before. This young girl was considered an internet celebrity. But she was different from most other internet celebrities. This young girl had a good family background, gained some fans online based on her looks, and later went to play around in the entertainment industry for a while. It was just that she later felt the entertainment industry was too tiring, and unlike Bai Yan, she didn't have much career ambition, otherwise, she might have already dug deep into the entertainment industry. And now, she held the status of half-star, half-internet celebrity. With this status, she was naturally more interested in these hot news topics on the internet and understood them more thoroughly. Lin Xiaoran took a sip of wine, her cold, beautiful eyes fixed on the wine glass in her hand. But those familiar with her knew that she was waiting for the response from the woman beside her. Actually, it's nothing major, it's just that some netizens have paired you up with an internet celebrity. Hearing this, before Lin Xiaoran could say anything, a boy sitting not far away couldn't help but say, TCH, what's so strange about that? Those internet celebrities, who among them doesn't want to get involved with people like us? 2 years ago, That person from the Tong family, wasn't he pestered by an internet celebrity? He told her to abort the child, but she refused, secretly gave birth to it, and then ran to the internet to spill the story. I heard about that. It seems the Tong family originally planned to give her a few million to settle it, but the woman wouldn't give up and insisted on making a scene, so now she hasn't received a single cent. However, the Tong family really lost a lot of face that time. Even with the Tong family, there are plenty of people wanting to climb the social ladder, let alone Xiaoran. I remember when Xiaoran first returned to the Lin family, there were quite a few people wanting to ride on her coattails, right? Both men and women. It caused quite a stir, but hadn't these matters been cleaned up long ago? I didn't expect anyone would dare to try and ride on her coattails now. They really don't know what's good for them. The woman sitting beside Lin Xiaoran frowned upon hearing this. She knew much more about the name Qinyu than the others present. This time it seems a bit different. That internet celebrity has never admitted it himself, nor has he responded to the matter. It's all netizens hyping it up. Moreover, this internet celebrity is practically in a semi-retired state. He has quite a few fans, but he rarely appears anymore. He doesn't seem like the type of person who purely wants to ride on someone's coattails. Just as she finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Bai Yan walked in. Seeing everyone's expressions, she was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? That woman was more familiar with Bai Yan. Both of them could be considered peers in the entertainment industry, so they usually had more common topics to discuss. She stepped forward, linked her arm with Bai Yan's, and gave her a rough summary of what the others had just said. After listening, Bai Yan nodded and came to sit on the other side of Lin Xiaoran. How about I go online and explain it for you? Those who knew Bai Yan were aware that her family background was excellent and that she was a close friend of Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran shook her head slightly. No need to pay attention to it. Hearing this, the girl sitting beside Lin Xiaoran also smiled and said, Sister Bai Yan, if you use your account to explain, I estimate that for the next 2 days, the Weibo trending list will basically be full of news about you and Sister Xiaoran. Let them make a fuss. If you explain, it will only make them even more excited. Bai Yan nodded and didn't say anything more. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran didn't want to talk about this topic, the group ran off to the side to pick up things and play. In the past, when Lin Xiaoran attended gatherings, it was mostly like this. She rarely spoke. The group was already used to it. However, Bai Yan didn't leave but sat there and clinked glasses with Lin Xiaoran. Why did you suddenly think of organizing a gathering? This doesn't seem like you. Aren't you usually uncomfortable with such lively gatherings? Did something happen? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 423, You can't be this high maintenance in a marriage. I'm not. Hearing this, Bai Yan was stunned for a moment. How could she not notice that Lin Xiaoran was acting strange today? Did you fight with Guyan? As soon as she said this, she knew she shouldn't have. Since getting married, which day did Lin Xiaoran and Guyan not fight? On the contrary, she and Ningchen had never fought. Ningchen would absolutely never fight with her. Lin Xiaoran frowned tightly, a trace of annoyance between her brows. We didn't fight. No fight? Bai Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran, her eyes filled with disbelief. No. Bai Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran for several minutes. Only when the annoyance on Lin Xiaoran's face faded did she sigh softly. When can you stop being so arrogant? Maybe then you wouldn't fight so much. Others might not be able to tell, but how could I not? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's hand holding the wine glass paused. A burst of anger welled up in her heart. Am I arrogant? I said we didn't fight, so we didn't. I just didn't sleep well and am in a bad mood. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips, then stood up. You guys continue having fun, I have something to do, so I'm going back first. After speaking, Lin Xiaoran walked out of the private room without caring about the reactions of the others. Bai Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran's back and couldn't help but mutter. And she says she's not arrogant? You have the capital to be arrogant, but you really can't be this high maintenance in a marriage. Lin Xiaoran walked to the parking lot and got into the car. Since she came here alone, He Ching had already set off and taken a taxi over to be her driver. Manager Lin, where are we going now? He Ching never asked why Lin Xiaoran left so early. She was used to it, which is why she rushed over to wait for her immediately. Lin Xiaoran sat in the car and thought for a moment, then took out her phone and made a call. "Where are you?" The tone was cold. It was clear she didn't like the person on the other end of the line. Lin Xiaoye was currently in the courtyard next to Gu Yan's. This courtyard was originally occupied by an elderly couple. The old woman had cleared out an empty room for Lin Xiaoye, then chased the old man to stay at a relative's house. The meal in Taoyuan village lasted from noon until evening, and many people got drunk and went to sleep early. Receiving Lin Xiaoran's call at this time, Lin Xiaoye, carrying a hint of drunkenness, seemed unable to control her expression, a smile on her face. "Taoyuan village what? Do you want to come over?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. It was as if she was mocking Lin Xiaoran, that even if she wanted to come, she couldn't. There would be many people who didn't want her to go to Taoyuan village. Not just Elder Lin and Ning Chen and the others. Even Gu Yan didn't want her to come. But Lin Xiaoran had no intention of saying anything more to Lin Xiaoye and hung up the phone directly. "Go to Taoyuan village." He Cheng nodded and navigated towards Taoyuan village. Although Taoyuan village was near the capital, it was not very close. And the road was not easy to travel. Almost more than half of the road could not be taken on the highway, only national roads or other routes. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours to arrive. He Cheng didn't say anything more, just drove quietly. About a few minutes later, it started to drizzle. Lin Xiaoran also received a call from Elder Lin. She didn't find it strange. From the moment she made that call to Lin Xiaoye, she knew the old man would come looking for her. "Xiaoran, why did you call your sister? I can treat what you said to me the other day as if I never heard it. Stop acting recklessly. You and Gu Yan have already divorced. Continuing to tangle like this will only bring shame to our Lin family. Come back quickly and let your sister stay outside with people. This is better for everyone." Lin Xiaoran gave a light hum, said nothing, and hung up the phone directly. This attitude expressed everything clearly. Elder Lin was instantly trembling with rage. Gritting his teeth hard, his face was livid. The butler on the side hurriedly took out medicine and warm water to help Elder Lin take it. After a while, Elder Lin recovered. Supporting himself with his cane, he asked in a deep voice, "How are the arrangements for the manpower?" "They have all been withdrawn after the last failure. That person has been curled up in the courtyard and won't come out. Our people couldn't find an opportunity, and the surrounding security has been strengthened to avoid problems. We let everyone withdraw first." Hearing this, Elder Lin's expression became even uglier, and his breathing became a bit rapid. The butler on the side hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something more. "Speak if you have something to say." The butler gritted his teeth and then spoke. "Later, it seems some gunmen went to attack that person but they didn't succeed. Either a leader above already knows about this and is very angry. They have already arranged for several teams of armed police to go over and protect them." Elder Lin frowned tightly. "A leader above? Which leader? Does he have any connection with our Lin family?" "No." Hearing this, a gloomy look flashed across Elder Lin's eyes. There were not many, nor few, leaders who had no connection with the Lin family. But none of them should have anything to do with Gu Yan. Could it be that he found them through Professor Gu? But that shouldn't be right either. Given Professor Gu's temper, if he knew that Gu Yan had been shot, he would have gone crazy and rushed to Taoyuan village long ago. And he would definitely have made a big deal out of this. How could he just have some leader above send a few teams of armed police to protect them? This didn't seem like Professor Gu's style. But if it wasn't Professor Gu, where did Gu Yan find such protection? Elder Lin took a deep breath. No matter the reason. And no matter who sent the people for this shooting. He knew very well that it was impossible to make a move on Gu Yan recently. The previous kidnapping was easier to gloss over. But this shooting was not so easy to gloss over. With a certain leader having spoken up to protect Gu Yan, making another move would be equivalent to a provocation. That would not just be a simple matter of the Lin family wanting to deal with someone. It might even lead to a struggle between two forces. The risk was too great, he didn't want to take it. The Lin family already had some trouble recently, they couldn't add any new trouble at this time. Elder Lin stood up slowly, his right hand gripping his cane tightly, propping it on the ground. Go investigate who sent the people for this shooting. Be careful, don't let people mistakenly think it was us. The butler nodded. Elder Lin walked a few steps towards his room, then suddenly stopped. Go check again how that kid found such connections. This doesn't look like old Gu's way of doing things. The butler answered exceptionally quickly this time. Sir, I have already found out about this. Elder Lin was not surprised, just stopped and looked at the butler. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Chapter 424, Leaving Taoyuan village means falling into danger. The housekeeper cleared his throat lightly. Sir, I have already investigated. He has a great many fans online, and their loyalty is extremely high. He possesses strong public opinion control capabilities on the internet. His trip to Taoyuan village this time was likely because the events in Taoyuan village recently hit the trending searches, and that leader happened to have just taken over this area of work. Just after taking over, this kind of public opinion pressure appeared, and he happened to possess a certain level of public opinion control capability. The two sides likely reached some sort of cooperation. That is why he went to Taoyuan village to help with poverty alleviation and rectification. The specific details of the cooperation are not yet known. However, that leader will likely become a force behind him for the time being. Elder Lin took a deep breath. He knew a little about the leader the housekeeper was talking about. This person had always had quite a reputation in the Kyoto area. He was a pragmatist. But his way of doing things was also considered quite radical. Logically speaking, such a radical person should be easy to handle. But this person happened to be someone who could not be influenced by flattery or bribes. He rejected all forms of sycophancy and financial dealings entirely. Many people tried to set traps for him, but none succeeded. Later, he achieved quite a few results. With results, his foundation became solid, and there were people above who appreciated him. Over the years, he has grown increasingly powerful. It wasn't that the Lin family hadn't thought about establishing a relationship with him before. Such a leader could bring great assistance to any family. Not to mention that the Lin family had never had particularly strong backing in this regard. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. To this day, no family in Kyoto has been able to establish a relationship with him. Most crucially, although this person is married, he has no children. A person without children. It is terrifying. Encountering such a person, Elder Lin naturally was unwilling to offend him because of Gu Yan. This was a very thorny problem. Whoever obstructed him from doing his work would inevitably face unbearable retaliation afterward. Elder Lin let out a long sigh. Let's wait until the matter over there concludes. The housekeeper nodded, then spoke softly. Actually, the matter over there is almost finished. It's just that he hasn't left yet. Is it possible to have the eldest young lady? Lin Xiaoye is currently by Gu Yan's side. Their people cannot make a move in Taoyuan village. But since the matter is almost handled, as long as Gu Yan leaves Taoyuan village, that leader might not continue to protect Gu Yan. Elder Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. But he immediately shook his head slightly. Lin Xiaoye's ability is not as good as Lin Xiaoran's. But that doesn't mean she is a fool. If he were to ask her to take Gu Yan away, she would definitely guess what he wanted to do. There is one point where Lin Xiaoye is inferior to Lin Xiaoran. It is that her personality is too gentle. Many times, she is not strong enough. And even less ruthless. Forget it, she might not be able to bring herself to do it. Xiaoran has many methods. If she finds out about this matter and that she was involved, the Lin family will fall into infighting in the future. Lin Xiaoye had said she would no longer fight for the succession rights of the Lin family. But if it involved her life safety, she naturally wouldn't just sit and wait for death. The housekeeper nodded and stepped forward to support Elder Lin as they walked toward the room. Since old Madame Lin passed away, the Lin family old residence seemed to have become much colder and emptier. Elder Lin's legs and feet didn't seem as nimble as before either. Even though in the past, he might not have seen old Madame Lin a few times a day in the old mansion. Yet he just felt it was very cold and empty now. Rest assured, sir, once he leaves that place, we will find a reason to send the eldest young lady away, and our people will make a move immediately. Elder Lin shook his head slightly, walking forward slowly. The expression on his face was very gloomy. He suddenly felt some regret. He regretted not dealing with Gu Yan directly when Lin Xiaoran first returned to the Lin family. If he had chased him away back then kidnapped him to some remote small country and dealt with him without anyone knowing, how would there be so much trouble now? Early the next morning, Gu Yan got up from bed early. As soon as he opened the courtyard door, he saw those few bodyguards. Teacher Qinyu, those people should have left. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. The armed police have already conducted several sweeps and confirmed that there are no suspicious individuals in the vicinity. Gu Yan nodded. This was not surprising. The leaders above had already sent several teams of armed police over to provide protection. If they didn't run away now, that would be too stupid. Furthermore, Lin Xiaoye had also come. Gu Yan knew very well in his heart that there were only a few possibilities for who could send assassins. The Beijing Lin family, the Beijing Ning family, and the Kyoto Yin family. With Lin Xiaoye also being here, these people would not continue to attempt an assassination. Thank you for your trouble these past few days, Gu Yan said softly. He then prepared to return to his room to pack his luggage. He was already planning to leave. But that bodyguard followed him in. He looked hesitant, as if there was something he wanted to say. Is there something the matter? Gu Yan had spent several days with these bodyguards and could naturally tell that something was unusual about him at this moment. The bodyguard nodded. Teacher Qinyu, if possible, I think it would be best if you stayed in Taoyuan village for a while longer. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was somewhat confused. Why? The bodyguard pursed his lips, as if he had made some sort of determination. Teacher Qinyu, the leader has already given the word. As long as you are in Taoyuan village for one day, your safety will be guaranteed. The armed police will also remain here. They will be responsible for the security of Taoyuan village's road construction and school building projects. As long as you are here, they will be responsible for your safety. Hearing this, Gu Yan already understood what he meant. The armed police would not escort him out of Taoyuan village. This point was not surprising. Being able to protect his safety in passing was already not easy. No matter what kind of leader it was impossible for them to have several teams of armed police abandon other tasks to protect an ordinary person. Gu Yan was not someone who could bring great utility to the country. If it were Professor Gu, there might be a slight possibility. After the bodyguard had contacted that leader, he could analyze the situation from the other party's words. The protection for Gu Yan was limited only to this period of time while he was in Taoyuan village. Once Gu Yan left Taoyuan village, this protection would be gone. And those people who came to assassinate Gu Yan had even used guns. They were clearly people who would not stop until they achieved their goal. Once Gu Yan left Taoyuan village, the protection force by his side would be gone. Those who came to assassinate him would absolutely not let such a good opportunity go. In other words, leaving Taoyuan village was equivalent to putting himself in the most dangerous situation. After these few days of getting along, these bodyguards actually had a very good impression of Gu Yan. At this moment, seeing that he was about to fall into danger, they still couldn't help but speak up to warn him. Having been with Lin Xiaoran for so many years, Gu Yan had seen quite a bit of danger, so he naturally understood. Chapter 425, Fishing. Gu Yan thought about it carefully and did not refuse. He knew very well just how much the person behind the scenes wanted him dead. Even after discovering that he was already under protection, they still sent another assassin to kill him. They even brought a gun. Such determination and power were certainly not simple. In the short term, the other party would certainly not give up the chance to assassinate him. If he left just like that, it would be equivalent to putting his life in the other party's hands. This wasn't admitting defeat. This was not wanting to throw his life away for nothing. Even though Lin Xiaoye was here now, and if he chose to leave Taoyuan village with her, he would have some protective force around him. But who could guarantee that the other party wouldn't take the risk and still make a move on him even with Lin Xiaoye present? Knock, knock. Just as Gu Yan nodded in agreement, there was a knock at the door. Lin Xiaoye pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing Gu Yan, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Xiaoyan, have you decided to go back today? Hearing this, Gu Yan sighed softly. I'm not going back yet. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoye was stunned for a moment. Previously, Gu Yan hadn't answered her directly, but this time, he was suddenly so clear. Since that's the case, I'll stay here for a few more days too. Lin Xiaoye's gaze towards Gu Yan was filled with tenderness. The bodyguard standing beside Gu Yan, observing the state of the two, had a flash of curiosity and speculation in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have heard that Gu Yan was Lin Xiaoran's husband. And Lin Xiaoye was also a very famous figure in the Beijing Lin family. She was the originally designated future heir of the Lin family, and also Lin Xiaoran's older sister. Logically speaking, these two should have the relationship of sister and brother-in-law. But looking at it now, it seemed that the relationship between the two wasn't very normal. Gu Yan's attitude towards Lin Xiaoye was very polite. It was a bit like it looked like Lin Xiaoye was interested in Gu Yan one-sidedly. The bodyguard shook his head slightly, deciding not to think about these things anymore. He didn't understand the twists and turns within these wealthy families. Although curious, he didn't want to pry too much. Gu Yan sighed softly, Sister Xiaoye, if you have things to do, you should just go back and attend to them. You don't need to worry about me here. Hearing this, a trace of self-deprecating smile flashed across Lin Xiaoye's face. What business could I possibly have? If I go back, I'll just be idle anyway. Gu Yan could understand this sentence from Lin Xiaoye. The other party had already given up the future inheritance rights of the Beijing Lin family. Since she had given it up, there were many things she didn't need to be responsible for or consider anymore. What could she do if she went back? Do projects like before? Not to mention what Lin Xiaoran's attitude would be. Elder Lin probably wouldn't be pleased. He could also vaguely sense what Lin Xiaoye's purpose for wanting to stay here was. He hadn't forgotten the words Lin Xiaoye had said to him previously. Although he couldn't control or demand that Lin Xiaoye do anything. But he also didn't want to get too close to Lin Xiaoran. Then Sister Xiaoye, I'll have a word with Director Pu and ask him to take you around the village to look around. Lin Xiaoye frowned slightly upon hearing this. Then what about you? I still have some things to do. Having said that, Gu Yan walked straight out of the room. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoye knew that Gu Yan didn't want to spend more time with her. She had no choice but to follow behind Gu Yan. After finding Director Pu and entrusting Lin Xiaoye to him, Gu Yan left with those bodyguards. Still going fishing? The bodyguard was a bit surprised. Didn't those people leave? There shouldn't be any issues now, Gu Yan said softly. The bodyguard thought for a moment and then nodded. The armed police have people responsible for patrolling over there, so there shouldn't be any danger. Then what's there to hesitate about? I just got a fishing rod from Director Pu. Gu Yan smiled, raising the fishing rod in his hand. Having been shown the way before, Gu Yan and the others knew the path. They climbed the mountain all the way and arrived at that lake. They found some larger stones nearby and placed them by the lake, then took out folding chairs to sit down, put bait on the fishing rod, cast it out, and wedged the rod between the stones to secure it. They sat there quietly. Looking at the lake water hidden in the mountains, Gu Yan suddenly felt very calm inside. The breeze in the mountains was mixed with a hint of fragrance. The calm lake surface was backed by continuous mountain forests. The scenery was very beautiful. Gu Yan couldn't resist taking out his phone after taking a few photos. He still felt it wasn't enough, so he simply started a live stream. He wanted to let his fans see such beautiful scenery together. After starting the live stream, Gu Yan changed the stream title. Fishing. Hello everyone, the honey from Taoyuan village is almost all sold out. I heard there's a lake nearby, and many people in the village used to come here to fish in their spare time, so I brought everyone along to take a look. Gu Yan's phone camera scanned across the fishing rod, then fixed there, capturing both the lake water and the mountain forest behind it in the frame. Many people flooded into the live stream room, and upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This place feels so quiet, there are only the rustling sounds of the wind blowing through the mountain forest and the chirping of birds. It feels like it can really calm a person down. I haven't experienced such a calm feeling in a long time. Every day going to work and coming home, exhausted to death, low wages, and so anxious. I really want to lie down and rest in a place like this too. Teacher Chinyu feels so zen after finishing the work in Taoyuan village. He ran off to go fishing. Is this place near Taoyuan village? I want to go see it too. It looks very beautiful just watching it on the phone. It's just that this area doesn't seem to have been developed. Rarely, there were no haters in the live stream room trying to stir up trouble. Perhaps because the live stream had just started, many haters hadn't received the news yet. Receiving the news even earlier than those haters was a very mysterious group of people. Where is this? This place feels pretty good. It's a good place for fishing. Can the streamer tell us where this place is? I feel like there will be quite a few fish in this lake. You definitely won't get skunked here. You're overthinking it, brother. You'll get skunked wherever you go, even in a seafood market. What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk is that? Tell me where this is. I will definitely be able to catch fish. Gu Yan looked at the scenery before him, and then looked at the barrage in the live stream room. His voice was gentle and harmonious. This is indeed near Taoyuan village. I heard there are quite a few fish in this lake, and they are all wild. Most importantly, the scenery here is very nice. If everyone wants to come, wait for me to talk to Director Pooh and see if we can develop this area, at least build a walkable path. That way, everyone can come to play near Taoyuan village. The scenery here is really very beautiful. As he spoke, Gu Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly realized that besides selling honey, there seemed to be other ways to help the villagers of Taoyuan village earn money. Chapter 426, The culprit is Lin Xiaoran. As Gu Yan's voice fell, many netizens in the live broadcast room became excited. This lake looks quite large. Surely we can find many good fishing spots. Oh, in such a pristine lake, the fish are very easy to catch. I really didn't expect there to be such a good place near Taoyuan village. The area around Taoyuan village is so poor, there isn't even a road. Even if someone knew about such a place before, how could anyone possibly go there? The guy above really doesn't understand us anglers, but the area around Taoyuan village is indeed poor without a road. Even if you caught fish, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to take them away. Do you guys remember those videos and photos from when the situation in Taoyuan village was posted online a while ago? I was shocked at the time. I really didn't expect that such an impoverished place still existed today. Yeah, if it weren't for Chinyu putting in the effort this time, I'm afraid the future development of Taoyuan village wouldn't be pushed forward so quickly. I actually looked up that Director Pooh. It seems that poverty alleviation work has been in his family since his elders' generation. Taoyuan village has gone through generations without successful poverty alleviation. This time it's all thanks to Chinyu. Just for this, I have an exceptionally good impression of Chinyu. Poverty alleviation is not an easy thing to do. Gu Yan didn't pay any more attention to what was being said in the barrage. Even when many haters flooded into the live broadcast room to stir up trouble later, he didn't pay them any mind. He just sat there, feeling the breeze in the mountains and forests, watching the calm lake surface, waiting for the fish to bite. Nearly 2 hours later, Gu Yan finally stood up, took the fish he had just caught in the bucket, and followed behind the bodyguard back to Taoyuan village. Gu Yan was in a very good mood. He hadn't fished much before. Even when he was at the Welfare Institute, there was a small river nearby. At that time, the hungry children would sneak over to see if they could catch a few small fish to roast and eat. Back then, it was always Lin Zhe who did those things. He was only responsible for finding firewood. After all, at that time, he was still young and hadn't learned to swim yet. This time counted as his first time fishing, and the harvest wasn't small. There were 5 fish in the bucket. Although 4 of them were relatively small. But it still counted as a pretty good harvest. At least Gu Yan himself was very satisfied. Returning to Taoyuan village, Lin Xiaoye came over to greet him. She looked down at the bucket in his hand. You caught so many? Xiaoyan, you're quite impressive. Lin Xiaoye didn't ask why Gu Yan didn't bring her along when he went fishing. Gu Yan nodded, a deep smile on his face. I'll tell Director Pu in a bit, we'll have fish for dinner. Lin Xiaoye nodded, took out her phone, took a few photos of the fish in the bucket, and then posted to her moments. Someone's skills are quite impressive. Thanks to someone, we can eat fish tonight. Most of Lin Xiaoye's friends were people from the powerful circles in the capital. Apart from those elders, there were quite a few peers. The rest were business partners. The elders usually wouldn't look at these moments posts. But peers and business partners were exceptionally attentive. Not just because Lin Xiaoye's status was quite special. Mainly because she rarely posted to her moments. And in these 2 days, she had already posted twice. Plus, the news that she had given up her future inheritance rights to the Lin family hadn't been announced yet. In just a few minutes, there were many comments under that moment's post. Sister Xiaoye, who are you out playing with? Fishing? It feels very in line with Sister Xiaoye's personality. It seems this man is also very much to Sister Xiaoye's liking. I really wonder who was so lucky to be chosen by Sister Xiaoye. This fish looks quite big, I wonder if it tastes good. It's truly not easy. It seems Sister Xiaoye really has a sweetheart now for so many years. I almost thought Sister Xiaoye didn't like men, but I really didn't expect her to go on a date to a farmhouse. Gu Yan handed the fish he caught to Director Pu, then returned to his room. Previously in the mountains and forests, although it was very pleasant. But the wind in the mountains and forests was still slightly chilly. After sitting by the lake for 2 hours, he also felt a bit uncomfortable. Returning to his room and drinking a cup of hot water, he finally felt a bit better. After a while, Lin Xiaoye walked in. Director Pu said those fish couldn't be eaten in one meal, so he plans to cook the larger one tonight and air dry the rest to make salted dried fish in a couple of days. Gu Yan had no objections. In the evening, the few of them ate the fish together. He didn't know if it was because he had caught the fish himself, or if the quality of the fish in that lake was just good. He thought it was delicious, and he ended up eating quite a bit more of the other dishes as well. After dinner, he helped Director Pu salt the smaller fish and hung them up in the courtyard. Waking up the next day, just as Gu Yan walked out of his room, he subconsciously cast his gaze in the direction of the salted dried fish. Suddenly, he was stunned. The salted dried fish he had hung up last night were gone. He walked over quickly and only then discovered that under the ropes where the salted dried fish had been hung, those small fish had been thrown onto the ground by someone. It seemed they had even been stepped on a few times. The salted dried fish were already reduced to scraps. It was obviously done intentionally by someone. Gu Yan frowned. He couldn't figure out who in this village would do such a thing. Teacher Qinyu, this Director Pu's voice suddenly sounded from the side. It must be some disobedient brat in the village causing trouble. Teacher Qinyu, don't worry, I will definitely find that brat and make him apologize to you. Director Pu's first reaction was that some child in the village had been disobedient and caused trouble. Alright, I remember we set up a few surveillance cameras in this courtyard. Before I'll go find those guys and have them check the footage, we'll know after one look. The guys Director Pu referred to were the bodyguards responsible for Gu Yan's security during this period. They were also responsible for installing the surveillance. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan shook his head. Director Pu, no need to trouble yourself in any case, it's not a big deal. Although he said that, Gu Yan's expression was exceptionally serious. He knew this wasn't something done by a disobedient child from the village. Although there were quite a few half-grown children in Taoyuan village, and some were disobedient and liked to cause trouble. But during this time, these children had all been helping their families with work. They were also very polite to him, obviously quite close to him. They shouldn't do this kind of disruptive thing. Moreover, from the remains of the salted dried fish, it could be seen. It should have been stepped on by someone with shoes. And it was a woman's shoe with heels. Here, apart from Lin Xiaoye and a few staff members, no one else would have such high heels. People who own such shoes wouldn't do such a thing. Most importantly, he had also discovered something else. The culprit behind this could already be determined. It was Lin Xiaoran. Chapter 427, Enjoying the few moments of peace before meeting Lin Xiaoran. He did not know when Lin Xiaoran had arrived. However, it would not be difficult for her to find out his location. A look of slight mockery flashed across Gu Yan's face. Ever since the two of them got married, Lin Xiaoran seemed to have become someone who did not keep her word. Once, she had promised him that she would always be with him, that she would fulfill all the promises the two of them had made together. But later, she broke her word. The promises were indeed fulfilled, but she had fulfilled them with Ning Chen. Later, she said she would come home for dinner, but he could only see photos posted by Ning Chen of her dining with him on social media. After that, the time Lin Xiaoran spent with Ning Chen was far more than the time she spent with him. And after the divorce, she had also promised to cut ties with him, never to contact him again, and never to seek him out yet. Now she had broken her word again. He seemed to have become numb to Lin Xiaoran's broken promises, and it seemed that this untrustworthiness was reserved only for him. Ha! Why is there a scarf here? Director Pu's voice came, drawing the attention of Gu Yan and the others. At the entrance of the courtyard, a scarf, tied to the gate handle by someone unknown, fluttered in the wind. Gu Yan recognized that scarf. It was only after seeing that scarf that he was certain Lin Xiaoran had come. It was the scarf he had once knitted for Lin Xiaoran by hand. It was something he had spent a long time and all his heart, knitting stitch by stitch. Director Pu stepped forward, untied the scarf, and walked over with it. Teacher Qinyu, look at this scarf, it's knitted really well. You can tell it's good material just by touching it. I reckon it was left here by the person who ruined the dried fish. As he spoke, the look on Director Pu's face became somewhat strange. That's strange. No one in the village can afford such fabric. It shouldn't be some child causing trouble, but why would someone who can afford such nice fabric be bored enough to knock our dried fish onto the ground and trample them? The more Director Pu looked at the scarf, the more he liked it. Here in Taoyuan village, winter was quite cold. Besides burning firewood or coal, there weren't many ways to keep warm with such good fabric and such fine knitting. He naturally couldn't help but like it. After examining it carefully, Director Pu handed the scarf to Gu Yan. Teacher Qinyu, you take this scarf. I guess it was probably some mischievous tourist's child who ruined the dried fish. The scarf is probably compensation for us. Such a good thing. You should wear it to keep warm. It would be a waste for a rough man like me to use it. As Director Pu spoke, he scrutinized the scarf with his eyes. Gu Yan didn't speak, just lowered his head to look at the scarf. The wine stain was already very faint. It was hard to see without looking closely. He had originally thought the wine stain would be very obvious, but he hadn't expected it to have been washed so clean. If it weren't for the sunlight, and if he didn't know the scarf had been soaked in red wine, he wouldn't have noticed the extremely subtle stain. Gu Yan took the scarf, but it felt scorching hot to him. It was indeed the scarf he had knitted. However, it was also proof of the deep love he once had for Lin Xiaoran. The past deep love now made him feel disgusted at this moment. He only felt that this proof was scorching hot and nauseating, even though he had knitted it stitch by stitch with his own hands. He threw the scarf onto the ground, a flicker of gloom flashing in his eyes. Director Pu had not expected him to react this way, and his eyes widened instantly. Teacher Qinyu? Gu Yan pursed his lips. It's nothing, I just don't really like wearing scarves. Gu Yan took a deep breath, especially this one. Hearing this, Director Pu felt strange, but he didn't pursue the question further. He just agreed, that's true, this scarf looks like a women's style. It's not very suitable for Teacher Qinyu either. However, the fabric is really good. It's a pity to throw it away. How about you give it to your sister? Hearing this, Gu Yan suddenly didn't know what to say. This item was already something he had given to someone else. It wouldn't be appropriate to pass it on to another person. Moreover, this was a scarf he had knitted himself. The meaning behind giving it as a gift wasn't suitable for him and Lin Xiaoye. Besides, what would Lin Xiaoye think if she found out about this? Something Lin Xiaoran didn't want, and he was giving it to her? That wouldn't be giving a gift, that would be an insult. Gu Yan let out a long sigh, looked at Director Pu's reluctant expression, and said softly, Director Pu, if you don't mind, why don't you keep it? He and Director Pu were both men, so there wouldn't be any taboos. Director Pu waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. Why would I mind? This scarf is so good. Halfway through, he seemed to realize something and shook his head repeatedly. No, it would be a waste for me to use such a good thing. Teacher Qinyu, you should just keep it. You keep it, it's settled. After saying this, Director Pu forced the scarf into Gu Yan's hand and turned to walk out of the courtyard. Gu Yan watched Director Pu's retreating figure. Not knowing what to say, he no longer felt like going out. He took the scarf and walked into the room. Lin Xiaoran had come, but she hadn't come to see him right away. This was a bit unlike Lin Xiaoran's style. She had always been someone who wouldn't stop until she achieved her goal. She came here to find him. According to the past, she would definitely have come to see him first, regardless of whether it was convenient for him or if he was resting. She would always see him first. She would resolve the purpose of her trip and then go do other things, yet this time, she hadn't. A gust of cold wind blew into the room from the doorway. The cold wind hit his neck, and Gu Yan couldn't help but shiver. The temperature had dropped last night. Thanks to Lin Xiaoye bringing him thick bedding and clothes, he hadn't caught a cold. Gu Yan suddenly turned his gaze to the scarf in his hand. Could Lin Xiaoran have left this scarf because she was afraid he would be cold? And what about her? Would she be cold? Thinking of this, Gu Yan raised his hand and slapped himself. Even at this point, he was still worrying about Lin Xiaoran. How pathetic. The bodyguard nearby widened his eyes instantly, very surprised by Gu Yan's sudden action. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his smile tinged with a hint of sarcasm. This scarf was definitely not left for him by Lin Xiaoran on purpose. Most likely, she knew it was cold here, made a mistake while packing clothes before leaving, and brought this scarf that she looked down on the most. After realizing she had brought it yesterday, she simply threw it here. He walked into the house, threw the scarf onto the floor to the side, and then returned to the room to lie down. He just wanted to think about nothing now, clear his mind, and sleep for a while to enjoy the few moments of peace before meeting Lin Xiaoran. It wasn't until noon, when it was time to eat, that Lin Xiaoye came over. Chapter 428, Isn't this my husband's room? I can enter whenever I want. I brought you some thick bedding. It's cold here, and since you don't want to go back, you still need to keep warm. Lin Xiaoye's voice was very gentle. Gu Yan pursed his lips. Thank you, Sister Xiaoye. Regardless of anything else, he had to accept this kindness. After taking the bedding, Lin Xiaoye did not stay there any longer. You go ahead and tidy up, I'll head back now. Lin Xiaoye didn't linger and turned to walk out. Just before leaving, her gaze lingered on that scarf for a moment. Gu Yan put the things away, then picked up his fishing rod and went back to the lakeside. This time, he didn't start a live stream. Starting the live stream yesterday was a whim, and it happened to help Director Pu come up with a way to bring in extra income for Taoyuan village. After mentioning this possibility to Director Pu yesterday, Director Pu had been a bit skeptical. He found it hard to believe that fishing could boost the tourism industry. In his view, fishing was just a way to pass the time. Although he owned a few fishing rods, they were all the very cheap kind. Before coming to Taoyuan village, he hadn't really fished much. It was only after arriving here that he sometimes chose to learn how to fish from the villagers in order to add a little more food to his meals. But he didn't have many opportunities to fish. There were always all sorts of things in the village that needed him to handle. However, with Gu Yan's assurance, he still planned to give it a try. Up until now, Gu Yan had never let him down. Everything he had said and done had brought immense help to Taoyuan village. It was just a matter of finding time to build a road to that lakeside. Taoyuan village's road construction plan itself wasn't far from that lake. Extending it a bit further wasn't very difficult. At worst, they could find a way to get the village to chip in some money to cover the costs for this short section. Secondly, they just needed to do some minor repairs around the lake and implement some safety measures. This kind of thing could be done by finding a few people in the village during their spare time. It wouldn't take much effort. But if it really succeeded, the help to Taoyuan village would be significant. Gu Yan had already done just about everything he could. Many fishing enthusiasts on the internet had already taken notice of this place. He didn't need to do any more live streams. Coming to fish was just to enjoy some relatively peaceful time. Especially after learning that Lin Xiaoran had already arrived in Taoyuan village. By the afternoon, when Gu Yan returned to Taoyuan village, as soon as he walked into the courtyard, he saw a small box placed at the entrance of his room. Upon seeing this, a bodyguard quickly stepped forward and opened the box, while the other bodyguards shielded Gu Yan behind them. After opening the box, the contents made the bodyguard pause in surprise. After carefully checking it, he brought it to Gu Yan. It was bedding. This is sent over by Miss Lin? One of the bodyguards asked softly. At this moment, Gu Yan shook his head, his expression looking rather unpleasant. He had already laid out the bedding Lin Xiaoye had sent over. How could she possibly send it again? Besides, the bedding inside looked very familiar to him. One of them definitely came from the master bedroom of the villa. It was taken by Lin Xiaoran. Unaccountably, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Gu Yan took the box, his face turning livid. He turned and walked to the gate of the courtyard, turned the box upside down, and all the bedding fell to the ground, the clean, snow-white quilts becoming stained with dirt and dust. The several bodyguards exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion, but none of them said anything. Gu Yan walked back to the room with a gloomy face and took out his phone to send a message to Lin Xiaoran. Xiaoran. Do you think this is interesting? What did I do? Lin Xiaoran's reply came quickly. Lin Xiaoran, you know I have been trying to sever ties with you. Do you think pestering me like this is fun? This time, Gu Yan didn't speak too harshly. If he spoke too harshly, it would only lead to an argument. He was long tired of arguing and didn't want to argue anymore. What do you mean? My meaning is, can you stop bothering me? It's very boring. Gu Yan just wanted to enjoy that rare tranquility now. Once he left Taoyuan village, he would definitely lose this kind of tranquility. Choosing to stay in Taoyuan village for a few more days was, besides considering his own safety, entirely for the sake of enjoying this final bit of tranquility. But now, even this last bit of tranquility was about to be destroyed by Lin Xiaoran. He didn't love Lin Xiaoran anymore. But that didn't mean he wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations after seeing Lin Xiaoran. Or rather, it was precisely because he didn't love Lin Xiaoran anymore that he wanted to see her even less. Boring? Once you freeze and end up in a bad state, getting sick, it won't be boring anymore, right? Lin Xiaoran was as sharp-tongued as ever. After seeing this message, Gu Yan was so angry he laughed. He was an adult, not a fool. He knew to eat when hungry and to wear more when cold. He threw his phone aside, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. He let the phone vibrate and didn't look at it again. He didn't want to see any more messages from Lin Xiaoran that would stir up his anger. The bedding Lin Xiaoye brought had been sun-dried. Lying down, there was a scent of sunshine. Unconsciously, it made one's mood relax. Listening to the cold wind outside the room buffeting the house with faint creaking sounds, Gu Yan felt very at ease. At some point, he drifted off into a hazy sleep. In his dream, he seemed to dream that there was an extra person in his arms. That person seemed to know his habits very well, allowing him to sleep in the most comfortable position while holding them. He slept in a daze. The person in his arms seemed to be very comfortable too, rubbing their head against his chest. Suddenly, Gu Yan woke up with a start. This tactile sensation was too real. It was just as if he were really holding someone. The warmth in his arms was also exceptionally real. It wasn't until he woke up with a start that he realized this wasn't a dream. There was truly an extra person in his arms. Gu Yan's eyes widened, and subconsciously, he wanted to push the person in his arms away and retreat backwards. But the person in his arms seemed to have sensed Gu Yan's movement, reaching out to wrap their arms around his neck and rubbing their head against his chest again. I'm sleepy. Gu Yan's mind went blank. A few seconds later, the blankness turned into anger. He looked at Lin Xiaoran, gritting his teeth. How did you get in? He didn't know how Lin Xiaoran had walked into this room. He looked up and glanced around. There was no one on the folding bed in the room. The bodyguards were not there. Presumably, the bodyguards outside the room weren't there either. How had Lin Xiaoran managed to send these professional bodyguards away without him noticing at all? Lin Xiaoran didn't answer directly, but instead shifted her body, seemingly finding a position she felt was most comfortable to lie in Gu Yan's arms. Isn't this my husband's room? I can enter whenever I want. Chapter 429, The act of running away from home has gone on long enough, I'm taking him home. Gu Yan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Hadn't they already divorced? Why did it sound, coming from Lin Xiaoran, as if that divorce certificate had never existed? Gu Yan gritted his teeth and pushed Lin Xiaoran away from his embrace. But the very next second, Lin Xiaoran clung to him once more. It was just like the things Lin Xiaoran used to do after every argument they had in the past. It was even more like what he himself used to do back when he was still deeply in love with Lin Xiaoran, whenever he couldn't see her. Gu Yan took a deep breath, no longer trying to push Lin Xiaoran away. He simply said, his expression calm and his voice soft. "We have already divorced, please respect the facts and respect yourself, do not do such inappropriate things anymore." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran said nothing. Instead, she found a more comfortable position to lie down. Seeing her act as if she hadn't heard a word, Gu Yan felt a sudden surge of fury. Yet Lin Xiaoran remained calm, as if nothing had happened. She even used both hands to adjust Gu Yan's arm into a position that allowed her to lie down more comfortably. Gu Yan's mouth twitched. "Lin Xiaoran, I really don't want to keep going in circles with you like this, can you please stop wasting everyone's time?" As his voice died away, the entire room fell into silence. In the faint quiet, Gu Yan could almost hear the steady breathing of Lin Xiaoran as she fell into a deep sleep. Was she asleep? Gu Yan wasn't sure. Just as he was contemplating how to extricate himself, Lin Xiaoran's phone suddenly began to vibrate. Immediately after, a ringtone rang out. The person in his arms stiffened slightly, though she showed no other reaction afterward. Clearly, she wasn't asleep. She had reacted the moment the phone started ringing. In her daily life, most of the calls Lin Xiaoran received were related to work. When the phone rang just now, she had subconsciously assumed something had happened at the company, but she quickly managed to compose herself. The phone just kept ringing. It sounded exceptionally jarring in the quiet room. Gu Yan gradually frowned, a trace of impatience appearing on his face. He had wanted to enjoy this hard-won peace. Lin Xiaoran's arrival had already shattered it, and this suddenly ringing phone was just as grating and unpleasant. Lin Xiaoran seemed to sense Gu Yan's mood as well. With a deep frown, she turned around, grabbed the phone, and answered it. "What is it?" Lin Xiaoran's voice was icy. Anyone familiar with her would know that she was in a bad mood at that moment. "Second Miss Lin, where are you right now? Could you please come to the hospital? Get to the point." The call was from the old mansion. Lin Xiaoran had always hated people who didn't get straight to the point. The butler on the other end of the line seemed to take a deep breath, and his voice turned somber. "Your mother, Wang Lin, was in a car accident and is currently at the hospital." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran frowned. "What happened?" "Your mother was driving the old master to the villa when the accident occurred. She is currently in a coma and undergoing emergency treatment." "What about the old master?" "The old master was sitting in the back and is unharmed. Your mother's injuries are very severe." Lin Xiaoran held her breath, at a loss for words. Driving to the villa could only mean they were coming to see her. She didn't know why Wang Lin would take the old master to see her, but the accident had happened on the way. This matter didn't seem simple. Fortunately, the old master was fine, otherwise, there was no telling what consequences might have followed. But a coma and emergency treatment. Wang Lin's injuries must be very severe. Finally, Lin Xiaoran pulled away from Gu Yan's embrace. Gu Yan took a deep breath, as if savoring the air now devoid of Lin Xiaoran's scent, and felt his mood relax slightly. Just as he was about to turn over and lie down on the other side, he heard Lin Xiaoran's voice. "Something happened at home, come back with me." Gu Yan widened his eyes as he looked at Lin Xiaoran. "I'm not going. My mother is still in a coma, undergoing emergency treatment. Shouldn't you come back with me to check on her?" "Why should I go back with you? You are my husband, and my mother is your mother too. We have already divorced. Besides, she never once treated me like her own child." Gu Yan gritted his teeth, turned over to lie down, and ignored Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan was long accustomed to her unreasonableness. Yet, habit or not, every time he saw her acting this way, he still couldn't keep his emotions in check. Lin Xiaoran stood by the bed, saying nothing and making no move. The room grew very quiet, and the atmosphere became exceptionally oppressive and gloomy. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiaoran suddenly turned and walked to the door, opening it. A gust of cold wind blew in, making Gu Yin shiver involuntarily. He turned around, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Xiaoran. But he didn't see Lin Xiaoran. Instead, several burly men in black suits were standing before him. They stepped forward, immediately restrained him, and dragged him out of the room. Facing these burly men, Gu Yan had absolutely no chance to resist. The bodyguards responsible for Gu Yan's safety rushed over upon seeing this, blocking the path of the men. "President Lin, what are you doing?" The lead bodyguard looked at Lin Xiaoran with a complicated expression. They had heard about the relationship between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran before, but hearing about it was one thing. Seeing it with their own eyes was an entirely different kind of shock. To the bodyguards, someone like Lin Xiaoran was practically a legendary figure. Seeing her in person now, their feelings were very complicated. Especially seeing how Lin Xiaoran's bodyguards were restraining Gu Yan as if he were a criminal. They finally realized that the relationship between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran was terrifyingly complex. The bodyguards capable of staying by Lin Xiaoran's side were highly skilled, every bit as good as them. Moreover, Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan were husband and wife. Confronting Lin Xiaoran now was not a wise choice. However, they had a great deal of respect for what Gu Yan had done in Taoyuan village during this time. Even if they did nothing now and allowed Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran to leave, their job would be considered complete, and there wouldn't be any issues. But seeing Gu Yan being forcibly taken away like this, they couldn't help but step forward to intervene. Lin Xiaoran looked at the bodyguards before her, a rare flicker of expression appearing on her face. "You've worked hard during this time." Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. This was the famously icy female CEO. To see her be so polite was truly unexpected. "Thanks to your protection, Gu Yan has been safe during this time. We had an argument a while ago, and he didn't want my people following him. It's been long enough now. The act of running away from home should come to an end. I am taking him home. Your mission is over." Chapter 430, Returning to the Capital. Lin Xiaoran was still the same way when she was being unreasonable. Gu Yan even felt that, at this moment, the fact that she was willing to speak up and explain things to these bodyguards showed she had a sliver more patience than before. Gu Yan gritted his teeth, wanting to say something. But he saw Lin Xiaoran turn her head to look at him first. "Lin Xiaoya has already gone back first." This inexplicable sentence made Gu Yan sense a hint of a threat. Lin Xiaoran was trying to tell him that Lin Xiaoya had already left. Now in Taoyuan village, apart from the few bodyguards the leader had sent to protect him, there was no one else who could be responsible for his safety. Those armed police were mainly responsible for the safety of road construction in Taoyuan village. The ones mainly responsible for protecting his safety were still these few bodyguards. Even if it weren't for the fact that someone had previously tried to kill him and had even used a gun, and that some villagers in Taoyuan village had found out about this incident, that leader wouldn't have let those armed police protect his safety as a side task. And although these bodyguards were very strong, they still had a fatal weakness compared to the people under Lin Xiaoran. That was that they didn't have guns. The people under Lin Xiaoran had gun permits. Lin Xiaoran was using this sentence to make her stance clear to him. In Taoyuan village, there was no one left who could stop her from taking him away. If he were to still stubbornly resist her to the end, she probably wouldn't show any mercy. These few bodyguards in front of him would get into trouble because of his stubbornness. This was something Gu Yan absolutely did not want to see. As for what kind of reaction the leader would have if he found out about this, Gu Yan wasn't very sure. He only knew that for that leader, his utility value was no longer high. Compared to Lin Xiaoran, he didn't have any bargaining chips stronger than hers. The problems in Taoyuan village had been mostly resolved, and he was no longer of any use. Moreover, by that time, if something had already happened, doing anything else would be meaningless. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his expression looking somewhat grim. "Put me down." Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly. "I can walk myself." Lin Xiaoran waved her hand, and the bodyguards put Gu Yan down. The lead bodyguard saw this, a flash of suspicion in his eyes, and he came before Gu Yan, his expression carrying a hint of inquiry. Gu Yan sighed softly. Thank you for your trouble these past few days. It's no trouble, it's what we should do. The bodyguard's expression was very serious. Gu Yan didn't say anything more and followed behind Lin Xiaoran. The remaining bodyguards were stunned as they watched the group's retreating figures. Boss, is our mission over this time? How did it end so suddenly? I haven't even reacted yet. Why did Qinyu suddenly go back? However, I really didn't expect that Qinyu and Lin Xiaoran had this kind of relationship. The lead bodyguard frowned. I'll report this to the leader. The rest of the matters are not something we can participate in. After saying this, he glared at the last bodyguard who had spoken. Keep everything you've seen these past few days to yourselves. No one is allowed to talk about it, especially the relationship between Qinyu and Lin Xiaoran. Don't worry, boss, I've copied the confidentiality agreement so many times, I know what I'm doing. Gu Yan didn't take Lin Xiaoran's car. Lin Xiaoran didn't pay too much attention to it. Anyway, the other car was full of her people, so Gu Yan couldn't escape. Several cars sped towards the capital at top speed. Gu Yan watched the scenery flying past outside the car window, his mood sinking lower and lower. He took out his phone and sent 2 messages. It had taken him a day and a half to go from the capital to Taoyuan village. Climbing the mountain alone had taken nearly a day. But the return trip took less than a day. Half a day of climbing, and a few hours of driving. Just as they arrived at the highway service area outside the capital, He Qing drove up to follow them. The car drove all the way to the outside of the Lin family old residence and stopped. Gu Yan followed and walked into the old mansion. He sat down on a chair in the hall of the old mansion, coldly watching all the Lin family members inside. Elder Lin had been in a car accident. Although his injuries weren't serious, he was still resting in his bedroom. At this moment, the people in the hall were other Lin family members. Regardless of how distant or close their relationship was, as long as they had even the slightest connection to the Lin family, everyone had rushed to the old mansion to visit. After all, Elder Lin was still the person in power in the Lin family. As for Wang Lin's side, apart from doctors and nurses, not many people went to visit. Gu Yan watched this scene, a trace of mockery flashing across his face. The Lin family members were all aware of the divorce dispute between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran, so at this moment, no one dared to come and speak to him. After returning to the old mansion, Lin Xiaoran had dumped him in the hall. She went back to change her clothes before appearing in the hall again. Others stepped forward one after another to greet her, their faces wearing fawning smiles. Lin Xiaoran acted as if she didn't see them and came before Gu Yan. Wait here for me for a while. Wait for you for what? Lin Xiaoran raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, just about to say something, but she heard Gu Yan continue, I'm going home. After saying this, he stood up, ready to walk out. The gazes of the people around were all attracted over. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward quickly, coming before Gu Yan to block him. You wanted to bring me back, and I came back. Now you're going to stop me from going home? Gu Yan's eyes carried a hint of anger. Wait for me a while, I'll go see Elder Lin, and I'll be out very soon. You accompany me to see my mom, and then I'll send you back to see Professor Gu. Gu Yan didn't pick up on any other meaning in Lin Xiaoran's words, he just looked at her with furrowed brows. I'm not going. Lin Xiaoran didn't speak, just stared at him. The atmosphere between the two became exceptionally silent. The other Lin family members around didn't speak at this moment, seemingly sensing that the atmosphere between these two was not quite right. The large hall and courtyard were completely silent, the atmosphere exceptionally eerie. Ahem. A slightly aged coughing sound came, breaking the silent atmosphere. Everyone's gazes were drawn over. Elder Lin walked out, supported by the housekeeper. Lin Xiaoran gave a look to her subordinates. Those people came to stand in front of the courtyard gate, blocking it. You're back? Elder Lin sat on a chair, supported by the housekeeper. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone knew he was speaking to Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran stopped looking at Gu Yan and turned to come to Elder Lin's side. Gu Yan didn't care about anything and walked out alone. alone. Those few bodyguards blocked his path. Get lost. Guyan's face was grim. The gazes of the others present were drawn over again by his low roar. There was a hint of displeasure in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. The atmosphere fell into silence once again. Let him go. Elder Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 431, following in his mother's footsteps. As Elder Lin's voice faded, everyone present turned their gazes toward Guyan's retreating back. A few bodyguards looked up at Lin Xiaoran. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran was frowning at Elder Lin. It was clear she was in a bad mood and was very displeased with Elder Lin's actions. However, she said nothing. After all, Elder Lin was injured. Seeing this, the bodyguards had no choice but to step aside. Guyan walked out of the courtyard without even turning his head. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became much more relaxed. A few people seemed unable to hold back anymore and began to whisper to each other. Look at that, such quality, such upbringing, being raised without anyone to teach him. That's just how he is, an embarrassment. It's a good thing Xiaoran divorced him, otherwise, our Lin family members would never have a peaceful day. Just tell me, ever since he came to our Lin family, how much chaos has he caused, and how much trouble has he stirred up for us? If you ask me, the only thing people could criticize about our Xiaoran was this marriage. When choosing an local son-in-law, you have to pick someone of equal social standing. Who knows how many people outside have laughed at our Lin family because of this? Thank goodness, Xiaoran has finally divorced him. Now I'd like to see who still dares to laugh at our Lin family. Ha! Xiaoran and Guyan are divorced? Really? I was wondering why Guyan was acting so tough and leaving today. Now it seems he probably just couldn't show his face here and wanted to run away quickly. What's the point of acknowledging Professor Gu as a relative? Can that old geezer be better than our Xiaoran? Latching onto our Xiaoran was much better than Professor Gu. Lin Xiaoran just watched these people who were whispering. Judging by their appearance, these people looked like they were gossiping behind people's backs. Yet, they didn't really try to hide their voices much. In fact, everyone in the hall could hear their discussion. Lin Xiaoran didn't have a very deep impression of these people. They were all people on the fringes of the Lin family. To put it bluntly, they were just incompetent, poor relatives, the kind who were never valued in the family. In the past, during the new year, they would always sit at the outermost tables, and the Lin family rarely provided them with many resources or help. In the past, these people never dared to talk much at the old mansion. They were afraid that if they said the wrong thing and displeased someone, they would lose the Lin family's protection and the few resources and help they did receive. After all, for the Lin family, these people were dispensable. But now, for these people to openly discuss the marriage between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran, it was clearly a very abnormal situation. Without a doubt, someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. The purpose of doing this was most likely to test Lin Xiaoran. However, Lin Xiaoran hadn't figured out who was so bored as to test her here. Lin Xiaoye? She wouldn't make such a foolish test. Elder Lin? Even less likely to be him. He should be very clear about his own attitude. Such a test was completely unnecessary. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran didn't speak, the crowd gradually became more relaxed. Gu Yan had always been an object of scorn for everyone in the Lin family. Those with higher status in the family looked down on him. Those with lower status felt pure jealousy and hatred. They were jealous that despite his humble background, he could be with Lin Xiaoran, enjoying the resources and privileges that they, as actual Lin family members, couldn't access. In daily life, these people had many insults for Gu Yan. It's just that very few people would say such things in front of Lin Xiaoran. After Gu Yan acknowledged Professor Gu as a relative, they had restrained themselves a bit in private. But now, having heard the news that Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan had divorced, these people were no longer that afraid. As for Professor Gu, they weren't worried either. This was the Lin family. No matter how powerful Professor Gu was, could he really fight the Lin family to the death over a relative? If you ask me, this divorce is great. Wang Lin was always so angry because of that trash Gu Yan that she couldn't sleep at night. She's finally seen better days, having finally managed to outlast this jinx. One of the young women seemed to notice that Lin Xiaoran's expression wasn't quite right and gave a light cough. What's wrong? Xiaoqian, didn't you say before that Sister Xiaoran should have divorced Gu Yan earlier? Hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. As part of the younger generation of the Lin family, she greatly admired Lin Xiaoran. So, back when she found out that Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan had gotten married, she was one of the young people in the Lin family who cursed Gu Yan the most. But now, after all, they were in front of Lin Xiaoran. The more they belittled Gu Yan, wasn't that just saying that Lin Xiaoran had poor judgment back then? She felt that the reason Lin Xiaoran's expression was so ugly right now was most likely because of this. Don't say that, Sister Xiaoran naturally has her own considerations for doing things marrying Gu Yan back then, and even the divorce now, she must have had her reasons, Lin Xian said softly. She was jealous of Gu Yan, but she wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Xiaoran even more. Forget it, who doesn't know that Gu Yan used dirty tactics to become an luxury local son-in-law in our Lin family? A toad lusting after swan meat, he's bound to face retribution sooner or later. Thank goodness they're divorced now, otherwise, how many more years would our Lin family have been laughed at by outsiders because of him? Because of that trash, our Lin family was in total chaos, but now, it's finally peaceful. Lin Xiaoran finally shifted her gaze over. But it only rested on Lin Xian for half a second before she moved her gaze to the middle-aged woman who had just spoken. Lin Xiaoran didn't speak, she just stared at the middle-aged woman with a cold face. The middle-aged woman seemed to realize that she had said too much. Being stared at by Lin Xiaoran at this moment, she felt a bit flustered, and her expression didn't look very good. But with so many people watching, she was too embarrassed to lower her head and apologize to Lin Xiaoran. She was, after all, an elder. In front of so many Lin family relatives, lowering her head to apologize to a junior was something she couldn't bring herself to do. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. I'm not wrong, am I, Xiaoran? Who in our family doesn't know that he did such disgusting things to latch onto you in our Lin family? Ever since he became an extra local son-in-law in our Lin family, he couldn't even recognize all the family members, but instead, he spent his days outside causing trouble under the name of being your husband. A piece of trash like that still wanted to be a son-in-law of our Lin family. If you hadn't been soft-hearted back then, we would have found a place to bury him long ago, or we could have just sent him to Southeast Asia to be a gigolo and sell his ass. That would have been more appropriate. Come to think of it, that would have been him following in his mother's footsteps. How suitable for him. Chapter 432, she really has gone crazy over a piece of trash like Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran's gaze swept carefully over this middle-aged woman. She had some impression of this middle-aged woman. Just not much. It seemed she was the wife of someone in the Lin family. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoran seemed to notice the middle-aged woman's gaze unconsciously drifting toward a middle-aged man standing not far away. Lin Zhenbong and his wife. Strictly speaking, Lin Xiaoran should call Lin Zhenbong fourth uncle. This fourth uncle didn't have much presence in the Lin family on a daily basis. He was a character easily overlooked by people. But if Lin Xiaoran remembered correctly, this fourth uncle of hers was not that honest. In the beginning, he wasn't low-key at all. Back then, he had wanted to compete with her father for the future inheritance rights of the Lin family. The two of them were just like Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoye are now, fighting each other to the death. It was just a pity that Elder Lin didn't seem satisfied with either of them, so he hadn't decided who the future heir of the Lin family would be back then. Later, before Lin Xiaoran returned to the Lin family, Lin Xiaoye was considered the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Lin family. From very early on, Elder Lin had gradually begun to keep Lin Xiaoye by his side for guidance. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Xiaoye would be the future heir of the Lin family. Back then, her fourth uncle seemed to have been restless for a period of time. But at that time, she hadn't returned to the Lin family yet, so she didn't understand these matters very clearly. And since she returned to the Lin family, this fourth uncle seemed to have remained very low-key. This time, it seemed to be the first time the other party had done something slightly out of line. Perhaps he felt that too many things had happened to Lin Xiaoran recently, and she was making a fuss about getting a divorce. That was why he was doing these things, to test the waters. Lin Zhenbong had been observing Lin Xiaoran. He wanted to see some emotional change on Lin Xiaoran's face. Even the slightest bit would do. However, Lin Xiaoran's expression was exceptionally calm. It was as if there wasn't the slightest emotional fluctuation in her heart. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran remained silent, the middle-aged woman raised her eyebrows. She had some guesses in her heart. It seemed like Lin Xiaoran did not deny the words she had just said. The other parties seemed to truly dislike Gu Yan, just as the rumors said. Lin Xiaoran did not look the least bit displeased with what she had just said. She seemed to have a chance to get on good terms with Lin Xiaoran. In her eyes, Lin Xiaoran was the future heir of the Lin family. Being able to build a good relationship with her was definitely a good thing. The middle-aged woman looked around, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She saw Lin Xiaoya's figure. In her view, Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoya must be at each other's throats. Of course, the reality was indeed pretty much like that. Oh my, Xiaoye, I heard that your feelings for this Gu Yan seem to be quite extraordinary. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya frowned and looked at the middle-aged woman. But the middle-aged woman seemed to not see the expression on Lin Xiaoya's face at all, and continued speaking to herself. Look at you, you haven't found a partner for so many years. I thought it was because you had high standards. Turns out I heard a while ago that you actually took a fancy to Gu Yan? Your taste really isn't good. You can't just fancy any kind of trash. We, the Lin family members, cannot lack such taste. If trash like Gu Yan could marry into our Lin family twice, then the future of our Lin family would truly be nailed to the pillar of shame. Lin Xiaoya frowned as she looked at this middle-aged woman. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Lin Xiaoran's voice. Is fourth aunt finished speaking? Lin Xiaoran's voice was somewhat cold. But the middle-aged woman did not notice. Instead, she felt a little excited. Over the years, she hadn't had much contact with Lin Xiaoran. Even when they met, at most it was just a nod of acknowledgement. This was the first time she had been called fourth aunt by Lin Xiaoran. She thought that the words she had just spoken were approved by Lin Xiaoran. Does Xiaoran also think that fourth aunt is right? The middle-aged woman was beaming, completely unaware that her husband beside her was gently tugging at her collar with his hand, as if reminding her of something. She completely failed to notice that Lin Xiaoran's expression had turned completely dark. Right? Of course, you're right. Our Lin family will indeed be laughed at with someone like you, fourth aunt. The Lin family is truly losing face. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman didn't react at first. Exactly what Xiaoran said. The voice stopped abruptly. The expression on the middle-aged woman's face froze, and she looked at Lin Xiaoran in disbelief. What did you just say? I said, you are the trash of the Lin family. The middle-aged woman felt her throat choke up. She couldn't tell if it was from holding back or from anger. Her face flushed red. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. If it had been someone else calling her trash, she certainly wouldn't have let them off. But as it happened, it was Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran and Elder Lin were the people whom the vast majority of Lin family members currently wanted to curry favor with. How could she dare to offend them? The middle-aged woman's eyes reddened with anger, pointing at Lin Xiaoran, wanting to say something, but she couldn't get any words out. Lin Xiaoran cast a cold glance at her, then turned her head to look at Elder Lin. Elder Lin knew what she meant. He stretched out his right hand and waved it somewhat powerlessly. Lin Xiaoran turned and walked outside. However, when she reached the door of the courtyard of the hall, she suddenly stopped her steps. She looked at the middle-aged woman with cold eyes. You talk about this trash, that trash all day long instead of having time to talk about others. You might as well take a good look at your son. He is always causing trouble outside. If I recall correctly, just this year alone, your family has spent nearly 10 million to settle things for your son, right? With such trash, the Lin family would have long been nailed to the pillar of shame in my opinion. Don't bother sending your son to Southeast Asia, just chop him up and feed him to the dogs. This one is already a waste. You might as well take advantage of the fact that you can still give birth and produce another piece of trash. At least when it can't talk or walk, a little piece of trash won't cause too much trouble. Lin Xiaoran had always been merciless in her speech. Anyone who heard her would think she was somewhat sarcastic, vicious, and sharp-tongued. Even though she had a stunningly beautiful face, it couldn't make people overlook these traits. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman's face turned deathly pale with anger, without a trace of blood. Gritting her teeth, her eyes bloodshot, she wanted to say something. But Lin Xiaoran didn't give her a single chance and turned around to leave directly. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman had gone mad with anger. She turned and flared up at Lin Zhenbang, not caring that she was currently in the Lin family old residence, surrounded by Lin family members. Look at her. What an attitude. What kind of words are those? Just for a piece of trash like Gu Yan, she actually dares to say such vicious things. Does she even regard me as an elder? It's too much, lawless. She really has gone crazy over a piece of trash like Gu Yan. Chapter 433. Such loneliness and solitude, he had endured for several years. For a middle-aged woman who had accomplished nothing, nothing was more taboo than someone challenging her authority. Even though she herself didn't actually possess any authority to speak of. But when a young person, especially a younger relative, spoke to her with such an attitude, it would inevitably fill her with rage. Even if, in daily life, this younger relative was someone she needed to look up to. Someone she had to humble herself to please. But to be shown such a lack of respect in front of so many people. It was enough to cloud her judgment and make her forget the gap in status and position between her and the other person. That's enough, say less. Lin Zhenbang seemed to be losing patience as well, and he tugged at her forcefully. Testing Lin Xiaoran earlier had been his idea. And it also represented the thoughts of others. Even if his wife's words were a bit disrespectful, it was no big deal. But now, it was different. This display of pure rage was somewhat unbecoming. Especially in front of Elder Lin, striking such a pose was definitely not a good thing. You're yelling at me? You dare to yell at me? The middle-aged woman seemed to have found an outlet, and she roared at Lin Zhenbang. Elder Lin's face was livid at this moment. Looking at the couple in front of him, a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. He tapped his cane heavily against the ground. He was just about to start reprimanding them. But he saw Lin Xiaoye take a step forward and block the space between the couple. Fourth aunt, please calm down first. After all, we are currently at the old mansion, and the ancestors' spirit tablets are still being worshipped here. Just that one sentence instantly made the middle-aged woman calm down. Yes, she was currently at the Lin family old residence. This was not her home, a place where she could act however she pleased. Xiaoye is right, it's fourth aunt who was too agitated. The middle-aged woman didn't quite know what to say. Alright, fourth aunt, I think you were very clear about what should and shouldn't be said. It would be best not to disturb the peace of our ancestors. I see that you haven't been feeling well lately, fourth aunt. Perhaps you should go home early and rest for a while. The middle-aged woman's face looked awkward, and she wanted to say something. She wasn't that stupid. How could she not understand that Lin Xiaoye was trying to make her stay home and reflect on her mistakes? She was somewhat unconvinced. But her resentment was of no use. Didn't you hear what Xiaoye said? Go home, quickly. Under Lin Zhenbang's rebuke, the middle-aged woman left. Gu Yan's mother was Professor Gu's daughter. She had been abducted and sold to the countryside back then. The things that happened in the countryside were known throughout the circles of power in Kyoto. Even a middle-aged woman like her, who didn't have much interaction within the circles of power, knew about this news. However, no one dared to bring it out into the open to discuss or gossip about it loudly. It wasn't just because Gu Yan was Lin Xiaoran's husband. Even if they were divorced, he was still her ex-husband. Gu Yan's mother could be considered Lin Xiaoran's mother-in-law. The main reason was that Gu Yan's mother was Professor Gu's own daughter. Just because of this fact, no one dared to bring it up. This was something that would offend Professor Gu to the point of no return. After seeing his wife leave, Lin Zhenbang breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had truly been worried just now that his wife would say something even more outrageous. However, bringing some things out into the open wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, they were in the Lin family old residence. No one would spread what happened today outside. Lin Zhenbang walked up to Lin Xiaoye. Xiaoye, your fourth aunt speaks without thinking, please don't mind her. Lin Xiaoye shook her head slightly. But this girl Xiaoran really surprised me. Is she still very attached to Gu Yan? Tell me to be so impulsive for a man like that. This is not a good thing for our Lin family. The family heir needs to be someone mature and steady. Back then if she hadn't returned. Lin Zhenbong stopped halfway, feigning that he had slipped up. He tightly shut his mouth and took a few steps back. He was doing it on purpose. Saying such things was meant for Lin Xiaoye and elder Lin to hear. He was inciting Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaoran to fight each other. In the Lin family, whether it was Lin Xiaoran or Lin Xiaoye, if either of these two secured the position of the future heir of the Lin family, then no one else would have any chance. Only if these two fought amongst themselves could others find an opportunity to exploit. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye acted as if she hadn't heard anything at all. Her face remained very calm, with no visible change in expression. Instead, elder Lin glanced at Lin Zhenbong with some displeasure. At his age, he was all too clear about his son's petty schemes. However, the words the other party said did indeed make him somewhat worried. As the future heir of the Lin family, one must absolutely not have such deep feelings for someone like Gu Yan, nor make such impulsive decisions. After leaving the Lin family old residence, Lin Xiaoran got into the car. President Lin, where are we going? He Qing asked from the driver's seat. Go to the hospital to take a look, then return to the villa. He Cheng drove away from the Lin family old residence. After coming out of the hospital, Lin Xiaoran kept her eyes tightly closed in the car. It wasn't until they reached the villa that she slowly opened them. Go and check on the movements of the other families in the clan. He Qing was stunned for a moment. A few pieces of trash have been unable to sit still lately. There was no expression on Lin Xiaoran's face. But He Qing felt as if she could see a thick sense of disdain on her. After thinking about it, she didn't find it surprising anymore. These people had never been able to contend for anything in the family before. Otherwise, before Lin Xiaoran returned to the Lin family, the qualification for the future heir of the Lin family would have been given to Lin Xiaoye. If even Lin Xiaoye couldn't compete with Lin Xiaoran, then in Lin Xiaoran's eyes, those people were naturally no different from trash. Getting out of the car, she returned to the villa. The lights in the villa's living room were very bright. The warm-colored lights made the villa look very cozy. But from the moment she entered, Lin Xiaoran felt a bit cold. There were only her own shoes in the shoe cabinet. There was only her own water cup on the table. In the room, there were only her own bedding and pillow. Everything seemed to be missing half. Everything was incomplete. It felt empty. It made her feel suffocated in her heart. She sat down on the sofa in the bedroom, quietly looking at everything empty in front of her. She had spent far more time abroad over these years than she had in the country, in Kyoto. But every time she returned, she could see Gu Yan's figure. Even if they argued or threw tantrums. At least, she could see him. Lin Xiaoran's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, and the irritation in her heart intensified. She lit a cigarette. The slim cigarette was held between her fingers, and the smoke drifted straight upward in a single line. Lin Xiaoran suddenly froze. She suddenly realized. All these years, in the days when she wasn't home, Gu Yan seemed to have been facing this very scene. Such loneliness and solitude, he had endured for several years. While she had only been experiencing it for 10 days or so. Chapter 434. He was losing patience. He was running out of patience. He let the cigarette between his fingertips burn to the end. It wasn't until his fingers felt slightly hot that he stubbed out the cigarette butt. Lin Xiaoran suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Hadn't she brought him back? Why was it still so cold and desolate here? She got up and spent a long time in the bathroom. When she came out, the cold expression familiar to outsiders had already returned to Lin Xiaoran's face. It was as if she hadn't had the slightest emotional fluctuation just moments before. She was someone with an extremely strong desire for control. This desire for control was not just reflected in her career, love, and marriage. Even over her own emotions, she possessed an extremely strong ability to maintain control. Except when facing Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran never let her emotions spiral out of control. She changed her clothes and walked out of the villa. She arrived at the garage, casually picked up a car key, and got into the car. She drove away alone. No one knew where she had gone. Neither did Ning Chen. At this moment, he was at the Lin family old residence visiting Elder Lin. By the time he arrived at the old mansion, Lin Xiaoran had already left. The remaining Lin family members were discussing in small groups what had happened earlier inside the old mansion. Ning Chen already knew about the things Lin Zhenbon's wife had said. To many Lin family members, Ning Chen was not considered an outsider. Previously, everyone thought that Ning Chen would marry Lin Xiaoran. The Beijing Lin family and the Beijing Ning family would join forces to create even greater glory in Kyoto. This led to closer cooperation between many members of the Lin family and the Ning family. Before Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan married, the two families were practically allies. They supported each other and achieved quite a few accomplishments. This allowed many families that were originally not highly valued within the clan to earn quite a bit by relying on this opportunity. Therefore, many Lin family members had a very favorable impression of Ning Chen. After all, this young man's love for Lin Xiaoran was too obvious. It was so obvious that many people were somewhat jealous. If the person he loved wasn't Lin Xiaoran, they wouldn't have been convinced. But later, Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran got married. Many people's sources of income were threatened. This was also one of the reasons why many Lin family members and Ning family members couldn't stand Gu Yan. Therefore, many Lin family members didn't hide their feelings too much when it came to Ning Chen. Moreover, regarding matters concerning Lin Xiaoran, many Lin family members didn't necessarily know more or have more details than he did. However, not long after Ning Chen arrived, Elder Lin chased everyone away. Inside the old mansion's main hall, only Elder Lin, Ning Chen, and the housekeeper remained. Gu Yan has returned. Elder Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was clearly not in good spirits and seemed a bit tired. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's breath hitched. Still, didn't succeed? When Ning Chen said this, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. Elder Lin sighed lightly. That girl Xiaoran went to pick him up in person. Ning Chen understood why they hadn't succeeded. Previously, when they discovered that Gu Yan had protection in Taoyuan village and their first few plans failed. They had planned to strike when Gu Yan left Taoyuan village. At that time, leader Lu Changji should no longer be protecting Gu Yan. It would have been the perfect opportunity for them to act. But it was different since Lin Xiaoran went to pick him up herself. The people carrying out the action were all subordinates of Elder Lin. These people could not risk harming Lin Xiaoran just to do something to Gu Yan. If Lin Xiaoran were hurt, then whether Gu Yan lived or died would be meaningless. Besides, Lin Xiaoran was not stupid. She went to pick him up in person, which might mean she had discovered something suspicious, which was why she went to Taoyuan village herself. Elder Lin glanced at Ning Chen. Handle things later. During this time, spend more time with Xiaoran. Matters of the heart take time. Even if you resolve the trouble, it won't happen overnight just as you wish. Ning Chen nodded, said nothing more, stood up, and bid farewell to Elder Lin. He certainly understood what Elder Lin meant by those words. Lin Xiaoran was someone who valued relationships deeply. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited so many years to divorce Gu Yan. And she certainly wouldn't have gone to Taoyuan village in person to pick him up. But he didn't want to wait anymore. He had waited for many years. He had never been able to get a result. He had finally waited for Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan to divorce. He thought he was about to succeed. But Gu Yan was still haunting them like a ghost. He had never been able to stand by Lin Xiaoran's side in the status he wanted. Even when he tried several times to make Gu Yan disappear from this world completely and solve this trouble once and for all, he hadn't succeeded. He was running out of patience. The closer something was within reach, the more one could not suppress the longing in their heart. The first step of getting the two of them to divorce had been successful. This second step, making Lin Xiaoran a widow, and the third step, getting married to her, seemed to be right before his eyes, within reach. How could he endure it? Walking out of the Lin family old residence, just as he got into the car, he took out his phone and called Yan Shang. Brother-in-law. The person on the other end of the phone didn't speak, remaining silent for a long time. The matter was not accomplished. Yan Shang's voice seemed to carry a trace of helplessness. I know it was Xiaoran who went to pick him up in person. He knew that Yan Shang hadn't been able to accomplish this because he had the same concerns as Elder Lin. Let's discuss this matter long-term with Professor Gu on his side now that he's back in Kyoto. It's not easy to act openly. Hearing this, Ning Chen gritted his teeth, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. Brother-in-law, time waits for no one. Yan Shang instantly frowned. You are too impatient. I can't help but be impatient. Ning Chen couldn't control his emotions and shouted directly. But soon, he controlled his emotions again. Brother-in-law, I'm not just doing this for Xiaoran, I also want to avenge my sister. The phone fell into silence again. After a long while, he heard Yan Shang's voice. Understood. The call ended, and Ning Chen stepped on the gas and drove towards the villa. But when he arrived at the villa, he learned that Lin Xiaoran had gone out again. Looking at the massive villa, Ning Chen only felt a sense of powerlessness. Gu Yan was back. And he couldn't find Lin Xiaoran again. He violently kicked his car door, leaving a dent in it. He took out his phone and sent out a few messages. 10+ minutes later, many people in the circle were suddenly discussing Gu Yan's life background. The information that had once been suppressed by Professor Gu, Elder Lin, and others was spreading again. It was even intensifying. In the past, no one dared to say much about this matter. After all, Gu Yan was Professor Gu's grandson. His mother was Professor Gu's own daughter. Discussing this matter meant offending Professor Gu. It was even rubbing the Lin family's face in the dirt. No one dared to offend both the Beijing Lin family and Professor Gu at the same time. But this time was different. The news that Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran had divorced had been leaked. Discussing this matter now didn't seem like it would offend the Beijing Lin family. And last time, Professor Gu had fallen out with a considerable number of families in the circle for the sake of Ning Chen. The people from these families wouldn't care now whether they offended Professor Gu or not. The two sides were already enemies. Since they were enemies, having encountered such an opportunity, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Chapter 435, I thought that as long as I got a divorce, I could escape this hell. Have you heard? It seems Gu Yan still doesn't know who his biological father is. Who doesn't know that? His mother was sold to a village back then, she was used by who knows how many men before she gave birth to him. You tell me, those rough village men, when have they ever seen such a beautiful woman? Who could resist? With so many men, of course, he can't tell who his biological father is. Come to think of it, those rough men were quite lucky with their behavior. Where else would they find such a beautiful woman? How do you know Gu Yan's mother was beautiful? Don't ask stupid questions. Although Gu Yan isn't great, he looks decent. Those old bachelors and farmers in the village are all incredibly ugly. If his mother hadn't been beautiful, Gu Yan would have ended up looking hideous. That's true, but isn't Gu Yan's mother Professor Gu's daughter? Will we get in trouble for saying these things? What are you afraid of? Professor Gu isn't a good person either. Last time, he ruined the financial paths of so many of our families. I think his daughter deserved to be trafficked. It was just retribution coming early. However, I actually think Lin Xiaoran is the most pitiful one. You have to admit, Gu Yan grew up in an orphanage, so his mind is probably terrifyingly deep. He must have intentionally approached Lin Xiaoran back then. Even though Lin Xiaoran is quite formidable now, I suspect she was naive when she was younger, which is how she got stuck with Gu Yan over these years. He's caused so much trouble for the Lin family members. Speaking of which, Ning Chen is the only suitable match for Lin Xiaoran. He stayed by Lin Xiaoran's side for so many years without even asking for a title. Thankfully, Lin Xiaoran is divorced now. He can finally see the clouds part to reveal the moon, and he'll get his wish soon. Someone brought these matters out into the open, and it quickly attracted a lot of attention. Professor Gu had previously cut off the financial paths of many people. These people were the most enthusiastic at this moment. At first, quite a few people didn't dare to say anything. But upon discovering that more and more people were discussing this matter, many people grew bolder. With so many people talking about it, surely nothing would happen if they added a few words of their own. Could the Lin family members and Professor Gu possibly go against all the powerful families in the capital? No matter how powerful the Lin family members and Professor Gu were, they couldn't defeat so many families. The situation intensified and soon reached the ears of the Lin family members. Even Wang Lin, who had just been rescued from the operating room and had regained consciousness, heard some rumors. It's just that no one dared to tell her the full story, for fear that she would be pushed back into the emergency room in a fit of rage. She only knew that someone was spreading dirt on the Lin family members outside. She didn't know the specific details. Meanwhile, Gu Yan, who had already returned to the Gu family, finished dinner with his grandfather, and retired to his room to rest, also saw these comments. Gu Yan clenched his hands, his eyes turned red, and he trembled all over with anger. Just at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Yan. Professor Gu knocked on the door, then opened it and walked in. He immediately saw that Gu Yan was in a strange state. Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you? Gu Yan hurriedly suppressed his emotions, trying hard to make himself look calm. I'm fine, it's just I haven't rested well these past few days. He didn't want his grandfather to see so many people insulting his mother. Compared to himself, the damage caused by such things was even more painful for his grandfather. Professor Gu frowned. If something is wrong, tell me, don't keep it bottled up inside. I know. Gu Yan nodded. Professor Gu looked at him and sighed softly. Xiaoran is here and says she has something to discuss with you. It's getting late, so I'm going back to my room to rest. You entertain her for me. After saying this, Professor Gu turned and left. Gu Yan frowned, wanting to refuse. He didn't want to see Lin Xiaoran. But thinking of the messages he had just seen on his phone, he got up and walked to the living room. Lin Xiaoran was sitting there, wearing a long black dress. She seemed a bit different from before. But the expression on her face was as indifferent as ever. Her long hair was tied up, making her look clean and sharp, and her neck was fair-skinned. Just sitting there, she exuded a temperament different from ordinary people. Noble and elegant. It was completely different from the somewhat shabby appearance they had when they lived in a rented room together. In everyone's eyes, this would be a stunning beauty that one couldn't help but look at twice, but Gu Yan only glanced at her once before looking away. He placed his phone on the table in front of her. Take a look, see how people in your so-called noble circle are talking about me and how they are talking about my mother. Gu Yan gritted his teeth, his body still trembling slightly. Someone once told me that you married me to protect me with you around. Those people in the capital wouldn't lay a finger on me. That's why you married me despite everyone's objections. I once believed it. Gu Yan sneered. I know, I was never a member of your so-called social class. Everyone treated me as a lucky piece of trash among the lowest dregs, someone who could cling to the powerful, luckily step into your circle, and defy fate. That's why everyone viewed me as a disgrace, a piece of trash that insulted your circle. But now you see it too. The reality is even more disgusting than I imagined. My mother was once a person in your circle. Look at what these people are saying. Their insults toward my mother are even dirtier than how they insulted me back then. You used to turn a blind eye to the voices insulting me. I didn't care, and I didn't think it was your fault. It was all because I deserved it. It was all the punishment brought upon me the moment I met you. But now, you and I are divorced. I just want to draw a clear line between us. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his face pale. I don't believe you don't understand. As long as I cut all ties with you completely, these insults will stop. My mother, who has already passed away and whom I never even met, won't have to suffer such humiliation again. Lin Xiaoran, I just want to ask you, are you pestering me like this because the years we were married weren't enough for you to torture me? If you really had even a shred of affection for me back then, why are you still pestering me like this, watching me suffer such humiliation? If you feel that the torture you inflicted on me wasn't enough to satisfy you. Gu Yan didn't finish his sentence. He believed Lin Xiaoran could understand what he meant. But Lin Xiaoran just sat there, not saying a word. She didn't even change her posture. The living room was silent. Neither of them said another word. After who knows how long, Gu Yan slowly spoke up. I gave it everything I had just to divorce you. I thought that as long as I got a divorce, I could escape this hell. Chapter 436. Anyway, ever since returning to the Lin family, you have never believed in me again. Lin Xiaoran heard these words, and her gaze suddenly sharpened. So, only divorce is worth you giving your all, right? Lin Xiaoran's voice was very cold. Gu Yan, however, seemed as if he didn't feel the iciness in her tone at all. That's right. In the past, I also tried giving my all to do certain things, but in the end, only this one thing succeeded. In the past? In the years after we got married, I developed depression. I wanted to save myself, but I never succeeded until now. Gu Yan didn't finish his sentence, but both of them understood what he meant. Only by getting a divorce could he be considered to have saved himself. But Lin Xiaoran's focus at this moment was not on this. Is it fun to lie to me? Lin Xiaoran's expression was somewhat gloomy. It's been so long, and even now, you still want to lie to me? A flash of strange emotion flickered in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. Gu Yan could see many kinds of emotions in her pupils. There was disbelief, there was astonishment, and more than that, there was an inexplicable pain. Seeing her reaction, a bitter smile appeared at the corners of Gu Yan's mouth. Think whatever you want anyway. Ever since returning to the Lin family, you have never believed in me again. No matter what I say, you won't believe it. Since that's the case, why do you insist on listening to me? Gu Yan leaned his back against the sofa and moved his gaze away from Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran seemed very angry and stood up from the sofa abruptly. Gu Yan didn't find her reaction strange. She had always hated being lied to. It wasn't as if no one had ever lied to her before. And the fate of those people was very miserable. Lin Xiaoran did not believe him. She thought he had lied to her, therefore, it was normal for her to feel angry now. Even, Gu Yan felt in his heart that Lin Xiaoran might still have a tiny bit of affection for him. Otherwise, she might have already slapped him across the face by now. But soon, Gu Yan dismissed this possibility in his heart. How could Lin Xiaoran still have feelings for him? At most, it was because they were at the Gu family, and she was probably giving Professor Gu face, which was why she hadn't laid a hand on him. Gu Yan then stood up as well. If there's nothing else, President Lin, please leave first. I'm going to rest. After saying this, he turned and left directly. Watching Gu Yan's retreating back, Lin Xiaoran subconsciously took a step forward. She had just reached out her hand, but then stopped the movement. Her hand hung in midair, unmoving. She just watched quietly as Gu Yan returned to his room. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and left with an even colder expression than when she arrived. Driving the car, she sped all the way back to the villa. When the servants in the villa saw Lin Xiaoran return, they originally wanted to go up and ask if she wanted some late-night snacks, but upon seeing Lin Xiaoran's expression at this moment, they all stopped in their tracks. Lin Xiaoran returned to the bedroom, sat on the sofa, and looked at the furnishings in the room. She felt an inexplicable anger in her heart. She detested people lying to her, especially when the person lying to her was someone she cared about. Moreover, the person who lied to her was Gu Yan. This was something she absolutely could not accept. Right now, seeing everything related to Gu Yan, the anger in her heart was somewhat uncontrollable. This bedroom, Gu Yan had lived in it for much longer than she had. Everything in the bedroom was basically arranged by Gu Yan. When he moved out of the villa, he only took his own things and didn't change the furnishings in the room. Looking at every corner of the room, Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but think of Gu Yan. The anger that arose from being lied to was even more uncontrollable. She opened the door abruptly. Someone come here. Her voice was so cold that the servant standing closest couldn't help but shudder. Miss, do you have any instructions? The servant asked cautiously. Clean this room. Upon hearing this, the servant's eyes unconsciously glanced into the bedroom. She was stunned for a moment. This room was very clean. Where did it need cleaning again? Me, miss, I just cleaned this room once. Do you want me to clean it again? The servant regretted asking this sentence as soon as she said it. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and glanced at her. Find some people, pack up everything in the room, throw it away, and replace it with a new set. None of the furnishings are allowed to be the same as they are now. Understood, miss. The servant let out a sigh of relief and watched as Lin Xiaoran turned and walked towards another bedroom. The next morning, Lin Xiaoran walked out of the other bedroom. There was a folder placed on the table at the doorway. Lin Xiaoran took a look and her delicate brows instantly furrowed. What is going on? A servant hurriedly responded, it's a document that was cleaned out from the bedroom last night. The servant responsible for cleaning last night had already finished her shift, but the matter of finding this document in the bedroom had already been told to the servant on duty today. Although Lin Xiaoran said yesterday to throw away everything in that bedroom, this was, after all, a document. Who knew what was inside? Was it important to Lin Xiaoran? What if it was something very important? If they threw it away, wouldn't that be a huge problem? They didn't dare to look at what was inside the folder, so they had no choice but to place it on the table at the entrance of the bedroom where Lin Xiaoran rested last night, waiting for her to make a decision after she woke up. Lin Xiaoran's brows furrowed even tighter at first. She thought someone had messed with things in her study, but these servants said that this folder had actually been found in the bedroom. This was very unexpected for her. Could it be that Gu Yan had once rummaged through her work documents? But, what use would her work documents have for Gu Yan? Since he found them, why didn't he put them back in their original place, but instead left them in the bedroom? If it really were some very important document, she should have discovered it long ago. Lin Xiaoran, who hadn't slept well last night, felt a headache at this moment. She took the folder into her hands and opened it. She took the contents out. Just by looking at the first glance, her expression changed instantly. Depression diagnosis certificate on the patient name line. It was written with Gu Yan's name. She read it word by word. She actually felt the content above was somewhat familiar. It seemed as if she had seen it somewhere before. It seemed very similar to the diagnosis certificate belonging to Ning Chen that Ning Chen had shown her back then. She couldn't help but look at the diagnosis date. It was half a year after she and Gu Yan got married. Could he have really had depression? Thinking of the words Gu Yan said to her last night, Lin Xiaoran's expression became increasingly ugly. Chapter 437, The most taboo thing is being alone. Lin Xiaoran held the medical diagnosis in her hands, reading it over and over again. She had indeed seen this diagnosis before. Back then, it was Ning Chen who had given it to her to look at. Only, at the time, she hadn't looked at it closely. She had only glanced at the content roughly. She had assumed that Ning Chen had developed depression after his sister's accident. She hadn't noticed the patient's name and had simply asked if he had fallen ill because of what happened to his sister. At that moment, Ning Chen's expression had seemed slightly off, and he had lowered his head as he responded. She had assumed it was because she had brought up his sister. So, the depression diagnosis that Ning Chen had given her back then was actually Gu Yan's? At that moment, Lin Xiaoran still hadn't questioned whether Ning Chen's depression was real or faked. After all, his own sister had met with an accident. It was a normal reaction for him to have developed depression. But, she hadn't expected that Gu Yan would also have depression. He hadn't lied to her. Instead, all these years, it was she who had never believed him. Lin Xiaoran's expression darkened. She picked up her phone and called He Qing. Go investigate this. Lin Xiaoran paused. She looked down at the name of the hospital and the doctor on the depression diagnosis. After relaying the information to He Qing, she hung up. Half an hour later, He Qing drove to the villa. Upon entering the living room, she saw Lin Xiaoran sitting there. The ashtray on the coffee table was overflowing with cigarette butts. Ms. Lin, I've investigated everything. Speak. The doctor on the diagnosis is no longer in Kyoto. The owner of the psychological clinic where he worked went abroad, and the clinic was taken over by someone else. You know the person who took over the clinic? It's Fang Ying. I heard that Mr. Gu's attending physician was Fang Ying Sr., and he was the one who recommended that Fang Ying take over the clinic. He's not in Kyoto? Correct. It seems someone in Shanghai paid a high price to bring him there to oversee the clinic. If you need to contact him, Fang Ying should be able to reach him. Lin Xiaoran immediately stood up and walked out. Drive me there. She had accompanied Ning Chen to Fang Ying's psychological hospital many times, so He Qing naturally knew the location. Lin Xiaoran was very familiar with the route to that hospital. Regarding the reason Ning Chen had developed depression, Lin Xiaoran felt she needed to take responsibility. After all, it was trouble that Gu Yan had caused. But now, her heart felt suddenly heavy. Since Ningchen had developed depression, she had learned a little about the condition. She understood how painful the life of someone with depression could be. Yet, Gu Yan also had depression. All these years, she had never noticed it, let alone cared. She had left Gu Yan to bear the pain of depression all by himself, staying in the villa alone, feeling the same ice-cold chill she had felt over the past few days. Lin Xiaoran's composure was on the verge of collapsing. She had never experienced this kind of emotion before. Was it regret? Or perhaps anger? Or maybe it was the fear that made her want to escape. How she wished she were dreaming. If only she could open her eyes and find that everything before her was false, that Gu Yan didn't have depression, and that she hadn't left him to suffer through those painful years all by himself. Lin Xiaoran gazed at the streetscape outside the car window, letting the lights flicker past, yet her eyes remained devoid of any vitality. Once, Gu Yan had told her that she had always turned a blind eye to him, and that her trust in others would always outweigh her trust in him. But, if she hadn't turned a blind eye to him, she and Gu Yan would have had no future to speak of. This didn't mean their relationship lacked a future, but rather, in a physical and literal sense, they would have had no future at all. During those years when the struggle was at its most intense and perilous, an obvious weakness would have brought catastrophic disaster upon them both. Even later, when everything was getting better, if she hadn't acted that way, she would still have lost Gu Yan. A person's weakness is what their opponents most hope to see, and those around her would only try to find ways to help her erase that weakness. The car soon arrived downstairs at the psychological hospital. Lin Xiaoran collected her thoughts, got out of the car, and went upstairs. The moment Fang Ying saw Lin Xiaoran, she subconsciously shifted her gaze to look behind her. But behind Lin Xiaoran, there was only He Qing. Where is Ning Chen? Fang Ying was somewhat surprised that Lin Xiaoran had come to see her so suddenly. Other than accompanying Ning Chen, Lin Xiaoran had never been here before. But this time, Ning Chen was not here, nor had he told her in advance that she would be coming. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Can you contact your senior, Wang Tang? Fang Ying blinked, not refusing. She took out her phone, made the call, and after it connected and she exchanged a few words with him, she handed the phone to Lin Xiaoran. Ms. Lin, regarding Mr. Gu's diagnosis, I had already given a copy to Mr. Ning back then. Mr. Gu came to see me alone. He had no friends or family with him, and he didn't leave any contact information for friends or family. His condition at the time was very dangerous. The most taboo thing for him was to be alone, as he was at risk of self-harm or even suicide. I wanted to contact Mr. Gu's relatives, but I couldn't. Fortunately, Fang Ying said she knew Mr. Ning, and Mr. Ning seemed to know Mr. Gu and Mr. Gu's wife. So, I asked them to contact Mr. Gu's relatives. Didn't he contact you back then? Lin Xiaoran suddenly felt it difficult to breathe. She wanted to take a deep breath, but she couldn't summon even the slightest bit of strength. That phrase, the most taboo thing is being alone, felt like thousands of steel needles stabbing into her heart. Again and again, they were driven in and pulled out, only to be driven in once more. Lin Xiaoran said nothing. She placed the phone on the table in front of her, then turned and walked out of the psychological hospital. Fang Ying frowned as she watched Lin Xiaoran leave, noticing her slightly unsteady steps. Only after confirming that Lin Xiaoran had gone downstairs and gotten into her car did she take out her phone and call Ning Chen. Brother Chen, Lin Xiaoran was just here. She found out about Gu Yan's depression. She seems deeply shaken. Her emotional state is a bit abnormal. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's brows furrowed instantly. When he had first given the diagnosis to Lin Xiaoran, he had intended to play a trick, making her mistakenly believe that it was a charade Gu Yan had orchestrated. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoran had mistaken the diagnosis for his own. Since he had already planned to pretend to be ill, he had simply gone along with it. Afterward, he had even gone to mock Gu Yan, telling him that he had shown Lin Xiaoran his medical diagnosis. Yet, Lin Xiaoran hadn't cared at all. She hadn't even glanced at it closely before dismissing the matter. He still remembered the look of despair on Gu Yan's face at that time, the painful expression of someone who knew that even if he were ill, no one would care. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoran had misunderstood from the start. and he had a way to clear himself of any suspicion. Chapter 438, I have nothing left now, I'm not afraid of anything. If you don't believe me, just try it. However, now that Gu Yan had returned to the capital and Lin Xiaoran had also settled down in the capital, she wouldn't be running out of town for long periods. Lin Xiaoran would likely notice more of these strange occurrences in the future. However, Ning Chen was not overly worried at this moment. He had long anticipated this situation. He had already made up his mind, anyway. As long as he made Gu Yan completely disappear from this world before Lin Xiaoran discovered the whole truth, it would be fine. The situation between him and Gu Yan was now one of life and death. There was no room for any reconciliation. Moreover, Gu Yan himself didn't seem to realize this point yet. Ning Chen had full confidence that he could achieve all of this. After leaving the hospital, Lin Xiaoran had been sitting in the car the whole time. When Yi Qing asked her once where she wanted to go, she didn't receive any response. She just stared blankly at the diagnostic report in her hands. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoran raised her head, there was no expression on her face, and not a trace of emotion could be seen. Yet, it was precisely this calmness that made Yi Qing feel a sense of panic in her heart. Only when she was on the verge of an outburst would she have this kind of lifeless calmness. Tell me, who else would know about this? Yi Qing was stunned for a moment upon hearing these words. After reacting for a while, she understood what Lin Xiaoran was asking about. As for the matter of Sir having depression, perhaps his friends might know something about it. Yi Qing could only guess. She wasn't too clear about this matter either. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoran wouldn't have just found out about it now. Lin Xiaoran slowly closed her eyes. She opened the car window and took a deep breath. The air outside the car window didn't seem that stifling. Yet, she still felt like she couldn't catch her breath. President Lin, it seems Wen Chang just returned to the capital from out of town, and Lin Zhe is currently his assistant. Both of them should be in the capital. Yi Qing seemed to have thought of something and offered a reminder. A trace of an inexplicable emotion flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. Him? Where is he now? I'll have someone check immediately. Yi Qing hurriedly took out her phone and sent out a few messages. Lin Xiaoran nodded. After finding the address, the two drove towards the current residence of Wen Chang and Lin Zhe. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiaoran maintained her silence. It was only when they were about to arrive that she suddenly realized something. How did you know he just returned to the capital from out of town? Lin Xiaoran felt a bit strange. She hadn't asked Yi Qing to pay attention to the movements of Wen Chang and Lin Zhe for some time. Many of Wen Chang's recent announcements have been with Miss by just returned to the capital last night. After hearing Yi Qing's explanation, Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more. She just took out her phone and sent a message to Bai Yan. Upon arriving downstairs at Wen Chang's home, Lin Xiaoran got out of the car and went upstairs alone. She arrived at the door and knocked. Not long after, the door was opened from the inside. Originally, there had been a hint of a smile on Wen Chang's face. But the moment he saw Lin Xiaoran, the smile on his face instantly vanished. It was replaced by a sense of coldness and disgust. What are you here for? Wen Chang didn't have the slightest bit of affection for Lin Xiaoran. In the past few years, although he didn't have much contact with Gu Yan, he had heard something about Gu Yan's experiences in the circle of the powerful and wealthy in the capital. And after re-establishing contact with Gu Yan, he was even more intimately familiar with Gu Yan's experiences over these years. The more he knew about how Gu Yan had lived through these years, the deeper his disgust for Lin Xiaoran became. It was the same as the perception of the people around Lin Xiaoran towards Gu Yan. How much the people around Lin Xiaoran detested Gu Yan, the people around Gu Yan detested Lin Xiaoran just as much. Wen Chang looked at Lin Xiaoran and unconsciously cast his gaze behind her. Upon realizing she was alone, he prepared to close the door directly. But Lin Xiaoran suddenly reached out to block it. Lin Zhe also noticed the abnormality in the living room and walked over. Wen Chang, is that Sister Zhang? Sister Zhang was Wen Chang's current manager. She was the person who came here the most often on weekdays. When Lin Zhe arrived at the door and saw Lin Xiaoran, the smile on his face also vanished instantly. Lin Xiaoran? Lin Xiaoran looked at Wen Cheng and then glanced at Lin Zhe. She took a deep breath, trying her best to keep her emotions as calm as possible. She took out the diagnostic report and placed it in front of the two of them. What is this? Are you having psychological problems? Lin Xiaoran, you didn't just find out you have psychological issues, did you? When Shang didn't leave Lin Xiaoran any face at all. Back then, a significant part of the reason Gu Yan left without saying goodbye to him lay with Lin Xiaoran. If Gu Yan had lived well all these years, that would be one thing. But as it happened, Gu Yan had lived too miserably all these years. This was all thanks to the person in front of him. He didn't have the slightest bit of affection for Lin Xiaoran. I've heard people say that the longer a man and woman are together, the more they will love each other, but how did it turn out completely the opposite with you? Is it that the more you sleep together, the less you love each other? I never imagined before that you could actually be such a disgusting piece of trash. Now you want to come here and beg for sympathy with a psychological diagnostic report? Keep dreaming. Lin Zhe, who was standing to the side, also let out a long sigh. Lin Xiaoran, you and Xiao Yan are already divorced. There are some things that you still cannot force. You should know how much effort he made just to be able to divorce you. Upon hearing what these two people said, Lin Xiaoran's body trembled slightly. Yet she still just lowered her head and asked softly. Has he had depression, do you know? Who? Xiao Yan? Lin Zhe couldn't help but blurt out. But very quickly, he let out a long sigh with an ugly expression. That's true with his life having turned out like this over the years. What's so strange about him having had depression? After I divorced Su Ting, I almost had psychological problems too, but at least I found out in the end that she was a piece of trash. As he spoke, Lin Zhe looked deeply at Lin Xiaoran. And you tortured him for many years. It's no surprise that he would have depression. A look of heartache flashed across Lin Zhe's face. Wen Cheng, who was on the side, was not as polite as him. He sneered directly. Gu Yan having depression, don't you know why? Isn't the reason he has depression all thanks to you? Isn't this the result you've always wanted to see? What? Are you here looking for us now to show off that you've achieved your goal? Lin Xiaoran, don't think that just because you are some big CEO and the future heir of the Lin family that you can be this arrogant. Even if you are a woman, if you push me too far, I will hit you at worst. I'll take you down with me. I have nothing left now. I'm not afraid of anything. If you don't believe me, just try it. Chapter 439, How did he endure it for so many years? Wen Cheng was very blunt, and the look he gave Lin Xiaoran even carried a hint of murderous intent. After cutting ties with his original family, Gu Yan was the only friend he had left by his side. Lin Zhe counted as half. Back then, Gu Yan had made so much effort for him online. Now, he was also willing to give up everything for Gu Yan. He didn't care about Lin Xiaoran's status or position. If it came to it, they could just go down together. However, such a threat didn't really threaten Lin Xiaoran at all. Over these many years, she had endured too many threats. Far more ruthless than the one Wen Cheng was making. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and shifted her gaze to Lin Zhe. All these years, Gu Yan and Wen Cheng had almost no contact. It was only after the huge online disturbance previously that the two of them resumed contact. So, he probably wouldn't know many details about Gu Yan having suffered from depression. Did he tell you about this? Lin Xiaoran's voice was a bit hoarse. Lin Zhe shook his head, the look of heartache on his face becoming even more apparent. Xiao Yan has always been someone who reports the good news but hides the bad. If it wasn't for that time when he was kicked out, I wouldn't have known that he had such a difficult time with you all these years. Lin Zhe's words were still quite tactful. He knew how much Gu Yan had loved Lin Xiaoran back then. So at this moment, even though he had strong opinions about Lin Xiaoran in his heart, he didn't make his words too harsh. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran wanted to say something to refute it. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. She didn't know how to refute it. Should she say that Gu Yan had lived well with her all these years? She couldn't say it. Lin Xiaoran, who never explained herself to anyone, finally wanted to explain for once, only to realize that she had no explanation at all. Lin Xiaoran lowered her head, no longer looking at the two people in front of her. The atmosphere instantly became silent. Lin Zhe pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and his eyes held a hint of determination. Lin Xiaoran, in these past few years, only after you two divorced did I see a hint of a smile on Xiaoyan's face, and only then could I hear the word happy from his mouth. Since you two are already divorced, wouldn't it be better to make a clean break? You have already tortured him for years. I don't know what kind of hatred you two have, but no matter how great the hatred is, it should end, right? Just consider it a plea from me, please let him go, okay? Lin Xiaoran's breath hitched. She didn't know why. Lin Zhe's pleading words were far more painful to her than when Chang pointing at her nose and cursing just a moment ago. It was as if she had lost the ability to speak. She opened her mouth, but could not make a sound. From the moment she learned that Gu Yan had truly suffered from depression, she seemed to have been struck to the point of an emotional breakdown. For many years, she hadn't felt such powerlessness and helplessness. Under the clearly hostile and unwelcoming gazes of the two, Lin Xiaoran left. She returned to the car and sat down. She didn't respond to Yi Qing's question about where to go. She didn't know where she should go. Return to the villa? She couldn't stay in such coldness and loneliness. But the more she thought about how unbearable that coldness and loneliness were, the more she reminded herself in her heart. Gu Yan had lived in that kind of environment for many years. She wanted to go see Gu Yan. But Gu Yan would not see her. Now, she couldn't force Gu Yan to come back like she used to. It wasn't because Professor Gu was by Gu Yan's side. It was because she couldn't bring herself to do such a thing now. The car was very quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Qing finally couldn't help but speak. President Lin, during those years, you were also ill. Some things were beyond your control. It's not your fault. Lin Xiaoran didn't speak, still quietly looking out the car window. A warm sensation traced across the corner of her eye. Yi Qing subconsciously held her breath. A flash of astonishment crossed her eyes. She had never seen Lin Xiaoran like this. The person who was never afraid of anything, who was always confident of victory regardless of the opponent, was actually crying. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Yi Qing's heart that even she found terrifying. So, Lin Xiaoran also had such a feminine side. Lin Xiaoran's face turned increasingly pale, and she suddenly revealed a miserable smile. Yi Qing, tell me, what should I do? She felt very helpless. Faced with such a situation, she really didn't know what to do. Over these years, many people in the circle had told her how painful and agonizing it was to have depression. It was different from physical illnesses. This kind of mental torture could make a person wish they were dead and unable to resist the urge to die. Those people said these things to tell her how painful it would be for Ning Chen after he got depression. She had heard many such remarks. In the past, she might not have cared that much about these remarks. Depression was also an illness. If you're sick, just actively see a doctor, that's all. But now, as soon as she thought about how Gu Yan had also suffered from depression, she couldn't help but recall those words people had told her. Ning Chen had many people by his side over these years. Even when he had to see a psychiatrist, she would accompany him. But what about Gu Yan? No one was with him. He didn't even have many opportunities to see a psychiatrist. How did he endure it for so many years? How did he, all by himself, manage to bear such pain? Yi Qing watched Lin Xiaoran like this, pursed her lips, and ultimately gave up the idea of saying anything. She silently started the car and stepped on the gas pedal. At a time like this, she couldn't help Lin Xiaoran. She could only take her to find someone who could help her. When the car stopped outside a villa, Lin Xiaoran finally came back to her senses. Why are we here? Lin Xiaoran asked with a cold face. President Lin, do you need me to drive back? Yi Qing knew Lin Xiaoran and didn't answer directly. Forget it. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran got out of the car. She walked to the door of the villa and knocked. It was the next morning when Lin Xiaoran walked out of the villa. He Qing had stayed outside the villa the whole time. After getting in the car, Lin Xiaoran drove back to the villa. Unexpectedly, Elder Lin had arrived at the villa early in the morning. When he saw Lin Xiaoran return, his expression was displeased. "Where did you go last night?" Lin Xiaoran glanced at him, her expression carrying a hint of undisguised exhaustion. She went to the sofa in the living room and sat down, and a maid nearby handed her a cup of hot tea. Lin Xiaoran picked it up and took a sip. Seeing her like this, Elder Lin couldn't help but let out a cold snort. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" "My phone ran out of battery." Elder Lin forcefully struck his cane against the floor. "Your mother has woken up, go to the hospital to see her in a while." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran frowned. Since when would grandfather come to the villa to find her because of her mother's affairs? However, regardless of anything else, since Wang Lin had woken up, she had to go take a look. Chapter 440, tell me, was it a mistake for me to bring him back to the Lin family in the first place? Gu Yan was awakened by the doorbell in the morning. He got up, went downstairs, and opened the door to see He Qing standing there. She was holding a gift box, and when she saw Gu Yan, she handed it to him. Gu Yan frowned. "Assistant He, what is the meaning of this?" He Qing sighed inwardly. She had no idea what Lin Xiaoran was thinking. She only knew that after Lin Xiaoran returned to the villa this morning, she had asked her to urgently arrange for this gift to be prepared. "It is a gift from President Lin for you," she said. Said what? A divorce anniversary gift? Gu Yan cut He Qing off directly. "Assistant He, take it back no matter what Lin Xiaoran wants to give me, I don't want it, she is her, and I am me." When He Qing heard this, a look of as expected flashed across her eyes. She had guessed from the very beginning that Gu Yan would not want this gift. But for some reason, after Lin Xiaoran got up this morning, she suddenly decided to give Gu Yan a gift. She said it was an apology gift. Last time, Lin Xiaoran had asked her to prepare a sports car for Gu Yan. Gu Yan didn't want it. This time, it seemed she felt the sports car previously prepared for Gu Yan was a bit too cheap. He Qing could roughly guess what Lin Xiaoran was thinking. It was nothing more than the feeling that Gu Yan should have a better sports car. The gift she gave shouldn't be that cheap. He Qing even thought of a possibility. The sports car that Ning Chen bought earlier was much more expensive than the one Lin Xiaoran had prepared for Gu Yan last time. In Lin Xiaoran's heart, even though the two of them had already received their divorce certificate, Gu Yan was still her husband. This identity alone was not something a sports car worth $1 million or so could match. That was why she had asked her to find someone to get this sports car early in the morning. The price tag alone was as high as $8 million. It was the kind of luxury car that one wasn't necessarily qualified to buy even with money. He Qing had also gone to great lengths to secure it. He Qing opened the gift box and stepped aside, revealing the luxury car behind her. "Sir, would you like to take a look at the gift President Lin prepared for you?" But Gu Yan only glanced at it, his eyes filled with an indescribable disgust and fatigue. "Assistant He, thank you for your trouble, take it back." After saying that, he closed the door directly. He didn't give Lin Xiaoran any chance to say anything else. He Qing looked at the closed door and couldn't help but sigh deeply. She turned and walked away, turning at the corner to stand outside another luxury car. Looking at Lin Xiaoran sitting in the car, she said softly, "President Lin, sir won't accept it." Lin Xiaoran nodded, saying nothing. He Qing didn't know what to do for a moment. She just stood there quietly. After a while, she said, "President Lin, your mother is still waiting." Lin Xiaoran seemed to have just come back to her senses. "Let's go." Her voice was very hoarse. He Qing pretended not to notice anything unusual and got into the car. The car drove away slowly. He Qing subconsciously looked back through the rearview mirror. In an instant, she froze. This was the second time. Once last night. And once again this morning, Lin Xiaoran was crying. Lin Xiaoran seemed to have noticed He Qing's gaze, and spoke in a hoarse voice. In the past, he told me that he wanted a luxury house and a luxury car. He Qing pursed her lips, not daring to speak. Why doesn't he want them now? Or is it that, what he really wants is just to divorce me? The atmosphere in the car fell into silence again. He Qing knew that Lin Xiaoran was not asking her for an answer. It was just that she really didn't know where to find this answer. She couldn't help but grip the steering wheel tightly, her voice trembling slightly with nervousness and panic. Sir has also made a fuss about divorce before and argued with you it will be better after some time. She was not good at comforting people. Especially not good at comforting someone with Lin Xiaoran's personality. In her impression, Lin Xiaoran never seemed to need anyone's comfort. With He Qing's response, Lin Xiaoran seemed to have finally found an opportunity to confide in someone. I always thought he was just throwing a tantrum this time, after getting the divorce certificate. I also thought he was just throwing a tantrum, maybe he was temporarily blinded and fell for someone else, but as long as I wait, he will come back. I don't mind if he likes someone else, I can even accept that he doesn't love me as much as before, but I cannot accept coming home and not seeing him. I will panic. The more Lin Xiaoran said, the more panicked He Qing became. Could these words really be spoken by Lin Xiaoran? Is this still Lin Xiaoran? Is she really okay after hearing these things? After Lin Xiaoran regains her rationality, will she still have a way to survive? But at this moment, Lin Xiaoran was staring at her, seemingly wanting to hear some response. No matter what the response was, as long as someone could respond to her, it would be enough. He Qing pulled a somewhat ugly smile at the corner of her mouth. President Lin. Sir, didn't you tell me that he used to throw tantrums at you too? Later, didn't it all get better? When Lin Xiaoran heard this, her eyes became dim, as if she had fallen into a memory. In the past, before she returned to the Lin family, Gu Yan did indeed throw tantrums at her. But it was different then. In order to develop her career, during the most difficult time, Lin Xiaoran could be said to have worked desperately hard. At drinking parties, she drank more than anyone else. All projects were handled by her personally. She went to the site earlier than anyone else and was the last to leave. She often couldn't even get a few bites of food. Gu Yan never threw tantrums at her on weekdays, only trying his best to take good care of her daily life, so that she could focus on fighting for her career with peace of mind. Only, when she pushed herself so hard that she got sick and was hospitalized, did he throw a tantrum at her. But after scolding her, he would still cook for her and take care of her with tears in his eyes. The tantrums thrown at that time were different from now. You say, bringing him back to the Lin family, did I do something wrong? Lin Xiaoran suddenly spoke. He Qing was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously stepped on the accelerator slightly. The car speed slowed down a bit. Just as she was considering how to answer, Lin Xiaoran continued, tell me, was it a mistake for me to bring him back to the Lin family in the first place? He Qing couldn't help but observe Lin Xiaoran's expression through the rearview mirror, took a few deep breaths, as if she had made up her mind. President Lin. Actually, these years, since returning to the Lin family, Sir has been a little different from before.